Good morning, everybody. Decker here with your boys Skinny and Tixie. Track Shot Live, kicking off the 2021 season. Super excited this morning. I've been just itching to get here, and we have a ton of stuff for you today. Thanks for bearing with us. A lot of stuff going on today. We were a little late, as usual. It's my fault. But we're on, and it's going to be a great day. We got seminars coming to you, interviews for some of the best promoters, vendors, drivers. Just today is going to be a great day sprinkled in with just about everything. We had a fantastic night last night. The great thing was Casey kicked us all out early. Very smart. Very smart. And he said, I'm closing up so everyone gets here early. I think it was a smart move. And we're all here early. Feeling good, right?
Yeah, definitely. We're still up at 3:30 in the parking lot of the hotel, but
I could hear you.
I know it. We're good. We're ready to do this. How y'all been? It's been a while.
Yeah, no, this is awesome to be sitting down here and doing this. 2020 was a great year. I mean, we battled through some problems and some issues and just a difference of society of living. And here we are in 2021 just looking forward to bigger, better, and just kick butt things.
Yeah, we've been in the off season. You haven't heard a lot from us. And I've had people say, like, what's going on with you guys? We've been so busy just trying to make all these things come together, which today we're going to release a lot to them to you. Tixie show next week. We're going to be out in Minnesota at Tixie and Skinny show in Granite City, and we got tons of good stuff coming out there.
Yeah.
It's going to be jam-packed of information that day.
Absolutely.
You know, we sit there and we talk about this stuff, and you guys watch us on social media and all that stuff, and we absolutely love the following. You guys, thank you for all that. Thank you for all your input. Thank you for missing us. It really makes us feel happy and good to be up here doing this again. But, you know, as Decker said, there's so many things that are going to be announced. There's so many different things that are going on this year. You know, people are excited to bring back Demolition Derby to the full force that it absolutely can be. And I know our schedule is out there. You guys look at that. That thing is amazing. I mean,
right now we're up to 22. I got two more that we're trying to slam in the books last second, so we could be up to 24 shows this year all across the country. Now, last time I put all across the country, people were saying, like, oh, you're not here. We are all across the country. We had actually booked shows on the west coast of Canada, the east coast of Canada. We were going to bring you the entire country. Now, unfortunately, Canada, I think, is... We all know what's going on up there.
Yeah, I'm hearing the borders.
They got blocked. A lot of them are under house arrest again.
Yeah, just went backwards, I heard, from the Germains. They said they went on lockdown.
We'll stay out of that convo.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to bring you to Canada, but we're going to be in Washington State. We're going to be in Texas. We'll be back in New York, Minnesota, the Dakotas. Then we're going to sprinkle in the Midwest, which last year we talked about trying to get more in that Midwest, and we got a bunch of good ones this year. We're going to be in Nebraska, Iowa. We're going to be in Iowa in a few weeks.
448 promotions.
We're going to be in Maryland at both at Deadman's we have booked. I mean, we are going to kill it this year with the shows we're going to bring you. You're going to see every kind of derby and every atmosphere, coast to coast. I'm excited as hell about it.
Border to border.
Border to border.
You know, and the thing of it is, with us traveling out and getting to some different places and stuff like that, guess what? You're going to see some cool, unique things that, maybe only certain parts of the country do.
Yes.
I know we're going to be in Cannon Falls over the 4th of July, and, you know, Cannon Falls is some farm country, and you're going to see combines getting wrecked this year.
Yes,
so we're trying to bring you guys and show you the different things across the country that you may not see in your neck of the woods. So this is what we're doing, and that is our goal as Track Shot Live, is to show the country the different things out there that you may not get to see.
I think that exact thing is pushing Demolition Derby in a great zone. You know, talking to Frankie Guy last night, we were talking about, like, each of the competitiveness, in a lot of ways, the competitiveness right now of promoters, vendors, it's actually, we are just like growing, because I watch you do something, I got to do it better. He wants to do it. That's just derbying.
Yeah,
we're all like that. But even in the businesses helping Demolition Derby, we're all motivated right now. And right now, we're at a place, there's no tension, there's no stress. Every promoter here is from around the country, right? I said to Frankie, I go, now, middle of July, we're all fighting over car counts because there's some overlap. We all want cars to come to our shows, but right now, we're all helping each other. What ideas do we have? We've all been talking to different people. We're all going in different zones, chasing this, chasing that. You hear something from somebody, it's like, oh shit, we should maybe be doing that stuff too. It's growing because of things like we're at today, this Expo,
Yeah.
And I think this Expo, for what we have planned today, guys, is there's seminars that were preset by SMW or SWP. And I'm all screwed up today. They have seminars that were preset in half-hour increments. Toast is going to do one today. Jeffy's Fab Farm. Brent Johnson's going to do a motor one. Jason Koch's going to do a carburetor one. Casey's doing rear ends and trannies. I mean, all these things. When was seminars in Derby? And when were guys even giving their secrets away?
Exactly.
You're going to hear Toast secrets on how to put Watts link in.
And why you do it this way. And why the angle's this way. And why is it bolted here and not out here?
Now,
why is it a short arm, long armed?
100%.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to hear these things.
Yep, I'm with you.
Carburetors. A lot of us, and I'll be honest, I'm one of them. Sometimes they're smarter than me, these carburetors, and I'm really interested to go back and watch these.
Not very hard.
No, well, you say that, but I don't agree.
Hey, a 2G will wreak havoc with you.
I don't know, man. They screw with me. I can't wait to hear Jason Koch teach us the ins and outs of carburetors today.
And the different fuels that run through them carburetors, right? And if you're a fuel person, mixing fuels and all that, you want to be watching that.
Absolutely.
Better yet, you still got time to get on your donkey and get here to watch it live.
100%.
Hey, Skinny.
Yeah.
Ask Josh Decker if he knows what a Watts link actually is.
I don't build 98-02s or 03s and newer or any of that stuff, but yeah, I know what it is.
He's still in Mopar country.
I was going to say, my suspension only has two parallel things, and they work coincide with one another.
The digging's already started in 2021.
2021, we're starting off real.
I'm not a follower like you guys, okay? I like what I like.
But no, you're absolutely right. There is everybody. Y'all, we're just in our beautiful Track Shot Live apparel 10 here / well, this is our apparel because this is all new to us. We're wearing this stuff. But yeah, there's so many different promoters here. And like you were saying, Decker, the best thing is the promoter now has one-on-one time for you.
Yes.
They're not stressed out. They're not trying to get a derby in. They're here for you, folks. And that's what a great thing is. You can have that one-on-one conversation. You can speak about that one rule that you may want to bring to light.
Yeah.
It's all here for that today.
And again, there's no pressure on any of us. Everyone was just talking yesterday, having fun, and a lot of I was talking to Tim and Fatty, Tim from Smash It. We're talking about shows this year. How do you get more people? Things. It's like, okay, I haven't talked to Tim about this years and years and years and years and years, and all of a sudden we have time to talk about it.
Because everybody knows now, with last year, nobody could really get a show in. So if you did have a show spot, you were packed pretty much. You had hellacious car counts. This year, I think it's going to be more broad again. We're going back to where you have to not fight, but you got to do your work. You got to promote to get them people to your show now.
But I truly feel that the guys that went up and beyond all in their areas, because we saw that every area kind of had their guy that said, I ain't giving up. I don't care if I take a loss. Well, we know, even if you're going to take a loss, we did them. And I think the drivers are going to continue to follow those guys because they saw, like, even in the roughest times, the toughest times, they still made their payouts. They still did everything they said they were going to do. So if they're going to do it in the roughest time, when we open back up, I'm going to follow them guys because their shows are going to kick butt.
Yeah. I'm not saying names, but I heard from a certain person here yesterday, since people supported them last year with all the BS going on and all the COVID, quote-unquote, I heard that they're taking care of the drivers this year.
Yes.
I'm not going to say how or why, but they're going to take care. If you are anywhere near this area, you might as well just show up and build that car because that promoter's taking care of the drivers that took care of them last year.
Absolutely.
The promoters that went through last year that fought for things and everything like that, those are the companies that are passion. Those are the companies that are doing this for the drivers, for the crowd, for the general population.
Exactly.
You guys remember that, and it's just one of those things that it's real simple that when things come back to just common life and normal life, to kind of forget what was going on during the fight. And, that's the key thing.
Exactly right.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, now I just want to jump a couple topics because
hit it, Decker.
If you're at home, today is going to fly by.
Yep.
It's going to fly by for us. Unfortunately, you're only going to see us for a few minutes each because I'm going to go real quick. As soon as I let you guys bounce, I'll have Gumby and Johnny jump in. But I want to go through what you guys are actually going to see today. But We're going to go zing, 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 zing. We're just going to be bouncing around. Now, there's seminars going on today. I just wanted to talk about this. There's a whole room over here to our right, and it's a whole nother room. They have chairs out, a huge 82-inch TV in there, and these seminars are going to be going on half-hour increments. Again, let me just tell you who's going to be. Jeffy's Fab Farm is doing one on just basics of driving on the track, advantages on the track. Casey is going to be doing one on trannies and rears. Let's see. Jason Koch's doing carburetors. Brent Johnson's doing motors. Let's see. What else are we doing? Oh, the youth camp seminar. At the end of the day, there is the coolest thing in the world coming out for kids to preset to get into the derby world. It's a real camp that's going to be about Demolition Derby for your kids to be at. Dude, I would have killed for it. I would have begged my dad. Dead. And after I went there once, I would have begged to go back.
Drop me off.
I'm 44 years old, and I want to go.
Yes.
I want to go. As I heard this stuff, it's like, put me in there, man. I act like a child.
You do.
We could be there.
No, that's going to be pretty exciting. And so we got all these coming up, and also Mark Elliott is going to talk about the Unified Point Series. Now, in between those times, everybody, we are just going to be doing interviews. We're going to click into here. We're going to go to other people's booths, and we're going to kind of show you around the place today. It'll be cool, relax. Everything's in 15-minute increments, half-hour increments. So if you got to do something today, it's okay. Stand up, get out of here, but come back to us because we're just going to be live all day. Yeah.
Having fun. Your comments are still loved all day long.
Couple things going on. We have an apparel line that's going to be coming out. I'm going to throw a little teaser out here. It's going to come out next week. Now, everyone asks me about shirts. We're going to talk about it today. We're actually going to have both shirts on. We have partnered. They've become the official apparel of Track Shot Live. We're going to help you get these super nasty shirts that we got. We're going to work on that a little bit today,
nasty
too.
in a good way.
Yeah, nasty. I'm sorry. I'm from New York. Yes, nasty in a good way. What's up, Ron?
America
real.
Does everyone got to pick up my
lines? No, keep going. Sorry.
No,
I heard it.
It's fun. No, that's it. What else you guys got? You're covering AB Cattech's
Yes,
thing
I
today?
am here representing AB Cattech Skinny Salvage. We are set up outside. We have it going on. I'm here to teach you different grades of catalytic converters, where to find the codes on the material inside them, whether it be a foil, stainless wire, or biscuit ceramic. AB Cattech right here. Look at Skin's got sleeves on, by the way, everybody. Look at this. Look at this. Button up, y'all.
Buttons. That's what's the funniest.
I ain't cut them off yet, everybody. But no, I'm here for Bradley Redmer, all the good guys there in Burlington, Wisconsin. AB Cattech, our #1 sponsor, and the one that is behind us. And Brad and AB Cattech, we thank you.
Thank you.
That's why it's over here, Brad.
Okay, Can I jump in on that before you guys bounce? Just so everyone knows at home, AB Cattech, we hooked up with them last year. Brad came to us and said, hey, I want to help you guys with a little bit of sponsorship. What he gave us our last year's season.
Yes.
I love you, Brad. I can't say thank you enough. I can't say thank you enough to AB Cattech because I don't think 2020 season would have been – we wouldn't have got to where we are today if Brad hadn't helped us out there.
Absolutely, Decker.
And so, Brad decided to jump on board and say, hey, 2021, let's even go the next level. Brad, from the bottom of our heart, from the Derby world, I'm saying thank you because everything you're going to see this year, in my opinion, without Brad and AB Cattech, I don't think we could have done it.
Absolutely not. You know what? And everybody across the Derby world, across the country, AB Cattech, we can take care of you everywhere. There is not a part of this country we cannot take care of you. Give your love back to AB Cattech because he gave us the love for the Demolition Derby world to make stuff happen. Man, true heart. We appreciate it. Thank you immensely.
Yeah.
And then again, all of our sponsors. Without them, we would have. Had it. And we've got a lot up here. I wish I could see, but there's so many.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if you're watching at home, they're actually
there you go. They're
right down on the bottom.
There you go. Bill's got it going on.
Bill's got
there
this
you go, folks.
out.
There's everybody. But again, you can reach out to me. You can reach me. You can reach Tix. You can reach everybody at AB Cattech. Please, if you have converters and you're looking to sell to a reputable company, and I'll always say this, remember, the best price is not always the best. The most honest grader is where it's at, and I'll live by that motto, and that is true. I'd rather have an honest person grading my converters than you trying to give me the best money, because your best money may not be the best money.
Absolutely.
And, you know, that I can't preach that enough with everybody. But, again, I'm always traveling. I'm all around. I was just in California buying them and teaching them out there in California. I'm trying to open this ship up like Track Shot Live is trying to go.
What happened to you?
What?
I don't know. Like the old skinny. You ain't the old skinny.
And look, I'm in the center today, folks. My God, we got it going on.
You ain't the old skinny.
Hey, you know what I mean? Hey, I'm behind everybody. I love what I do. And
You've been kicking butt, my friend.
Man.
You've been kicking
behind
butt.
the scenes. We all have.
Mm-hmm.
We all have. Everybody's pulling. That's what I love about this group is everybody picks up. You don't even have to ask somebody.
No.
You just know that other person is most likely kind of like your wife at home, right?
Yes.
She knows where she's got to pick up behind you and help you out, and and vice versa, right? Amen. Dozen of roses, baby.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
2021, we are so looking forward to everything. We have the powerful group that is still behind and backing everybody.
Yes.
We have new sponsors coming on this year. We are just amped, stoked, and ready. You know, we're going to have a lot of fun here at Smith Metalworks.
I can't wait.
This is a really cool thing that the Smith family has done. You know, they bring faith, they bring a lot of things to the table, and we appreciate that. It's a little different culture out here than what we're used to in the upper Midwest, and it's so nice to come out here and just get a breath of different culture in the open the open arm welcome, you guys. I talk about that all the time, and we just cannot thank everybody that invites us into your backyard and how you treat and appreciate us being here. So thank you truly for all that.
Yeah. Now, we have a seminar that's going to be starting at 10 o'clock. It's right around 9:30 right now. So at 10 o'clock, we're going to do a seminar. It's going to be Jeffy for half an hour. And then, Tixie, you're coming back to us at Frankie Guy's booth. We're going to talk a little hardcore and some good stuff happening with them. We're going to be at one of their shows May 15th, which is exciting.
Yeah, they always have great shows, well organized, put together. It's it's really nice going to a promotion that is organized and just ready to go.
He was one of the first ones when COVID hit. All of us promoters, just so everyone knows, we were all talking about to each other, what it ended up playing out was you had to get to a racetrack, a privately owned racetrack, right? We all started catching on to that. The first one to do it, in my opinion, was Frankie Guy. He was the first one that hooked up with Knobs Creek, and then just as soon as he got to show and we seen that the government kind of didn't do nothing, it's like, okay, now how do we get to our private? Mm-hmm. And we saw all over the country spread like almost instantly. He, in my opinion, was the first one to attack it, nail it.
Yes, sir.
And it helped the rest of us get our shows popped off.
And, you know, like as we did our Minnesota Throwdown in the late fall up in Minnesota, we did it at a county fairground, and we hired attorneys. We hired a COVID planner. We hired to make that happen.
COVID planner, folks.
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
That was a new one. And I tell you what, I was a disbeliever of COVID 110% until next thing you know, I landed in the hospital with this stuff. So, I mean, COVID's real. Still, like I always joke, don't eat boogers, be safe, keep yourself clean, keep going with that. But I mean,
More paint chips.
Yeah, the lead paint chips, those are always good.
Can I say that we were all really worried about you. Today I've been laughing with you, and I guess I haven't even really looked at you to say, like, I was worried about you. I woke up the morning after you said you were going to the hospital. I woke up thinking about you, like, oh my God, this could. I was scared for you, and I had people messaging me, and it's like, I don't know we love you. Everyone was worried about you, dude.
Man,
I really were.
I'm almost choking up again here. I'm going to try it. You guys, all the reach out, everything that everybody across this country did, I had no idea the love that was out there. Thank you. One, I'm healthy and I'm getting better every day. I get a little more energy. I'm going to be 100% sometime. Don't know when I'm going to get there, but I will get there. But I'm on the green side of the grass to still do what I love and still receive the love from everybody out there. You guys, my family, thank you for what everybody did. I just thank you.
Yes, sir. And real quick, if I could touch on, I'm kind of like you, where it was like, just give me COVID, I'll get over it. But we all have, as much as like we hate the rules and the BS that comes around it, we also can't forget that these are humans, our friends, our family that is getting this, and we don't want to. Dude, to see what you went through, and just to see you down for your old lady. I messaged your old lady, and she said that you hadn't picked your phone up in 4 days. This is before you went to the hospital. And I said to her, "Is he okay? Because you never go 4 days without you touching your phone."
3 minutes, right? Exactly.
And I knew you were
always
sick,
on that sucker. Always read.
I knew you were sick.
Yeah.
I was in California, and Mikey had called me, and we were talking a little bit there, and he actually said, "Bro, I got to let you go. I can't even talk to you." Had no energy. The last thing he spit out, "I love you." I'm like, Michael, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that, Mike.
And we love you, Mike.
I'm glad you're good. I'm glad you're good.
Thank
but
you.
Protect your fan. You know, when you're getting mad like about the rules and stuff, just take 2 steps back and just breathe in, because I'll tell you what, every fresh breath air that I get right now, I appreciate every little bit of it. And you know what I appreciate even more is when I can exhale. And I mean, literally, you guys, don't forget to let everybody know how you feel about them. Give your friends love. Give your family love. Yes. Let everybody know that you are just excited to be here. And still, I mean, I love green grass. I have never loved green grass more than right now in life. So, yeah. Understandable.
Like I say, you guys, everybody out there, I love you guys. Thank you so much for all the love, for getting me healthy, your prayers. I believe in the great Lord above, and I believe that every one of your prayers was totally heard, and thank you.
Yeah.
We love you, Mikey.
Definitely.
Track shot is track shot as a group.
Yes.
We can't lose anyone.
Now, on that sad note, can you guys jump out of here?
I want to, we got stuff.
I'm sorry, I got to keep this.
He's kicking us out, y'all.
I got to keep time.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you back. We'll be in and out all day.
Can you grab them, guys?
We'll be talking.
And Tix, don't go far, because you got next interview after your seminar.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. We'll see you guys.
See ya.
AB Cat Tech.
So again, we have so much going on today that I have a schedule here. I can't really show it on screen, but it's just pages and pages of every 15-minute increment for the entire day, which I'm trying to keep track of. I will lose that by the end of the day, is my gut feeling. So if there's, this one, sir, you're on 2. Bobby, perfect. Oh, here comes Gumby.
I'm trying to get my phone to get service.
That's fine. So,
What a beautiful day.
look at these two famous.
Beautiful day.
The famous Demolition Derby.
Josh, famous has shelf life. That shelf is expired, wore out, rusted through.
Not to me. I watched the shit out. I watched the crap out of that show. Sorry, guys.
We went from cable TV to family TV real quick.
Yes,
this is amazing.
Yes.
To the late night, midnight run.
Yes. Funny thing, Gumby, I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I used to watch that show, I used to root against you. I was always rooting for Lazenby every time. I'm a Mopar guy. I was always Lazenby. I'm sorry. That show did not put you.
There was There wasn't a good shining light on me there.
Not like you really are. Now looking back, like I don't know. The show changed.
I hear what you say behind the scenes.
Yeah,
that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Hey, it takes all types.
Yes.
You need a little. Straight vanilla ice cream is not good.
True. You need a little flavor. I'm with you.
Is this not an amazing?
Awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think I'm excited for everyone to see the whole day on screen of what's actually happening here, because you won't capture it all till you watch the whole day.
I think what's going to be fun is when we take the camera just walking around. If you saw the number of, what it reminds me of, honestly, is when you go to Blizzard Bash and you go into the parts mall. That's what it reminds me of. Just so many people shopping and buying.
And it's growing. Every year it's growing. So
I think that next year it'll be too big for here, is my real gut feeling on it, because I came last year, and last year was good, busy. By 11 o'clock, how we see it right now, in my opinion, this place will be wall-to-wall by 11 o'clock today. There wasn't as many vendors. I mean, just to watch how much it growed in 1 year, I could see this kind of spreading out. You were saying last night, like, imagine if they went Vegas or across the country. I could see that working.
We were actually talking to Casey, and we're saying, this gets to that level in the next 2-3 years to be able to, because you're pulling from the immediate states around here.
Exactly.
We've got guys talking, because we've been sharing this thing for weeks now.
Yep.
That wanted to come and can't come because of either COVID or travel or time off of work because it's a season. But to take this next time and go to Florida, Texas, Midwest, Cali, and give the different
so everyone
guys
got to
in.
touch it.
Right.
Yes.
And I think we could, I mean, you're talking big ideas, but that's what we're all about. But to turn to all these vendors and say, you know what, let's pool it together and rent a couple semis and throw everything on a semi and haul it out versus everyone traveling individually. Got to find the ways to make it work. But I think we've done good big ideas.
But you know what's
before.
cool about this? I mean, this is the first time that we almost got to run over an Amish person.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have a lot of those out there?
Yeah. I was like,
coming down last
we
night.
come around the corner, and Johnny, Johnny's you drive with him, and it's sort of shaky. And he comes around a corner, and here comes a horse and carriage, and you see this little family sitting there.
He's like in there going through the window.
There's Amish people, and you just about killed them.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot out here.
It was cool.
That's funny.
I love coming out here because I've never been to Pittsburgh.
Oh, really?
And isn't that
beautiful?
What's fun about coming to a show like this is you get to try something new, see something new. I'm running into people that I only see on a very occasion. People the last time I saw them was San Filippo Smash.
Right.
Or Blizzard Bash.
Which brings up, I have to say, to the Gully family, our condolences.
Hearts go out to you guys.
We're thinking about you. San Filippo might have won battle, but guess what? It created a whole new war that can be won, and so. Yeah,
can we talk about that for just a minute here? If you follow Track Shop, follow me. If you follow Spinning Wheels at all on the East Coast, for 5 years now, we've been putting on a Demolition Derby charity for San Filippo Smash for children with San Filippo Smash, and it's a disease that takes children before they hit their teenage years. Yesterday, we lost Martin, who we've been fighting for all these years to help. Hopefully we could help find a cure. Unfortunately, we were unable to. Martin is the son, Martin Gully, of Jeremy, who's the head of Spinning Wheels with us. And it's a sad, sad thing because it's actually, I've seen multiple children now die of this. Children that I've hugged, that I've had my arms around. And it's heartbreaking. It bothers the crap out of me. And like you said, Gumby, though, it's going to motivate us more than ever. And when you hear the word San Filippo, if you're at home, you hear that, just help us get the word out. Even if you can never donate to anything I'm doing, tell somebody else about it. Just tell somebody else so everyone knows, because there's lots of diseases out there that are bad and stuff, but this one attacks children and the families. And I love the Gullies and I love Martin, and we just can't say we love you enough from it. There's no words. There's no words for us.
Yeah, and it's something I never heard of until I came out to your show a couple years ago, and the support you get is just absolutely amazing. I mean, would you have 400-something cars?
365, I think.
And
that's a whole season of cars
for nothing. For nothing.
No money.
For nothing but raising money for the San Filippo. And it was amazing.
The one good thing also is, Martin is on a new mission now.
Yeah.
He's in my personal belief, he's live and well now, in much better shape, and he can fight it from a different angle.
Yes, sir.
And that's the amazing thing, is that we can all work together and have somebody that's there on the other side working to help fight this disease.
Yep.
And
that's, we have this platform, and we need to do stuff with it, good stuff with it. And
we have plans.
Yes, absolutely. And San Filippo, just so you know, everyone, San Filippo Smash 5 is going to happen this year, October 2nd. It's most likely going to be a 2-day show. Please come to the Northeast. If you're ever going to plan on making a trip up, come help us, because we're not giving up raising money. We need to help the next kid. There's going to be another kid born with this and another kid born with this. And so far, I think that we've raised, I believe, near $300,000. I know that Demolition Derby and San Filippo are the biggest sponsors of money to help battle this disease. We are.
It's awesome.
I'll tell you what.
Absolutely awesome.
It's awesome.
So Gumby likes to pull the power card every once in a while. I'm going to pull one now.
Go.
Okay.
The power card.
Oh, great. The wallet just got thinner here now. That's good.
Halloween Havoc that we've been doing for 15 plus years now, something like that, is always based around raising money for a charity. Well, this year you told me we're on the same night.
Yes, we're on the same night.
Ours will go to you today, this year.
Thank you guys.
So,
thank you guys for that.
So October 2nd, Halloween Havoc. October 2nd, San Filippo.
Yep. We're all raising money.
Thank you guys. Wow.
Thank you guys.
Here, let's bring it. Here we go.
Full circle there. Thank you.
This is good. So we'll have a mini San Filippo at the West Coast.
Hey,
if you can't drive, if you don't want to drive all the way to New York to join those 360, that's just awesome.
You were there. You guys were both there, right? It was fun. The atmosphere
we don't get
is
close
great.
to that, but Halloween's our kind of our wipeout show, and we had 110 cars.
And, but it's nothing like the true San Filippo smash.
If you want to go back to the days where cars go all the way around turn 1, 2, all around the back stretch, come to San Filippo.
When I went there, I was like, how many cars are here? And he's like, 365. How many days show this is? Oh, this will all be over today. I was like, and
it was a long day.
But those drivers, it brought me to the West Coast. Actually, in some ways, I'm like, they're crazier than the West Coast. The minivans.
Yeah, I know. You love the minivans.
The minivans are they're just absolutely nuts.
Crazy.
I don't know. You couldn't pay me to get in one of those, I don't think.
No, I ran a few, and it hurts. That class hurts.
The only thing you got to work on is the fire problems. The year I came, it was half hour to get out one fire they were pouring water on it. They were standing like 4 inches of water. They kept pouring the water on it. Then they got the fire straight, and then the one behind it goes up. I'm like, oh, no.
I remember that. Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
There's new challenges every year.
Yes. Well, it's tough to get that many cars through. And the cool thing is everyone, they understand the day's long. I mean, you might run in heat number 27. It's a long day of waiting, you know, and they do. And they do it for no money, so.
This has been an amazing experience. I mean, I'm looking around right now. We're sitting sort of in the area where all the promoters are. And it is amazing to see, Casey and Smith Metal Works has done an amazing job organizing and getting all these promoters under one roof. I mean, over there talking to Tim Clark, I was like, hey, Tim, how are you? And it's like, when do I usually see him? Blizzard Bash?
Yep. Just had that we were talking about before you guys hopped on that I haven't talked to Tim since I've been at Blizzard Bash. It was probably 5 years ago. But no, and there's no tension here. None of us are really competing today.
No,
we're just all like watching, learning, listening, talking, and also seeing like where do I need to step up.
We were talking to over here Deadman's.
Yeah.
And we were talking to Tixie, somebody else over there. They were talking about promoting shows. And
some of the things
they do. What they do to make their shows better.
TJ Deadman?
TJ
his wife.
And Toast's wife.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking, and she says, we do this. I'm like, what a great idea. I was telling her this story. The first time I went out to San Filippo, I started watching the show, and I walked over to you, and I said, Josh, this reminds me of a Stern Dirt show. And he says, where do you think I got these ideas? And isn't that what's good about it? Because, I mean, it didn't using some of our ideas didn't hurt us at all.
Right.
And we're going to attack.
I think people are seeing that. Like before, everyone was so nuts about protecting their ideas.
Right.
Nah, if you and I, I mean, we've shared how you were just saying like, hey, I took
your
this idea
and I expanded
and made it better.
No one gets to see yet.
I love that.
Okay,
I loved it. And there's no. You've helped our shows. We helped your show. I like the ideas.
That's what makes this so good. Is we're all talking to him, and it's like, Tim Clark. I wish him nothing but the best this year.
Sure.
All these guys.
Yes.
The unified point system. Man, you guys were going to talk about later today in the show. What a great idea. Where does that go from here, and what can it do?
We've picked up our shows all the way in New York are going to have the unified points. It is stretched that far right now.
I was just talking to him about how we can stretch it to the west. I said, we can't join right now because our drivers can't run the number of shows. But he goes, we need to talk about this.
Right.
Isn't that great? That's what this is about.
We'll get into ours because we're doing our own points this year. We'll talk later about that. But we had talked to Gumby, had talked to Mark, and just says, it's just not the right time, but there's going to be a time. Because how cool will it be? East Coast, West Coast, complete points. Doesn't matter who you run for.
Yes.
And it's going to be a monster to track and keep a hold of. But then at the end, it ends up being
NASCAR
East versus West, or
it becomes the NASCAR. It becomes the NASCAR. Everyone wants to run inside it.
Does this not
sanctioned?
Doesn't this have a lot of that same feel already?
Yes.
Isn't that exciting? We've been fighting for that for years. And what does it take? It takes companies like Smith Metalworks to put the effort into putting it. Because I mean, I don't think people that are watching realize that not one of these booths cost $1 to get into.
Right.
He's trying to start something and give something back to the derby community. Everybody is here on his dime. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
And if you think about it, it's like, what does Smith Metalworks do? They build derby parts. How many vendors are here, and he's not? He doesn't give a crap.
Not selfish at all. Not selfish.
They're selling the same or similar products.
I mean,
there's room for all of us.
This is shows a true passion for Casey and his family. I mean, they are doing an amazing thing, and this is just there's a feel.
Yeah. And I think in the past, because we were part of the NDDA when we originally tried to do that years ago with Sam, and I was fresh in the national world, but I think we're doing it the right way. The sport's doing it the right way now because we're slowly growing year after year, where it's getting like bigger and bigger and bigger. Before, I think one guy was trying to do the whole. That's never going to work, where one guy can just cover the whole country and say, "I'm going to do points." Or we all got to kind of team up. We got to team up.
And that with Unified, I think that's
great idea.
It was funny. I went over there and I said, "Oh, look at those beautiful." He's got some rings. Have you seen the rings?
No.
This year's prizes are like a Super Bowl ring.
Cool.
Unified. And I went and grabbed one and I put it on and said, "It's the only way I'm ever going to wear one is if I borrow it right now." Because so.
Yep.
But Mark is one that's trusted.
Yes.
He's an honest guy.
Yes.
That is really doing it for the right reason.
Yes.
And so I'm sold on that already.
Yes.
And we're not part of it.
Yeah.
But we plan to be.
Exactly.
But that takes us just like what we're doing here. How many shows have we done now in towns that you never heard of or would never had the opportunity to see? And now those shows are now on the map.
Absolutely.
And it's
Mulbridge.
It's just part of what we're doing. Is bringing all the little shows and.
I've already got my bag of marshmallows to go back to Bonner's Ferry. Bonner's Ferry coming up here in July. Marshmallow, gorgeous country. And we're getting the opportunity to really promote so many wonderful things. We got a show on July 3rd. I'm going to Inwood to learn about their.
And where?
Inwood, Iowa.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about.
Never heard of it.
To take pictures, and I'm going to the bars there, and we're going to talk about, this is on July 3rd, and I'm going to talk about what? They're having a Beer Olympics. How is Gumby going to talk about the Beer Olympics?
That'll be interesting.
And we're going to run me through some of the courses of the Olympics, and of course I'm going to be doing it with some Dr. Pepper that looks like something. Yeah. You might say, well, that must be an imported dark brew. It is an imported dark brew, but we're going to get, and that's what's great about Track Shot is we are going to small town America.
Yeah.
And I love small town America. I mean, San Filippo is in. Everybody says New York. That is small town America up there.
Actually, that town that it's in, Morris, is you drive right through it. It is a right, and that's the town. I mean, there's nothing there. There's nothing there but a little gas station and a dollar store. That is small America.
And on that given day, 360 cars and 5,000 roaring, screaming fans. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Speaking of that, I miss crowds so much. Because we didn't get to have any last year. I really miss a crowd standing on their feet cheering for somebody. I miss that.
We lucked out because we got to do 3 shows last year. And the first one we did was down in southern Utah, in a little town called Hurricane. And they really, for lack of a better word, didn't care about the masks. Yep. So we had a full crowd, so that was great. And then we went to the next show, which was complete lockdown. And it was just, it was a state fair. And you know how huge that arena is to have I think we had like 300 people there. It
looked very empty.
Seats
it looked empty.
Like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Because like we say, no matter if you're far or close, the drivers pull energy from the crowd.
Yes.
And I will tell you, everybody that's watching this screen right now is feeling excited for this year because it's happening.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely opened back up. And fairs are signing up. You know, a lot of people are saying, how are you going here? How you going? If these fairs are signing contracts, they're pretty much going to happen. You know, they wouldn't, if it was going the opposite way, they wouldn't even be signing deals and contracts.
Well, then you get Utah just opened up mask mandate today, and every state's starting to follow
chill out
with that. And other than certain states we won't mention, but it's coming.
You know, we have true outlaws. You know, modern day outlaws, we have a bunch of them here today. They've all escaped Canada and are here.
Oh yeah.
We got some Canucks. We call them Canucks. They're here celebrating their freedom, and it's good to see people that are getting out of Canada, and we look forward to all of our Canada friends and being able to see them throughout the year. Because I know if you live close to the Canadian border and you're the west of the Canadian border, it hurts not having the Canadians be able to come over to your show.
And if any of them are listening, I'm out of Labatt's, so
bring some down.
That's
funny. I got Labatt's out by us.
What's that?
Yeah, but I can't get them from Toronto.
That's true.
What's that pink drink that the Butch and his mom like? Pink Lady or something? Yeah. So we got at 10 o'clock, so in about 5 minutes, but I'm sure
first seminar.
It's going to be Jeffy's Fab Farm. It's called Advantages Behind the Wheel. So you're going to leave us here. And now, if you're at home, I want to say something. Sometimes you'll see that sometimes we're a little raw, a little uncut, where we just jump in and we point to each other and we're making sure things are on. I think that's some of the draw of the show. Bill, we laugh sometimes because we might look a little.
We make him earn his money for sure.
Yeah, oh yeah. Now that's true. But sometimes you might say, like, maybe we're even unprofessional. But I think that's some of the draw of us being Demolition Derby drivers. We're just a bunch of Demolition Derby drivers that decided to get on air and bring it to you, you know?
And before we go, because everyone's watching this right now, if you would please comment on our Facebook page of what you'd like to see. If we're doing something that we can enhance and be better. I know Gumby did parts to one show, and we got some really good feedback on that.
If there's something you want to see today at the show, if you've seen the camera and you want us to go talk to somebody and ask them a question, call us. Let's see. We'll see what we can do to.
Even during the shows that we go to, we're trying to get more out into the pits and talk to the drivers in the cars, and we can talk to the parts vendors and maybe show you some of that, because it's hard to see on a website.
I think we're going to get into Casey's amazing. Have you been next door and seen his shop?
Oh yeah.
The Fab side.
It's sick.
Yeah. I'm like, Casey, most people can't afford one. You get 3 of these buggers. It's
just running all day.
Wow.
We're going to take footage and do some quick clips and commercials that are going to be viewed later on and continuously throughout the year of different things going on. So any ideas, please share them with us.
Yeah. And again, we're going all across the country. It's going to be good.
Where's our schedule at?
It's right on our website, www.trekshotlive.com. You're going to see schedule right on it. We're going to be all over the country. Really, try to get to some of our shows, because we have this new Kick Butt pop-up, and we're going to bring it to shows. We got a cool step and repeat where you guys can actually take pictures with us. We got an apparel line coming out that we're going to talk about next week, and you can get some new apparel, and we'll sign it for you at shows. So
from all over the country, too.
All over. And I'd love you guys to come to the shows that we're at. Come meet us. Come talk to us. If you ever see us out, we love, all of us enjoy when people say, hey, we just wanted to meet you. We just wanted to talk to you. We just wanted to love that stuff. So don't ever be scared. And if you're a kid, I love when little kids come up to me. Yeah. I love when little kids come up to me and nervous or whatever, want to take a picture with. Bring your kid around. Your kid around.
We've got a lot of fun announcements on. There's car giveaways for kids and youth. There's going to be. We're going to announce another big kids giveaway today sometime.
Actually, I think that's another thing that we weren't even aware of. Tixie's doing his big car giveaway for the youth thing
at 11:45 today.
Not even knowing it, we're starting our youth wire class, which is new to Utah.
Yep.
And we just pulled. This is how fast we're moving. We just pulled Tixie aside and says, okay, let's do something that we can do a youth and maybe get the youth to travel to the big shows with us. And we're just kind of like, we got this big idea umbrella up here, and we're just plucking things out of it. And it's
the one thing that impresses me about Track Shot, and we're not self-promoting, is how much Track Shot is about family. And I've noticed that, Tixie. I will say Tixie and you, Josh, are always family kids. It's impressive, it's exciting, and watch this year.
Yes.
Because there is going to be some amazing stuff happening with family and kids.
I think as we get older, we start realizing how fast life flies by.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, we're not going to be able to push it because the kids are going to be adults. And it's like, oh, man, we miss another generation. Let's get these kids hooked now.
Well, it's like what Casey's doing. It's trying to get these kids away from this.
Exactly.
Get them out of the bedroom, get them off the couch.
That's my favorite thing about this whole show today is what Casey's announcing today about the kids camp. Man, that's awesome.
And that tying into, like I said, we were going to do kids unbeknownst to what you guys are doing. Tixie was doing kids, and Casey's doing kids. So now we've got 3 regions that. Let's get a 4th region.
I've been pushing kids. We've been doing youth shows for a while.
How old are you now, Josh?
38.
38. So 24 years ago, if somebody was going to give you the opportunity to go to a youth derby camp for 3 days and drive derby cars to learn how to build, how would you handle that?
You don't even understand how starved of derbying I was. I just wanted to read books, see pictures. There was none of it as a kid. If I came here, I would have never left. Yeah. I would have never left as a kid. I would have been like, this is my new home.
And, this is the announcement for this youth club is watch what's happening. A kid, you can put your kid on a flight. They'll pick him up at the airport. They're going to give him a camp. He's got a room to stay in.
Yes.
And you're going to have a 3-day, it's a spiritual experience. Isn't that cool for your kid, is to get a spiritual experience? A work class, shops, driving experience in an arena, learning how to drive a car. This is an opportunity for your kids. Would you rather have them go to a basketball camp and learn how to pull up their shorts because they're hanging too low? Or do you want them to come and have this is the experience? I love derbies. I have a passion for it's part of my soul.
Understand.
Like a lot of us. What an opportunity for kids.
It really is.
Well, and what's actually, if you think about it, even in the future, you're going to grab, how many kids is he going to have?
He's got, it's like 3 kids. It's only 3 or 4 kids a weekend.
Right.
It's very
but his total is
maybe 30 to 40 kids.
So these kids are going to learn together, know each other, go their separate ways, and in a couple years they're going to be fighting against each other.
Ooh, I like this.
You're
going to get some rivalries going.
You started it when we were 14 years old. Yeah.
Now, last year when I came here, they had a Camry right here in front of us, and I brought my son. Tixie brought his son. Firster's kid was here. Pete's kid was here. All different kids are here. 2 hours into it, all them kids were over here together talking. There was no adults around. And for whatever reason, they all congregated to each other. Well, later in the year, we went to the hardcore derby. All those kids were with each other again. And exactly what you're saying is like, these kids have realized that now I have a friend from Pittsburgh. I have a friend from derby friend.
There's no politics in the arena, but when you travel, it's nice to have a buddy over there.
Yes, it is. Yes. And you know what's funny? When we went to hardcore, those kids were saying this just like they were adults. Oh, my son's like, I'm going to run with number 34, number 20. I said, Trent, where are you been? What are you saying you're running with these? You're politicking without me. It was awesome. I loved it.
And that's what I love. I mean, some of us, me specifically, getting a little too old to drive, but to be involved and to push this.
Yes.
I mean, this.
Now I get to push my grandkids.
Yes.
Track Shot Live is what it's all about right
It is.
now. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do is, if you guys don't care, I need to keep rotating people because I think
we're 10.
10? Okay, so never mind. We'll wait.
Hey, it's not like we won't see the headset and the mic again, so it's all good.
Yeah, I just want to keep bouncing to get everyone a few minutes in today.
If you have our numbers and you want to see something, call us and we'll see what we can do to get it on.
And we're having them comment to us on Art and Track Shots Facebook, right?
Yep, and they can talk on our YouTube. You can talk on our YouTube page. You can
subscribe.
Yeah, so if you're at home, make sure you're watching on YouTube. We're pushing everyone to YouTube. Subscribe on it.
If you can't
There's a little bell.
If you can't find it, go to our website and you can click the link there and do it.
If you're not tech savvy, just so you know,
okay, I'm listening.
If you go on YouTube, there's this little tiny bell, and I guess I really never even paid attention to this, but if you click that bell, anytime that we start something live or start something brand new, your phone brings it right up to you. It like jumps ahead of for you. So there's a little bell. Click it and subscribe to us. And then, because I'm telling you, you don't even know, we have so many derbies to go to, but we also are sprinkling in other things throughout the year that will be showing up on our YouTube page. It doesn't mean, it could be on a Tuesday night. It could be on a Thursday night.
Because if we're going to be going to some shops and doing some, AB Abtech, I think
Beer
we're going to.
Olympics.
AB Abtech.
The
Yep.
Mormon Beer Olympics.
Yep.
Mormon Beer Olympics.
Beer
I can't
Olympics.
wait to see what that is. Can't wait.
I wonder if it's anything like popcorn.
That I still hear people talk about that story. People love that story.
I still remember that story.
I'm surprised you remember it.
I was driving when it happened.
That's so funny.
All right, should we get to a seminar?
Well, I gotta wait. I'm gonna wait till they actually.
Kick
Bill's
us off?
actually
All
gonna.
right.
Yeah,
All
Bill's
right.
actually gonna feed us when they're ready. We'll bounce out of us, so we can still talk about whatever you guys want for now, until Jeff's ready.
How about sour?
His stuff is awesome today.
He's got some yard art that I want to take home and get divorced over.
Some of that would be cool out front of the house.
I actually want to see if I could put some in my front yard what the city would say, and I'll be like,
It's art.
Expression of art, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
We could pull the woke card on that one. Oh, you got something against my
You got
art?
something against
Hey,
art?
do we have a poll going of the pictures you introduced last night of whose favorite picture? 'Cause-
So really, I don't know if anyone has seen it. No one has seen it yet. That's on.
oh, it's coming today. So
Yes. So
No, it's right here. It's up.
nope, it's on our Facebook page. If
Oh,
you go
this
to
is our other one.
If you go to our Facebook page, it's going to direct you to go to YouTube. But we have this little clip you can watch, and it's a little clip. So if you missed it, I had been joking with everybody that I was going to make everyone into a character and into a cartoon character.
Caricature.
Yeah, there's actually called caricatures and caricatures. So we had them made, and it's taken a bunch of weeks because they're very detailed. And I asked for each person to have something different. Tixie, I wanted peace sign. Bobby's was I wanted him.
I was gonna, Bobby's is my favorite.
Bobby's making out with a microphone.
It's so
or something.
funny.
It's
It's so
great.
funny. Well,
And
I got to
the way
pick
you way you introduced it was awesome because we hadn't seen him before.
right.
So he just gathered us in a group and just popped him onto our phone. So it was our first time, and we got to see actual reactions of what was going on. It was awesome.
I wanted each person's to be personal, but I also wanted to be somewhat funny where we could laugh at them. And I think they all came out like that. They came out good.
Bobby's.
So on Bobby, real quick, Bobby and I love Bobby so much, and we pick on each other a lot. And I have lots of pictures of Bobby, but I got to pick the pictures that were used, right? So the picture that I used, she nailed that picture because he's actually in front of Bobby's in front of a mirror doing a duck face, like selfie. It was not meant to be made into a caricature, and it come out perfect. I mean, with his eyes and everything, it's just so Bobby.
I'm looking at Bobby right now. He's over to our left, and it's like.
I love that guy. I asked her to put tattoos all over his arms, and she did. It was just too good.
Prison tattoo.
That's what I asked her. I go prison tat him.
The prison
It's so
tats.
funny.
This is such an educational experience. I'm learning about prison and eggshells and all that stuff.
You should hang out with
pork
this
chops.
group. You should hang out with this group.
I am getting well-rounded. Let me tell you.
I'm sure. But yeah, those come out good. So if you're at home, what we have going on is we're actually going to turn those into a shirt, and you're going to be able to buy them. I'd love you to buy them for your kids or yourself, and come to Derby's, and we're going to sign them. We'll sign our names on them. We're going to talk about that a little bit later with both shirts, but we have some really cool things coming out to interact with us, enjoy things that we have on the show. One of them is actually right in Gumby's hand. Gumby, we got these cool coloring books made for kids, and when you come to a show, we're going to take these to shows and bring your kid over. I'll give your kid one, and you got to come to the
retired,
shows.
so we're not in it.
Don't say. Well, we actually send our kids.
Are these free?
We're going to give them to kids that come to the shows, because I'm not going to say free, because everyone's going to say send me this, send me. No, I'm not sending none. You come
Kids
to a show,
only.
bring your kid over. I'll give them a coloring book. They're super cool. It's all Demolition Derby. There's some kids my kids in there, and it's cool.
Can I throw an idea out?
Go.
You come to a show and your kid wants one for free, great. We'll use the free. But if you donate $1 to San Filippo,
Okay.
when you get this, we'll match it.
Oh, deal. Whatever you donate, actually, I'll protect that.
We'll match it. We'll match it.
Yeah, let's do that. But you got to come to our shows. And this is one that I like that, Gumby. Thank you. This is one thing that we're doing
Goalie's
to just.
on the mind today. It's
me too.
It's just there.
Me too. We're gonna do more and more things like this, where we're trying to interact with you guys. We are just drivers. Sometimes people message us, and I think you think that like we're a real production crew. Besides Bill, We're just a bunch of drivers. Bill talks to me about computer stuff. I have no idea what he's talking about. He's like JPEGs and JDIs and FIs. I don't know what he's saying.
Some cable this and some cable that.
We are just basic demolition derby drivers that love the sport. We want to bring it to you free, and we are not stepping away from that idea of free, because we want masses. We want the masses. We want, and like you guys are saying, the reason I push family so much, and it's always been me personally, my premise, I want to push family, is we got the derby drivers. All the derby drivers are watching, but we're never going to get huge like NASCAR, like we're talking with the Unified. If we just stick inside our circle, we actually need to grow our circle. How do we get other kind of sports people watching us, or people that don't even, not even like cars, they just want to watch them get smashed?
Yeah. Everybody that's watching this show knows families that love cool, unique new things. Mm-hmm. Share our page to your friends and get them
to subscribe.
And tell me this, right now, baseball, football, NASCAR, basketball, sucking. And they're losing fans big. Them fans are sitting around doing something.
Bring them here.
If we can get them to start watching Demolition Derby, why can't Demolition Derby be the next awesome thing, the next big thing? There's a market out there that's waiting for the next super sport.
You're going to see people standing for the national anthem. You're going to see American flags everywhere.
Oh, yeah. You ready? Okay.
Right.
Well, Bill, let's see it. We're going to go to our first seminar.
We're not signing out. We're moving
to the room.
We'll be back in a half an hour, guys.
Hey, see you guys.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Schumann. I own a company called Jeffy's Fab Farm. We build, fabricate, supply, and service derby parts to all of North America. Casey's given me the opportunity here to showcase a product, talk about parts and stuff like that, but I decided to go a different route. Casey and I talked about, we talk about all the time, is the derby community, the upcoming drivers, the youth classes and stuff like that, you guys. So I wanted to touch on a few things that I've learned in my past 25 years of driving experience. 30 years I've been around Demolition Derby. We have derbied all the way from northern Canada down to Florida, all over the East Coast. We've derbied in Vegas. Did you get it? Okay. So I've seen a ton of different communities, a ton of different types of builds, driving styles, and I found what works for me is a certain type of driving style, and I just want to pass it on to you guys. A lot of information that you can get from your more seasoned drivers, your veteran drivers, whatever you want to call it. Things nowadays are different than they used to be. Back in the day, you had to get somebody to take you under the wing. Now the derby community is big, it's a lot more friendly, and pretty much anybody will let you come into their circle, give you tips, tricks, hints, that kind of thing. And it's a lot better to be a new driver nowadays than it was when I started out cutting my teeth. But I just want to touch on a couple of things. So how many youth drivers we got here? Up and comers. Okay. So what did you guys get when you came through the door?
If you didn't get something, raise your hand.
And if you didn't get something, raise your hand. We got one guy here.
Only our kid.
Oh, two.
3.
All right. So what you guys got there was a little packet of zip ties, tie wraps, whatever you want to call it, and a sticker. And the sticker on it has a little acronym that says Who TILO. And who's TILO stands for is wheel hits only and turn left only. And we'll get into that in a few minutes. The other thing in your hand is a packet of zip ties or tie wraps. Now, those drivers that have been around, your family's into it, your parents, whatever, grandparents are into it. Who thinks that those zip ties are important? Yeah, I like this. This is good. This is good. I like it. Now, what I want to instill into you guys is the basics are just as important as welding, as fabrication, as having the right tires, the biggest bumper, the best parts out there. You got to remember the basics. And that tire wrap on the right night, on the right day, doing the right job is just as important as a big shiny chrome bumper or a badass set of wheels. There is parts inside your car that you need to keep away from a heat source, away from a spinning object, or just keep something secure like a pair of hands holding it the entire time you're out there. Nothing you do to your car matters if your fuel pump wire comes off. Nothing out there matters if your starter wire comes off. So as long as you keep your car running and moving, you have the tools to win a demolition derby. So on a Friday night in the shop, when you're thrashing, getting ready to go, always remember the basics. Because none of it matters if you can't get it on the trailer. None of it matters if it won't start. So that's what I want to teach you guys. It's very, very important. So my gift to you guys is in your toolbox at home. You're going to start one if you don't already have one. Your little gift bag, your little starter bag to take to the track. Those are yours. Don't let your parents steal them. Don't let your grandparents steal them. Hey, I need one of those. Nope, Jeff gave them to me. They're mine. And one day that tie wrap could win you a derby. Okay? That's what's very, very important. Those are for you guys. And one day that will be the key to success. I know lots and lots of drivers, and I've been all over the country, met tens of thousands of people, and the best drivers and builders out there will go through their car hours before, the night before at the track. Make sure this is tied out of the way, make sure that's tied out of the way, make sure this is secure, put your hands on it, give it a wiggle. Oh, it doesn't look right. I'm gonna tie that back out of the way so that nothing's gonna yank on that cord and make it go bad. So that's the best information I can give to you guys as up-and-coming drivers, is pay attention to who does what inside their car, because the basics is what wins Demolition Derby. All right? So go into the acronym there, WHOTILO, wheel hits only and turn left only. Now, I've drawn a really crude drawing of a car. I'm a welder, I'm not a drawer. I'm good on the computer, but not with my hands. What we have there is a crude grid. Pretend this is the derby ring. This is the pit where you guys race. 99% of them are a rectangle, okay? Do you guys believe me when I say track position is important? Do you guys understand what I mean about that? Track position, just like circle track racing, just like being in the right position on a football field. I'm not into sports, but I can do that analogy. There is only two spots. If your car is facing forward like this is the top. Obviously, it's the top. If your car is facing forward, can anybody tell me, if you're a veteran driver, there's only two squares that your car should be positioned in if your car is facing forward? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Can anybody tell me as a veteran driver what positions, if your car is facing the ceiling, what squares you would run in? 1 and 4. If your car is facing forward. Why did you choose 1 and 4? What's that?
That's the direction.
That's the direction you're moving, because you want to use the back of the car primarily, right? Basically, is that what you're saying? Sorry? See, here we go. So you can take that. So if you're trying to protect the front of the car, and you want to use the back end only, the only two spots you can use are 1 and 4. He's correct. There's another part of that equation. Who believes me when I say 3 and not 2? Devin? Yeah. You raise your hand. Yeah. Why would I use 3 and not 2?
Passenger side against the wall.
Correct. Why is that?
The track shots and the passenger side sucks.
And why do you primarily only get a track shot on the passenger side?
Because there's less chance of getting the driver's.
There we go. So, if your car is facing backwards, now the equation changes to 2 and 3. But what would be your other go-to if you're now facing the other direction? I'm just trying to get one little point across. Go ahead. 1. Why is that?
Because passenger side would be towards the wall.
There we go. Now, some drivers out there are going to be like, you're completely wrong. I've run this way. I want to protect my driver's door, so I keep it against the blocks. And I totally completely understand why guys do that. But if I've got 100% of my car exposed, and I've got 100% of my car that can be hit, and I've got the other side of my car where only 75% can be hit. But when that thing is moving, your window of opportunity to get hit on that side gets smaller and smaller as you move. So if you turn your car around a certain way, you get less and less and less and less percentage of likelihood to get hit. So my rule of thumb is you always turn left. So if you're only running here, me personally, I wouldn't run here if my car was facing forward, because now my whole passenger side is exposed. So for me, if my car is facing this way, I run this corner, and I run, I run this corner, and I run this corner. That is it. So my driver's side is always facing the action, and no matter what I do in the car, I'm always gonna turn left. If you always turn left, the side of your car that is protected, safe, I know we all get hit in the driver's door, and I know people aim for driver's doors, but the less likelihood of you getting hit or taking damage on the side of your car, the window gets narrower and narrower and narrower. And if at any time you turn right, now the whole passenger side of your car is exposed, and at any time you can take damage from any part of your car from anybody else. So does that make sense? We getting that? So if you have that sticker on your dash from me, and it's gonna drive you crazy. You might think it's ugly. You might have wanted purple or black, or you're okay with red? Red was good? Okay. And you put that on the dash of your car, and I'm gonna say, hey, this crazy guy told me one time I can only turn left. I'm just gonna do that. And I guarantee you, if you do that, if you only turn left, the only time you turn right is when you absolutely have to. If you turn left, your car will take less damage. It will get you in a better position on the track. And if you think in quadrants, where you only want to play in certain areas, the direction of your car is facing, that is a tool. That is a tool that I can give to you guys that you can't buy, you can't find, you can't steal, you can't fabricate. It's all up here. 90% of what we do, the derby can be won or lost in the shop, whether it's mentally, physically, or what's been done to the car. So if you guys can learn what I call the basics of track positioning, keeping your car nice and clean and tidy, don't forget the basics inside the car. Don't get so ramped up. I literally ran a derby in the fall with a stock minivan, completely stock, didn't even have double tires. I had no chance of winning. But thanks to wheel shots only, turning left only, and track positioning, I won against modified trucks. And it's a mindset. You can't see somebody that has the biggest, the nastiest, the craziest, whether it's paint jobs, wraps, or whatever, and go, that guy's gonna beat me. A lot of it is mental. I've ran against the best in the world, and I want to continue to run the best in the world, but I don't go there automatically thinking that those guys are gonna beat me. With the skills, you can say I got my magic tie wrap. I've got my cables under control. I know my fuel pump's not gonna fall apart. All those little things give you the confidence to be better behind the wheel, to be more alert, to not have to worry about that stuff. It's just like whether your car runs or not, whether your brakes are good. Once you've got that nailed, once you know that everything is secure, you can drive at a different level because that's out of your head. So that's why a tie wrap can be just as important as the right bumper. All right? So, I made myself some notes. All right, now to wheel shots only. Basically, can anybody tell me why it's more important to hit a wheel than anything else?
Because it will immobilize the car.
Absolutely. Why would I not want to smash the guy's trunk in?
Because that wouldn't do it.
Everything back there is what? That's true, but it takes a long time to get there. If I take his wheel off in one hit, my car's taking a lot less damage, correct? Yeah. The other thing is too is primarily in 90% of the derbies that you will run, the wheel is also what we call a soft shod. So you can inflict the most damage without taking the damage to your vehicle. So a lot of the front wheel drive cars, even the rear wheels don't really matter. These cars will function and go and go and go with even two wheels. I've seen it. Wheel shots are important for two reasons. You can inflict the most damage to your competitor and take the least amount of damage. I know we're all get wound up and we're all high strung and we get going and we want to make that crazy, crazy shot. Piling the back of the front of your car in the back of somebody else's car is great for video if you want to do that, but a lot of guys that do that don't have the trophy at the end of the night. So it all depends how you want to drive. It's your driving style, it's your choice. But if you're going to put in the time and the effort and the money into these cars and you want to be a track champion at your local show or whatever, these little tips can make the difference between your car getting completely destroyed or your car functioning and you being able to take out the competition and take on the least amount of damage. So, did you switch the thing over? The other one, did you put the sticker up? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, my assistant's new. It's okay. Uh-oh. Did you get it? Sorry, oh, there it is. Alex, what'd you do? Okay. All right, so there's the Hutilo. Wheel hits only, turn left only. These two small tips can completely change the outcome of the night. Do I have veteran drivers here that will agree with me? Not everybody has to agree with me, but Tony uses every part of the car. He's good. Do we have any questions? No questions. Youth drivers, if you didn't get tie wraps, they it's all right, I'll be the guinea pig. If you didn't get... If you didn't get your tie wraps, I'll have a bag there at the back when we're done to get your tie wraps. If anybody would like a wheel hit only sticker, we have a few. You're more than welcome to have as many as you want. I personally have literally wow, that's terrible. Literally have written on friends' cars, turn left on their dash bar because they're having a bad night. I myself have got caught in a bad, there's Jay. You can attest to this, right? You got caught bad at Dead Man. And what did I say? You turn them right every time and got smoked every time. That's like, where's the Sharpie? Went over and wrote, turn left. It'll change his life, I swear. And he's laughing at me because, but I have literally done it for drivers. I myself have gotten caught in a bad position on the track and just went, what am I thinking? And literally turned the car around and the rest of the night completely changes. So it's not written in stone. It doesn't work for everybody, but I know for me and a lot of my friends and a lot of the different places I went to, if you observe the best of the best and the veterans out there, they have great track position. They always seem to put themselves in a position where they're not in harm's way. Turning left is humongous for that. Turning right just gets you into so much trouble. We call it the Ricky Bobby theory: turn fast, go left, or turn left, go fast. So, but yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on. Any questions, let me know. Come see us at our booth. You guys can talk to me in private if you want to have any questions. You can always hit me up on the internet, on Facebook. I'm always around for that. And that is about it. Now what happened? Now what do we got? Oh, cradle parts. You sent me that picture. So that's some LS parts. Any questions? Doesn't have to relate to driving. Just any questions while I'm up here. I have the floor. So, anything to add, Devin? Did I nail it? Figured it. I don't know about that, but I'm originally from Ontario, Canada. In Southern Ontario, we have a driving style that we developed that everybody knows about. And it wasn't until I started traveling across the country I realized people drive way differently. But when I went to Virginia with my Southern Ontario driving style, it really got noticed, and that's when I decided, maybe I'll let people know that there's different ways to do things. So, is that it?
Several champions of your driving style.
Yes. All us Southern Ontario champions all drive the exact same way. Back home on a Saturday night in the feature, it literally looks, hey guys, it literally looks like a circle track race because nobody will give up track position and everybody turns left. It's kind of fun. It's kind of boring for the crowd, but yeah, everybody fights for track position. It's absolutely hilarious. So yes, Mark.
When's the last time you worked a 40-hour week?
It's usually by Wednesday is a 40-hour work week. Was October? Yeah, exactly. It was a 40-hour work week between Saturday morning and Sunday morning this past weekend. So that was literally no sleep. So it happens, but thank you. Yeah, we work really hard. Things are good for us, and we just want to get back to the drivers. So that's why I'm here for this. Thank you, Casey, for giving us this platform. And any other questions? We're good? No? All right. Thank you, everybody.
We got Fatty with us.
Hi, guys.
Fatty.
What's up, brother? It's good to see you again.
Yes.
And the Brock is with us today. Bobby Brockway.
Yeah, they let me out of the prison for the weekend.
Yes.
I got a family leave.
Thank you. I forgot. So actually, it was good. You were walking by. I was like, perfect timing. Come on. So, Fatty, how you been, brother? You feeling good?
I'm good. I'm like $1 million, guys.
Awesome.
$1 million. Just
Awesome.
glad to be here.
You look good.
I feel good. I feel probably better than I have in 2 or 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
In case anyone at home didn't know what you went through, please tell everybody.
I had a massive heart attack November 7th. My top and bottom aorta was 100% clogged, and when I got to the hospital, I was actually running a derby. And me and my brother and 2 buddies went down to Southern Ohio and ran the derby. Everything was fine. I kind of felt like I had heartburn. And after the heat, I loaded my car up. And 5 minutes after that, I was laying on the ground dying.
Wow.
Yeah, so I got 2 stents. Other than that, I'm good to go.
Okay, so just being safe here, were you feeling sick earlier or just out of the blue?
I mean, I guess I had symptoms like my feet and my legs hurt from not enough blood, but never had no heart problems, never had no sign of it, nothing more than heartburn.
No way.
Yeah, and then bam. But my grandfather on my mom's side died at 42 of the same heart attack. So they don't know.
How old are you?
I'll be 40 in June.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got lucky here.
Yeah, real lucky.
So you're back to 100%, even maybe better.
I tell you what, I'm probably better than I have been in 3 years. Your heart at best pumps at 55%. Mine's pumping at 50. So I lost 5%, but they said that your heart's strong enough, it'll make up for it.
Awesome.
But I feel good.
Yeah,
That's
you look
awesome.
good.
Yeah.
It was scary. It was scary when that hit.
I'll tell you what, and I got young kids. That's what's real scary.
Yes.
My youngest is 4. You know, a lot of people don't know that, but yeah, I mean, like I said, we're ready to go, man. We're ready for Derby season. I got approved 2 weeks ago to run derbies. They told me if I quit smoking, I could run. I ain't smoked since November 8th, so.
Awesome.
Yeah, so. But yeah.
That alone's got to be making you feel better. Right?
Oh, yeah, dude, I've gained 20 pounds. Food tastes so much better.
It's COVID weight. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're all fatter right now than we were. It's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those things like he's the guy that I always like, you see him because he's the main inspector everywhere we went.
Oh, God.
And then you see something like that happen. And at the Derby, you're maybe a competitor, you're the inspector, so you're the bad guy, but in true life, you're all our friend, and
exactly.
And I tell you what, there's guys that reached out to me, and I mean, we've had nothing but bad relationships through derbies. But put all that aside, there's so many people reached out and helped us, and it's amazing. Just the Derby community. I mean,
I think it was Tixie's mom that said when Tixie was sick that, there's competitiveness and then there's real life.
Right.
And I might get mad at you on the track or in tech, but at the end of the day, you're the same as me.
Yes,
we're all
sir.
of the same cloth and we're family.
As I always said, you put on the pants the same way I do. One leg at a time.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Bob. Another topic.
Yeah.
So good. So you're ready to kind of kick off 2021 and get rocking?
Yeah, we're ready for the bash. 608 cars the last time I heard it was entered. And we're ready. I mean, everybody's been cooped up for the last year. And
yeah, so with COVID, it kind of slowed you guys down a little bit last year. People are probably itching to get them cars out there.
I'm just tired of answering bash questions for 2 years and not being able to see a bash around you.
Absolutely.
And I mean, as bad as COVID was, I think it's actually going to help the Derby community tremendously this year. You got promoters just getting started and people's ready to get out of the house.
Oh, there's so many cars built.
Yeah.
Now you build another one. You got to take them both somewhere this year.
Right. I mean, and crowds, I think, are going to set records this year.
I agree with you.
Just for people to be able to get out. And
I miss hearing the crowd cheer.
I do.
I miss them behind me on a full track shot when you feel it.
Well, that's what mine and Russ's thing was. We was in the inspection line at the bash all day, so you really didn't get to see how many people were actually there.
Yes. Right.
So when that first heat ran, we always snuck up and seen the crowd, and it gives you goosebumps seeing that many people. And I miss that.
So do I.
I do. I mean,
so do I.
I mean, I'll hate it that weekend, but I'll miss it as soon as it's gone.
Isn't it funny how when we go to these events, we get so busy in what you're doing and so much heart, and sometimes you got to step back when you're done and say, like, I got to go back and enjoy what I accomplished today. I don't do that a lot. I go to the next thing. My old lady's always saying, like, why don't you just enjoy it? Nah, I'm on the next thing. But we need to sometimes, especially when shit happen like you had happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like Blizzard Bash, it's one of my favorite derbies to go work because after we inspect, we get to go watch it. And you get to see the crowd and interact. And just being in that place, listening to a crowd is just unbelievable.
There is no atmosphere like that place.
It's not. When you got the Hammer and Hoosier pulling on the track,
or still laying under his car.
Or still or we catch Bobby working on his carburetor. Or, whatever happens.
It was somebody left the screwdriver on the hood.
Yeah.
I was just getting it.
That's right, yeah.
And then the starter bolt, that was like
hung up and revving.
Johnny didn't see me down there and was standing on me, and I couldn't get out.
Right.
I love that place.
I do too.
I haven't been there in a few years. I miss it like crazy, man. The people, the atmosphere, everyone's there.
Oh, everybody's
there.
Everyone's there.
I miss Blizzard Bash a lot.
Now, you've always tech there. Have you ever wanted to drive?
I want to run them all. I tell Tim every year, if you let me run Blizzard Bash, Carnage, and Bash for Cash, I'll quit right now. I mean, at first, I'm a derby driver. I love to derby.
Heck yeah.
I never had to be the head guy until Russ passed away, and I miss Russ, man. I just want to be the derby driver.
Yes.
But
it's going to be a different scene.
Oh yeah,
he's one that always, when you were mad in line because of this and that, he always knew how to cheer you up and make you think like you were getting the better end of the deal by the time you're done. And it's like, I'm cutting 12 more inches when they only told me 6, and I feel good about it.
I'm going to do it with a smile.
Because this guy just
that's how he was.
Yeah, so it's
I
going to be different.
had some fantastic conversations with Russ at Blizzard Bash while it was going on. I walked out back, and here he is, in the checkbook, writing checks, and, sir, aren't you going to watch the Derby? Oh, no, Josh, that Derby's happening. And he's like, I take care of everything on the back.
Oh, yeah.
He taught me a lot, actually, that day about that.
And he's actually taught me more on this side of it with him being gone because I never realized how much he did. And, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I got 2 guys answering questions, and Russ was answering questions, doing the promotion part, doing the rules, typing stuff, and hell, I can't keep up with answering questions.
Yeah, I never knew what went into it until I started helping stir and dirt, and then I'd get there early for like a little vacation and seeing what Johnny and Gumby went through. People don't give the promoters enough credit. No, it's easy to complain, but to see what they take away from their family to get that ready,
it's insane. I mean, like Timmy does it for a living. I don't think I would want to do it for a living.
No, because you're not appreciated. Not at all.
No. Well, you never walk into a good situation. Hardly ever never do you get somebody to go, man, you guys did a really good job.
Right.
You know, you do, but it's pretty
As
rare.
a promoter?
As a promoter. Yeah, you never get that.
Yeah, the
And-
best night of your life, and there's somebody.
And they have no idea the time, the money.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, if you knew how much money Timmy had in Porta-Johns
Yeah.
at the bash, it would blow your mind.
So you could have said how much money Timmy has in sticks or pop, but you went to the Porta-Johns.
That's the
son.
most important
You
thing in a
took it
derby.
right
Oh,
there.
it is.
It's the most important thing is that thing. And you wouldn't
Absolutely
think it, but it is. It really is.
Absolutely right. Well, so cool. I'm glad I'm getting you on a little bit.
I'm glad to be here, man.
I don't get to see you enough. But every time I see you, like, you just make me smile. I do enjoy seeing you.
I love being here. I do. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm actually. He's trying to talk me into going up next weekend, riding up with him.
We're gonna have a great time.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome.
Come on up.
I ran into Tix, and Tix is all about it too. So I gotta get some things
Come on,
together.
Track Shot. You'll be spending the weekend with us, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to
Do
get
it.
some things together and see. But I appreciate you guys having me on, man.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
so.
I'm going to jump Frankie in next just because I got a rhythm to my day if
no,
you're
that's
cool
fine,
with that.
guys.
But I'm glad
Yes,
we
sir.
had you on. And
Yeah,
we're
love
gonna
you
see
guys,
this
man.
year.
You too.
You
Thanks
too,
for
brother.
coming
You
in.
too.
Glad you're doing good.
You too. I love Fatty. I mean,
He's awesome.
He just makes me laugh every time I
Dude,
see
like
him.
I'm telling you, when we were in Kansas and they some of the stuff they wanted you to do, and even Fatty will come and talk you down, and maybe he's a great inspector because then he could give you like, well, you know, here's an idea, and he's just down to earth.
Every promotion group needs the guy that can come around and chill emotions out, and you can't get mad at Fatty. You know, when he's saying something, it's like, all right, dude, okay.
Because he's always smiling. Even when he's yelling at you, he's smiling.
He's that perfect guy.
He is.
He's that perfect guy, you know. Okay, I'm going to switch out of here. We're going to get Frankie in here. Bob, you can stay in here if you want, or if you want to jump out. Go ahead, Frank. Jump in. I got a whole crew jumping in here.
Cool. It's a line changer.
Okay, now let's take a break.
Line change.
How's everybody doing out there at home? I know you're all signs like, oh my God, Josh Decker is no longer talking. I get
know
it. So
they got tired of him.
Yep, exactly.
Decker is the most popular guy on Facebook.
He is. Yeah, he is the
world,
face.
Facebook world.
Yeah, he's a social media king.
Every time he comes on, bang, Decker's on live. You got to go see what he's talking about.
Well, he is a public figure.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I tell you what, hey, who do we got on with us right now?
My name's Frankie Guy, and I'm with Hardcore Derby Promotions.
Well, for everybody out there, you know, I got the privilege to meet Frankie Guy here a couple years down Southern Nationals. That was the first time that I got to shake his hand and introduce myself and meet the legendary Frankie Guy myself, bigger than life.
Yeah, well, you know, I have had the pleasure of the Southern Nationals and Stir and Dirt, and I'm so excited about what's happening.
Yeah, you got some big stuff going on.
You know, not only as hardcore, but from east to west, from Utah to Pennsylvania, New York. This is something to see. All the promoters that are here that are dedicated to this sport. I was talking to Decker the other day. I now do something that has to do with Demolition Derby 7 days a week. 7 days a week, I do something that has to do with Demolition Derby. And, you know, I'm okay with that. I've chosen my path.
Living your dream.
I am.
Living the dream, Frankie.
I never thought, you know, I'd be in Florida or in Vegas or going to New York or, you know, you guys coming up in Minnesota. You know, the shows, the promoters have all stepped up tremendously. I'm proud of everybody. I'm happy for everybody. I can't say that. Again, we go back to people, don't we, in this whole game? Why we do what we do, ultimately, people. We love what we do, the cars and the motors, but people really keep me coming back. And we're going to open up here back May 15th, our May Meltdown.
Yep.
Going to be right here in the hometown, Stoneboro, PA.
Hey, you know, I want to take just a little step back here for a quick second. I mean, Frankie Guy is one of these great guys. I mean, he made me massacre and cut my car apart in Florida like you have never seen. You know what?
That's on you, no, not me.
Yeah. So, you know, but I mean, this guy's still great. I love him and everything like that. And it's like it's family, but I had to bust his chops about about that.
No,
but
I can honestly tell you, you weren't the first one and won't be the last one. I have done it lots of people. Lots of them.
And you know what? That just goes to show that when Frankie's out there, he's putting on a fair, clean show, and that's what it is. But I mean, so that's truly my privilege of meeting Frankie. Was down at the Southern Nationals in Florida, and but I want to go to hardcore here. You guys, so in 2020, I mean, everybody was fighting to try to put demolition derbies on across the country, and I mean, your guys' upper corner of the east side was just locked down. You guys, there was nothing allowed over here. Now, you guys, I just want to tell you that hardcore, the demolition derby world wants to thank hardcore for kicking butt, figuring out how to make the shows go. Tell them a little bit about the racetrack where you guys went to and you were able to still put on shows in 2020.
Yes, I had, as everybody was jonesing for some kind of motors.
Oh, yeah.
So in March, I went to the races at Roaring Knob. And going back in the late 80s, I drove some dirt cars. So I had a connection there. Well, as I got going and I started talking to people, I looked at that infield and I said, there's enough room in there for me to do something. And lo and behold, it could have been 2 or 3 weeks later. The guy from the racetrack said, hey, you want to put on some derbies? I said, you absolutely right, I want to put on some derbies.
Yep.
So we got together, and Rick Jones from Roaring Knob at Roaring Knob Motorsports Complex gave me the hardcore crew to run the place. Do what you want, do what you will. We built an arena, and I still call it's the danger zone. Decker, he come up out of that car, out of that one thing, and his heart, oh my, they was in that two-man extreme.
Yeah.
We said go, and everything, the hell broke loose.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I was in the headset telling the other guys, whose idea was this?
Yeah.
We're thinking they're going to fill it out wide, WFO from the beginning.
Yep.
And there's Decker. Come out of that two-man extreme. His heart was beating. He come up, I could feel it in his stuff. Like, it was intense. But it turned out well. We had 6 huge shows there. Finished out the year with our final confrontation, which is going to be the week after the Iron City show this year. 10,000 to win, 2 days.
Wow. So that just goes to show that don't give up. Figure out how to make things happen, and that's what it was. And, and as we were talking earlier in the cast, it's like, drivers out there, please remember the people that fought to give us shows last year. In hardcore, Frankie, you guys were one of them. We thank you.
Yeah, as I got deeper in that thing, it got a little bit of politics. As I start talking to fair boards and fair this, and I go back to our state senator, Pat Stefano, Commissioner Lohr from the Fayette County, and the PA State Police.
Yep.
I had our PA State Police with doing the drive around. Mark Elliott, Mr. Stefano, all there in that opening ceremony, and 4,000 or 5,000 people.
Oh yeah.
Those not a mask in sight.
Yep.
I'll say it now.
No.
And what a feeling.
Yeah.
Wow. Emotional.
That is the winning aspect, and that's what's taking you guys into 2021. That's making it even stronger and everything like that. Right. Tell us, what do we got in store for hardcore this year at 2021?
Well, we're looking at probably 16 shows.
16 shows.
That's
a lot of shows.
Ben?
That's a lot of shows. 16. Yeah, that's a lot of shows. I'll be in a couple of them, I
think. We're back to our fair.
Yep.
Fair, and with the addition of, we're still going to pay our dues to the knob. We got 2 big shows, awesome. A 4-man team show that you do not want to miss. Then, you guys, I'm going to see you guys back here in May.
Yes.
May 15th.
Yes. Yep.
The May Meltdown, Stoneboro. If you've never been to Stoneboro Fair,
You gotta.
It's a bucket list. It is a destination. I have never been there, and everybody out here said, Tix, this is a must. I will be.
It is. Well, for whatever reason, I got.
Look, they're real.
Oh yeah, he's got goosebumps.
Listen, it's electric.
Yeah.
You stand there and it just awes you. The people in the stands, the cars. There's no hiding at Stoneboro.
No.
Man, get your glove, get in the game, get it on, get it or get run over.
Yep.
So, and then from there we work into our fair shows and stuff like that. Going through everything, going down there, we're with the Knob, Fayette County, Greene County, Washington County, Jacktown, the oldest fair in the state of Pennsylvania.
Really?
I believe it's 1841.
Wow.
1841.
That's
cool. Jacktown, we go back to Jacktown. Fayette County, 3 out of the 10 nights are hardcore shows. We're back in West Alexander, the biggest little fair, meanest little fair derby you ever want to see. That was our initial first derby that we did. Was how hardcore started, was in West Alexander, PA.
And still, how many years now has hardcore been around?
Right.
This will be our 4th year of True Promotions.
Okay, so 4 years ago, right there was the introductory, and they are still there doing business with them, taking care of them. So, that is the cool thing about it, is loyalty and everything like that. Now, what is it, hardcore? How do they go online and take a look at you?
HardcoreDerbyPromotions.com.
There it is, nice and simple. I know they're on Facebook. I watch them all the time on there. Frankie Guy is it. And you guys, you have to follow these different promoters that are doing everything for the drivers and the spectators. When they give back full force, that's what it is. I mean, yes, it's a business. I understand that people have to get paid, but they keep giving back.
Congratulations to you, what you're doing with the compact cars in the youth class. I work close with Casey Smith. The Smith Metal Works rules started off as our hardcore full size. The youth compact Stoneboro goes back probably 7 years.
Yeah. Yep.
So it was, hey, let's create our own bench. Right? And when we took over Stoneboro, it was something we adopted and then stepped up to full size, because some of those kids now were older at the next level.
They started out, now they're up in the next level. And that's it. That's everybody that you hear Tixie talk, you hear you talk, in Josh and those guys, Spinning Wheels.
Right.
Most of the promoters that have the youth class, that's their goal. That's their end game goal, is to transition these kids, start them out, and then transition them into them big cars and keep the sport going. And growing and going.
Our youth class.
Oh, they're crazy. Them youth cars, them kids.
This little kid, he's about 4 foot tall, in an 03 on methanol. No, Rad?
Oh, yeah.
I had him to move. I said, bud, you want to move that car? He hopped up in there and fired.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. It was on my heartbeats. I love it, man. I love it.
In the group that Frankie has, his tech group and his group as partners, and you're not gonna have they're one of the most knowledgeable and well-rounded group that he has. I mean, I have the privilege to go down and help a couple times, and Frankie has me, and boy, we have a lot of fun, and there's a lot of stories exchanged, but there's also a lot of knowledge exchanged, and it's a very I'm very appreciative of that, and it's a great group to work with.
Charlie Post, Justin Hartzell, my compact guy is Jonathan Hellman.
Yep.
H15. Who don't know him? Everybody's been run over by him a time or two. Not the knowledge. They're guys from the seat. They're guys that if you're doing it, they've done it. If you've been in it, they've already been there too. We come from out of the seat. I drove for 24 years, officiated for 18, in some way, shape, or form, almost 40 years.
So that's the whole thing with hardcore. They bring experience to the track, okay? They bring organization. That is the one thing that I'll always say is your guys' shows are always organized, and that is a beautiful, amazing thing. And it's kind of lost.
Yes.
It's kind of lost at times. We understand hiccups happen and stuff like that, but you know what? Your guys' track record is really clean on that stuff, and we appreciate that. And talking about the youth, I mean. hardcore has always been youth-focused and driven. You guys know what it takes to keep our sport alive, and you focus on that stuff. Now, you don't shortchange anybody in a big car or the adults or anything like that, but you focus on that youth, and you know where the drive is.
It's a big deal. The youth mean the world to all of us. And again, with Casey and SMW being so close, his passion for it has, I think, electrified some of all of us on where to go or what to do in the next step.
Yeah, and that's huge, and it takes a colleague of multiple people all across the country to do this stuff.
Right.
And as you know, like SMW jumps and stuff, hardcore, spinning wheels,
right.
448 design. As all these guys work together across the country to keep this alive and to keep it going in different directions, that is truly what makes our sport as successful as it is.
I'm going to jump in here because I walked outside, and as soon as I opened the door, who could I hear? I didn't even have my headset on. I could hear you screaming over there. Like your voice travels right through this room.
We're doing it.
I could hear your whole conversation. Hey, so I want to jump in here. I'm sorry, I kicked Ben out of here. So if you've been watching with us, when Jeffy was going on, we had a little bit of a sound issue. So we're actually going to, in a minute, we're going to click off of here. There's going to be a 3-minute delay. Everyone at home, we're switching computers. Then we're going to go live from Casey's seminar, and everything should be clear the rest of the day. So if you see a little delay here, just bear with us for 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes, Bill said. So, Frankie, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Yeah,
Dixie.
We're going to see a bunch this year.
Yeah, we're going to
couple
be
weeks.
everywhere. Yes, absolutely.
And it'll be a good show, and I'm excited for that. And
yeah, don't forget, final confrontation, 10K, 3,000. Jeffy's Fab Form. $3,000 hell.
Saw that. It's good money.
Come get it.
It's good money.
Hardcore Derby Promotions.com. You guys follow everything that they got going on there. Yep. And, always, Frankie, we love what you do for the sport. Love you, brother.
I'm here.
It's Derby family for life.
Thanks, Track Shot.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Cool. We'll catch up with everybody in a few minutes. We're going to kick right over to Casey's.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start. And if anybody else fills up in here, I can always scroll back. What we're doing is we did a condensed version of this. We had this separated at first, but due to fit some other people in some time slots, we just took diffs and transmissions and stuck it all together because they kind of go hand in hand anyway. So this is a small tutorial on some very basic information. This is not going to tell you how to go home and custom build a rear differential or how to understand exactly how an automatic transmission works. But it's going to definitely give you the high points of what will help keep you in the game on the track, all right? So, transmission identification, and I know everybody generally knows what kind of transmission they have, but there's a lot of information available where you can go out onto the internet, which is obviously the best source for everything on the planet these days. But identifying what transmission you have a lot of times helps with the following reasons. Number one, filter assemblies, all right? Also, fluid choices. There's a lot of confusion when you look through certain, like especially on Mopars, people don't know if they have a 727 or a 904. Every transmission that's pretty much built for passenger vehicle can be identified simply as the PAM on the bottom. So if you do that, you know what you got. Now, common Derby transmissions, to my knowledge, there's the three most popular, which is number one, the Turbo 400, the 727 Chrysler, and the 350 GM. Okay. All transmissions share similar parts. What they don't always share is the same amount of clutches to do the same things, so on and so forth. So every transmission is made up of clutch packs, a front pump, and a valve body, all right? Now, the one thing you never want to do, if you're not familiar with transmissions inside and out, there's nothing wrong with trying to learn how to put these together, but I highly recommend that you get some information from somebody that doesn't, get some very good tutorials before you do your first transmission, chuck it in a Derby car and go see what happens, all right? So, one of the biggest misconceptions, especially with Mopar trannies, is, does anybody in here know exactly what that little kickdown lever on the side of them do? Or I guess what we ought to do is start is, how many people here run 904 or 727 Chrysler? All you kind sit together, don't you? All right, does anybody know what that little lever on a Chrysler transmission does?
It increases a lot of pressure, don't it?
It increases the operating pressure of the transmission. All right. Now, every transmission has that ability, they just do it in a different manner. In the GMs, they use what's called a vacuum modulator. True or false?
True.
With an automatic valve body. That changes when you have a manual valve body. True or false? Okay. Whether you run a manual valve body tranny or an automatic, you just want to make sure you know what you have. If you're buying something from a tranny builder, ordering it online, make sure you know what you have, because if you don't have a manual valve body and you run a GM tranny without a vacuum modulator hooked up, it will affect the operating pressure of the transmission. That is fact. If you have a manual valve body, they generally have a preset operating pressure. Now with the Mopar tranny, and this is what you got to remember, with every transmission ever made known to man in an automatic, whether it's a Ford C6, 400 turbo, 350 turbo, Power Glide, whatever, most of them have 3 forward gears, 1 gear to go in reverse. When all these manufacturers designed these transmissions, reverse was meant for a few things. Getting in a parking spot, backing out of your garage, doing a 3-point turn to pass your driver's test, okay? Repositioning the car. What they failed to oversee at General Motors and Ford and Chrysler was, you think anybody will ever put 500-600 horsepower and try to go in reverse all night long? So, you know, before you start trying to figure out how to get the most indestructible transmission built known to man, there's a couple things that have changed over the past handful of years. A lot of guys quit ruining transmissions. And predominantly, it's because you see a lot of guys driving more forward now than they ever drove backwards. So if you keep the car in the gear that it was meant to, naturally, statistically, it shouldn't fail. It should fail less. So, now how do I keep my transmission from failing? Well, there's a time and a place for everything. And when you take that lever in that car and you just think it's like a drumstick, man, and you're beating on the drum, it's bad for the transmission, and I don't care who built it. Okay, you'll see guys that'll say, you know, you got there and just beat it like you stole it. It's always a good idea, before you change direction, to try and get out of the gas, all right? Because when things go this way, that way, this way, that way, fluid busting into this circuit and this one, it really stresses the transmission out, all right? And you're really testing a builder's ability to build his equipment. So that's really the basics of transmissions. Going back to regulating pressure and all that. Okay, this spinny thing here, does anyone know what this does? Hamster wheel. Converter.
Converts torque.
It does convert torque. All right. It can convert torque into junk sometimes. Okay, torque converters are a very, very vital part of transmission selection and drivetrain combination. And this is the two things where transmissions and engines come together, okay? The one thing you want to do is, if you got an engine builder that builds your engines, or you build your own engines, you really want to understand, what kind of converter should I have? That's based on a lot of things. Number one, stall speed, of how the engine's going to work in its power range. You know, everybody hears 2,500, 2,800, what stall should I run? Your engine builder is going to be able to tell you where that engine's going to perform best in its RPM range. The converter helps give the engine a head start to get happy, all right? At the end of the day, you want your drivetrain to be happy. So when you select a converter, you can get converters of all various sizes. You can get these little itty bitty ones about this big. You can get some that look like a hubcap off a Mack truck, right? So what's that do? Well, number one, weight. Does anybody here think of the smallest converter you can get's the best application? Or the biggest converter? Well, the difference between that, the biggest thing you'll see between, say, an 8-inch converter and an 11-inch converter is how much fluid the converter actually will hold in it, okay, number one. Number two, the smaller the converter, typically, and higher the stall speed, the more heat you're going to generate, okay? Now, how much heat's good for transmissions? That's a good answer. We want it down, right? Limited heat, okay? So, and not that having a small converter is bad, okay? A lot of times it works great. Now, how do you combat that heat in a transmission? Cooler, absolutely. And at the end of the day, whatever your preference of a cooler is, really doesn't matter. There's a couple things that lead to failures in transmissions. One's lack of fluid, and the other one is not having a proper cooler or having it installed properly. All right, I have some different opinions on coolers, but mainly it's due to size and volume of fluid, all right? And that has to do with, all fluid has what's called a density when you're trying to push it. It's like a hydraulic system. So the faster you can get your fluid into a cooler, pull the heat out of it, get that fluid back into the transmission, the better, all right? When you're taking coolers out of a car, because everybody here only builds one car a year, right? So you're going into a new setup, pulling your cooler out. Basic stuff, your fluid in that transmission is as vital as the oil in your engine, okay? So when you pull your lines, cap your fittings, cap your cooler lines, okay? Anything that gets in there is gonna naturally go back into your transmission, okay? Whatever goes in there is going in the transmission, all right? So dirt, not good. Also, dipstick fluids. A lot of different guys that build trannies got all different styles of dipsticks. Check your fluid, all right? One thing that I would say I would never recommend is having a transmission that you cannot check the fluid level in, all right? Because if you have an issue with a tranny, you get to a track, because I know no one's ever had a transmission issue on the track or coming out of a heat, right? So the first thing you got to do is make sure it's got enough operating fluid in it for the correct level. So no matter what kind of measuring device they have in that transmission, make sure you can do that. All right. Now, anybody got any questions about converters? But the biggest thing is the old saying: you get what you pay for. If you buy a $150 stall speed converter and you got a great engine that you invested in, and you decided you didn't have enough money to, or didn't see the value in a good converter, you're wrong. If the thing don't seat in the pump right, where these little notches are, they can wiggle around. They can cause you a lot of issues. To wipe out a front pump in no time. And it never wipes it out when you don't need it to go bad. It wipes it out about halfway through a good run, all right? Secondly, piloting a converter is key. If you run a mid-plate, if you run any kind of engine protection, no matter what that thickness and that distance is on the transmission, the center line of your transmission is meant to be in perfect alignment with the center line of your crankshaft. So if you run a mid-plate that requires any spacing, don't just chuck a bunch of washers in between your flex plate and your bolts, unless you really want to test how good your pump is, your torque converter, and everything else. You want to make sure that you have the proper pilot from the torque converter to the crankshaft, all right? So that is wiped out more transmissions probably in the Demolition Derby world that I've seen than anything else. All right, we're going to jump into differentials. Anybody have any questions on transmissions or any input, something you ever seen in an automatic or don't understand? But automatic transmissions, shifters, no matter who you run, make sure it's adjusted properly so that the segments will properly get the spool to go where they need to go, not hanging through it. Make sure your fluid's clean. Make sure you can check your fluid. Make sure your coolers are installed properly. Okay? Moving your setups from car to car, make sure you keep everything clean and capped. Rear differentials. You can buy everything today from you can get a car with a stock 8.8 Ford to a 9-inch Ford. You can swap rears. Everybody pretty much in this world has, moved rears to here. Again, knowing how to identify a rear differential. There's a bunch of them out there. You got what you call your Fords and your Chryslers with what you call pig loader differential. Has basically the center section bolts in the front. All your other predominant manufacturers have a bolt-on rear cover, okay? Sometimes bolt-on rear covers don't tell you everything, but they'll get you close, all right? Now, we see pretty much the Derby world, a 10-bolt GM is being a great choice of rear differential. Among 8 3/4 Chryslers, 9-inch Fords, 14 bolts GM. So depending upon what classes you run, how you build your rears or who builds your rears, swapping between cars, a 10-bolt GM has got some of the best features. Number one, it's usually cheapest and easiest to find because they come in everybody's familiar with the C-clip rear, everybody's familiar with the 12-bolt talk, as far as axles. Does anybody sitting here ever wondered how you identify a 10-bolt C-clip versus a bolt-in? Does everybody know how to see that? Okay. On the GMs, parts availability. One of the most reasonable rear differentials you can put together. You can build them anything from a stock spline all the way up to a 35 spline axle platform. And you can do these probably as economically as any diff out there. And you're generally not waiting on parts for months, all right? And they're easy to understand, and it's easy to find information on them. And plus the 10 bolts. How many guys here run 10-bolt GMs with factory brackets? Okay. Fairly easy to swap between trailer arm cars and trailer arm cars. So good reasonable rear end to start with, 10-bolt GM. Okay. How many people sitting in here has ever had a rear end that give up on you or had an issue with or broke from an axle to a center section?
Everybody raise their hand for that one.
More than once, yeah. When you're messing with your rear differentials, and what we found is the biggest leading failure to anybody's parts, no matter who makes them, is lack of maintenance. And yeah, when you buy something from somebody, it doesn't mean that it's going to be bulletproof forever. Your engine, your transmission, your rear differential all share the same characteristic. Anybody answer what that is? Oil. And sometimes lack of. So, but if you ever want to check your rear end out and you're like, how do I check or, troubleshoot my rear before something happens? The best thing to do is when your ring and pinion mate together, you have what's called a contact pattern for your ring gear or your pinion onto your ring gear, okay? And how many people know the difference as far as where the ring gear is supposed to ride on your pinion gear on your ring gear? Does anybody in here assemble your own rear diffs? Repaired them? A little bit? Okay. And this is a very, very important part. No matter what you do in any rear differential, and it doesn't matter how it's made, it has a pinion gear and a ring gear with what's called a helical gear cut. Where them two meet and apply pressure to each other, it has to be a certain amount of contact, hence the term contact pattern. All right. Anybody ever turn toward a rear differential apart and the ring gear looks like it's razor thin, or vice versa? That's generally due to not having a correct contact pattern. You got to remember, your wheels out there are going this way and this way, this way and this way. This thing's banging back and forth on itself. A lot of guys say, oh, set it up loose, you know. Well, generally, in my opinion, that's a bad idea. The more you run something, generally the looser it gets, whether you want it to or not. And considering that these rear ends are usually built for durability, not high mileage, it matters. Backlash, in my opinion, is not exactly the same as contact pattern. Backlash is measured as a measurement of space between the pinion and the ring gear. A lot of information out there will kind of generalize them together, because just because you have the correct amount of backlash doesn't mean that them teeth are riding where they need to be. Everybody think that's true or false? It's true. Correct. Pinion, you said pinion depth? Yeah. Because of this being a helical gear cut, that means it's got a radius down through it. That means that that tooth has the possibility of arcing down through it together, and you have what you call your drive side and your coast side. All right. Most passenger cars utilize the drive side all the time. In a derby car, you're relying on the other side, heel side. Okay. So you're kind of making it do something that the manufacturers never do. And I will tell you, you got to be a little patient when you're trying to get a good contact pattern going on both sides, because it's just how the nature of everything was designed. But anyway, one of the most important things you can have, contact pattern, okay? And if you get online and learn how to, check that, basically it's just with some coloring or, some paint, and you can roll it around there. But that's a key item. Leading failure. I've seen just as many rear diffs junk because they didn't have oil in them as much as somebody bending an axle or ripping a wheel off. Everything's gonna leak. My stuff, when it quits leaking, I know it's empty, right? Is that the best way to check it? So. But anyway, and it doesn't, there's a point where a lot of oils are better than others, et cetera, but I can guarantee you one oil that is better than any other oil when it's some oil, okay? No oil will take all those things we talked about. You take oil out of the equation, it'll take care of the ring gear, it'll take care of the pinion, it'll take care of the bearings, it will take care of every piece that's in that differential. So always make sure you got oil in it. Because if you don't got it, you're going to be buying another differential or testing somebody's skills of putting one together. And I think that's pretty much it for this. Anybody got any quick questions or anything? Anything that you got a question on you didn't see?
When it comes to your training cord placement and mounting, are you doing that with stress on the pump with moving fluid? The lower the better, so it's not as high up and stress with the pump out? Because I know gravity sometimes helps, but sometimes hurts.
Correct, sometimes. Because I mentioned that oil has a density, correct, which is basically weight. Okay.
You want to try to push it uphill.
Right. So if you got a garden hose and it's running to the top of that paint booth, in theory, it's full of water. It's easier. How is it going to be easier to blow up that hill or a fire hose, right? The amount of it, okay? And I am not a transmission expert, but I understand the basics. Density's density, fluid's fluid. If you can keep your lines within a reasonable difference or a distance, place your cooler in a manner where the fluid wants to get into it easily and out of it easily. That's the best way to do it. I do know for a fact, I've seen a lot of good coolers out there get blamed for tranny failures, and the fittings are coming straight out of the top. Okay? That I don't know is really recommended by any transmission builder or anybody that sells coolers. Easy in, easy out. You want to make it as easy for the fluid as possible. That's probably one of the biggest, I would say probably one of the best questions you could ask. Cooler placement. The wrong placement will cost you a transmission every time. One of the best things you can do is buy yourself an infrared heat gun. Everybody's seen those things. Hit your lines. Hit your cooler. All right. If your lines are cooking hot, your cooler ain't as hot, that heat transfer should be consistent through the system. Okay. If you got cold spots and you've been running a tranny, that means there ain't no fluid going through there, right? So one of the best things you could do, but cooler placement, very important. And a lot of it depends upon how the cooler is designed. They all work the same way. Stuff comes in, stuff goes out. All right. Our cooler, and I'm going to plug a part here because I can do that. We use a tubular style 16-pass Duraley core. It's tubular because that hole is a certain size the whole way through, and that fluid is chasing itself the whole way through. When you go to a radiator style cooler, they work absolutely phenomenally because you use a radiator in the car, right? The difference is the pump that you use to circulate that style cooler, all right? But the biggest key to those radiator style coolers is placement and fluid level. If you got a cooler that holds more fluid than your transmission, it ain't gonna work. How are you gonna fill it properly, right? How are you gonna get all that fluid into the system unless you got some kind of funnel on top of it, top it clear off and hope it ain't leaking out the dipstick, right? So just think about stuff like that. All the coolers that are out there that you see the major ones being sold are good coolers if they're installed properly most of the time. Any other questions? Okay, well thanks guys for your time, and we'll have some other stuff going on here all day, okay?
All right, Decker back here live. Cool, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Casey seminar. Casey, really knows just about every single thing about Demolition Derby.
And for putting on the whole show, he's just awesome, doing it all.
He's got another one he's got to do later today, so he's going to be a busy man.
He's doing it all.
And he's going to join us at one point today also. So, well, while we're here, we have Joe here from Bull Shirts. Joe, where are you coming all the way from?
Actually, my shop is in Houston.
Can you pull this up just a little bit?
Yeah.
There you go.
Actually, my shop is in Houston, Texas, but relocated back to my hometown of Buffalo, New York. So it was a nice little drive for a couple hours. That was it. It was good to come up.
Not far.
Not far, a couple hours.
Cool. So Johnny's here today with us too because really
about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did we even get connected with Joe?
So we're all New Yorkers here.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately,
yes.
I moved to Utah, and Ciopas and us 10 years ago went to the Erie County Fair, and I wanted to have a lot of fun with a shirt, and we're looking around and got hooked up with Joe. And Joe made this cool Buffalo Stampede shirt. We had the Buffalo stampeding through the background. And what was it? I'm trying to remember the saying. It was like, so Beast of the East, but the West is the best, or something. It was something crazy like that. And had the cars, but the Buffaloes, and the artwork was just phenomenal. And I went, wow, let's start working on some other stuff. And ever since then, he's done every one of our shows, all of our shirts, our hats, anything and everything we do. And the biggest thing is the artwork. it's just fantastic artwork. And Chris, who we'll bring on in a minute, is the artist. But Joe, will let him talk a little bit about his company and as being our official shirt sponsor.
Yeah, so the reason we're bringing Joe on is really Track Shot, as I've been saying forever, that we're expanding, and now we're partnering with Bull Shirts, and they're going to be the official shirt for Track Shot Live, which I'm super excited about all the stuff we have going on, sir. So if you could tell us a little bit about your history and kind of what you guys do.
Show us some samples.
Yeah, that sounds great. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was fun 10 years ago. We met and we've been, a business relationship, but also a friendship, and that's important in business, having relationships, somebody you can work with, somebody you can trust. And what I learned, I'm not a business major or anything like that, was just offer a good quality shirt.
Yes.
Artwork's so important. I found that out. I have artists all throughout the country, but Chris, I've been working with for 10 years just on derby shirts. I could have him just on derbies. He's the one that did the Buffalo Stampede, and I was really impressed with it came out as well. So it's fun working with you guys on all these different events in different parts of the country. Montana, we do, of course, Utah, a lot of the Stern Dirt, your mini meltdown.
Doing some Pittsburgh stuff.
Yeah, Iron City.
I've seen you up in Canada.
Yeah, it's nice. It's been a lot of fun. And it's, a business that if you offer a fair price, great quality, good artwork, you can succeed. And you guys helped me grow, and I do appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun.
And I think one thing that's really cool is we create a theme, right? And when we talk to Chris, it's like, what's the city or the event known for? And we give him that idea, and we shoot him some pictures, and say, crazy stuff here. And we did alligators. We've done some different stuff, and all of a sudden, boom, the art's in front of you, and you're like, crazy.
I love when the emails come. I actually get a little goosebumpy. Like, he sent me one the other day, and as soon as it come in, I'm like, I just can't wait to see it come up. And then you're like, yes, this is sick. He really brings your feeling through the shirt. Like, whatever your dream is, this man brings it onto a shirt. It's awesome.
He does a good job. It starts with that, but it's so important with the printing too. I have people that have been with me over 25, 30 years. I've been in business over 40 years. I hate to say it.
Awesome.
Awesome. But my printers, they take pride in what they do. They're not going to print something that doesn't look right. And with a lot of the designs, they're 10, 12 colors. So you have to have a lot of experience, and you have to see what you're doing. Just to give you an idea. Here's one, Dixie coming up. Johnny, what month is this going to be?
This is next weekend.
Is that really?
Next weekend.
Yeah. So we always print a front, and then we'll print a back.
But look at the realism of the cars, and it just absolutely fantastic.
Like you say, you give us a little bit of direction on the artwork, and Chris pretty much takes it from there. If it's in Florida, we do an alligator on it. You had Statue of Liberty for your new mini meltdown coming up. Here's one that's coming up too, and this one will be in Pittsburgh. This is Iron City. Again, we do a front and the back. It's just really cool. People enjoy them, and they're more like a retail feel, which is nice. It's just not something
at a great price. I got to say, the price is just phenomenal.
Listen, you guys know at home that I won't tell you something if it ain't true. We need to hook up with this guy. You need to hook up with this guy, whether you're a promoter, a vendor, anything you're doing in Demolition
Derby. Guy, want to do team shirts.
Even not Demolition Derby, right, Joe? Even if you have a company, your own company. One of my friends, Tommy Dowd, had you guys make a shirt that come out super great for his excavating. It was sick. It was awesome. He's a great friend of mine. Hook up with Track Shot. You can send Johnny a message, myself, Gumby, any of us, and say, hey, I need to get hooked up with Joe from Bull Shirts. And we're going to hook you up with them. And as of today, if you're as fast as today, if you have a show coming up and you don't have a shirt, this is how quick we can set you up, and you can be ready and rocking.
He's pulled stuff off, in 2 weeks, I think.
Don't do it to him.
Don't do it to him. I mean, that's emergency situations, but it's the phone call gets answered, the email gets answered, and to me, even if it costs a little more, I'll go for the service.
But I'll be honest, I've chased the whole internet looking for shirts, and what you get for the price you get, there's no one touching this right now.
We're basically a wholesale company. I believe in volume. That's how I got my first account back in 1980 with YMCA.
Okay.
And that became nationwide. Again, fair pricing and good service. And that's how I grew the business.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about. Getting a good product to people. And I've made a lot of relationships and friendships throughout the years. And That's how I do it.
Sure.
And we have, next week we're going to be talking about and really pushing a launch of our new merchandise site, which you're going to be able to see these and a lot of other stuff that we got going on.
Everybody hits me up every day. Decker, how do I get one of your Track Shot Live shirts? How do I get these shirts? You're going to be able to. Next week, you're finally going to be able to.
And more.
We got so many cool designs. They're already being set up. A lot of cool things, and you're going to be able to just go on there, buy it. It's going to be there in 7 to 10 days probably. You'll have it at your house. It's going to be great. And if you wouldn't mind,
I'm going to jump out and I'm going to grab Chris real quick.
Yep. So we're going to bring in Chris.
Here, you can show him this one too while I'm getting Chris.
Okay.
Chris is the artist.
Yeah. Well, we actually do with silkscreen and embroidery. So here's a hat that we did for Track Shot. It's one of the things that will be coming out. There's a lot of good things happening in the future. A lot of nice things that people are going to like.
Yeah, guys, check these out. They'll be on our page next week.
We're really excited, to get the official merchandise provider, Track Shot Live.
Us too.
And that's really fun. This is a jacket that we did for the Vegas show. So not only can we print on just T-shirts, we can print on any apparel at all.
Yeah. So we got Chris Snyder, right, Chris?
Yes. Yep.
First off, let me shake your hand.
Appreciate it.
We were just saying, I am not an artist at all. I talk about this a lot, but I am so not an artist, right? I like to smash cars. You are so sick at what you do, man, because I was saying right before you came on, I love when you send an email and it's like you click that download and it's like, yeah. As soon as them come up, I'm like, hell yes, you get me so fired up about what I'm doing. And you've been killing it for weeks for us. And Track Shot's super excited because everything that's about to come out, we're thanking you guys for that.
I appreciate it,
Yeah. So we're telling people at home because they're going to start contacting us to get a hold of you guys, right? And really, how I've been doing it was I kind of gave you a couple ideas of what maybe I thought and just I let you run with it because you're the artist. I'm not.
Right.
The stuff that comes out is 20 times better than I had imagined in my head, But if people were going to come up with ideas, how do you like to hear what people's thoughts are and ideas?
Well, I guess the biggest thing is just getting as much information that we can about the background. Obviously, where this event is going to take place, there's obviously some key important things about it, like what's in the background. And so a lot of that stuff, whether it be like landmarks, things like that. So a lot of the times people will give me a kind of an idea, and then I do a lot of digging in deeper to kind of find out some things, maybe a little bit of the history of the area, stuff like that. And so it's just a lot of those things are pretty important in order to put the design together. Obviously clear photographs, things like that, as far as with the cars, and just the more information there's just no such thing as over communication.
Yeah. So if people had a picture that they love, right? You have a derby and something special happened there. You could send that picture and you turn that into art. And that is sick because there's heart in that to us looking at it from the derby world.
Correct.
And you capture it. It's awesome.
Right.
It's awesome. I love that. I love that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's fun. It's been good. It's a new market for me. I say a new market. Well, obviously, I've been working with Joe for years on these, but coming from a motorsports background for so many years, I had not tapped into the derby market as of yet, and so it was cool to work on some of these things and try to get a feel, and so it's been good. It's been great being here and just continuing to learn.
Yeah,
it's been awesome.
Chris gets it.
He gets it.
They have artists throughout the country, but I've never seen anybody with the talent of Chris. You can send something to them, and it's not going to take a month. A couple days to a week. It's like, wow. So, every time I get one, I get an email. Dude, nailed it.
Oh my God.
It makes my life easier because I'm the middleman, so to speak. Not so much, with the artwork. I have him usually go direct to the customer because I hear it third hand. So, that's important too.
Well, I did not give you good descriptions because, again, I'm like way back. I'd rather you tell me what it should look like. But you called me and said, give me your vision. Let's just go over a vision. And we went all these different ideas. And then like 5 hours later, you're sending it. And it's like, holy cow, dude, did you capture what I was saying? Holy cow. I love it.
I appreciate it. It's fun.
We go to derbies all over the country, and there's no one else producing shirts that like you guys are producing. I want to get more of them to the derby world. I'd love to go to every state and see these bullshit designs all over the place.
Yes.
And we have kind of skipped around because you guys started with Johnny, and I stole the when I seen Johnny's, I said, "Where's this guy?" You know, and Johnny's like, "I'm gonna." Now, real long ago, as Johnny said, "I'm gonna hook you up, but don't start telling everybody, Josh." Okay, because we were almost saving it,
right?
But I think now we've realized, like, nah, everybody has to have cool shirts like this in the Derby world.
It is, yeah.
I think that'll be good this year. So, if you're at home, next week we're going to launch this apparel page. It's going to be out there. You're going to be able to go and just buy from it. It's going to have all our stuff on there. But again, if you're a promoter or a vendor watching, here's something that we do. I'm going to give you guys a secret. We had these guys make our mini meltdown shirts for the last 2 years. First off, they've been phenomenal. The first year we went with a meltdown theme. You guys killed it, right? Now this year we said, because of COVID and all the BS of America, let's make it a little more patriotic, a little more America.
Correct.
You killed it. I mean, that one come and you killed it. Now promoters, what we did was we told all our drivers, here's the new design. If you want this shirt for free, you have to pre-register with us. So all of our classes are pre-registering when we offer these shirts because the drivers are saying, well, for not only am I in for the class, but I get this sick-ass shirt for free. Everyone's been doing it. So if you're a promoter, use this to your advantage. Take this artwork, share it on your page, and say, we are selling these. We are giving them to drivers. You will see the uptick because people want these.
Yeah.
People want these.
Absolutely.
You know? Last week I opened a box up in front of everybody on my Facebook Live. 50 messages. I need a large, extra large. Ship it to Minnesota. No, I said, you all need to wait, and you're going to have to. But that's how quickly I think people are ready to wear Demolition Derby shirts.
You know, after the COVID, they're ready to get out, and, outdoors, and we'll see an uptick in sales for sure. And just it's nice to see that what you're doing here with Track Shot Live and going to expand people's horizons and exposure to the Derby world. I didn't know much about it. I was talking with Chris. He really didn't know much about it either. So the documentary I saw last night was so impressive and eye-opening. It was really cool. So
our sport has been growing in leaps and bounds in the last few years, and this place today you're at, this never would have happened 15 years ago in our sport because everyone was very secretive about everything they did. That's evolving, and I think Track Shot's a big component of that. We're all together. We're all Derby guys. Let's explore. Let's get bigger. Our sport's exploding.
Yeah.
And Track Shot's going to be in 22 different states this year. We're going to be all over the place, from Washington State to Texas to Minnesota, Dakotas, New York, Maryland. We're going to cover the whole state. And I'd love to see these shirts start being everywhere,
Yeah, look forward to getting it out there. It's going to be awesome.
So what's some other stuff that you guys do? Because it's not just the hats and the... What else can we do? What's other things that maybe people could dream about and contact you and get done?
We pretty much offer everything from koozies to, the pop-up custom canopy tents. We just put a new line in. It's actually crushed aluminum. So there's stickers that can go outdoors, and they last for anywhere from 5 to 6 years. We got in with the NFL and the NBA and Major League Baseball with it. They really like the product. So there's so many different things we do. We specialize in silks and embroidery. That's my bread and butter. But there's $500,000 promotional products. So if you have a company and you need pocket knives or anything at all, anything that you would want for promotional purposes, we carry and we have.
Cool.
Yeah, pretty much anything.
And again, anyone at home, these guys are our official apparel guys. Hit me up. You guys can start messaging me right now. You're fine. I'll hook you up with these guys. Again, the pricing, if you guys charge double, I still think it would be worth what you get out of it, But your pricing, and then I started looking around, and it's like, you guys killed everyone else's pricing, and the stuff is so good.
Well, that's it too. And when people wear the stuff around, it's just amazing. It gets the word out there even more. And nothing's better when you getting the word out there even more that it looks good.
Yeah.
So it's huge.
And years ago, apparel started, not that many years ago in our sport, right? There was a guy kicked off with it. But really what I see now is the youth, kids, love wearing Derby shirts. Not just the Derbies, but to school, to everything they do. And these are the coolest shirts for a kid. You order this for your kid, you're going to say, like, holy cow. Your kid's going to love it, I promise you. They won't take them off,
Right.
My kids wear the shirts that we have from you guys. Like, I'm always yelling at my kids, like, you got to change your shirt. He's wearing the same 5 every time, because he loves wearing them to school.
Gotcha.
That's cool stuff.
Yeah.
That's cool stuff.
About the advertising, that's how we built this business, and looks like that's the way we're going to keep going.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Well, I appreciate you guys coming on.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, and I just want people, you can contact me me, Johnny, whatever, we'll get you guys hooked up with these guys, and it's for anybody. If you're listening now and you're like, well, my wife owns a florist, well, let's do something for your wife. We can hook you guys up with it. Yeah, I'm pushing the Derby because that's the side I love, but you guys are fantastic front to back.
Well, thank you, Josh.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, and where are you guys both from? I know you're from Buffalo, right?
I'm from Buffalo, New York. Yeah.
And Chris, where are you from?
Well, I'm from about 40 minutes south of here. I grew up in a little town called Butler, Pennsylvania.
Okay, yeah.
But I have lived in Atlanta, Georgia for close to 20 years now. So
that's cool.
Yep.
Do you think you'll ever run out of ideas?
No, I don't think so. No, it's crazy how the ideas come because it's not something to where you can just sit down and flip a switch and it's like, okay, I'm going to be creative. It's like it could be creative and you could see anything. It could be something small. It could be something, and my phone is filled with notes. I always take photographs of things to reference and go back to. It could be anything from a color, a style. You just never run out. I mean, I've been doing this for a little bit over 25 years now. From the motorcycle industry, motocross industry. I worked there at first in the pro motocross industry. Traveled a lot there. Did everything with Monster Jam to Supercross.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, so I worked with a friend of mine named Mike Koger in California. I worked with him, and we did a lot of stuff out that way. He worked big time in the motocross industry, so we did a lot of stuff with X Games and
awesome.
Yeah, so I've been around a lot of it, so it's like I kind of I don't know. For me, it's like I'm in tune to how things work from creative.
You had to be a motorhead.
Yeah,
things that come out. I can see it in your work.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I grew up in this area, so I remember my mom and dad taking us to mud bogging was big at that point when I was growing up. There was like mud bogging, and there was like this monster truck that would do wheelies with wheelie bar. All that stuff was awesome. It just kind of stayed with me. And my brother-in-law raced dirt bikes, and I had graduated from the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, and I started traveling with my sister and my brother-in-law, just watching him race dirt bikes, and it just, it's one of those motor things, man. It just stays with you.
So is your living art, doing art, making art?
Yeah.
So kids, if you're listening, I like pushing this stuff because when I grew up, my dad didn't teach me any of that. He wanted me to be a lawyer, doctor, or the same dumb things out there. There's so many. You could have a job in art. Kids are at home and that's their dream. Here's a man that did it and followed it, and 25 years in it. It's cool.
I will say this: it's a lot of work, and you got to really grind at it. And it's like, and I don't know. To me, it's not like I've arrived or anything like that, but it's like you've got to work hard, and it's like everybody has said, success is found on the extra mile, and that's what separates it. It's like when some people send stuff, you could put a lollipop design together, but it's like that wow factor that you're talking about. It's like, well, I want people to open it up, and even for me showing up, it was the first time I saw some of the shirts printed that Joe printed, and so I see the artwork, but I didn't see the printed. So it was like when I saw that, it was wow for me. So it's just, I don't know. That's part of it. I want people to open that package up. I want people to anticipate that email and be like, dude, that's awesome.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's me. Every time you guys are sending me,
that's
time
the
I
goal.
get my email, it's like, oh yeah. Joe just emailed me. Chris just emailed me.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
It's been a nice partnership with Chris. He's so phenomenal at the artwork, and I just got to pat my guys on the back with printing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
One without the other just doesn't work.
Agreed.
And what's crazy about this is I have known this man. We have worked for over 10 years together, maybe more than that. And today's the first day I've met him in person.
No.
Yes.
How cool is that?
Yeah, the power of the internet, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And I have artists all throughout the country, but Chris is hands down the best I've ever worked with. And just he amazes me. And that's fun. I have a fun business to be in like you do.
Yes.
Your business is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
And Chris and I talked about it. It's going to open some new horizons for us, and it's fun. But that is a fun story.
Yeah.
I know your voice. Never saw a picture of him.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
We work together very well, and it's so nice to partner with you guys, and we're looking forward to it. Thanks again.
Yeah, so if you're watching at home, this is your chance. Not often are people telling you, here's a gem. Take advantage of this. Take advantage of this. Take advantage of this because it'll be worth every penny. When the first year, one last thing, and then I'll let you guys go. The first year you did Mini Meltdown.
Yes.
my group is 3 of us as a partnership for spinning wheels, and I messaged him and said, I got this guy, we got it. It's sometimes you got to talk people into stuff. Sure. I don't know, Josh, it's going to be expensive. Just let us try it. Them shirts come out. Our group is sold on sold on sold. We don't even, every year is like, have we got our bull shirts ready yet? Josh, get working on the bull shirts. I mean, it's just like, you are our team. You are on our team. Yeah. My guys are hooked now, so, and your guys will be too, so. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate you guys coming on. It was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was good meeting you.
We're going to keep doing stuff together.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
It'd be awesome.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. Thank you.
You look really good back there. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm going to see who's up next. Let me see who's up next. I got 11:30. Skinny and all for him racing. Skinny, get this. Come on.
Sorry. He's singing. Sorry, I'm singing. Can you go get Alex that Yes, I will. Where do you want me? Alex in the middle. Put Alex in the middle. Sorry, everybody. What up, Decker?
You're just screaming and yelling over here.
I love it. I had everybody going here. I'm just dancing. Alabama's on. What the heck, man? Come on, baby. Woo.
You're going to come here. Yes.
Alex and Bobby. Bobby's up.
Bobby, I got. Okay, Bobby.
Bobby, it's me, Alex, and Bobby. Hey, y'all, did you see these? Track Shot Live coloring books.
Okay, so I'm going to have Bobby, Alex come in. Yeah, we were talking about
Check these out, everybody. These are legit.
Dude, we just killed it with Bull.
I love it. I was listening.
So what we're going to be doing is we are going to, you missed it, but we are going to make, which I'm going to talk about with Johnny here in a little bit too, but we are going to make a shirt on our webpage.
Yep.
So we're going to launch it. It's going to be a San Filippo one.
Nice.
A memorial. All proceeds are going to go to the family and the San Filippo syndrome. So
yes,
we're going to launch that on our page also, which I thought was cool. Joe jumped right in and said, yeah, he was game for that. So that's
love it.
Yeah, we got some good
My
stuff
man
happening.
Joe from Bull Shirts. Actually, Scandation, he is the one that does my shirts. He is Skinny Salvage line of apparel. And I got thinking, he's already doing ours. Bubbles gets overloaded with answers, hey, can I get the swag? I think we'll just dump it on Bull Shirt apparel and let them sell Skinny Salvage swag for us.
It's
he's already making it.
Yes.
It's shipping from him.
Actually, just so you know, he said he would put it on our page, and then you could just get your percentage.
There you go. I don't need a percentage. I just want to sell shirts.
I hear you.
I just want to help everybody out that helps us. You know.
Yeah, let's in here, and then I'm going to switch to Bobo in a second.
Okay, Bobo. Where's Bobby? My man Alex rolling in. Bobby.
Alex.
How you guys doing?
Good
Bobby
morning.
don't even see us.
I'm going to get Bobby in here to interview with you, too, but I figured I'd introduce
Sorry,
you.
folks. Gumby, can you get Bobby?
Bunch of stuff going on today. We
Yeah.
see already, right?
Oh, man,
I'm sorry to take you away. I'm sorry to take you away. But you only got to last 15 minutes, so that's okay.
No, you're good. We got a break.
Let me get Bobby.
Bobby's coming in. Decker needs a break. Decker, go take a break, would you? We got it. You got 10 minutes, boss. All right, wait. Executive producer.
I got it. Got it.
Get on back, executive producer. Bobby's coming on in. Bobby's in. Bobby, can you hear?
I can hear it.
All right, we have Alex Vasco in the Track Shot Live booth here. Alex, how are you?
Doing great, man. You guys are wearing me out already.
I love it. If y'all don't know Alex, he is all for him racing. He was the one at Maryland last year, folks, that brought you that footage that was just what everybody wanted at home. Like we said, Alex, you didn't have no earbud and you didn't have nothing. We're like, man, if Alex could go get this shot. Alex went and got that shot without even knowing. That's what's huge about us. Why, brother? Because you know exactly what we want at home because you know what you want to see. It worked out huge, brother.
That was awesome.
And now he's teamed up with us all of 2021. We're proud to have him on board. You're going to see a lot more of his footage, folks. And again, he does have a YouTube page and everything. Throw it out there, Alex.
Sure. If everybody goes to YouTube, it's all the number 4 him racing videos.
There you go, folks. So look him up. Alex is here again. Bobby doing it up for us.
I am so happy to be a part of this and get to meet people like him. This is the first time I got to meet him, but I did watch Maryland, and it was being a Derby driver, being a fan. What he did, I didn't know you guys were doing that, and it was awesome because he went up and would show the fans back home.
Yes.
Look how it blew out the humps, or he was all about it, and it just it made it a lot. It was enjoyable to watch.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Thanks for what you do.
Yeah, no problem. And most people never get to actually be exposed to that sort of thing.
Yes.
Unless you're right there on the track, you've never seen that before.
Yeah, and you'll definitely, with Track Shot Live and teaming up with Alex, you will see that at almost every one of our Track Shot Live derbies. We're definitely going to work on that more to bring the exposure to the fans, and make them more involved.
Yeah, and they can learn along the way too, because you're going to see things that are broken on cars that maybe they didn't realize could break.
Yeah.
Or they could get little tidbits. I've talked to guys that have been driving for years that learned some stuff through that video.
Right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you are our Carnage Cam. We are back with Alex with the Carnage Cam, and that's truly what. Not only awesome footage during the heats, but you are our Carnage Cam. That's what you brought us that live look in that vehicle.
Now, what made you get into this? I mean, have you always been into racing, and that's what brought?
Well, just growing up, my dad started doing derby when I was about 10. So ever since then, I was completely sold and just right on it.
That's awesome.
And then we started filming our builds and our runs, and then people were like, hey, you should come and film this. So I did that. And then it's, the last few years especially, it's just blown up.
That's awesome.
Just going crazy.
We're proud that we got you on board, buddy. I won't lie. A huge asset to us. We're doing good things, but we need to do it together to make it great.
Yeah, and that's true for everything in this sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we can work together, we're all going to work and grow it all together.
Absolutely, Alex. You are 100% right. And Alex is bringing us all the seminars from the other room live, so he's in there doing double duty. He's on a break. We're on a seminar lunch break right now. That's why we have time to talk with our buddy Alex here. Yep. But Alex, huge. I can't say him. You're out of what state?
I'm out of Indiana.
Indiana. Fort Wayne.
Hoosier.
So Hoosier.
Yeah,
another bow tie Bobby guy in the house. All right. Yeah, definitely. But a lot going on here. There's so much to see, and all the footage. I seen you going around earlier getting some footage.
Yep.
So we'll have that. People are seeing it. They're only seeing it right here, but folks, this is a huge building. 3 sides of this building have things going on in it right now. Plus the outside.
Yeah, I didn't get to be a part of it last year, and to be a part of this and hear everybody how it's already growing, and then now getting you coming in here and getting some other vendors, it's only going to get bigger. This is going to be great.
I don't think they can have it here next year. They're going to need a whole bigger.
We were saying they're going to have to get tents outside.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to the lawn outside next.
And every vendor here, and including yourself, like I said, I'm meeting new people, and everybody is down to earth. You can, you were going to explain stuff to us to how to do this, do that, where some people would be like, no, we're not telling you. We don't want you jumping on this. And everybody here is trying to help everybody and just make the sport grow.
Yeah. There's promoters under the same roof today that I can't believe they're talking to each other.
I love it, right?
Last night at dinner, they were just joking, swapping stories. We needed an event like this to see the community all together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And, again, thank you to Smith Metalworks and Casey Smith and his huge family and his crew for allowing us to have this. Because Demolition Derby, now you can see, this is everything but the Demolition Derby today.
That's true.
You look at it, it truly is. Now take this and let's roll this into where we go to SEMA for the Concrete Expo type Expo show. That's huge in Vegas. And this could be there, too, with all the people getting together. Because now more people are going home, and they're wondering now, not going home yet, but hey, they're going to go home we're there next year with our stuff. Or that other promoter is going to come in. This is for everybody. There's nobody that cannot come to this. Right. You are all welcome, everybody.
100% free.
Yes, that's the other huge thing.
In and they can come.
The door is open. The door is open.
The hospitality here, what he's done for everybody here is it's great. He's with us promoting the sport, bringing the sport up, and like you said, it's free here today. Everywhere else you go, you're paying for something like this to get in the door. He's made it free to everybody. He helped us and was setting up yesterday, got us food.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to be here.
Bo Lockwood throwing down some good eats last night. Not only catering and bagging, but he's got some food there, folks. He can drive it, wagon, and bag it, but he could throw down some good eats. And you were here, right? And we all did it. We're still talking about that phenomenal food.
Oh yeah.
So you got to love that.
To go watch Bo Derby.
Yes.
What we call strategic driving might put you to sleep, but that food makes up for everything Bo has put us through.
Yes, I love it.
That was amazing.
Yes, it was.
It's good to see Bo doing good, and then bringing his food here and bringing that out, and getting to see you here now. That's going to help your exposure, and this is awesome.
And it was one of those things. I didn't even know this was happening last year. So I saw all this stuff on social media and was like, I gotta come.
Yes.
And you guys gotta do the same thing.
Yeah, we definitely need you guys to get on and watch and help support us so we can keep going to more tracks.
That's right.
Bring more people in, and this is just great how it's just become, we say it over and over and everybody can laugh at me, but it's become totally, again, about the family. And our buddy Tix, he and Skinny, that's what they're pushing and helping the kids.
All of us in a group are.
Yeah. And
hey, Smith Metalworks, you read the pamphlet for the youth.
Yes.
Read that youth pamphlet. It's huge.
Yep.
Some good things going on there. Yeah. Some great things happening.
He's doing for kids, you know.
Yes. I'm telling you, we're dying sport. Without the kids, we ain't gonna have it.
Yep.
Like Gumby and them were talking about having the youth division out in Utah now and bring it out. More promoters got to pick it up. You got to give these youngsters a place to run a vehicle.
Yep.
12, 15 years old, let them go. If they want to go, I say let them go, folks.
And that's what I like about it is a couple of derbies that I help at that have the youth. A parent can ride with if they're brave enough.
Yeah, right.
Or if they're comfortable, they can let their child go out there by themselves. Us as officials, when we're out there, we totally keep an eye on like their own kids, you know. So I'm so happy to see this growing where it's going, and you and Tix pushing it. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Absolutely, Bobby. Absolutely. And Alex, now you do a lot of filming. Are you seeing more use coming into it? Okay, see that?
Almost all the shows I go to anymore at least have one kind of youth division.
I love it. I'm all for the kids. Let's push it. We speak it, we're beaten, but it is truly, folks, more has to be done. What's up?
Everyone says you're effing.
Oh, God, sorry.
Our boss, he's OCD.
It's all right.
So, he's OCD.
Who brought Decker back here? Don't touch me like that. We're on camera.
Yeah, and they want to call me the prison mate. But he's one always touching people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, see, I don't hear myself. Bill, we lost it. Hello. Yeah.
Lost ourselves.
You can hear me, Gumby?
So
I don't hear myself.
Where are you going next from here? Where's your first show that you're going to be?
So actually, later today, I'm going to be at the Buckeye Bash in Orville, Ohio.
Nice.
Oh, no.
No kidding. On my way home, I'm going to stop by and I'm going to film some heats.
That's
awesome.
When's the first time you're going to be with us?
Next weekend. We're going to be out at Granite City.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Minnesota.
People, you got to watch this show. Minnesota shows are amazing. That was our last show on Track Shot Live. We was out there, so to start the year.
And with Alex
and
on
with
board.
Alex, and to bring a whole new look to the people at home. It's going to be great.
Yep, we got a super busy packed schedule this year. I can't even answer questions with people saying, where are you going to be? Because I don't even remember.
Right.
But I literally have options all the way until the end of October into November.
That's awesome.
That's a good thing. Busy schedule.
Busy.
Yeah, we go from one state.
The fans, they're going to get to catch it all.
Yeah.
That's what's nice, like when you can't make it to the show and get to watch. And then because of them having like what you do and what Skinny does, to watch Skinny, watching him and Tix on the show brings a whole new level to watching the Derby. Like it's the Tix and Skinny show, and there was a Derby that happened. You know?
Yeah, I love it.
It's a great thing, and I'm just so happy to be a part of this year, like full time, not just
filling. Yeah. And we're starting off everybody. Yeah. Right off the gun. And like I say, we got 20 plus shows. You plan on being at as many as you can.
As I can. So probably about half of that, I think, to be honest.
And it's a lot.
Yeah.
And again, folks, we are everywhere in the United States this year. Everywhere.
Man, it emptied out here quick.
Everybody went to go get some food.
Yes.
They got
I don't blame them.
Barbecue food.
I'm hungry,
It's good. I had it out at the Dead Man show, and that's some.
Oh, awesome. Good.
It's going to be hard after you eat all Skinny's barbecue.
And Bobby, I love you.
That meat last night, Bo's meat. I mean, gosh, it's going to be hard to beat that.
What you say on air.
Well, everybody knows what I mean. The beef that he provides.
Yeah, the catering, that chicken, that beef.
The chicken, too, and then the potatoes.
I love it. The green beans, everything, Bobby.
The green beans.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it was good.
It was like a Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Sandbagger Bo.
That's fitting. Yeah.
Sorry, Bo. We're just joking. Bo's a very hard driver. He went through that feature. He lost the steering in the first 5 minutes and
carried that sucker almost all the way.
We still give him the crud, you know. Like, hey, he drove the tripod. He did good and made it to the end.
Yeah. Again, what was I going to say, Alex, with the shows here? So you go from Minnesota, right?
Yep.
You're going to be, and then where do you go after that?
Going to Maryland.
For Dead Man. So we got you back there again.
Yep.
Awesome.
I can't wait to go to Mercer.
Oh my God, I am so ready. Yeah.
Me too.
It'd be fun to work with you there. That's gonna be awesome.
That's where it all started, but that was action.
Yeah.
If you want action, you might as well just get in the car and go to Maryland.
And you know TJ, he's always got tricks up his sleeve, so you can only imagine what he's going to have in store for us.
And that's what was cool. I've never seen that format of a derby. Okay, he's new to the promoting. TJ is, right? But he has brought something totally different to Demolition Derby that none of us have seen.
Right.
Have you ever seen what you saw in Maryland last year? No, brother. It was so cool to see that. And the way he had that ready to go.
Yep. And
phenomenal.
Make this next one even better?
Yes.
Imperials.
Yes. I heard about the birds flying. I heard some big names coming to that show with some birds. I can't wait to be at that show.
There's a couple of people here that are bringing them.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not dropping names, but yeah, baby.
You guys, definitely, if you can't go, you're going to want to watch it because there's a couple PA drivers coming that are going to set that show on fire.
We will be live, Track Shot Live. There again, folks. Our YouTube page, you have to go subscribe, like, share that page. YouTube, everything is going to YouTube. We are Track Shot Live in it. YouTube, folks. I can't say that enough. YouTube, Track Shot Live, YouTube. Definitely.
Awesome.
Yep. Who's up next?
Nick King, Tix, and you.
Nick King's nice. Okay.
You guys are talking about pulling the kids.
There. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the youth giving away a youth car in Minnesota, and we are going to pick this up. But again, Alex, appreciate it. Thank you for everything you do, brother. Thank you very much.
Yep.
We will see you around, and we got some more filming to do. All right, we are going to bring in Michael Tix and our man Pitbull. If y'all don't know Pitbull, his name is Nicholas King, everybody. Come on, throw King in the middle seat.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be in the hot seat. Come on, Cherry Juice, get in here.
I brought it with me, too.
All right, hey, no puffing on that cherry juice.
I got me that cherry juice. I'm doing real good here, you guys.
I was told I was loud, and I feel like the mics got shut down, but they're turned down, right, Michael? They don't sound right to me.
I can't hear anything hardly.
Decker came over here, yelled at me, and the mics don't sound right at all now.
I can hear Tixie good.
Yeah, see, I don't hear Tix. I hear myself speaking, and that's bad.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Yeah, I know.
Look at all this nice track shot stuff.
I love it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, did you get yourself a decal?
No.
Did you get a coloring book?
Put that right
there
on
you
the
go.
back of my phone.
Yeah, trim up Decker out of there. It's okay. Get rid of Daddy Decker. So what's up, King? How are you?
Good, good. How are you guys?
Doing well,
Everything
brother.
going good over here
Yes,
today?
sir. How's that ICP tent doing?
Good. Selling a lot of shirts. Got a few entries.
You guys promoting. That's what it's about, right?
That's what. Hey, this place is awesome.
I love it.
I'm glad I came this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Hey, so everybody out there, so what we're here to talk about right now is we got this little thing. Skinny and I had this wild harebrained idea. It's almost 2 years ago now. We got shut down last year. But you guys have seen it out there. We sponsored Unified Point Series. We've done all kinds of things just kind of privately. Track Strong.
Strong.
We've said it numerous times, everything like that. But Track Strong is a wild idea that Skinny and I, and it wasn't even an idea, it's a dream. It was a dream. You know, we come up with, and we wanted to do great things for our sports and bring the youth, bring unfortunate, situations, and just kind of help things out. So Skinny and I had this idea, Track Strong. We went after it hard last year. COVID kind of shut us down. So now that things are getting back to about normal in society, we are full force, wide open going forward, and Track Strong is a real deal.
Yes, sir.
This dream is live. So so what we did was we had this idea that our first show with Toast Promotions is up at Granite City next weekend. And we kind of decided that to open up our first show with Toast Promotions and to give out Track Strong, that we wanted to do something free, as we always say, like we on Track Shot Live.
That's
it's
right.
Free.
Free.
And we built a youth raffle card. But wait, there's no raffle.
There's no raffle.
No. So what I did is
Nick King built a raffle card. We appreciate you, brother.
Nick and Bailey.
Yeah, all you guys
came
did
over
good.
and helped. Bailey was
Sorry, Mike, but sorry.
But, so with this whole situation like that, we built this raffle car. They came on over. They kicked butt. Nick, we flew Nick in from Ohio. Skin Dog was just out in California buying cans out there, taking care of AB Cat Tech. So Skin, unfortunately, didn't have the time to come up to Minnesota to help. So
Mike, that's converters for everybody that says it's not pop cans.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They legit bring me pop cans.
Yeah, pop cans.
Sorry, everybody.
None of that stuff.
What's them
okay?
go for?
But,
that's right.
So what Skin and I did was we hit up King and we're like, Nick, we need some help. Got him a flight. He came on up for 4 days, and him and some other local guys in the area kicked butt, and they built a Toyota Camry. Now we got some other parts that were thrown at us sponsored.
Yep, we got Ruts Fab and John Shipley, which he won the Unified Point Series last year.
My man.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
They sponsored the wheels on the front. Who else we get?
AB Cat
Tech sponsored the car.
Yeah, the AB Cat Tech stepped up huge, and they said that they wanted to help Track Strong and everything like that. Skin kind of locked down that situation, so
Jeffy's
that was
Fab
awesome.
Farm sponsored the header, right?
Yes,
the
sir.
Header came in.
Header and so I mean, and there's a lot of other people that are part of it that they said they just want to be an anonymous sponsor. They don't want nothing for it. So we appreciate that. So long story short, we got Nick comes up. And first Camry I had sitting out in the driveway ready to go. Oh, geez. He starts looking at it, and he's like, well,
I did not like it.
He didn't like it. Let's just be, so next thing you know, he's like, well,
I liked it, but I didn't like it because of the rules. We have to follow the rules when we're building
That's right.
a car for our show. So
Yep.
other than that, it was a nice car, but to fit our rules, we have to build to our rules, and we don't want to cut no corners on a car that we're building. So
that's right, King.
Route.
No, so next thing you know, I go over and show him, well, here you go, and next thing you know, he's picking them all apart, just like somebody over here, wearing fresh undies. Well, let's look at this. He's like, Jesus Christ.
There's so many options.
Yeah, well, son, you need to get building because you ain't here for 2 weeks. Oh wait, thank God it's a quick car to build. But no, so Nick picked the best Camry out of the lot and brought that thing in the shop, and we started kicking butt on it.
Yeah, we had it stripped. What did we put in the shop at 2 o'clock, 1:30, and it was stripped, ready to start building at 5, 6 o'clock.
Love it.
And let me add, so Nick did take this thing around the yard and beat on it, make sure the tranny was good, the motor was good, and he's like, this is it.
Yeah.
So he drove that thing in the
one.
shop. So he drove it into the shop that has this hoist, these like posts, and picks cars up and down.
Yeah.
And poor Nick King just had a problem understanding what a hoist, how it worked.
Hey King, we come from that. We don't understand them things, right, bro?
It's a Camry. I don't need to be underneath that car, and it's stock.
That's right.
If you're lifting a stock car up, you're doing something that you don't need to be doing.
We got to cut the converter off
get
it.
That belly can out from underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I don't lay under that car and get it done.
Oh, I love it, King.
I'm normally in gravel.
Me too, brother.
I'm sure people think we got some fancy shop at our place.
Yeah, right.
How much we run? Nah, I build in the gravel.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
It was pretty awesome. But so these guys busted their tail. They got everything taken care of. They got that car 99% built. We picked up some parts from Jeffy Fab Farm that was awesome, and he got that stuff. So got a couple last minute parts to put on it.
Yep.
Jason Sauer is coming up. He's going to tag that car all up. So the story.
And hopefully the winner, which will be announced very soon, but hopefully we can get them to get with Sauer and tell them what that child likes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe Sauer can put that in the paint job.
Absolutely.
So now everybody's been sending us those paragraphs as to picking the child that nominating.
Yeah,
yes.
some great paragraphs, Michael.
Yeah.
Very emotional ones too.
Oh, yes. I tell you, I was tearing up on Zion that.
Yeah.
Hey, I maybe have a beard and all this, but I'll tell you, I'm a soft son of a gun.
I tear up too.
We're all softy. We were shedding tears last night on this.
I'm liable to tear up whenever we announce.
That's right, baby.
So the one thing that we looked at with this thing, like Skinny and I talked, it's like there was some really great ones from some really good youth drivers out there.
Yeah.
And we kind of, as a group, so Track Strong might have been Skinny and my dream. it is a coalition of people all across the country that want to do great things. So that's kind of it. And we're going to announce more about Track Strong as we go on. We've just been filtering it out there and just kind of bleeding it into the industry, and we're just having fun. But so we all were sitting there reading through all the paragraphs that people sent to us and stuff like that, and we kind of were looking for something that we could help somebody out in. And and that was kind of what we went for. So we did choose somebody. We're not going to announce it quite yet because we were kind of battling a little bit about it here, even yet this morning, about which one we wanted to choose.
We're down to at least 2.
Yep, so we're just double checking to make sure that the one that we chose is still available to come out next week. So not only does the youth get to come run that car for free, what else are we doing for them, Skin?
Doing them all, flying them in.
Heck
100%. Flying him in, 100% paid. All you have to do is sign the waiver and bring that young child to the Derby, folks. We got you. We even got the Uber. We even got picked up in an old iron, new model. King pick you up, whatever y'all want. It's 100%.
Right?
Yes, sir. 100% on Track Strong.
Awesome.
We're doing this for everybody, not just us. Everybody, folks. Everybody is doing it for these youngsters.
Could you imagine if we had that when we was younger?
Oh,
that's right.
Oh, Lord.
It's like I came through. Nobody in my family derbied. I came through Demolition Derby on pure passion and the assistance of my family, but I chased it because of my love and my everything. And you know what? Some of these kids have that passion, but they just have an unfortunate position that is maybe holding them back.
Yes.
And everybody out there, I'm going to say something. Man, one of my best friends, Tori Schutte, we were at a points banquet. And you know what? Love, hate, or anything of Tori Schutte, you cannot take away from that man what he has done for our sport. And for that, Tori Schutte, I appreciate it. Thanks for being family. I love you, brother. But Tori Schutte made a comment at the points banquet at the end of the year. He was talking. He told us drivers, us veteran drivers in there, he says, you know what, if you've got an old bent-up bumper or maybe a rusty car that you're going to just scrap or a rear end that may need a little bit of work, rather than selling it for the $50, $100, $200, whatever it is.
Amen, brother.
If you don't need that dollar to feed your family, give it to the youth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give it to a kid.
Invest in our youth of this sport so that our sport stays alive.
Yep.
That was the drive that man had, and that was his motto and his position.
Yeah.
And, thank you for that. And
That's
that is
awesome.
something that Skinny and I want to take that motto and just multiply it. And we have people that believe in what we want to do all across the country, and it's going to be bigger and better.
Yeah, it's only going to get bigger.
Amen.
The Track Strong is getting... more people's going to see what we're doing. They're going to come on board. Hopefully by a few years, every youth event we have one of these cars. That would be awesome.
We want to have a car. I want to fly out to Ohio and bring a car out to Ohio. I want to fly to. How about Idaho? Whoever hears about Idaho, let's load a car.
Bonner's Ferry. That's all I know.
Dang, man.
Marshmallows.
Dang.
Well, we have a youth class at our county fair that actually Ruts Fab is the promoter. So that could be another one.
Yes. Perfect.
And that could be another one that we could actually in the future.
And anybody out there that wants to be part of this, you're all welcome. Get a hold of Skinny or I, and you can all be part of this.
Nick King.
Nick King.
Yeah, I'll translate the message.
Absolutely.
To you guys.
We're part of it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So, what we got going on is we have the person chose right now. We're just making sure that they are available, and we're going to get everything there, lined up, and then we will announce it later on as to who the lucky winner of this thing is.
Yeah, we'll go over the car a little bit more, and
it's just tons of fun. So, you guys, that's it. Track Strong. Nick King, thanks for coming out.
Thank you, homie. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate the heck out of it, man.
I love you, King.
I love the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Likewise.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Up next.
I get to stay. All right.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Well, Skin's out. I'll be back.
We got to fix that headphone of Skins because I can't hear a word.
Share this live, everybody. If you're watching, share it.
Yes. Live is a beautiful thing.
Thanks.
No problem.
I don't know what they got going on for 100% over here. They got something going on over on the other side about moving around, and we've had some technical difficulties here today. We're getting our butt kicked by this IT stuff, so we're working our darndest on it, and we're going to see what's going on. Whoa, things just got real good here, you know. Look at this. Decker tells me to stay, and gosh darn it, it's for a good reason.
Hey, you know what I'm looking at? I'm going, it just got nicer appearing in here, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, you know. That's who I am. So who do we got here with us right now?
Oh, I'm Lexi Droz, and I own Demolition Derby Life.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing? You know, you see she loves demolition derbies, and she's out supporting it. And what's she doing?
Yes. And you guys, if you don't know what this is, Demolition Derby Life, they do an amazing thing. They bring all these shows across the country and they put it on paper so you can sit here and enjoy it day after day after day. Tell us a little bit about your platform you have.
So I got started back in June of 2019. I put out my first edition, and since then we're coming up on 25 editions in 25 months. So we put out a new edition every single month, and each of them are a little over 50 pages, full color, and feature everything from drivers, promoters, artists, pretty much anything you can think of involving the Derby.
You are very ambitious, let me tell you. 2 years, and you've got 25 volumes, and they're amazing. I mean, they are detailed. I mean, you talk color. We're talking high quality color. It is amazing.
I mean, this thing, and here's the other thing, all right? This is not just a magazine that you're going to rip a centerfold out of, okay? This is a magazine you're going to put on the shelf, and it is for a lifetime. The quality of the product, the weight of the paper, everything that is put into this thing is 100% quality. And you sit there and you think about it at what you guys sell this product for as a whole and ship it to you is you can't even go to the airport and get one magazine. I mean, this is cheaper than that. And they take their time. You guys pick out some awesome interviews, and you guys pick out the people that are leading our sport into different directions and stuff like that. And it's like you're almost keeping everybody up to date.
You know, the first edition we put out, I got put in touch with Mark Elliott, and his whole driver interview was about raising the average. So I really strive from that point on, to pick people who are raising the average of the sport to feature in the magazine.
How do you go about finding people, you know, because you've highlighted stuff in Utah and how are you finding those people? Is it something that if somebody's got a big show or some cool thing about derbies coming on, they can get a hold of you and get a story put on so they can advertise and market for their shows?
You know, so I get a good mix of people who find me, and then I also like to keep an eye out and contact people. This year we actually added to our website, which is demolitionderbylife.com, we added a content submission portal. It's called The Pits. It's where we're working on the magazine.
I like it.
So we have different sections where, depending on if you're a driver, a promoter, you do fabrication, there's different set articles we feature in the magazine, and you can submit an application to be a part of a future edition.
Well,
and that's the key thing with it. The magazine is not just about the competition. It's not just about a driver. It is about the entire sport as a whole. You guys don't miss anything about it, and that is really the neatest thing about your guys' whole situation is you have worked so hard to cover all bases of the sport.
Yeah, we really like to try to get a good variety. Every edition I try to look at a map and say, you know, we have some stuff from Pennsylvania, we've got stuff from Utah, we need some stuff in the Midwest, just to keep everything so it's not like a Pennsylvania-only magazine, because that's where I'm based out of.
Yep, and that's what I was saying. When I get on your magazine, I look at it, I see it's neutral for anybody. It's really representing derbies in the whole, and that is an amazing thing. And so I really like it. I think everybody needs to have the opportunity. So finding us a way for us to get this out. So everybody, take the chance. If you don't look at wanting to buy a year's subscription, start with 1 month and buy it. And when you do, if you're a true Derby fan you're going to be going, man, my kids are going to look at these pictures over and over and over. This is all about, the youth being able to see those pictures and what's going on. Husbands are going to read articles and get new ideas for them because it's from every area of the country.
No, actually, Gumby said something totally wrong. Don't just buy one. Just subscribe for the year. Don't ever just buy one because you're going to be so disappointed. Just sign up for the year. Get the year. Okay, don't ever undersell Gumby. She's got a beautiful product here.
Tixie is a salesman, and I agree. I will commit. Hey, here we go. I commit to 1 year.
Good.
I'm going to buy 1 year today.
You know what? I'm committing to a year too because my son's just ran out. We were here last year and we purchased it, and my son enjoyed the entire year and looked forward to it. It comes in a beautiful protected package. I mean, it is the real deal. So just get online. What's the website again?
DemolitionDerbyLife.com.
There it is. It's super simple to remember. Get on there. Get a year's subscription. It is so much fun. Like I said, my kid gets it. Bugs, he gets it, and he rifles through it and reads the stuff and everything. I can't get him to read a book. I mean, he will fight. He will go knuckles with me to make him read for school. But he grabs Derby Life, and he's right there. He's reading it. He's having fun with it, and it's awesome. So, yeah, no, I got to renew the subscription.
And what you're selling is you're saying this is everything Derby. We're talking about building product, where to get product, what shows are happening, driver highlights, everything. Man, that is awesome.
So, I mean, how much cash bribery? I mean, I would love to be in this, and, you come over to Minnesota and see what we got going on. So, I mean, I will bribe you because I've seen the headliner, the pictures and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I got to take up the whole page because I'm a little fat, but I mean, it's.
Hey, you could be the centerfold.
Yeah, rip that.
Hey, can we have one episode that's got a centerfold? Can we just do one episode? It will be the Tixie episode.
Oh my goodness.
And we can market it for 4 months in advance so people are ready to buy it.
We'll do a pre-sale.
The problem is, how many episodes, or how many things Skinny's going to buy? He's going to buy a ton of them.
He'd be the only one, too. Everybody else would be like, I'd rather have pocket lint than a centerfold of Tixie, but,
Oh, my goodness.
Did we go wrong?
No.
Did we go wrong?
So tell me, who's your traveling partner?
My parents. My dad likes to say he's my personal chauffeur. So he's the one who got me involved in the sport. I've grown up around it my whole life. Started driving when I was 16. And, he drags us around everywhere. He carries my stuff for me. And my mom hangs out at the tent all day while I go take pictures and talk to people for the magazine.
Come on, what's Mom's name now?
Rachel.
So when you come up, this is a family affair here. This thing is
Absolutely.
so cool. It has been from day one, from the first time I met you guys. And it is awesome to see you guys out here every time. You guys have always got such a positive attitude, and for it's a business, and you bust your tail on it, and you come on out to the events, and you're always smiling. I've seen you taking the pictures and doing all that stuff, and you've always got that smile on your face, and you guys are just enjoying what you're doing.
It's definitely a team effort.
And what the name of your company really sells Derby Life.
Yep.
I mean, isn't this a life? You hear a lot of times people say it's a lifestyle, but it really is the life, because if you're fully invested, what else do you do?
This is my full-time job. It's an all-day,
Isn't that
every
awesome?
day.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That is awesome.
I didn't know that.
I'm a full-time college student too, so it goes hand in hand.
Well, it's very impressive what you're doing. Everybody, if you love derbies, let's support her. Let's support the family. Derby Life magazine. Where to find it again?
DemolitionDerbyLife.com.
Right here it is. 1 year subscription, you guys. Jump on in there. Get it. Don't buy just one. No, just get all 10 plus 2 more. And seriously, you guys, get on there, enjoy it. Derby Life is an awesome thing. Thank you so much for what you do for the sport.
Thank you for having me.
It's great
congratulations on the success of it. That is
2 years strong. Boy,
yes,
that's amazing.
Yes, a college student working hard for a final degree, doing this full time.
You deserve nothing but success.
Yes, I can only imagine where you're going to go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on with us.
Yes. So now the next one we got coming up here is we got Decker and we got Smash It coming on up, and gonna be a good interview right there. You got pausing. We're pausing. I'm sorry. So we're back, but yes, they are coming up here, and like I say, you guys do not forget Derby Life magazine. Enjoy it, and hey, you guys, I'm gonna jump on out of here. We got we got Ben jumping on up here with Smash It.
All right, this is going to be a very fun experience. I'm looking at him. I think I recognize him a little bit. All right. Okay, that's fine. What a great opportunity we have to have the legend, the myth.
I don't know about the legend, but I mean, it's a great thing going on right here this weekend, that's for sure.
You know, and there's no pressure. It's just fun and exciting.
Exactly, you know.
So, Smash It.
Smash It. The Bash for Cash is coming up really close. I mean, I think we're like 45 days away, and it's going to be one hell of a show. We got all kinds of cars. I mean, it's going to be great for everybody.
You know, back when I was a kid, we used to, for Christmas, we'd loop stuff together, and every day we'd take a piece off and get one step closer. Is anybody doing that for the Bash for Cash?
Everybody does that. I mean, I think everybody does that. That's for sure.
We've been Facebook, and you know, it's blowing up. People are picturing their cars already. How many cars do you have for Bash for Cash this
Right
year?
now we have over 600. I think that we got 648 cars scheduled as of right now. If we had our fans from Canada, would be over the 700 mark.
Yep.
We lost a lot of cars just because the Canada border shut down.
So you're still at just 2 days?
It's going to be.
There you want to go 3.
You almost have to.
Yeah, it'll be 3 days, and it'll be 3 hard days. I mean, you know, when you can go and tear up 600 cars in, 3 days, that's a lot. You know, for the inspector guys and keep it organized, it's a big task.
Oh yeah, they're going to sleep for a week after the show. You know, that's the inspection side of it is just devastating with that many cars, and to keep it equal and fair and the way you guys run it and smooth as it goes, it's crazy. It's crazy. My hat's off to them guys,
Well, we try to keep it smooth. I don't know if it stays smooth all the time, but I mean, it does really good.
With that many cars?
Well, what's impressive, you have, I would say, the 2 biggest shows in the country. I mean, 600, that is probably, Bash for Cash, I would venture to say, is probably the largest car count show in the country. Is that fair to say?
I would say, I think all the years of my experience with traveling around to it, that's kind of their benchmark.
I would say probably the Bash is probably the largest outdoor show that I know of.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, from anywhere out there, it just seems like everybody likes to come out for the holiday weekend. You can camp, you can party. I mean, you can make it a whole event.
It's a centrally located show, so it's easy for the masses to get to watch.
Absolutely. And centralized right there in Ohio. I mean, anybody can come to it. It'll be a really rocking weekend, that's for sure.
Have you added any more classes to it, or what classes you're running?
It's pretty much the same classes we always have. The only class we added this year, we added Smith Metalworks Youth Full Size, and it's going great. And then we added a Super Stock, light build kind of class here in Ohio. We added that, and it's going to be doing great. Both of them is right around 50 cars apiece.
Yeah, awesome.
So we were talking earlier in the weekend, and you had how many shows last year?
We had 54 shows last year, and we did 4. I mean, we had a very bad year. The Corona came out and kind of shut down everything, but we're on schedule to do 42 shows in Ohio, and then we got Blizzard Bash in November. It'll be 43. So.
And it's sad that you missed both Bash for Cash and Blizzard Bash last year, and so I know that I bet you those things are complete sellouts this year.
I do believe both of them will be great with sellouts, and it's going to be really good. I mean, right now out to Kansas, I think the building out there is allowed to have 75% of people in it. So by November, we should be about 100%.
Well, 75% in, as long as the other 25% are out in the pits walking around.
Exactly. I mean, and that's how Ohio is. I mean, everybody's saying it's tied up and everything like that. It's just if you come social distancing, you can walk around. It'll never be sold out. You can get there and have a hell of a time.
So now you got all these Derby fans that are watching us here with this great event with Smith Metalworks. how do they get tickets, or what do they need to do to secure a spot in Bash for Cash?
You can go to smashitderby.com and click on our website there and go right to the Bash for Cash information, and it'll take you right to the tickets and whatever classes are still open. You can get your spot there, or you can come the day of the event and you can get your tickets right at the gate.
Is there a chance of a sellout to where you won't be able to buy a ticket to watch a show?
There's never a chance of a sellout at the Bash for Cash, and we're running it.
I love that. No chance. We are going to pack
you
this
drive
place.
whatever 10 hours, 12 hours, and if you don't have a ticket, you'll definitely get a ticket when you get there.
Is there anything going on at the show that you're highlighting? Any groups you're highlighting this year?
No, not really anything groups, but I mean, there's a lot of different things going on to keep track of with the classes. We went to, when the turn back the clock in the kicker class, we went to one-shot deal because we lost a bunch of guys from Canada. So, but them classes is going to be, I think the turn back the clock has about 46 cars in that one-shot deal. And the kicker cars, I think it has 44 cars. So.
Well,
one and dones.
One and dones.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars for one and dones. Yeah, that's a big field.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make it out there. I'd love to go see the show, but I saw the car that you're giving away out here. It's getting painted up.
We're having Jason paint up a car, and we always do it at the Frank the Tank class. Always give the Mad Dog driver a fresh car and the Mad Dog trophy and $500.
It's a good one too. It's a great car.
We're giving a '76 Buick LeSabre away for that class, so it's going to be a great class.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's
nice clean car from Tennessee.
Well, we wish you nothing but the best this year. We're actually hoping we'll be out. Some of us will be out to watch a couple of the shows, and we wish Smash It nothing but the best this year, and hopefully we can go from 4 to 54.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The only one thing I came up with something because of course Smash It Demolition Derbies loves Mad Dogs, and Utah drivers out there, they're unbelievable. And everybody knows the thing of Dave Meyer, the big hit of Dave Meyer and everything down at Freedom Hall, where the car stood up. I think Derby Tees got 1 million views on it. Well, Smash is putting out a $5,000 bounty for anybody can do a better hit than that. So there you go.
That's promoting the show.
For right there, from anybody, if you get a hit and it gets over 1 million views on anything, and everybody will know who wins the thing. Well, Smash is going to give that guy $5,000.
Somebody that's not going to go to work for a couple weeks, and they're just going to keep hitting rewatch.
Yeah.
But yes, that's awesome.
And hey, I'm going to pull it out there. I'm from Ohio. I love Ohio, that's for sure. But I'm for sure my $5,000 is.
It's not going to be in Ohio.
No, I would say it's going to be closer to Utah.
Well, it's awesome when you promote those drivers that put on a show. You start doing that, it really changes the show.
Right. So hopefully some Mad Dog drivers get out there at the Bash. Maybe somebody at the Bash wins $5,000. Who knows?
You know where it's going to be? There's a really good chance it could be in the youth, because those youth class drivers, they get after it.
They get after it, and now we went to the Smith Metal Works where it's a full-size class. So it's going to be even harder hitting this year.
You might have a hard choice of who wins that money.
I hope so.
Makes a better show.
Hey, thanks for having me on. That's for sure.
Hey, sure. Thanks for being here, and it's really good to see you. And again, from Track Shot, we're sorry about your brother. I think he was a class guy.
Yep, I do definitely do believe so on that. And we even all lost Big Wayne. I mean, in my eyes, both of them two guys was icons of Demolition Derby. So.
Big Wayne. I've got a shirt here with his signature. I was going to wear it, but But thanks for coming on, and again, nothing but success this year. Look forward to seeing you around.
Yep, I'm for sure it's going to be a really busy year.
So. Oh yeah, definitely.
Love it. We love that.
Guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Keep rolling.
Demonstration. We're about 12:30 now.
Well, we had Tim on here. He's hoping basically that which everybody's hoping is the fairs start opening up, the states start opening up. Everybody just keeps on rolling, and let's get more and more derbies out there for the people to come and watch and participate in. The $5,000 bounty Tim just talked about, that's crazy. I mean, it could actually push like he made the comment himself that he didn't think it was going to go to Ohio, but you know what? That $5,000, there's some younger Ohio guys and maybe some older Ohio guys that are like, you know what? I'm gonna take this 5,000 home and that's a pretty cool deal. That's a pretty cool deal.
So do you have, everybody goes to shows year round. We see shows. Do you have a favorite?
Favorite show
that you really love to watch, that you learn something from, that seems to be something that imprints in your mind?
And it's going to make the guy cringe. And there's a guy that, you go back 10, 15 years, and he's actually a Pennsylvania driver. And just recently, he's basically decided he wasn't going to drive anymore. And he was the one I really, really liked always going and watching, because he's the type of guy that he liked building his own stuff. He built clean. He built, real clean cars, but it was a clean build. Never had any, never really, really pushed the limits. Was very, very easy going. If you want him to fix something, he'd fix it. He just basically he'd done it for a long time, decided, well, enough's enough, and it was Mike Klinger, and he just, a lot of people in the last few years really, really got to know his name, because
is he from New York area?
Pennsylvania. He's from Pennsylvania, and he went out because and I brought it up primarily because Tim was here, and they started the 70s Warrior class back, I don't know how many years ago it was now, but him and Tiffany came out and ran, and he's won it out there. Tiffany won it out there. Cool. But yeah, that's to answer your question. I kind of went off a little bit on
that's good.
He's the one I really, really enjoy watching.
They're transferring us to the other room right now.
Okay, we're going to the other room.
For starters, I could talk carburetors and fuel pumps and all that stuff for 10 hours, and we got 30 minutes. I will cover the basics, but I wanted to start with questions just to make sure that I get everybody's questions answered in the short time that we have, and then we'll cover everything from there. My primary thing has been methanol for 30 years, but I do a lot of E85 stuff and also do a lot of, pump gas, race gas, you name it. So any questions you have about that stuff, there's been a lot of nightmare stories over the years. Everybody I talk to is like, oh, I've been wanting to try methanol for 100 years, but everybody says it's this and everybody says it's that, and I want to clear the air on that stuff. But I'll start off with anything that you guys want to know first off. If anybody's got anything.
What's a carburetor?
It's this guy.
What does it do?
It turns air and fuel into horsepower. Basically, it regulates your fuel.
Hey, Jason, I know some of the stuff people ask questions about is just safety around the alcohol and being a little bit harder to see if there's a fire or something. So I'm confident that you wouldn't be as deeply invested in it if you didn't have some differentiating thoughts around that.
That's an awesome question, Mark, and I'm glad you did ask, because it is the first question that not only most drivers ask, but every promoter that's ever called me about methanol has been, hey, I've got so-and-so wants to run fuel, fire marshal's freaking out about it, and so on and so forth. The reason that you'll hear me refer to it as methanol always and never talk about alcohol carburetors is we do not use alcohol. Alcohol is pure form, and it does burn clear. If you throw alcohol on the floor and light it on fire, you'll see fumes. You won't see a flame one. If you're on fire with alcohol, you'll see your skin dripping off, and it burns like hell, and you don't know why. In the 90s, a lot of IndyCar guys burn up for that very reason, pit guys, drivers, you name it, because they were on fire and nobody knew it. They're flailing around the ground, guys like, what is wrong with you? And they stand up and their skin's dripping off of them. Late 90s, they started to regulate it to where it had to have a dye in it. and the dye gives it a blue flame. Like if you see the flame out the headers is always just blue, unless it starts to get really hot, then it'll turn green. But if you take methanol and just dump it on the ground, it'll burn with a blue and orange flicker. Similar to gasoline, just a lot more blue. Gasoline usually just orange, but the methanol, you throw it on the ground and burn it, it'll just be a blue flame with an orange flicker. And likewise in the car, I think a lot of you were probably at the Keystone show a couple months ago. They had a huge car fire. I don't know for a fact, but I was told that it was a methanol fire. But I mean, it was very, very apparent that it was burning. There was no question there. But the only thing that I tell people, and I tell them the same thing on gas that I would tell them on methanol or E85 or any of it, is, you know, my only hesitancy is the cell more than the fuel. I'm a big fan of bladder systems. I like to have, you know, if somebody comes up in the back seat and smashes the tank flat, I want it in a bladder. But that's whether it's gasoline or methanol, either way. But to answer your question, the flame is very visible. And the color of the flame is basically the giveaway. And I've always told the fire crews and that kind of stuff, you know, calm down, you'll see it, and it's easier to suppress. You know, the methanol fire is a lot easier to put out than a gasoline fire. The methanol fire, when you hit it with the extinguisher, it's gone. Or the gasoline fire, you'll chase it around inside the car for 10 minutes. So the flash point is just enough different. It's the same reason that it uses 1.8 times the amount of fuel is the flash point. The biggest thing that derby guys have to watch for is when you're torching, you want to keep your fuel system closed up because the vapors are more explosive. So like if if your tank's only half full and there's a half tank of vapor above your fuel and your vent hose is sticking straight up out of the top of your fuel tank and you're torching and a spark rolls down your vent hose, it will ventilate. I mean, it'll open everything up, but it'll do the same thing in the engine. If you got, you know, if you're cutting around your hood and you don't have your header covers on and a spark goes down the header, it'll light the fuel there too and blow the oil pan off of it and the valve covers off of it and everything else. But race fuel will do the same thing. Most people just don't realize that. But excellent question.
What about like maintenance, storage?
Maintenance is everybody's number one hesitancy. There's a couple different really good answers for that. What I've done, I've ran strictly methanol for 27 years. I run my car once a week and I don't touch it. But if you're going to store it, drain it. I tell guys if it's going to set for more than 2 weeks at a time, shut your pump off, run it till it dies. Take the line off the tank, or line off the tank, line off the carburetor, stick your line in a gas can, turn it on, let it pump some gas through. When you'll see the color change. When the gas comes out the other end, screw it back on the tank, screw it back on the carburetor, fire it up. It'll blow some black smoke because the carburetor is feeding it methanol amounts of gasoline, and you know you're good. And then all you have to do when you're ready to run again is just fire it up and run it until it clears out. You know, guys are like, well, won't that foul the plugs out? No, because here again, methanol is a cleaner. Its original purpose was to clean. So no matter how bad you gas foul your plugs running on the gas, as soon as it switches over to methanol and picks up, you rev it 2 or 3 times and it's going to sit there and run perfect.
What about engine? I mean, do we need to worry about oil, getting oil in the cylinders, or oil in the cylinders a little bit? Or?
The thing with the engine oil, as an engine builder, I beg guys to change the oil every run no matter what. And I have guys all the time, well, I want to go to methanol, but I don't want to have to change my oil every run because the oil will milk up. It will milk up because you're purposely, on a derby car, you're purposely pouring 20 to 25% more fuel in it than it can burn on purpose because you're cooling it with the raw fuel. Now some of that fuel is going to escape past the rings, especially like a red flag, but that is when methanol is winning your derby. If you get a red flag and everybody else is sitting around like, come on, hurry up, let's go, we're getting hot. You're sitting there on methanol like, no, take your time, slow down, fire guy, check him again, I think he's still on fire. Because it's just pouring the fuel in and cooling down. I mean, we'll discuss it a little bit more later, but like your intake's going, on methanol, your intake will ice up no matter how hard you run it. You run a 2-hour feature at Bash and you're flogging on it the whole time. When you shut the car off, you can reach out and scrape ice off the intake. I promise. Done it 1,000 times. And I've had guys, oh, I know it was hot. I seen it steaming. No, you seen the ice melting and running down on the heads that were warm enough to present a steam. So, that's the basic thing there.
As far as maintenance, just flush the system, leave gas out.
Yep. Yeah, and to go a little bit farther on your oil thing,
I didn't know if there's any like cylinder, like piston heads.
You run a top cylinder lube with methanol, and that helps with that because again, methanol is a cleaner. So if you don't run a lube, it will wash the cylinders down. So you run a lube to make up for that. But with the oil thing, you definitely want to change your oil every race. To me, if you're on gas and you're running it at 400 degrees, you want to change it because you got it hot. If you're on methanol, you want to change it because you want it to be fresh. Now, just to see what it would do, 3 years ago, I ran a full summer on one oil change and had the oil tested at the end of the season. And the viscosity rate had altered, but was still doing its job. It was still slick. It was milky as hell. It smelled awful. But you put it in your fingers and it was still slick. So because the evaporation rate is so high on methanol, it changes the appearance of the oil more than it changes what the oil can perform. Any other specific questions?
I got one.
Yeah.
Coolant or no coolant? Because I figured somebody's...
That is the $1 million question. I get asked 25 times a week, how long will it run without water? My answer is, how big's your fuel cell? It will run until you run out of fuel. The answer is, how much damage are you willing to take doing so? The cylinder heads and the top of the pistons will stay cool. The longer you run without the water, the more the core temperature raises, and the more your oil temperature raises. So if you're running without an oil cooler and lose water, it will run until it runs out of fuel. It will also, in all likelihood, melt the cam bearings clean out of it in a long period run. Now, obviously you can run, and maybe I should caveat long period run. You can run 45 minutes on methanol with no radiator, time and time and time and time and time again, and never have a problem. But when you run into a 2-hour-long feature that you busted your radiator the first 5 minutes, you're gonna hurt parts. It will run to the end, but you're gonna hurt parts. But it will cool. I prefer the radiator myself when I run because it's just that much longer that it's cool. And if I happen to not break the radiator, then there's no abuse on the head gaskets, there's no abuse on the head bolts, the bearings, and so forth. But to tell a guy, no, you're wrong, you should definitely run a radiator, Mike Klinger is one of my best friends in the world and hates radiators, but he's also won more derbies than most people have been to. So is there a right and wrong? No, it's just a preference thing. But I like to not abuse the engine if I don't have to.
When you're not running the radiator, you're just filling the motor with water and letting it circulate?
There's two different ways. Guys will loop the water and just let the water run in circulation, which is what the majority of them do. And then there's dry block. I have never personally tested dry block, but I mean, I know, monster truck guys and those guys, they run no water whatsoever, just dry. So, but then again, they're playing for 5 to 10 minutes versus how long will it run. Any other specific questions? Tony?
Upper cylinder lubricant?
Yes, sir. Upper cylinder lube is your absolute best friend. I don't understand why the gas guys don't use it. It does the exact same job on gasoline as it does methanol. It lubricates the valve. It does the same thing 2-cycle motor oil does in a 2-stroke engine. It cools. Top lube is, in my opinion, a 25 to 30% temperature difference in the first 5 minutes it's running. and I say opinion because I haven't had it on a computer screen, but I've done enough gun testing that the top cylinder lube changes your temperatures astronomically. But like I said, it works in gas just like it does methanol. But it primarily keeps your rings from hanging and your valves from hanging, which is where you start to lose power. Okay, anything else? Yep.
Throw it on a bone stock motor?
Absolutely. I did not have probably 10 customers until the 2015 era that ran anything but junkyard engines or the engine that was in the car when they bought it. The first 20 years I played with methanol, it was buying an Impala or Buick or whatever. And funny story, you buy a Cadillac with a Cadillac 500 in it, bolt a 4412 on methanol in it, and go win 90% of derbies you'd ever run. If you don't believe me, ask Tiffany Hahn. She's won Bash for Cash like 7 years in a row on a Cadillac 500 with 2-barrel methanol. Methanol loves compression, and people misunderstand that and think I have to build a methanol motor. No, you can build a methanol motor. You can build a motor that will perform 1,000 times better on methanol than it will on gas. But if you build the exact same engine that you run gas on, you guys all the time, well, what do I have to change? Carburetor. Well, I'm only running a Holly Red. That's fine. It still needs the same 7 PSI your gas carburetor does. In the racing world, people have everybody convinced that you have to have, a dash 10 fuel line and a Holly HP 150 that's pushing 175 gallon per hour, blah, 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 blah. You don't. A derby car will actually perform better on 7 PSI with a Holly HP 125 than it will. The guys that set it up like a race car fight it, over-fueling all the time, because a race car is set up to go wide open, and that's it. And in the derby world, I mean, there's a few people that run like they're in a race car, but most guys are on the gas, off the gas, on the gas, off the gas. And it just performs a lot better.
So you're saying you don't need methanol prep parts for, say, like fuel pumps? You could run a Holly Red?
Absolutely. I've had a ton of people that ordered a pump system off of me and then will call me, hey, I looked it up and it says you can't run the methanol through this pump. I know, and I've been doing it for 25 years, and you'll not have a single problem with it. I would not sell you something you can't use. And that's the case. Drag racing and the circle track world has basically convinced people that you have to have this or you have to have that. And if Robin back there was asking me what fuel pump she had to have for her drag car, I'd say I have absolutely no idea. Ask Matt, because that's what he does. But in the derby world, I can and will tell you exactly what you need, and it's not a huge fuel pump. It has the same fuel demands that it does on gas, except for volume. You want a dash 8 or half-inch line, and that doesn't matter whether you're running a 2.3 liter Ford or a big block Chrysler, big block Cadillac, whatever. We've done a lot of testing in the last 3 years on the 4-cylinder guys, because like all of a sudden the front wheel drive world figured out methanol existed, so they wanted it. And so it's the same thing. The first thing we had to do was upgrade our fuel lines, because everybody was running a 5/16 line or 3, hell, I ran 3/8 line for years. And 2012 or so, I figured out that the reason I couldn't hold it wide open for the whole track and then be there when I needed it again was the fuel line. Because when I first started playing with it, if you track shot somebody and when you made your hit and you go to throw it in reverse and back away real fast, you'd have to pump it a little bit and then go. And I figured out it was just fuel delivery. Put half-inch line on it, problem went away. So
you got to pay attention on the pump volume.
Right. You go to AutoZone, they've got the little mighty, whatever they're called, those little baby Holly pumps that have the 3/8 line in one side and out the other, and Mighty Vacs or whatever they're called. They just do not have the volume, but they also will not run a Holly 4412 on gas if you run it hard, and most people don't realize that. Bash for Cash last year, or when they had it the last year, I did like 60 some cars that I worked on for guys that weekend, and like 15 of them that were running issues on gas, where they would come over, well, when I run it hard in the field, I can go like hell, and then it just falls on its face. And they were running the little Mighty Vac, and the Holly the fuel bowl was running out. It just wasn't pushing enough volume. So, yeah, I mean, I recommend a 75 gallon per hour pump for minimum for derby cars. So like, the Holly Reds and, whatnot. And there again, that's gas, methanol, E85. If you're going to run, if there's any chance, there's always a chance. You get hung on somebody, and you're normally the softest driver out there, but you're hung and you want loose, so you're just holding it to the floor. You want it to run. So, and it takes 75 gallon per hour pump to deliver that. Whether it's manual or electric, there's a lot of manual pumps that deliver 75 plus gallon per hour, which is where it's at. 110 is your magical number for methanol. They'll run on 75 gallon per hour. They prefer 110. Answer the whole question? Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have anything specific? Okay. Feel free to interrupt at any time. The absolute most important thing you could ever learn, whether you learned it the first time you ever worked on your car or you learned it today, clean. Keep it clean. Good fuel filters, change them. They're not that expensive. If you're running a fuel log, put a stainless log in it. You can take it out and clean it every show. It costs nothing to clean it. You take a can of brake clean, you spray it out, you shove it back together, it's brand new again. 95% of the carburetor work I do, when I take the bowl off, it's clear full of garbage. Whether it's just old crusty fuel or rubber lines. A lot of people will buy everything brand new, put it together, and it won't run. They don't understand why. It's because they hooked it to the fuel tank and they hooked it to the carb, and then they turned it on the first time. Hook everything up. Don't hook it to the carb. Hook your fuel line up to the tank. Make sure everything's tight. Pump a little bit into a milk jug or gas jug, or into something that you can dump out, because there's going to be little fragments of rubber in there from cutting your lines and that sort of thing. So cleanliness, the old saying, cleanliness is next to godliness, has never been more true than it is in the fuel world. But keep your jugs clean, keep your filters clean, keep your tank clean. If you buy fuel by the drum, keep it sealed up, that sort of thing, because that's the number one thing people fight, is just dirt. I can't tell you how many derbies I've been at that I watch guys running with no air cleaner. It's like you couldn't possibly do anything harder on your carburetor than run without an air cleaner. You're literally, in the top of the carburetor, there's air bleeds right in the very top. No matter what the carburetor is, Eldebrock, Holly, Rochester, doesn't matter, they've all got air bleeds in the top. And as soon as you run it, especially out on the track, you run it without an air cleaner, it's sucking those full of dirt, because it's just pulling everything in. And I get them all the time that those are plugged up. So air cleaners and fuel filters and that sort of thing is your most important maintenance thing. On car-to-car adjustments is probably the most frequent question that I get asked from people that run carburetors all the time. But I don't want to buy 4 carburetors because I've got 4 setups. So they're going car to car to car, or they're pulling the engine out of one car and sticking it in another, and the engine sets at a little bit different angle. The Rochesters are limited on, but most of the time they're not that finicky, just because they'll take a little bit of lean. That's why they work so well in the derby world, because you can lean them pretty good before they start to fuel over. But on, like the Holly is, especially the Eldebrock guys, you got to keep your fuel levels set. So every time you set your engine, especially, it's super easy if you're running an electric pump, because then you don't have to have it running and have the risk of fire. But, like on Holly, a little screw in the side. As soon as you get everything hooked up, take the little screw out, turn your fuel pump on, see if fuel comes out of it. You don't want it to. If you shake the car just a little bit and you just get like a little trickle on the threads, perfect. If you shake the hell out of the car and you can't get any fuel to spill over, then you want to bring the float up a little bit, which little screw on the top, crack it counterclockwise, turn it. Counterclockwise raises the fuel bowl, clockwise lowers the fuel bowl. Then you set your screw back. That's a primary setting. Your absolute best bet for that is to set it idling, because that's going to set it with usage so that your fuel bowl is full during idle usage. So there again, you can start it, let it idle, same thing. But at idle, you still don't want it trickling out. Race car roll. Everybody's got everybody in the mindset. You want a light trickle out of there when it's idling. In the derby world, that means every time you hit, it's going to die. because it's going to slosh over every hit because it's too full. So drop your fuel levels. If every time you hit, it dies, drop your fuel level just a little bit, try it again. It probably won't die anymore. There's some carburetors out there that don't have the tube inside for the slosh bowl, and any sloshing at all sloshes over. At that point, all you can really do is, fix the carburetor problem. But 90% of stalling is just over fueling. Especially on gas. There again, the methanol is more forgiving, but the gas is more of a splash over deal. The idle characteristics of the carburetor, whether it be Rochester, Holley, or Eldebrock, are all pretty similar. Holley has the air idle mixture screws on the side. Rochester and Eldebrock are both on the front. But they're the same thing. Guys are always, well, how do I set it? How do I set it? There's a million different ways to set it, but the most foolproof way to set it is just to put a vacuum gauge on the full-time vacuum, screw it in, we'll take one side, screw it in a quarter turn at a time until you see the vacuum drop. And then screw it out a quarter turn at a time until you see the vacuum stop raising, and then match the other side to it, and just go back and forth, small turns at a time, just to make sure you want maximum vacuum. So whatever setting those screws are, whether it's 1.5 turns out, 2.5 turns out, 3 turns out, it's going to depend on what your setup is. But maximum vacuum is where you want to be for your air idle control, which is the one that most people overlook. They don't understand that that's what makes the car still be running when they get hit in the passenger door so hard that they're laying on the passenger floor. When you crawl back up in the driver's seat and put it in drive and it goes again, your air idle is set right. If you're laying on the floor and you crawl back in it and you go somewhere and you have to start the car again, then either your float level is too high or your air idle is wrong. So, any questions on any of the setting stuff that we've covered?
Choke plates versus not.
I'm sorry?
Got any information on choke plates versus not running choke plates?
I take choke plates out of everything just because of the likelihood of it falling shut when you don't want it to. I do know, there's a couple guys in the Midwest that run choke plates on gasoline, because when you're really hot, the hardest thing about getting it to refire is to get the fuel to not be evaporated from the air coming in the top. So you can pump and it's just evaporating in the intake faster than you can start it. So guys will, there's a couple guys in that part of the world that run a choke so they can force it to have more fuel on a hot start. But I've never been in a situation where I found that to be necessary, so I don't run choke plate in my stuff.
When you hit a ball derby, like the turkey derby, you get up and it's 35 degrees out. You started explaining it to me last night.
Yep. Excellent question. What he asked was cold start on methanol or E85, because a lot of people don't think to ask on E85, but it won't just light right off. If it's below 60 degrees, unless you're super high compression, the very first time you start it won't light right off. I try to get everybody to use flammable brake clean, because it just doesn't have the detonation issues that starting fluid has. So you don't have to worry about breaking the head off the starter. But what I've always done is I used to always have just crack the air cleaner, shoot a start in it, a little bit of fluid in it, fire it the first time. After it starts the first time that day, we go to Kansas, it's cold as shit. First thing when you unload out of the trailer, I hit it with a little brake clean, fires off, let it warm up a little bit, and then it'll start the rest of the day. Now, obviously, if you run it first thing in the morning and you don't run again until 9 o'clock that night, then, a little bit before you're going to run, you might want to hit a heat cycle. Out there, we cheat and use a salamander to warm the oil pan, then it still fires right off all day long. But yeah, just a little bit of brake clean. But what I've learned in the last few years is a lot of places where you're not taking the hood off ever, let alone throughout the night. So I started running the full-time vacuum. I just run a long line capped instead of just a little short cap on the carburetor. So all you gotta do is just open that vacuum line, shoot a thing of brake clean in it, and fire it off, plug your vacuum line, you're good to go. You can do the same thing with gas like the drag racing guys do, just a little squirt of gas in the top. It's just more of a pain in the butt.
Or you can start it and let it die, and start it and rev it and let it die, right? I mean, that's what people do, right?
Well, you know, Mark, it's funny you say that, because if there's something I've wondered the most in my 27 years is what the holding wide open of your not running properly car fixes. Because every time somebody's having a running issue in the pits, you hear it over there just rah, 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 and it never starts running better, but they never stop trying. But yeah. A little piece of that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with warm-up cycles. I have guys ask me, well, do you warm yours up before you go out? No, I promise it's going to warm up. But, you know, can you? Yes. Like I said, in Topeka, we have a little torpedo heater. We just blow underneath the front of the car for about 15 minutes before we go out when it's really cold, just so the oil's not at 20 degrees when we fire it. But that's really more for the bottom end than the top end, but it does make it easier to start.
Any recommended oil that you run over,
As long as it's a full synthetic, I'm not hugely partial to one or the other. I've seen very extensive testing done on Mobil 1 full synthetic, and that's what I've always used. But I also know a lot of guys have had really good luck with the Brad Penn oils and what was the one you said, Chop? Schaefer's and Joe Gibbs both. Yeah.
Particular weight?
Forever I ran 2050 and a Lucas. I changed to a 1550 when I started running an oil cooler, because the 2050, it seemed like the car would run for like 15 seconds before my oil pressure gauge would come up on the cooler. And when I switched to the 1550, the oil pressure come up as soon as I fired the car. So that's my personal experience, is I run the 1550 versus the 2050 for that reason.
And still Lucas?
I run a quart of regular Lucas with my synthetic oil. And the only reason I say regular is it's still a synthetic oil. It's just not the specialty thin synthetic that they use that says pure synthetic on it.
That don't hurt anything, like breaking in with one tail and get the rates to seed on the pressure?
No, it's actually best, and I break my methanol engines in on gas for that same reason, just to make sure the rings seat, because you want the heat in the heat cycle, and it really is hard to get a heat cycle on methanol. I mean, guys think, oh, you're just trying to sell carburetors, you're trying to oversell it. It's really hard to get the temperature, and whether it's running hard to win or just trying to get a heat cycle for a break-in, it's hard. So I break them in on gas, but I do use, you know, a lighter weight break-in oil for break-ins. In fact, most of my stuff run break-in for like 1040 versus the 50 weights. A lot of the Derby specific build engines, I won't run anything lighter than 40 weight in them, just because there's way too much clearance. It gets loud. Yeah, don't let it get loud. If you start it up and it's talking back to you, go thicker. What you got, Mark?
So number one, you're a little over on time, but I think this is great stuff. I think anybody that's not in here is missing out on some good knowledge. So there's always that run alcohol because it's cooler, or that's bull crap. And I bet you a lot of people go around saying that and repeating it and have no idea why, but they heard somebody say it. So like, one, what's your thoughts on that, and two, why?
My thing is, it's so hard for me to find a negative to running methanol, because you're just not beating on your equipment. It's not getting hot for no reason whatsoever. If you run gas, you're gonna run hot. Not necessarily hot enough to stall, but if you're watching a temperature gauge and you run a 2-hour feature and you run it hard, you're gonna be exceeding 220 degrees for a long period of time. Methanol, unless you break the radiator and beat it to death, it's hard to get it over 180. So for that very reason, that's my why. My why is, yes, it's way cooler, proven time and time and time again that it will just run longer, cooler. And there are absolutely phenomenal engine builders out there that are building primarily gas engines and winning features everywhere. I just personally prefer not to get mine hot if I don't have to, and that's where I'm at on methanol. Any closing questions, guys? Yeah.
Any recommendations for how big of a gas tank guys should run?
You'll run, methanol basically burns 10 gallon an hour on the average driving style. So it's just a little bit shy of that most of the time. I've run 2-hour features on roughly 12 to 14 gallon of fuel, but I've ran out a 12-gallon tank in an hour feature once because I was running too hard. I run 22-gallon tank everywhere I go. I actually have a 32-gallon tank for bash just because sometimes guys like to see just how long we can stay on the track. It's not my favorite way to run, but if you want to win, you got to outlast the guy that wants to see how long he can stay on the track. Good? Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Where are you from, and what are you providing with for the fans here?
I'm from Scipio, Indiana, originally from Franklin, Indiana. We're providing majority of suspension parts for 9802 Crown Vics, 98 newer 03s, or Ford Motor Company vehicles, I guess you would say. And I just try to kind of focus on stuff that I've had problems on and try to build those parts and help myself out and learn from them and go from there.
So did you get started with the parts business? You started derbying and then just wanted to make your own parts, or what got you in starting the business?
It's kind of a little bit. Most of it's from where part failures I've had. Instead of going out and trying to buy something, I try to figure it out until I get it figured out, and then I just kind of stick with it. And then after running for a while, and then people started asking if you want to sell this or if you'd make that for this, and then that's kind of when I said, well, why don't I just start a parts business and just start giving people these parts and helping them out.
In case anybody don't know, Toast and I have been on a team derbies together. We've started derbying way back, and he's one of the guys that got Fords going. So with him building Ford parts, it's awesome. Mayhem that one year, you, Toby, and Marky took Fords and just
annihilated.
Everybody said I'll never be in a new style.
Yep.
And you took new style to a new level. And I truly believe you guys are the innovators of the Ford, what made it. And you're not only a parts builder, you're not only my friend, but in the very beginning I needed help, and this guy drove 3.5 hours to come help me with my trunk and show me and teach me. So he's one of those that gives to the derby community. You don't hide nothing. You help everybody, and that means a lot to us.
Yeah, no matter. I mean, you got a question, call me and ask me.
And
you don't know unless you ask.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
I mean, I can't answer every single phone call that comes through, but I mean, if I'm available and I'm not doing nothing and you call, I'll answer it.
Now, what other shows are you going to be going to sell your parts?
Right now we're going to Dixon's show in Urban Destruction, I believe. And then I'm going to try to make Mayhem before that, or not Mayhem, but Spring Explosion before that, because I got a few guys that wanted parts, so I'm going to try to see what I can get done and try to go there.
Now, are you, for the people at home that want to go to the derbies and pick up parts, do they need to call ahead of time and pre-order? Are you going to have extra parts there for?
Absolutely. That's kind of like here today. I tried to bring parts, but I just can't keep up and keep the quality in. So I brought parts that people ordered, and then they're luckily enough they were nice enough to let me stay on the table to kind of show everybody. But the way I look at it is I can't go and vend parts when I've got people that are waiting on their orders. So I brought parts that people ordered to display, and if you wanted to put in an order, we can get you taken care of as soon as we can.
Now, how many your rear ends, now that you're building rear ends, correct, for the public, do you got from basic all the way up to the wildest? I mean, is there something for everybody?
I pretty much focus like on the stocker rear ends. If you're running a Ford, build a Ford rear end. You get a Ford rear end on every car you get. So if you bend the rear end, you cut the ends off of it, pull everything out of the inside, and bring me new housing. I can put everything back in it.
And what do you got kind of a price range, like from the cheapest to the most expensive, or is that just something people need to call
everything's pretty much per customer. I don't build anything to have in stock. I want you to buy something that you wanted for your car the way you wanted it.
Well, I know that I had tons of issues with trying to get the way my pinion brake was mounted, the way I did it, and the way the caliper. You are the only one that could build me a pedal so I could keep brakes. Are you putting that pedal out there for everybody? Is that something else you're going to sell to the public?
Yeah, I sell them to the public. I just don't advertise stuff just because I don't want to get so busy where I got people waiting.
So I shouldn't have said nothing?
No, you're fine. So until I get a bunch of parts that are made up that I can have a basic setup, that if you just don't want nothing special, you just want a brake or gas pedal, I'll have them on the shelf. So that's kind of why we quit taking orders. Unless if you're going to a show and we can have time, we'll accept the order. But we try to tell everybody to give us some time so we can build your part with the quality we build everything with, and we'll go from there.
That's what I like about him is he builds your part like it's his part. It's not just like, oh, I can get this done and throw it out. The craftsmanship is there. The customer service is beyond. Like I said, even if it's not about one of his parts and you just see him at a derby and ask him a question, he's always willing to help.
Yeah, I'm not a real vocal person. I mean, you come up and talk to me, I'll talk, but I'm not one to go up and spark conversation. I'm more shy than that. I mean, I'm not going to say shy, but
it would be neat to see, like, you've been in B-Dub all together and, like, see how that conversation goes. Who's going to start first?
I don't know.
We go look at each other for a while.
Yeah. But once it got rolling, it'd probably get ready to be rolling.
Right.
You know, it'd be good. But now to touch on, just not to interrupt you, Bobby, but, man, the craftsmanship, like, bar none. I mean, that's my trade. I mean, I'm a welder fabricator by trade. I've been doing it since I was 12 years old. You know, first picked up a stick back then, you know, and that's the thing, you know, for the one Vegas show, you know, it's Bobby sending me pictures or Toes sending Bobby pictures. Hey, can I run this? Can I run this? I'm like, man, you know, did you see what Bobby? Did you see the way that was designed? You know, do you see how that interlocks this, interlocks that? You know, so but that's what excites me about it. It excites me that you're willing to share your parts and your knowledge and stuff, because bar none, the amount of people that were laughing in the stands to go back to when you guys brought them Fords.
Right.
And I'm like, there's guys sitting next to me. They're like, they're gonna get run over. I'm like, you better buckle up. I says, because these boys are they're gonna break something out of the woodwork. And I said, you're
they
gonna be
came
surprised.
at it in the feature. Well, I mean, the heat races were crazy.
Yep.
But when they were all in the feature together, and it was like,
it was insane.
It's like you could not miss that feature because you knew.
In the stands,
host put on a show.
Yeah, and the stands were just like, if you jaw dropped in the stands.
I think Toby put a lot of fear in people when he went out and got mad. Toby's like, I don't know if I want to try to do that.
Yeah, and then to watch Marky, you know, if everybody knows Mark Elliott with Unified Points, if you've ever watched him, he runs like a half bucket.
So you can see that smile, how much fun he's having.
I remember the time we were all in Arkansas, and they pushed him up on top of like 4 cars, and they were laughing at him, and he just smiled, gave him that smile, and came down and put on a show.
Oh, yeah, I remember Dave had to go out and make him break his tickets. He wasn't giving up. He just, bring it on, I'm not breaking until I have to.
And that's what's good about you building the parts. Like, there's other people building parts that making nice stuff, but maybe they haven't derbied. They just have a really nice setup. Where you've derbied for so long, you've been a part of it. You know what we need, what will help, what will do this, you know, and then that helps with your rules and how to build to that. And it's helping people because of the way you're doing it. We appreciate it.
It always helps when the person that's building the part is actually done the R&D themselves.
Yes.
You know, a lot of times you'll have guys, go run my part, give me feedback, tell me what I need to do. You know, they're great fabricators and everything else, but they don't have the seat time. You know, they don't, like Toast says, you know, I went out and ran this is the part I had a problem with, so I sat down and re-engineered, reconfigured, put the think bucket on the head, you know, and basically made something, went out, tried it again, you know. It wasn't accomplished on the first try, you know.
Absolutely not.
You
get lucky on the first try, you better give yourself a hand on that one.
Absolutely, but then you got the point where the different caliber and levels of shows that you've run all through the years, you've got something for the stock guy, you got something for the full-blown Blizzard Bash, Bash for Cash guy, you know, and the wide spectrum of just personal knowledge. It's
like I was saying earlier. I mean, it's just because something looks good when the car's fresh. What's that part going to look like at the end of the night?
Exactly.
That's what's going to make the difference between everything.
Yep.
Yeah, and I definitely learned something today when he just explained that to us about that, and he didn't have to tell us, and he explained it. He's like, here, look at this, try this. And that's what's nice. He's always there. He's about family. His family's involved with everything with him. And it's just, he's good for the sport. And I love it. I love he's still doing it. I love I get to be a part of this. He had built some stuff for me, and I just asked, you know, can we do this? And the next day he was on it and did it the way I like, just because I'm afraid to change. I'm a creature of habit. Right. So he's like, it'll work my way. And I'm like, I know, but I just always run this ball. I'm not used to it. And he, you know, and he'll go over with you when you call him. He'll go over, this could be this way, it could be this way. Not everybody's out there like that. They just, we want this part, that's it, I don't have time. And you take the time with everybody. It doesn't matter if it's a Toby Hiley or the kid trying to get in his first derby car. You give the same type of one-on-one to everybody.
And that's the thing is, I don't want to sell or buy parts. Not saying that I don't want to sell or buy parts, but I want you to know what you're buying that part for. So there's sometimes I've taught people how to buy my stuff because they're not to the point where they need it.
Right.
You got to figure out what, I guess the best way to say it is, why do you need that part? What's it going to help you with?
Right.
If you're some builds, you don't need everything. So like stocker cars, those cars are built different. They bend more. Where mod car don't bend at all, so that stuff might work on a mod car. You switch it over to stock car, and then at the end of the night, you can't drive the car because everything's binding up or just not working.
You're just. I guess we're going to be going to the seminar to cut it short.
All right, well, we're here with Vince Olivius with Toast Inc., and we hope you guys will get all your parts from him. He's a top-notch guy. He's always there for you. He drives the derby cars. He makes the parts, and we appreciate everything you do, and we thank you for coming on here.
I appreciate it. You got to share your information to make the sport grow.
And just so you know, at home, he's going to give a seminar here in a little bit. He's going to give a seminar. Yes, and he's got a frame in there, so like if you want to ask questions, you guys can type in some questions or something.
Ask him.
We'll ask them.
But we broke the ice with him, so now if we got to get him on again, we'll get him on again.
We will, and we thank you very much for coming
on. Thanks for having me.
All right.
I'm sure everybody can hear me, right? My name is Brent Johnson. I own Redline Performance and Machine, and obviously build Redline racing engines. So Casey got a hold of me and wanted to know if we could put together some kind of real generalized information on builds, things to look for, the differences in different style builds, things like that. So we've been kind of back and forth emailing each other, putting together these slides. There's 9 total slides in there, and I've got some bullet points on it that I want to talk about. I want to try real hard not to go over my time. So I'll try to get through the slides as quick as I can, and then at the end, all the questions in the world that we got, let's have them up until we run out of time. Does that work for everybody? Okay. Obviously, when it comes time to build an engine, the block is going to be the foundation of everything. I absolutely hate to see a customer come to me and they have a very, very big idea of what they want to build, and then we put it together. You good? And then we put it all together with a block that's only worth about 50 cents. You built this enormous, beautiful house on the beach, and it's just going to wash away. So our choices on blocks, especially the OEM stuff, I want to start there. We've all heard, you know, the old iron's better. The old iron's better. High nickel contents, this, that, and the other. So the reality is the 60s and 70s era blocks are definitely a denser and stronger material. There was some better material out there. They were seasoned, as they like to call it. The downside of those blocks is back then the technology as far as machining that material wasn't very good. So you can scour the salvage yards and find yourself that golden 010 block. But if you look down the cam tunnel on it, the core shift on it is horrible. So now we've got a block that has really, really good material, but one side of the block's considerably thicker than the other. Do we really want to start with that? Probably not. So the machining back then just wasn't that great. Now, as we jump into the 80s and the 90s era, 80s right-hand dipstick, two-piece rear main seal blocks were absolutely horrible. That time frame, materials were very, very scarce. We were going through this weird economical switch. There wasn't a lot of money out there. Manufacturing was much, much less. So the cast iron quality of those blocks is not very good at all. The technology for machining that poor material still wasn't really up to standard yet. So those blocks primarily will break much, much easier. They're very, very brittle. Now, as we keep going into the 90s, things started to change a little bit. So we jump into the 880 Vortex style blocks, the 638s, you know, throttle body stuff, single piece rear main seal. Well, if you take one of those blocks, the material of the cast iron is not as thick and strong. However, the machining process is by far better. If you take an 880 block and set it right next to an 010 cast iron block, you can visually see how much better the core shift in the block is. You can visually see how much more consistent the block is. The machining is just that much better because technology grew. Now, of course, as that technology grew, the manufacturers realized, well, we're getting so good at building these and machining them, we don't need to make them as thick or as strong. So that's the spin-off of the blocks, okay? The LS stuff, everybody's kind of jumping on that. That is actually an absolutely fantastic package. The LS engines are really, really good. Their cast iron quality is about the same as what we're dealing with the Vortex style stuff, okay? Obviously, their weakness is the brittleness of the cylinders. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Aftermarket stuff. Aftermarket world is huge with blocks right now. Not with just domestic sides, but there's a lot of China stuff that's coming over. And the reality is the China stuff's actually pretty good. As much as I hate to say that, it is true. There's some manufacturing going on that they are 100% mimicking a Dart SHP block. And priority main oiling, the material seems to be very, very good. The machining quality seems to be very, very good. I found a dealer that was located far out west, a very big warehouse that I deal with, and the rep that I typically talk to had mentioned to me that they had gotten a very large order of these Chinese blocks in. Would I be interested? So I said, you know what, Tom, here's what we're going to do. Send me to them. I don't know that I'm going to use them, but send me to them. I want to see. If I buy just one, it might be easy enough for the guy to walk out in the warehouse and say, that one looks to be the best. So I figured if he sends me two, at least now I had two to compare. And the reality is it's actually pretty good stuff. Dart, of course, and World are the two biggest ones as far as block strength. They are absolutely thicker in the deck. They are absolutely thicker in the cylinder bores. They are just stronger all around. The block themselves is physically heavier. An average Dart block is right around 220 pounds. That is a lot for a bare block. Okay? The one piece versus a two piece rear main seal. I've had that question a lot with my guys. Really, in the block itself, there's no big difference. But there is one small difference when it comes to a two-piece rear main design versus a single, and that is the strength of your flex plate. And I stress hardcore on that flex plate because time and time again, you're beating the front pump out of your transmission. Well, there's a reason for that. So to contain your torque converter and hold it, it has to be seated against the crankshaft. The flex plate's the only thing that does that for you. That's why it's called a flex plate. It's just a big spring. So every time you back up and you hit, the only thing that's holding that torque converter from slamming into the front pump on the transmission is that flex plate. The one-piece or single-piece design crankshafts, their bolt flange is considerably smaller. If any of you guys have ran both designs before, then you'll notice that. Being that flange diameter is smaller, then that flex plate is slightly weaker than the older two-piece design. But other than that, in the blocks, there's not really anything. Okay. All right, does size really matter? Everybody wants to build strokers, and everybody says, I want the biggest and baddest, and when they show up, this thing's just going to tear everybody in half. There is actually some thought process to the size of your engines. And the big thing is it comes down to the weight and the size of your build. Okay? If you're going to go build yourself a 9,000-pound car, and then you decide you're going to run 302 cubic inches, you can put all the gear to it in the world that you want, but the engine's going to labor. It is going to struggle to move that much weight. You guys don't have race cars, but you do kind of have a drag car. You need to have that 10-foot shot because that's about all you get most commonly. So you need to move the maximum amount of weight, which is your car, the fastest you can move it in 10 feet to put on as much damage to that guy as possible. So I always try to tell my folks that the size of the engine is going to be determined on what you build. My very first question with any new customer is, okay, what kind of shows do you normally run? And what kind of car do you normally build? Are we talking a 4,000-pound car, or are we talking that 9,000-pound car? Because that's going to make a difference as far as what direction we want to go. Obviously, the more cubic inch that we put in that car, the easier it's going to be on the engine as far as labor and stress, but it's also going to be able to move that much weight in a short distance, okay? As far as machining costs, of course there is. Anytime we're going to go bigger on cubic inch, especially stroking an engine, then there's machining costs. There's a lot that has to be done to the block for the rods to swing through. There's a lot for the rods themselves need work in order for the camshaft to fit. I think I covered the car weight. Okay, yeah, let's just go to the next slide. All right, keeping it all together. I get this a lot too. Steel crankshafts, cast crankshafts. For the most part in the derby world, you guys do turn RPM. That's absolutely true. But you also only turn RPM in a very short burst. Okay? Even a drag car that's turning an 8-second quarter mile, they turn a lot of RPM for 8 seconds. You guys too can turn a lot of RPM for, let's say, 5 to 8 seconds most commonly. All right. So materials of our rotating assembly, we got steel and we got cast crankshafts. And then we have this voodoo stuff called nodular iron, which is still cast. Okay. Steel crankshafts are obviously extremely strong, but they're also elastic. Steel can flex, and it can bend, and it can take that hard shot without breaking. Now, true enough, they will break at some point, but they have elasticity in them. Cast iron does not. Cast iron is a very, very hard but brittle material, very similar to a file. Okay? That cast iron crankshaft can break before it will ever bend. So in the event that you get that unlucky shot and you're nosed up hardcore and there's your damper sticking out just plain as day, you can't see it because you're in the car and you're nosed up. And you go and put a hit on that guy and that damper becomes your front bumper to make solid contact. That cast iron crankshaft is going to break in half. It is absolutely going to break in half. The steel crank may flex and bend a little bit and not break, but it's also going to take on damage. The difference between the two is you hurt the crankshaft with the steel. When you broke the cast crankshaft, it took everything else with it. So that's something to consider. Okay. Impact forces on your rotating assembly. Thrust bearings are big. Every time you move forward and put on a hit, the car stops, but the crankshaft tries to keep going. The only thing that holds that crankshaft in the block is the thrust bearing. Now you're going to back up and take on a hit. Car stops, crankshaft tries to keep going. So the thrust bearing in your engine gets beat and beat and beat. So a lot of times when I get engines back, one of the very first things I want to look at is the end play of that crankshaft. And that's going to tell me how much damage the crankshaft took. Okay. Forged pistons versus other alloys. So basically we've got forged and we've got cast aluminum, and then we have hypereutectic. Forged materials, you're going to deal with 2618s or 4032. 4032 has very similar characteristics to hypereutectics, so we'll just kind of call those the same. A forged piston is extremely strong, but it grows and grows and grows when it takes on heat. There is not a lot of silicon in them at all, so the clearances for that piston need to be extremely large if you're running on gas and you plan on getting hot. Now, fortunately, I was really happy to listen in on Jason's. With alcohol, it's a little different because that alcohol is helping to cool the head of that piston. If we're on gas, that forged piston is going to grow a lot. And as it grows, it'll finally run itself out of room and start dragging on the cylinder wall, which is creating even more heat, and it's just a snowball effect until that piston decides, I'm done, I can't do this anymore. So now we look at the 4032 material and hypereutectic. They have a lot of silicon content in them, which completely controls, now let me not say that, really helps control expansion. A hypereutectic piston, if you were to put it in the oven and warm that baby up, throw a mic on it, take it out of there and put it in the freezer and cool it all the way down, the expansion and contraction rate of that piston is very, very minimal. Very, very minimal. So when it comes to heat, it's not so much of a concern of the growth of the skirt of that piston. The downside of those materials, both 4032 and hypereutectic, is they are also very, very brittle. Very, very brittle. If you get debris inside a combustion chamber with a forged piston, it will beat that piston to death, but it won't break it unless it punches a hole through. If you have a hypereutectic or a 4032 material, those pistons are very brittle and can shatter like glass. We run into a very serious detonation problem. We get a piece of debris that gets into the combustion chamber somehow. Our air cleaner got knocked off 5 minutes ago and we're out there running hard and something comes down through the carburetor and you're wide open. It makes its way to the combustion chamber. It crashes into that hypereutectic piston and it will literally explode that piston like glass. So that's something to think about too. All right, bearings, clearances, and oil. I absolutely have to agree with Mr. Koch. Oil is huge. Oil is super, super, super big for you guys. All right, that SuperTech Walmart stuff is not the oil that you need to even come near. Anything like that. We don't want to do anything with that type of oil. The oil is absolutely the lifeblood of your engine. A quality oil, name brand, is the direction I always push my guys. Okay? Synthetic-based oils are fantastic. Does anybody actually know the difference between synthetic and conventional oil? The myth has always been that synthetic-based oil is man-made and standard oil is crude oil. Well, they're actually both start out crude oil. So there's molecules that make up the oil. In standard crude, the molecules are multiple different sizes. So we got big ones and little ones and even smaller ones and then medium-sized ones. So when they flow to fill those gaps and those clearances, the big ones can't fit into the really small areas, but the small ones can. With synthetic, man does go in and change that. They go in and find the smallest ones and pull them all out and put them in one jug. Now that's a synthetic-based oil. It has basically been screened down to get the good stuff, okay? Our clearances are gonna come into play whenever we decide what weight or body of oil we're gonna use. And that's something that I tell everybody, talk to your engine builder. That particular person knows what clearances they want to run based on what oil they want you to run. Obviously, that oil is not just a lubricator, but it's also a shock absorber. There's that very, very thin layer between the crankshaft journals and that bearing. And the only thing that keeps that bearing from making contact with that crankshaft is that thin layer of oil. So it becomes a shock absorber. Anytime that bearing makes contact with the crankshaft, it's like taking a piece of steel and a ball-peen hammer. You hit that piece of steel in the middle enough times, that flat piece of steel just starts to bend. Your bearings do the exact same thing. And our oil is the only thing that can protect that. Temperatures and bearing babbitt. Depending on the type of material that your bearings are made out of, anywhere from 350 degrees to 480 degrees, that babbitt will melt like solder. It will literally melt itself right off of the bearing and puddle up in the bottom of the oil pan. And the next time you bring that engine back to me or your other engine builder and they pop the oil pan off, it looks like somebody just took a big roll of solder, melted it, and dropped it in there. And that's all due to the oil temperature. So bearing material is very, very important. And again, clearances and the bearing material, that's something that you need to talk to your engine builder about. Change your oil every single run. Every single run. That oil is a lubricator, it's a shock absorber, and it's a cleaner. And it's a fantastic diagnostic tool. You've invested a lot of money into your engines. You're going out there, you're running. You're in a dirty environment. Your air cleaners don't seal that good. You're taking on heat. You're beating it. That oil is going to protect it. Change your oil every single run. Check that oil. Look at it. Put it in a clear container so you can see it. Don't just dump it into the same old dirty jug that was in the corner of the garage that I've changed oil for years with. Look at your oil. It's going to tell you things. Okay? All right, let's go on to the next one. Timing. This is something that you guys should be checking every single run. Every single run. All right? The tuning by ear philosophy is a really, really good way to shatter a hypereutectic piston or to run yourself into detonation. Create a lot of heat, lose horsepower. I know for a long time that there was always a theory with timing that if we back that timing down and make it lazy, the engine will be easier to start and it'll run cooler. Well, I don't know where those theories came from, but lazy timing will also create heat, and that's not what we want. So the timing by ear was all about, well, when the car seems like it smooths out as I turn it, then I'm going to make it at that point where it runs the best. That's kind of true. But if you don't know where that timing curve is, then you don't know how you're controlling that flame travel to fire it, then you're going to run yourselves into problems. So find out what kind of timing curve your engine builder has put into your distributor. How much mechanical advance do I have? Do I have any? Is it 10 degrees? Is it 20 degrees? Where do I set my base timing? Where should my timing ramp up? How much full-on advanced timing should I have? All in. At what RPM? These are things that you need to ask. Ask those questions. And then check it every single run. If you check it every single run, you can use it as a diagnostic tool. Okay? If your timing's starting to fall off, and you know that distributor didn't turn, then something inside the engine's starting to fail. We've either got a cam gear that's starting to get chewed off, the distributor gear is starting to get chewed off, maybe our elastometer ring on the damper, it took a good shot, and now that rubber ring that's in there, it's about ready to take that entire cast iron elastometer ring and just chuck it right through the radiator. So you can check that with your timing. Cam bearing wear. If you got it super, super hot and those cam bearings are melting down like solder, now the camshaft has a whole lot of play in it, the timing chain has a whole lot of play in it, and your engine timing as far as ignition is going to change. So that timing is huge. You need to check it every run. Fuel system. I 100% agree. Filter, 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 filter. Keep it clean, super clean. That fuel system is so incredibly important to you guys. It is incredibly important. Make sure your fuel lines are clean. Anytime you cut that rubber hose, or even just remove the hose and push it back over a barb fitting, exactly like he said, you are pushing those little fine pieces of rubber hose right inside of that fitting, and trust me, they will find their way to the needle and seat at exactly the moment you don't want it to happen. When you're out there and you're just about to win. We're down to 2 cars and I've got this guy, and that little piece of rubber that you didn't even realize you shoved in there finds its way to the needle and seat and shuts you down, and it will not restart. That's the worst feeling in the world. So keep everything clean. Keep those air bleeds cleaned out every single run. Keep your carburetor outside clean. If it looks filthy dirty on the outside, trust me, it's also dirty on the inside. Keep it clean. All right, let's move on. Your ignition system, cap, rotor, wires, plugs, and coil. This chart Casey found online, I strongly recommend you guys find anything like this that's going to show you diagnostics of a spark plug, because that spark plug is definitely going to tell you what's going on inside that combustion chamber. Whether we're too fat on fuel, too lean on fuel, do I got an oiling problem, do I got a mechanical problem? You can read those spark plugs to kind of tell what's going on inside your engine before it fails. All right. Quality wires. Please don't run out to Napa and just tell them, hey, I need a set of spark plug wires for a 75 Chevy pickup. Those will work. They won't work. They will run. But that graphite style wire is very, very high resistance. The outside insulation on those style wires is pretty flimsy. And eventually you're going to run into all kind of misfire problems. Get your hands on a quality, good spiral wound wire that's low resistance, has good insulation characteristics, and that'll help your spark plug diagnosis quite a bit as well. Okay? Non-resistor spark plugs is what I've always recommended. Don't just run right out and grab yourself a set of AC Delcos for a small block Chevy or a small block Ford or whatever it is you run. Get a good quality non-resistor spark plug. We want the spark to jump the gap. That's the point. We don't want any kind of resistance to keep it from doing that. So again, find a good brand name. NGK, Autolite, whatever your engine builder's particular lovable brand is, but just make sure they're a non-resistor design. Read your spark plugs after the show. You guys are building your cars, you're pulling it in and out of the garage, you're riding around out in the field, long before you ever get to a show. So if you were to try to check your spark plugs right there as a diagnostic tool to see where we're at on fuel, it's not going to tell you anything. After you make that run, when it's actually been out there in battle, that's when your spark plugs are going to tell you what's going on inside of there. Because that's when you got it super hot. That's when I ran into this weird miss, whatever the case may be. At that point, you need to read your spark plugs. Okay? Misfires. Misfires are an absolute engine killer for a couple different reasons, but diagnosing them is not that difficult sometimes. Obviously, I'm sure some of you have seen this, I'm hoping, in the pits, but everybody's got headers on their car. There's a tube to each exhaust port. If you have got a dead cylinder or a misfire, find the coolest tube. Chances are that's the cylinder that's having the problem. Okay? Start going through it mechanically. Does it look like everything mechanically is okay, or when I took the spark plug out of that hole, is there oil everywhere? Then break it down. Is it an ignition problem? Is my spark plug okay? Is my wire okay? Now look at the cap. When it comes to the coil and the rotor, that's not going to be a single cylinder misfire. Those components are involved with every other cylinder. So you can just pinpoint it down to one cylinder with the wire and the spark plug. If your distributor cap gets cracked, don't repair it with JB Weld. Go get a new distributor cap. Don't seal it up with some RTV silicone and think that'll be fine. It won't. Go get a new distributor cap. Okay. Cooling system. Single pass and double pass radiators. Double pass radiators are actually worth it. They're slightly more expensive. Hose routing is a little weird on some of the cars, but they are actually worth it. Fan choices. Airflow through that radiator is very, very important to keep it cool. Shrouding is a big thing. I have clients that I hand them their engine, they take them home, they put them in their car, their build is done, they call me, I'm ready to go, come tune it for me, whatever. I show up, they've got a brand new double pass radiator in their car. They've got this nice 6-blade flexible fan on there in case it takes a shot. And then there's absolutely nothing between that fan and the radiator for 18 inches. The fan's not doing anything for you. It's doing absolutely nothing. You have to put together some kind of a shroud and make that fan pull the air through it. A lot of guys are using these politician signs, whatever that stuff is. I know a couple of my guys that have done some really smart things with shrouding that I never would have thought of. They go get a Rubbermaid big garbage can. They're rubbery and flexible. And then they cut it to the length they want and the size of their fan, and then they run it to the radiator. So it's flexible. It can take a shot without destroying the radiator or the fan. So that works pretty well. Hot spots and evacs. I really like to get rid of hot spots in the engine. Now, obviously, hot spots and evacs only work when you still have water. Once you lose water, the whole thing's hot. But on a typical small block Chevy, the center exhaust ports are side by side, so therefore they're going to be the hottest area of your engine. I'm sure everybody in here has blown a head gasket on a small block Chevy out there derbying at some point. When that head gasket lets go and you tear it apart, directly between the center two cylinders, 3, 5, 4, and 6 is where your head gasket let go. That's because that is the absolute hottest area of that cylinder head. So I like to evac that water out of there. Let's not allow a hot spot to get there. If we evac that water, it does help cool because we have fresh coolant going to that location, but it's only good as long as you have water. Okay. Pulley size. We want to try to run, or I highly recommend running 1-to-1 on your pulleys. And no restrictors. So, years ago I contacted Stewart Water Systems. They're very big in racing, they're very big in cooling. They probably build the best water pumps that I've ever seen. And I talked to one of their engineers and talked to him for a long time about pulley sizing, about fans, about restrictors, coolant flow, and he taught me a lot about pulley sizing. We want that fan spinning with the water pump the same RPM as the crankshaft, 1-to-1. We don't want to overdrive it, we don't want to underdrive it, unless we want to build heat. A restrictor is designed to slow the coolant flow down to build heat. Not to keep the water in the radiator longer to help it cool longer, because just as long as it's in the radiator, it's in the block warming up. So if we slow it down, yes, it's going to be in the radiator longer to have more cooling effect, but it's also in the block longer to have more heat effect. So you didn't win anything. Okay? We already covered the shrouding. Is there anything else I'm missing? Last slide. Your success is a team effort. Choose your team wisely. Choose your engine builder wisely. You're not out there all by yourself. Pick all of these guys that are out there that have all of that knowledge and talk to them and talk to them and talk to them and ask them as many questions as you can. Make them a part of your team. Because it's a team effort that wins shows. It really is. Okay, you guys got any questions? None?
Easy crowd.
That's good. That's
no, yeah, you killed it.
All right, that's it, guys. Thanks.
Wow. So that was.
This is live.
This is live.
So we're like running around with our heads cut off.
Yeah.
Our schedule's changing as fast as we can run.
Yeah, we're trying to, the best thing of it is Decker had this like totally planned out minute by minute and everything like that. And
that went away real fast.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of laughed at it. It's like, hang on a second. This is what are we changing this year? God, I thought we were good last year, but yeah.
No, we're doing the same thing we've always done.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Seat of our pants.
Yep. Hey, you guys at home, hopefully you guys are liking these seminars. I mean, these guys are putting on some really great stuff. Been sitting here in person. I was in there watching a couple of them, stuff like that. It's really cool. I mean, what the Smith family did here for Smith Metalworks and putting this Demolition Derby Expo on and getting everything out here, what a cool platform.
As cool as it is to go to Bash and Blizzard Bash and have the same vendors there, This is more relaxed. It's you have time to actually sit and chat and not have to run off to do a derby or build a car or fix a car or anything like that. It's just really, this is really refreshing.
Yes.
The best thing I could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, Johnny, I've seen you running around and get to stop and have conversations with people and stuff like that. 99% of the time when we're out here at these derbies and stuff, we never get that.
It's a hi, thank you, shake your hand, and you're out.
Yeah. It's like, and you're getting the respect from these people and everything like that. It's like, hey, this is great.
And a lot of faces to the names. That's also a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I can't
guys
believe
that I haven't seen in years,
Yeah, I can't believe there's some good travelers that came some distance here to do it. They got 50-50 raffles going on. There's other
Prizes
drawings, prizes. And you got Mark Elliott running around here, man. He's emceeing this thing just like a regular derby and stuff like that. That guy just gets jacked when he puts that microphone. Did you know? It's like
I know we were talking earlier. It looks like he should be doing the Ginsu knife show.
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for him to pull out the cloth, the miracle cloth. His forehead is so nice, His forehead is so nice and just shined up, just like, it's perfect, man. You got a second here? Look at him. He's got to show off something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. You guys, if you don't know who Mark Elliott is, Unified Points Series, ME527, announcing. Mark is such a cool dude, man. He has been in the sport forever, an awesome competitor, and just an awesome guy in general. And
so he did this 2 years ago. Or 3 years ago. Then he did it the second year, and then COVID hit.
Yes.
So last year was kind of a mess.
Yeah, that was.
He hasn't. I was just talking to him earlier. He hasn't changed anything. He's going to run the same thing this year. But then I pulled him aside and said, we need to do East Coast Unified, West Coast Unified, and take the top 20 and meet in the middle.
Oh, God, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a really neat thing, like when you say that, we hate splitting the country down the middle or anything like that, but there is a distinct line that absolutely divides. You guys, that is a cool thing. We don't want segregation or anything like that because we're all still a huge family, but you know what? Something like that would be just epic to our sport.
Oh, yeah. The old border wars.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. And you know what, though? I'll tell you what, if you don't know the old border wars, that was one of the sickest derbies you have ever seen. That was a neat thing. So
winning team got to host it the next year.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of bragging rights.
Yeah. Not that we like to brag as I'm a derby guys or anything like that, but, I got more trophies than you do. No. You guys, Track Shot Live is so privileged right now because, Johnny normally is way too busy to come and do this stuff with us. He just, he gets on the Facebook page, or not the Facebook page, but the group page and tells us what we need to do and stuff like that. And to be able to
derby, I'm like,
yep, exactly. To be able to sit down and actually have a little bit of fun with Johnny right now is just a great thing. I get to beat the hell out of Gumby, but, Johnny, to get my one-on-one time with Johnny, it's
and let's back up a minute. So 3.5 years ago was when we created Track Shot.
Yep.
Josh and Ben and I brought him out to Utah for 2 years straight. And at the end of the second year before COVID, we said, hey, if this is going to grow, we got to expand. Then COVID hit. And it was actually a great opportunity because we did a lot of shows that nobody would have heard of before or seen and here we are this year, and our full focus is going out to the other shows. So I get emails all the time, is Track Shot going to be at Stern Dirt shows? They're not coming to a lot of Stern Dirt shows. We've got a couple booked, but the reason is we're trying to if we did 10 Stern Dirt shows, there's 10 more shows you don't get to see from across the country. We don't want to do that.
Yes.
We want to expand out. So to answer your question, got a couple on the books, but not more than that. But we are going to try and I think we're going to try to do some simulcasts is another idea we're trying to think about if our Miracle Man can figure that out.
I don't like that theory, but if they didn't overlap times.
Or delayed test.
Well, my thought was like something like Vegas, if something started during the day and then something started at night, you could day to night, maybe a little overlap. But
well, Todd just said, Todd Sopa just said, you're 3 hour difference from us. So by the time we're finishing, we're started. So there's that opportunity too. There may be a slight overlap or something, but we could also go. We got so many ideas. It's not even.
And one of the really fun things is just like Johnny just said. If we did every Stir and Dirt show and we did every Toast Promotion show, and we did, then that eliminates all the room for all the other people. Our big thing with Track Shot Live has always been that we want to introduce the small town USA to the rest of the country. And that's the really cool thing that we focus on and try to do is open it up to those different people like that and give them the shot to be the spotlight.
How many big names are out there that everybody knows?
Yeah.
There's that guy in that town that only drives his Derby that is just rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Mobridge when Alex.
Oh, yes.
Dude, that guy Alex, okay, how did you say, Brandenburger or something?
Brandenburger, yeah.
No one had ever heard of him, right? He pulls out in his heat, one man against two in a team derby, right? And we're all like, oh, this guy. He wins it, okay, which was sick enough as it was.
Yep.
Then he goes to the feature and did some butt whooping, right? That guy, that was a small town guy that probably doesn't get out, and that guy is 100% famous right now. If you were to say his name in Mobridge, like, oh my God, I remember that guy. You know?
And a very humble person too. When we went down and we talked to him a little bit, what a humble, just genuine person. I mean, he was so excited, and when we congratulated him and stuff like that, is like it just to hear your name, and it was cool. So.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to do so much more of that. We joke, but always making, like, whenever you're like, oh, I'm going to go out to here. Okay, can we try to make someone new famous?
Yeah.
And I enjoy that because this is like, because I remember when I started getting out there, as soon as you get a little thing, you're like, okay, it motivates you to go do more.
Right.
Because you're like, oh, shit, okay, people are paying attention a little bit. Maybe I build another one. Maybe I do this. Maybe I go here. I hope we do a lot more of that this year. If you're going to be at some of these derbies that we're at, or you need to get to them, because in one day, the entire world of Demolition Derby can know your name in one night.
Yes.
One hit.
Yes.
One full track shot. One hit over the barriers. One rollover. Whatever it is, it can be one thing that really could change your life.
Yeah. And you know what, you guys, we just... God, I don't know. I'm being cautious on how I want to say it. It's like we don't single out people. We don't pick just one person. It's just like we just have fun with it. And when you're noticed, we just emphasize you. That's what it is.
What I think's funny is when you get some of those guys that are so shy. Oh, and they don't want to get up here, and then you get them up here, and you can't shut them up.
They let loose. They let loose. No, that's so true. Well, when I started Crash Course with Mark Hort and Ben and Brian all those years ago, Mark Hort's big thing was, let's start making people famous. He used to say, like, NASCAR. He's like, everyone knows Darrell Waltrip, and these names, right? Okay, and then it expands from there. Then you get the B names and the C, and those guys grow into A's and whatever. And that's really where I think we are, because everyone knows the big names, right? Blizzard Bash really brought us the Brodzinskis and the Sangerlewskis and all these big names, Jimmy Johnsons. Everyone knows them now. Let's start spreading out. Right now we're going to get to who's the next big name. You can be in that big name world. It's funny. People come up to me and say, like, oh, it's so cool that you get to hang out with Toast and Tix. Just go up to them. Yeah. They will be your friends. By next year, you'll be friends with these guys. It's really that simple, right?
It is. Don't ever be shy. I always tell everybody that. Don't ever be shy. Come up, shake our hand, tell us who you are. And that's exactly what it is. Is that we are no different than every one of you out there. The only thing is we're dumb enough to sit up here and talk.
I know. We take the abuse for it, too. Yeah, no, I'm excited for this year, so I think Gumby said he's going to be here in about 2 minutes. I was just kind of jumping in for him.
He is they're premiering our new documentary, which hopefully will be done aired by the end of the year, we're hoping. And so more to come on that. We're going to get some teasers out there and let some guys see about it. But right now it's got to be under wraps because of the TV contracts.
So are we going to be at Wasatch? You put a question mark on that. I'm calling you. I'm calling you out right here.
Out right now?
Well, you don't have to answer it, but just so everyone knows that Johnny and I are working on that. I'd like to get to Wasatch. Just so everyone knows at home, because I've had a lot of people say, like, Decker, why don't you have Vegas on the list? And if I could just say why, because we are always nuts about loyalty. For if you hire us this year, next year we grandfathered in. I immediately want to go back to your show, and the only reason we won't is if you say we can't. We're not. So unfortunately, with all the COVID stuff going on, Deadman had his derbies, and we went to Maryland last year. It was right around the same time, October time. right? I think it was right. It might have been Halloween weekend. No, it was Halloween weekend.
Halloween. Yeah, it was Halloween.
So that night he said to me, Josh, I'm doing next year on this date, and I'm doing a spring derby. Can we do it? And right there, we had such a fantastic night in Maryland. Right there, I was like, we're in. Well, unfortunately, with COVID, almost everybody's overlapping. I mean, there's almost no show you're not overlapping.
Pushed and changed, and dates are.
So unfortunately, Vegas is on the exact same day as Dead Man's. Now I have to. Our loyalty, unfortunately, and Johnny, I'm sorry, but our loyalty's only him because he picked the date.
Vegas first, but
he picked the date. No, you skipped a year. You skipped a year, right? I mean,
that just goes to show one of the partners. He skips a year.
He got
sorry,
booted.
Sucker, you're gone.
But I would like to get Vegas in because Vegas was really one of the funnest weekends. Every time I scroll through my phone and you get through those pictures, like I have some great pictures. I got a picture of you and me. I got a picture of Skinny out there just hammered, and there's some good pictures in there. I'd like to get us back out there and.
We'll work on it.
Is the Derby going to be team atmosphere in Vegas, or it's going back to the old school relaxed?
It's a stupid COVID shit. So everybody who were supposed to do our spring show built their cars.
Yes.
2 years ago.
Yes.
And they're still sitting on them.
Yes.
And so we offered them the opportunity of May Mania this year to bring it because it's the same build. And none of them wanted to. They all
want Vegas.
They want Vegas. Yep. So we've got all those cars built that want to go to Vegas. So unfortunately, because we didn't even announce the team show yet, no rules or anything, that got pushed because we already have the guys coming. So it looks like the springtime will be the team show now, and which is good in a way because
winter to build.
Well, not only that, for those of you who want to go to both shows, you're not doing a team derby on top of a team derby at Blizzard Bash.
Good point. You can build an easier car.
So you can go to where you want to go, and the drivers can go where they want to go too. So it may work out at the end of the day be a lot better.
And Vegas is going to be how many days?
3 days, holiday weekend or Halloween weekend. Halloween on Fremont Street. It's already weird enough. Come on.
My old lady was so upset that got canceled because she kept saying, like, can you imagine that street on Halloween? It's like, you're going to see some crazy. You think you see crazy stuff on a regular Tuesday night. Now, is that going to be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Yes. Okay.
So we were explaining before you sat down that because I'm getting emails all the time, how come you're not doing more Stern Dirt shows, We had the discussion last year. We needed to expand.
Yeah.
Because we did basically 2.5 years of nothing but.
Yes.
So as much as we want to show them to you, I'm bowing back and letting the other guys get out there throughout the country, and because we're talking, there's a lot of guys that need to be famous out there. A lot of shows that need a lot of attention because there's some kick-ass shows in these small towns that need to be.
Tixie and I are going to jump up. Gumby's going to jump in. I've been trying to get Casey, sir. Okay. I want to get Casey. He's finally ready. So would you guys just mind?
Nope.
Yeah, and
kick me out again.
Okay. No, you're staying.
You're
staying. You're staying.
You don't even.
I need you to do the work.
I say you don't even pay attention, Johnny. What are you doing? Sit down. Hey, you guys. Fun. Later.
The headman show. No, so where'd Casey go? So did you get the TV show rolling?
All right, everybody.
Did you get the TV show rolling?
TV show is rolling. It's great. We launched a new documentary this weekend.
It's right there.
It's called Gladiators of Steel, and we are premiering it here at the.
Well, we premiered the full show last night for a select number.
And today is. Oh, hey, what you looking for? Your phone.
All right, no big deal.
So it is so awesome. Here comes Casey. All right, Casey.
So more to come. They're only teasers right now. You're not going to get to see anything, but we're hoping by September or October.
Yeah, we're hoping within the next 6 months it's released to a big network. Come on in, Casey. We are definitely honored at this point to, have
to bring the host in.
A host that is putting on one of the coolest experiences I've been a part of. Good afternoon, Casey. How are you doing?
Good. How about you guys?
So I need to say, this is probably the first time you sat down in, 4 days?
4 days.
No, actually, my wife's got me hid away twice today to eat once and then put together another presentation for our youth camp so that I forgot to do. So.
This weekend has been
amazing,
magical, amazing. Just to be able to, be in Pittsburgh, away from home, and to see, and because you have decided to basically on your dime, have everybody here and to put on a show. It's been very great. But the one thing I'm most excited about is what's coming up here in a little while.
The whole reason for the show
is to talk about the youth camp.
Correct. But, going back, you said on my dime, this whole event is on everybody's dime that's participating. Your guys, all the other vendors, promoters. So,
but, everything inside of this building, dinner last night,
which
the
was amazing. I don't know who the chef was. That was a good deal.
That was Red River Roadhouse, Bo Lockwood.
Which is on you, and it's very appreciated. And it shows you your love and your passion for the sport, and that's cool. And we say thank you.
Yep.
So, as a youth, I dreamed of derbies, and I was told I couldn't get in a car till I was 16 years old and had a driver's license. And now you go and ruin that for me, because now you're doing something that, you're killing me. I wish I had been able to do this.
Well, I can tell you how I got the idea was, my son Chance, who's obviously driven, been out to Vegas, he had a good success there. We had to, I got to say this properly with a lot of promoters around. At the time, like you said, you had to be 16, so.
There's no PC. Let's just go. Let's go.
Somebody may have, worked a little around a way to get him onto the track when he was young, okay, because we didn't have a place to put him, and I wanted to get him into the sport, so. We decided the best way to do this is let's get the promoters to start creating youth classes, because you can get on a racetrack when you're 12 to 13 years old in a sprint car or a bigger race car. So promoters started looking into it, so we started making that fly. So the next thing was, after we got the youth classes established, it worked great.
Hello, Casey. How are you? Welcome to the show.
That tells you what kind of day I'm having.
Welcome to the show.
but anyway, to get back on track, once the promoters get the youth established, and it's your future growing ground for your customers and your entries. Plus, the kids have been drug around to every track, like you said, Music Kid, etc. We've all been through it,
right?
And they're chomping at the bit to get on the track and get the experience. So we went a step further, and we brought out our youth Demolition Derby camp by SMW. Okay.
And how many years?
What's that?
Was this your third year?
Second year here.
Well, this is our second year here for the Expo, which it started out as an idea of an open house for customers to come see how we do things. And we were so overrun last year with the response, and behind the scenes, totally unprepared for the amount of people that were asking to come see this. So as soon as I saw what all of everybody in Demolition Derby was basically what I say asking for, was an expo, such as any trade show associated with motorsports. So I thought, well, let's get this going. This year we're going to call it the SMW Derby Expo. I'm going to get everybody here that I can from across the country, and we're going to do everything we can to make them feel like it was worth coming here. If you want to know something about Demolition Derby at all aspects, promoter to building, seminars, information, we wanted to put it under one roof.
Well, is our booth here for next year?
Next year, looking around, and the vendors that have come to me, we sent out a handful of invites. We didn't want to over-invite, and overcrowd and not give everybody the ability.
You need to want to maximize their exposure.
Absolutely. So now that I think everybody's got to see this, and especially with you guys, I greatly appreciate you putting this in the mirror of everybody across the U.S. and the world to see what this is about.
Our pleasure.
I think we're going to have to look at next year at this being in a different, bigger venue and inviting some more people and making sure we get some more great people under the roof, from all over the country.
Well, where we can do it? It can be an outdoor event. It could be in your backyard where they're having the youth camp, so we can show them what the youth are doing.
Yeah, and bring some youth in.
If they don't fill it, which they will, there's little cabins to stay in. You can rent them out. And then there's a small derby arena in your backyard. Maybe we can have a mini heat or something. Oh, okay.
Well,
am I going too far?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Gumby's the idea guy.
Everybody says, how did this idea for a youth derby camp come together? And it's like, well, you got rodeo camps, you got football camps, you
basketball
got
camps,
cheerleading.
Camps,
you name it across the U.S. for a youth interest of some kind, band, any kind of academic, any kind of, vocational. So we said Demolition Derby, let's give these kids an experience. Let's give them experience and experience in the same weekend. So it's a 3-day program, and it's real simple. Not only do you get driving experience and exposed to demolition derby cars, you get a pre-vocational preview where the first half of the first day we get you here to the shop, and you can pick an area between welding, CNC machining, drafting, and design for the students. The class of 6 each gets to pick where they go on pre-registration, and we expose them to that for 4 hours. So, and while their lives are young, we give them an opportunity to get a glimpse of something that may be a trade or a way.
And that's so important, because I talk to people all the time. I'm going to send my kid to college. I'm going to send my kid to college. Just teach them a trade. The trades are dying, and if they want a future, man.
Well, the short version of all that is, if you're willing to go to work and you have a skill, you will always be able to take care of your family.
Yep.
I mean, I was not a master's degree graduate and walked out of medical school by no means. I attribute all my success and everything that I've been able to be blessed with to vocational training. I went through and it carried me throughout to where we are today with fabrication.
I've been told that 10 years from now that somebody in the trades can very easily make as much as a doctor because of the need that we're going to have, because of the understaffing that we're going to have. And isn't that a real motivator to get involved in?
Yeah. I mean, it's, the doctors go to school for a huge amount of years because of the education and knowledge you need to know. Okay, and then they get rewarded for that when they, get into the residencies and all that. But as a skilled tradesman, you got the opportunity to start somewhere working for a good company, and then eventually, the American dream, go out and start your own business.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And then the world is your, it's your full potential of what you want to put into it.
So you're giving these youth an opportunity to stick weld or MIG weld or fabricate or cut on the dyno or the plasma table, and maybe spark an interest and say, this is something I want to look into and do.
That's correct. Or, the other side of it is maybe a kid thinks he wants to do it. Like I tell everybody, I wanted to play Major League Baseball, but until that 100-mile-an-hour fastball comes across the waistline, you're like, nope. Maybe this ain't for me. This ain't what I thought it was. But it gives them a preview, and maybe they're like, well, I don't, the welding was, I'm too, this is kind of uncomfortable with the clothing, but it gives them an opportunity to test drive it a little bit before they got to make a decision.
So they come in there for that. Mm-hmm. But I think from what I understand, in the morning and the evenings, you're doing some stuff for me that's very special.
Yes.
Tell us about what you're doing in the morning and the evenings.
This is a faith-based program, so the very first thing they're going to do after we get them rousted out of bed.
Which is what time?
That's a surprise.
Would I have missed the first half of the day with my lifestyle?
Well, I'm not sure what your schedule is, but it might change if you're with me for the weekend.
That's good. And that's good.
So because we want them to get the most out of this camp, so we don't want them wasting the minutes. You can sleep in at home on Sunday if you wish or whatever, but this is about getting your value. So we start the morning with getting them up, and then it's a devotional time where we teach them about faith. And my wife's putting together a very good program for them, and we will introduce them to how to make decisions. It's our mission, as it says right on our cover, helping our youth make the right decisions on and off the track. And when you have the faith-based values and your core beliefs, that helps you react and make better decisions.
And I love that. And then, of course, you have the kids getting in a car and not hitting, but actually learning what strategy and good quality, good style driving. That's amazing.
Yeah, we basically have three, we have a curriculum based on day number 1 is safety and awareness. Day number 2 is control of what they're driving, and day number 3 is accuracy. So our plan is we have 6 house cars slotted, so we have 6 kids per camp, 2 per cabin, all right, and they each get a car that's theirs for the weekend, okay? That way, our goal is keep these kids in a car as long as we can to give them the most experience. So 10 hours of seat time.
Which is so better than them sitting at home doing this.
So everybody, how do they find out? Because we can break a little bit of news. Watch Track Shot Live for the next 4 to 6 weeks, we're going to be announcing a lot of cool stuff. But one of them is we're going to give away a youth camp experience. So if you're in California, not out here, and you don't know how to find out, watch Track Shot Live. We're going to explain how to get involved, how to have a chance to win this youth experience on Track Shot Live. We will be announcing more information in future, but if people are interested in this camp and they want to get their kids out of their house for 3 days and you straighten them up like boot camp, how do they find out more about this camp?
We will have all the information on a specific tab on our website at www.smithmetalworks.info. And also, if you just want to contact us through the website and say, I would like to have some information, we can email you a copy of the overview, the registration application, and also the checklist of what we'll be asking you to, what you should and shouldn't bring to camp. And also the details. If you are out of town, then we'll come up with a way to help you get your kid to us, okay, whether it be via shuttle or whether we arrange the transportation, etc. So,
well, and understand, this isn't for moms and dads with a kid. This is for the youth only at it.
Correct.
It's you leave your kid for 3 days.
Yep, come drop them off, go to Pittsburgh, shop for the weekend, and pick them back up.
So guys, watch Track Shot Live. We're going to give you more information over the next month on how to have an opportunity to win one of these spots. But if not, and you want to for sure get into this, let's contact Casey again at, one more time?
At smithmetalworks.info or message us on Facebook. But, the one thing I got to put in here is I got Preston Henshaw and Rick Furster, which were, before we actually went to the camp, we've had the track designed and we've worked with a lot of kids, privately. Every kid that's drove on our track has come home with hardware such in this picture. So
Nice.
it's been a great jump start for them.
And also, stay on Track Shot, because during the presentation, you're going to hear more about it here in the next. When's your course today?
I'm closing up the event with that. I believe it's 4:15. So we're going to cover it and we'll go over it quickly. We'll have the PowerPoint up and
4:15 Eastern Time. If you have any questions, please watch Track Shot Live.
And the thing is, we're going to have limited camps available for this first year. We're most likely going to have the first ones ready in June, just due to my commitments with some events. And so when we get the registration open, get the applications in.
What I'm excited about, we talked about it earlier with, I think it was Josh and Skinny, is you're going to have a group of kids that's going to be tied together forever.
Absolutely.
It's great bonding.
10 years down the road when they're in the arena together, that's going to be a whole new show.
You see it now with just the past 2 years of developing the full size. My goal was, if I could work with promoters in the Northeast, obviously you guys are a whole other asset for developing young drivers, but in the Northeast, I thought in 3 years, if we can get 100 youth full-size drivers, that would be amazing. Well, in a season, in just 2 seasons, we have over 55 already that have run youth events in the Northeast.
Amazing.
And with Bash for Cash coming up, with the entry count that we have with Tim, I think we're going to end up with hitting that roster of 100 well ahead of that 3 year.
It's fantastic.
Well, congratulations, and we're getting cut, but thank you for this weekend.
Yep, thank you guys.
It's been special. It's a great experience.
I haven't had to work on my basement in 3 days, so it's really nice.
And so we look forward to your presentation in a little while, but again, thank you for having us here.
Anytime. Thank you guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Nothing's on still.
Okay, we're going. Is that my water? Yes.
That there?
I got TJ coming.
Okay, where's TJ?
Here he is. He's coming. I need a drink.
Let's go over it.
Bill, how you feeling? We doing all right?
Sorry, everybody.
You calm down a little bit? I can see it in your face.
Oh, I can hear myself. See,
I know.
Now they sound way better.
I know. I feel bad for Bill. We've worked Bill hard today.
Bill works us hard too, though.
That's true. He's a tough boss. I would love
Producer.
it. Hopefully
Bill.
Casey opens that door now that he's sat in this hot booth. Pretty hot in here, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's light.
It's good. We need to open it.
Absolutely. Well, if you're following us here, thank you. I haven't been on here in a while, I feel. But we got TJ and from Deadman, which We don't even need to say anything.
Blew it up.
Just Deadman was so sick last year, dude. It was a great team effort from all of us and your crew and our crew, and it just come out great.
It was perfect. We can't thank Track Shot Live enough for just giving us an awesome platform to be successful. You guys definitely did that, and just being able to go back. I didn't get to enjoy the show as much as I wanted to because I was concentrating on other things. But to go back and hear your commentary, to hear people's interactions and in the comments and everything like that, it was very humbling.
Yeah.
But it was just really awesome to see, you guys take my vision and just blow it up all across the country, and that was really cool, man. I really appreciate that.
And your vision really did get out there. Like, you have something kick-ass, right? And you and I have talked about it because you're a dreamer like me. You get ideas and you're just like, I'm going to go with them. I'm not listening. I'm going with this idea because I feel it's right.
Yep.
And the world loved it. Right? I mean, they were loving it.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had a lot of positive feedback from a lot of things, starting with the Purge. That was very popular.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
So many people followed that. Let me tell you.
Our numbers, when I started sharing, right before it went out, I started sharing to catch more people on their Facebook Live to pop up. Dude, I was watching our numbers just Everyone was watching that Rumble, you know? God, it was fun.
Well, the cool thing is about that kind of stuff is you live and you learn, and as successful as everybody says it was, we are looking at it like, how can we be better? How can we make this next biggest thing? And like, people are like, okay, well, No Mercy coming up, so where's the Rumble? And I'm like, well, we got something different for you.
Yeah.
So we got something a little different, with the mercenary class. And a lot of people remember the old Enforcer car with Dent, where he would come out and do that. So we have an awesome.
You already gave me a little tease, dude. I can't wait for it. Man. I can't wait for it. People are going to be like, what?
The people are going to be mad.
Yes, they are.
People are going to be really mad. Man, it's going to be awesome. The aesthetics are there. So visually, you're going to be blown away. The car's built right. It's nasty. It's very nasty. It's going to come in and do exactly what we have planned for everybody else, and that's cause pure hell. It's going to do it. You're going to see grown men run.
Cumberland, Maryland has showed me a lot of things.
Oh,
and I'm ready to see this too, TJ.
And you know what you're showing, Tej, which I've actually heard many people here today talking about your show, saying, I wonder he's going to throw something. Alex Vasco was talking about it earlier. I don't know what it is, but he's going to throw something. That's your niche.
Yeah.
Your niche is your ideas, because your ideas are we've been doing Derby in the same way. And sometimes I talk about maybe we never got on cable television because of our format. And maybe if we change the format up, like, imagine on TV, usually TV will tell you need 3 minutes, then a break, then, they have this whole set. You could do those with your Rumbles, because your Rumbles were totally different. They were fast paced, and all of a sudden it was done, and it was like, holy cow. And we got all the action in just a few minutes. It was really sick. I love your ideas because it can start changing our formats throughout the country. Other people are going to jump on your ideas.
Yes. Which we love.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We love that.
It's humbling a little bit, right? It's like...
one, it's humbling because people want to either copycat or do other things that we've done, but it also, I'm the kind of guy that if I come out and I do something and it's a 7 out of 10, and you come and you do it and you hit it 8 out of 10, well, I'm the kind of guy that's going to come back and try to knock it out of the park.
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
And it's like, you raise the bar on me, and I'll come back and I'll raise it right back at you.
And we talked about that this morning, actually. Doesn't that feel like that's where derbying is? The competitiveness is actually in a good spot, because there's a lot of promoters are competing, vendors are competing, the drivers, everyone's competing, but every guy's beating the next guy. And it was funny, I talked to Tim Clark yesterday, and he goes, Josh, years ago, no one had a pop-up. And he looks around and he goes, we're the only one without one. Smash it. The only one without one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't even
And he goes, I guess we're behind everybody. And it made me laugh, but isn't that what today's for? So in the spots, you're shoot, I need to pick up here. And going to your show, it showed me some stuff where it's like, oh, man, spinning wheels could step up here and here and here, and I dig that stuff.
That apparel trailer.
It's sick. That apparel trailer is sick.
So, first off, shout out to Tim with Smash It. I mean, they are a godfather of the sport.
Yes,
they do a lot of that stuff. And I hate to say it, Smash It doesn't even need a tent. Everybody knows Smash It. You know what I mean? They don't even need a tent.
That's true.
But Tim, he'll come out with a very nice tent next year. He'll come out with something nice. I mean, everybody wants one of the Mad Dog trophies. It's one of those things that people want and stuff like that. But we were talking, this is our 1 year. This is our 1 year. I was so nervous when I came here last year, because the Derby world's kind of like one of those things where you're not necessarily just in. you kind of have to get to know the people and learn the people.
Yeah. Very true.
I came here last year. I went to the fitted joint and got 25 snapback hats. And that's what I brought last year.
25
snapback hats. I gave 2 away, and Peter Anke bought one. And that's what we brought this year. This year we left about $25,000 worth of apparel at home and brought our 20-foot equipment trailer because you guys out there are absolutely amazing in supporting us, and you've given us the opportunity to put our brand on just anything that they want.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, it's really humbling.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Dude, it's sick when you go, like, we get to travel all over, but you go to Minnesota and you'll see a Mini Meltdown shirt, or you go to, like, you're in Utah and they're wearing a Dead Man's. It's like, holy cow. Like, this is really, like, when we used to derby at our county fair, you and I were just talking about county fairs the other day. We never thought people in Utah would know us in Minnesota. Not only that, but they're wearing our company's clothing.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we've somewhat made it. There wasn't even this stuff when we were kids.
No.
And I tell this story every single time. Another thing about last year, and I turned away from this guy because I don't want him laughing at me, but last year I was so intimidated to talk to Josh. I'd never met Josh, and I was like, Josh is this big person in the sport, and I'm like, I want to meet this guy, but I'm like, I'm kind of nervous to talk to this guy. And then you got Frankie Guy, Steve Saopa, Tim Clark's walking around, and then Pete Hansen walks over from me. I'm like, that's Pete Hansen. Like, oh my God, like, I never met Pete Hansen. And then I actually kind of felt bad because I met other people. I'm like, who? like, I don't know who they are.
Understand that.
I met Jason Koch for the first time today. Brent Johnson from Red Line was here. I'd never seen him before. It's really cool. Mm-hmm. What a great event Casey has here.
Oh, as the day keeps going, I hope people at home are really catching on to, like, there's so much going on here. The amount of knowledge that's being shared right now is probably crazy right now. And money being spent.
Wow.
I see it coming out.
Yeah.
People just keep rolling out of that big door with stuff.
Oh yeah, and I think it was supposed to open like at 8, and people were pulling parts out of here at like 7:30 this morning. And what's really cool is to go around and just kind of not eavesdrop on the conversations, but you can hear different guys talking about different builds and what they're going to do and where they're going to run. And you have all these promoters around this area, and it's like we're all here working together. We're all in the same family. We're all trying to get things done. But this guy's talking about these 2 shows he's going to run. It's cool to hear the schedules that they're doing and the cars they're building too. You kind of get the inside of it. You kind of get the skinny on it, right? I mean,
yeah, that's absolutely right.
But also,
you're right.
As promoters, we are always looking like, what is capturing people? So as you're talking to these drivers and they're like, I was talking to Bo Lockwood last night. Okay, where are you running, Bo? He had 3 shows, and he's like, at my 4th show, I'm going to try to get up to, we're putting on a $4,000 show in New York, which is huge at a county fair. Bo's like, I want to get to that. And that's kind of cool. Like, okay, what captured you? And he kind of told me, and okay, I want to play off that. What captured you over here or over here? And you hear, your show, we know what's capturing people, right? Mm-hmm. They like the ideas. They like the change. People kind of like the thrill of they don't know exactly how the day is going to go.
Absolutely.
And there's drivers that don't like that, and that's okay. There's drivers that are like, I want the 60-second time clock and blah, blah, blah. This isn't your show. It's okay.
And we're fine with that because there's enough people for, like Frankie Guy and I were talking. I said, if you look at your driver's list and our driver's list, the in between, the overlap, there's not that much overlap.
No. Sure.
Like there's 100 guys that are running your show that need to be running Deadman or likewise going the hardcore, and we're really close to each other. So it's like there's enough out here, and I think this demographic is when you get a call from a guy and he's like, can I see the arena where I'm going to be sitting before the Rumble? And I'm like, well, you'll kind of be able to see it. He's no, can I see the cars? And I'm like, well, where we're going to be staged, I'm not exactly sure how well you're going to see it, and if there's smoke, I'm not sure. I was like, well, what are you trying to figure out? And he's like, I just want to see and pick out the first person I'm going to roll. I'm like, you sir need to register. Like, can I pay for your registration?
Love it.
And that's the demographic we get. And and literally, if you look at our 100 car list for Buried Alive, you can be honest, you probably don't know 90% of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm with you.
And those 90% guys are going to have a chance at $12,000 when it comes October. And, we got $8,000 show in 2 weeks. This time in 2 weeks from now, we're all going to be sitting watching.
I can't wait.
I can't wait
to
awesome
be back
show.
there.
And yes, I do have stuff in store.
Oh, we know. I know you do. That's why I'm not even. We know you do.
I do. It keeps me up at night.
No. I think it's all good stuff, and it's exciting. And just that little bit of what's he got going on is a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw for me. I can't wait to get down there because I already know what you got going on, and it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be exciting. You know, some people are going to be like, what the hell is happening right now?
Yeah,
it's going to be exciting.
Well, we were originally not going to. We were going to leave the mercenary car alone and actually even leave it in my garage until like Saturday at like 8 o'clock. We're going to unveil it right at the beginning of the show.
Yep.
And the reason why is I'm so tired of people saying Friday ain't worth it. Let's just wait until then. You want to come see something wild? Come see that mercenary car. Come see the opening. Come see, because last year we were begged to do the purge, but we should have done it. Like, that is the opening to our event. You know, like, that is what showcases, like, for the next 48 hours, this is what's going down. So if you want to see the opening, you want to feel what Dead Man's all about, you need to be there Friday night.
Oh yeah,
you need to feel it in person. If you're not feeling it in person, you need to be on Track Shot Live watching it right here and getting the full experience. And one of the two, you have to do it to actually understand, because I get so many people that say, man, I really wish I could have either been there, or I could have watched it, I missed it, I kind of caught it, you know, 2 weeks later. I wish I could have felt it in the moment. And I'm like, trust me, in the moment it was insane.
Oh my gosh, we were screaming on there. We were screaming.
They're asking me if we're going back there, having it again. We got to go there. Where was this? Skinny Cumberland, Maryland, folks. That's where you want to be in 2 weeks and in October.
And really, you do want to go there in person, because that track, dude, the rock cut behind us, I don't know if you ever saw people, but there was this giant rock cut, and like, you literally are listening to them motors rapping off that. I mean, you like, even when you walk out back to relax or something, it's just like you hear the heats going on and stuff. It's just like, this is sick here. It's just how it sits down in there is just so sick.
Now,
what are these guys doing? I gotta go.
These guys are trying to heckle me.
I'll fight them all.
Listen, I'm always I'm always on them, and I'm like, I know I'm gonna have 15 people standing across the camera trying to pick on me, because this is how I am to them. But it's fun. We have fun. But now you're gonna take that same backdrop. This is a different feel. This is not Buried Alive. This is completely different.
Yep.
There's no Halloween decorations. What's this all about? This is war. This is me versus you, at each other's throats, step on the throat, theoretical, like, beat them while they're down.
Yeah.
This is brutality.
Yeah.
It's
going to be a battle.
This is combat. Now you're going to we're letting the birds fly, man.
I heard that, and I'm like, yes.
We're going to let them Imperials, and I know Andrew Myers is an Imperial. Okay, that speaks for itself.
I've seen some of these Imperials
Siopa is in an Imperial. I mean, oh my God.
I thought about running that class.
Oh my God, there's still time. There's still time.
No, there's not.
For a pre-ran, it's already built.
I'm going to watch how the first one goes. I'll be honest, as soon as you put the class up, I'm like, I told Ben, I go, let's build two birds, dude. This is us. And he's like, Ben's got so much stuff going on. It's like, okay, let's wait a year. But next year, I think I want to run birds.
Yeah, and we want the Imperials to come back. And it's been since, I think, 2004 or 2005 since that track had Imperials on it. And now we're going to have a one-and-done heat there of Imperials. I mean, and then the mercenary class. For people that don't understand what the mercenary class is, what we are going to do is it's 5 minutes of normal derby. And then for 2 minutes, we're going to bring the mercenary in to just cause pure chaos. And then we're going to bring him back out. I can't tell you if we're going to fix the car. I can't tell you if we're going to 9-wire it for 5 minutes. What we're going to do, we're going to mess with the car a little bit. You break a wheel, it might come back in with a brand new spindle and a brand new wheel in it. I can't promise anything, but
So these are the intervals: 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, in theory,
until it gets down to 3 cars, because we don't want to affect the final outcome.
The final outcome.
Once it gets down to 3, we're going to automatically, no matter how long he's been in there, we're going to red flag it, pull him out as fast as possible, or put him in the corner and let him go. And then whoever wins, we're going to give him a shot to take the mercenary on one-on-one.
Ooh, and then give a bonus. Yeah, great idea.
You want him?
Cinderella story, and this guy in a stalker. It's gonna be same build, or it's one car's. We don't know. We're gonna see. Okay, okay, that's fine. That's
I'm just
fine.
gonna be completely honest with you. I can't lie to you. The mercenary car is not built to the rules.
Understood.
But you signed up for it, so sorry.
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
For the love of God. For the love of God, run.
Oh, man. So, really, these 2-minute increments are going to be, you got to stay clean.
Yeah, I've talked to some guys that are like, I'm gonna kind of stay out of it. I'm gonna kind of try to stay away. I'm gonna try to keep a car between me and the other thing. But here's the deal. We have 2 ends of the track.
Yeah.
Go ahead and act like you know which end he's coming in from.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell him, or her, whoever it is, I'm going to tell this person to get out of the car, find a sandbagger, and then full track him. They're not going to put on a show. We'll put the show on for them.
That's smart.
You know?
Well, and if you tell the drivers that before, I suggest you don't bag for your first 5 minutes because the target's on your head. You know?
Listen, if you don't want the mercenary in there, finish it quick.
There you go.
Love it, dude.
Right?
They have options.
You have options. It's on you to finish it quick. Get it done.
I love it.
You know, and then we have a lot of other fun classes. And we're paying $8,000 to win Pro Stock. We got a great drivers list from all across the country coming out for that. It's gonna be wild. I mean, the vans always down there just crazy.
It wasn't a bad heat.
Well, I appreciate you saying that.
No, it was
There was not a bad. Dude, we were screaming about the compacts, losing our mind in the compact.
Yes. They sold out in 12 minutes.
I seen that.
Okay.
I watch your live feeds.
And we're like, okay, so I got 20 guys messaging me and saying, man, I didn't get in.
Can we do it again?
And I'm like,
been there.
Another heat's going to go on. We're gonna open up another heat tomorrow. We opened up another heat and it filled in 6 seconds.
Y'all heard that? Another heat.
6 minutes. Sorry, not 6 seconds. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, so now we have 2 heats and stuff like that.
Demolition Derby's dying.
Oh, it's
you
dead,
can't find cars nowhere, Decker.
Well, it is dead if you get what I'm talking about.
That's right.
But
dead
man. But the dead will rise. I can assure you that.
I love it.
That's
perfect.
awesome.
It's so easy.
That's awesome.
All these punchlines are so easy with the dead man.
They are. Drop them, baby.
Oh my!
I gotta grab my phone because I'm not quite sure who's next. I've totally lost. Yeah.
Sour.
Okay, sour. Which is at 2:30. What time are we at right now?
We're at 2:39.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sour. Where are you?
He just walked by.
Yeah. He's probably waiting for us to pull him in. Okay, so yeah, we're what are we? 2 weeks away? 3 weeks away? 2 weeks away.
2 weeks away.
Minnesota, then Cumberland.
God, I'm busy.
Yeah,
next.
man, that's great.
It's going to be good. Minnesota's going to be great, you know, and then coming right over to you guys, it'll be good. So if people are going to come to the show, how much does it cost to get in?
So we have an all access weekend pass right now. It's $60. You can go anywhere you want. It covers 2 days. You're going to get, I think it's 16 hours of Demolition Derby.
More than enough.
You know, I mean, my gosh. In my opinion, it's cheap.
Oh, very.
I mean, but you get to take your kids down. We're gonna have a kid zone down there with bouncy houses for the kids to go down and
perfect.
And goof around.
Yep, we've done that.
Just extra stuff to do, you know, for the kids. We just found out Ruts Fab's coming.
Yes.
So that's another great vendor coming. We have a great vendors list.
Oh, what I'd like to do, while you're here, I'm just gonna pitch it to you. We're gonna bring this pop up.
Mm-hmm.
I had an idea of maybe doing a meet and greet, like maybe an hour before the show or something, where people could come and we could take pictures with people. If you have your kid, Sauer made these cool coloring books.
Oh, yeah, these are awesome.
And you have so many kids at your show. I would love to give these out at the show. So maybe if we did a meet and greet where kids come, they could take a picture with us. We give you a coloring book, just some stickers, and just for the kids to go home and something in their hand. Just talking out loud, but maybe we could do that.
You hand this to me as a 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid, and I'm like, wow, these cars are so cool. This is cool. I get to go home and color these. But then I get to meet Josh. I get to meet Skinny. And now what's going on is that now you've put this in my head of, in a couple years when I'm not doing Power Wheels anymore, now I'm going to be in the youth class, and you know, now you guys are prevalent in the sport and everything like that. Now I'm a youth driver, and you're interviewing me as a youth driver, and then all of a sudden I'm in the adult classes and running the big shows, and you guys. I mean, it's just like this is how you guys can have an impact on the kids, which is awesome. Make sure you bring candy, a lot of candy next year for our trick or treating.
Definitely,
you know, for October. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, anything we can do for the kids. You don't even have to ask, just do it.
Yeah,
let's
plan that. Let's plan on that. And yeah, I want to keep pushing the kids up. It's funny, my kid had his birthday, and all his friends were in his room. He had like 5 friends over, right? So I went in there to check on him, right? They're watching his video on YouTube, and my kids explain, like, yeah, you know, my dad interviewed me on there. I was on there 2 times, and I'm like, this kid, you know. But other kids, like you're saying, if other kids are on there, they're gonna say, like, showing their friends, you know. This is how we get people hooked to Derby. This is how we're gonna get bigger numbers, right?
I was that kid.
Absolutely.
You know, we've all been there watching Dad in the garage, and then all of a sudden we're watching, you know, our friends, you know, that are a couple years older, and I'm like, in 2 years I can run, in 2 years I can run, because we didn't have youth.
Yep.
You know, so as soon as I turned 16, day after I got my driver's license, my first Derby, and like it's like, you know, now these kids are just so spoiled with all the great options we have, but it's really cool to see everything that everybody does to push the sport for the youth, so that Derby will never die.
Exactly.
It will never die if we take care of the right generations and continue to progress the sport. It's never going to die.
And I said to Gumby this morning, like, we're getting older quickly. Like, all of a sudden, you know, like, we're not in our 20s no more. And you see how fast life's going. We have to do it now. We have to get the kid, because the generations are, like, every 10 years pretty much is a generation or so. And you're watching these kids, like, I have kids at our shows that did Power Wheels, did youth, and are now to actual adult class.
Wow.
That's the progression, you know, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah,
just to
to
say,
see
like,
it.
Robbie did this, this, and this. I remember him here. I remember. That's proud, you know, as a promoter even. So, or just carrying the torch to say, like, hey, we gave this kid a spot to do that, you know. I love seeing this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like when you meet a 30-year-old, and he's like, oh, I've been derbying for, 25 years.
Exactly. Exactly.
What?
How cool is that? I know.
That's
I know.
Oh, well,
Cool.
I'm taking up too much of your time.
No, you're fine.
you're doing
We're going to
good.
jump to sour. I have a time thing that I'm supposed to be following, and it's just gone. It's just gone
Hey,
with the wind.
we're making it happen.
Just let it go.
And again, I guess that's. We never done nothing like this, so I've been this morning. I woke up nervous a little bit because it's like I hope all this falls together because this could go really bad,
Oh,
you know.
yes, sir.
And but we got some good ideas. Actually, we're thinking about breaking all these clips up. We got a new YouTube page that we're kicking butt on, so we're going to break these up so everyone can actually take them and use them if they wanted. You could take clips of this and make things or whatever, and just kind of make it a little more accessible for people to get clips of themselves on here and stuff. And YouTube likes it more when you're doing like little quick ones instead of a 15-hour day like we're doing today. So just something we're trying to do today. So
yeah, I just hope you guys show up with your party hats on in a couple weeks because we are going to have a good time. We are going to have an absolute blast. And I'll be completely honest with you. If something happens and it gets boring, I might just pop in and just hop on Track Shot Live and be like, first good idea, we're going to do it next heat.
I love it.
Feed me.
Yeah.
Feed me.
Let me hear it.
I got writer's block or something like that. Yeah, come on, give me an idea or something like that. Start throwing the ideas out. Maybe you guys can start doing it now. You start getting the comments. Let you guys maybe pick the next cool idea. Maybe we'll do it at the show.
I love
it.
Let the fans
send me a message
decide.
right now. Send me a message. Send Tej a message. What would be the best idea if you were a promoter right now? What would you do?
Yeah, let's hear it.
And when you have infinite money, like Tej.
I do not have infinite money.
And a big track.
I know you don't.
If the definition of infinite means broke, like, I think
we all are. We all are. You know.
But they say you don't measure richness in actual financial wealth. You measure it in the friends you make and the people that are surrounding you.
Yep.
And we're in a building right now with 300 people that are absolutely amazing, and this is riches.
I enjoy the no tension. Like you and I are just talking about promoting things. It's like we're my drivers go down to your area. Your drivers come up to my area. There's no competition here. Yours, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel that. You do good. The better you do, the more people like your shows, the more people derby, the more people come to our shows.
Absolutely.
If you don't when it comes to supporting other promoters, you're literally going to see me run Iron City this year. I'm going to be running hardcore this year. If I'm in the points mix, which let's face it, I won't be, but if I'm in it or I just feel like screwing it up, I'm going to go run Toast shows. I've already talked to him about coming out there. You're going to see us vending at all of these promoter shows and stuff like that.
Now, Mini Meltdown is a points series.
I happen to know,
I know you're scared of
four of my friends that are actually running in there, and I have a car. So I do believe that I asked Josh to give me a little bit more information. He's supposed to bring me a list of everything that was going on.
Then you hung up on me.
And then I called you back twice.
No,
but you
stop,
knew what it's
stop. Okay.
Daddy Decker,
tough to get a hold of.
Get a hold of that. He is. When we're that popular. Well, I do feel like I should have wore a suit. Sour looks amazing.
I love it. He's ready. He's ready to pop in here next.
All right.
Can you jump him in here? Can you grab him and say we're good?
Get him. Thank
we'll
you
see you in 2 weeks,
TJ,
brother.
thanks again, brother. You be safe.
That's awesome.
TJ from Deadman, everybody out there at Track Shot Live. He has.
Who is it? You and who?
What's that?
Who's on with Sour?
I don't know. You.
I think it was Bob, right? Or Ben.
Maybe. Come on, Sour. But everybody, 2 weeks. Cumberland, Maryland. Deadman. No mercy.
Bill, could you hand me my phone? Is at the end of the table. Do you mind?
How are you, brother? Yeah. Good to see you. Throw on the mic there, Sour. Jeez, man. I better go back to the trailer and hit my drawer. Get me some new wardrobe going on here.
Right?
Thank you, Janae. Appreciate that. Okay. I forgot who was going to interview.
Your headset, Sour.
I'd like to set the product up first.
That's right.
Go on.
Where we are.
We just started Sour.
Where? Our man Jason Sauer.
Oh, it was actually supposed to be ticks.
There you go.
What color is that?
That's Track Shot Blue.
Love it.
Hold it. Touch it.
Yes, I will actually.
It's got 2 caps.
So you're selling
fat
these.
caps inside, skinny caps on the outside.
Teach us about this a little bit.
World's most elite spray paint, most wanted fine art spray paint. I'm getting it made here.
Love it.
In Pittsburgh region, and they let me pick out the formula. I enjoy watching paint dry so much. I like picking out the formula for paint. So this is our inaugural spray paint. We have many colors: Track Shot Blue, Rowdy Teal, TC 501 Pink.
Love it.
Yeah, Todd Sayopa had to jump in and get his own color.
That's funny.
Black Cherry is our black, and it has specks of like red and maroon in it, so that's why I called it a cherry. There's the creamy white, and then here's the industry first, which is we have a champagne gold mid coat where I can spray on the gold that shimmers here once you catch it in the right light before we put on most wanted fine art clear.
And it shimmers.
And it's cool. And the clear, you pull out the top here, it goes in the bottom, you hammer slam it, shake it up, it's a 2-part, it comes together, dries pretty fast. I'm excited to be even participating in the spray paint arena.
Love it.
I thought the paint I was using was expensive. This is like really expensive, so it's fun. I was happy and excited that of all the things we could start with, I felt Track Shot Blue.
Oh, I love that.
You guys have treated me so great.
No, it's not you guys. We are all a team.
Team homies.
Yeah, dude.
Team homies,
we
homie.
are just brothers. We are just
team
brothers.
homies.
Got it.
You do so much good stuff for us, dude. You do. Yeah, you do.
Well,
I think you've taken our sport definitely to the next level. Look how many kids, look how many people. I got kids that live right down the road from me. Every time I go to his house, they have 30 derby cars. He's always painting now. And his dad went and bought him all these things. He's like, I'm just trying to get better. They're not even building the derby cars. The kid's on the paint now, and I love that.
How many people he's influenced to pick up a paint can?
100%.
And try to just get that letter on the side of the car and that number.
Right? Why not?
Amen.
You're gonna paint it.
Hey, it's like an onion, layers, baby. Just keep putting it down. You can always cover it up.
And you get to smash it. I mean,
Love
there's nothing better. Like, when you went to art class at school, oh, it's perfect. It gets hung on the refrigerator. Don't touch it. It's perfect. I never was into that. I was just always like, why is that got to be perfect? And then here it is. This sport that I love is the perfect answer for that. It's just let's smash this thing and then make another one. You know what I mean?
And your art on your trailer over there, that's what you do best with it. Paint it, build it, paint it, sticker it, smash it, turn it into art.
That's it. Full cycle, the full circle, full cycle, everything of how it's really fun. So it starts with buying of the car, the cash on the hood. Bam, that's the first thing. Like, this thing is eventually going to become a sculpture to be put somewhere, wherever it goes. You know what I mean? But I just can see the layers. We know what's going to happen is, okay, we're going to do this car up. We're going to take it to an event. And like the car in Miami, we had 700 people participate. The one in Los Angeles just a few months ago, it was like probably 200 people participated. And it's generating interest with Demolition Derby in this sticker graffiti community that I've been, welcome into. And these guys are risk takers, and we're risk takers.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a collaboration, and that's what I find so fun about our sport, and the fact that we travel is the collaboration that we do to work between promoters, between drivers, between builders, between fans, between families.
Yes, sir.
And I get to play in other circles, and I get to enjoy telling them the great word of Derby. And they're pretty pumped. Everyone is like, they're usually disappointed that we would wreck something that they would want to fix. Oh my God, I could fix that and drive it on the road and look great at Sonic in it,
Yes, 100%.
Right, but not us. We're like, we'll smash 6 or 8 of those a year.
Yeah, no problem doing it too.
So something I wanted to talk about today too. While you're in here, I wanted to get Skinny in here. So weeks and weeks ago, Skinny hits me up with this idea, and he's like, Decker, I got this idea. I want to take care of Sauer, for all that he does. And he throws this idea, and I'm like, heck yeah. And he's like, don't tell nobody, And really, we're so busy all the time, and, it just kind of falls because we all have so many ideas we're chasing. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, he sends this picture up of this pop-up, Most Wanted Fine Art, and he's like, what do you guys think? And it was like, this is sick,
Yeah.
And, it covers you, really. So anyway, Skinny got this made for Sauer, and Thursday you came and put it up, or Friday morning?
No, yesterday morning we put it up.
Yeah, Friday.
So tell the story real quick, because it's funny how you...
Yeah, it was great here. So we get in here, we set up. Casey knows the lowdown, so Casey's in on it. Casey says, yes, I heard about it. Let's get set up. So without moving too much, Sauer's set up already. We just went ahead and just moved it to the back wall. We set up, moved it to the back wall. Sauer rolls in, and I go Facebook Live. He has no clue. I'm talking to his homies, and I met him and all that. We're talking. Sauer's still talking. He's like, well, let me back in here. So he backs in, and he's got to unload all this stuff. And legitly, it's pop-up's huge, right? How do you miss it?
Right.
Sauer backs in, and he says, okay, I'm set up over here. He's telling his buddies, hey, let's unload over here. And they're like, where you at? He's like, I'm right here. He's like, you sure you're not over here by this one? He's like, no, I'm right here. This is where I'm set up. Well, why don't you use this nice tent over here? And Sauer's just like, and he's looking, and then Sauer just, no, I'm set up right here. And then, you sure, Sauer, you don't want to use this one? Sauer looks, and he's like, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, this is mine. Yes, Sauer, that's yours, man. That was so, like, Sauer's ready to set up. He knows he's got to be ready. The art show's got to be set up, and it's laying right next to him, and he's just blinders are on,
It's impossible to miss this thing.
Yes.
You were blind for a while.
I'm sorry.
No, it was great.
That's what makes it good.
Focused.
Yes.
No. But when you saw it, what did you think, right?
I was like, it was floods of emotion. Like, so many thoughts at once. Like, thank you is always right off the first thing. Thank you. But, like, the opportunity, like, immediately I'm like, oh, my God, this is like, I've been rocking this canvas tarp made by the Amish lady. Like, so I'm thinking about the history of how I got to this moment. Like,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I've had this canvas tarp that my mom had made for me 10 years ago that, like, they make boat covers, but they made it for my table.
Yep.
So, and I'm like, this is me. I'm this boat tarp table guy forever.
Yep.
So in that moment, like, you changed the whole narrative of, like, how I feel about how I present myself. Like, who I am. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys are like, and then you took what I believe is my identity and were able to capture it. And like the purple, how like it's pixelated and it kind of bends like that.
It's sick.
And
it's
like,
sick.
and
that's all Skinny.
And like,
really, it was Skinny, man.
Yes, sir.
And the very specific image that you chose was.
This is it.
This is it. Like, I went to Los Angeles. I've been begging graffiti to take me serious.
Yep.
I'm like, graffiti, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to Los Angeles. I'm coming to the Graph Lab. I'm bringing the Demolition Derby car. I'm bringing Los Angeles' most OG writer, OG Drew, and I'm bringing him here, and I'll have it coordinated that we're going to throw down, and in the end, I'm going to get to write my name on the wall as like a champ. I'm a writer.
Yes.
I did it. I have the support of the writer community to throw down on this. So my big moment where I stood away from that moment as like, I did it. Like, I made it in Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
You guys have captured that moment forever as my tent.
Love it.
Like, so I get the energy of driving cross country, go see the Delaras, get my car, my dream car, which is 2-door glass, like that whole everything. And you guys really, you guys really are too nice. Like, I know it's team, like,
yes,
but
sir.
I feel like, I want to.
I'll tell you why, because I don't think you realize how important sometimes the things that you paint, you're just painting. It's not just painting. As you're making it, you're like, the heart that you're saying, like, I feel that. When you were painting, I love my mom on my kid's car, right? Because it was something that my old lady said she was going to. I still have it in front of my house. It sat there all winter long because I love this. Even every time I pull my driveway, it makes me smile. It just takes me to that day, to like why we did it.
Yep.
And you have 20 of those at my house. You've been at my house. I got stuff in the woods where I put yours that you painted. And my kid had all these friends over, and this one kid comes over and he's like, I counted 12 roses in your woods. woods, and I'm like, yeah, there's 14, but that's awesome, man. And it is. They're all yours that you painted. I cut them out. I hang them. You saw them?
I love it. Josh took me through the woods, and it's Rosa. That's right. That's your mom. You remember Mom. That's right.
And you did that for me.
Yep.
You know, so we try to give back to you because I can't give you any I can't give you that back. You know,
you guys have done that for me 10 times over already.
Yeah. No, we appreciate it. Like I said, you do so much. It's time now to do something for you and to give you your spot, Sour. You have your spot. You have carved that out.
Yes.
So now Sour is over there by his tent. Go get your car painted there.
Yes.
That's where you go.
Yes.
Now, hey, Sour's in the middle of this mess down here somewhere. Go find him.
All right.
Oh, there we are. We're live here, everybody, on the Sour. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Most want to find out. And everybody back to it here with Sour telling me this. I hit Sour up. He has no clue. I said, Sour, what makes you? Sour, what are you proud of? Sour, what's your artwork? And he sends me all this. I said, Sour, what's all your hashtags? Sour, what's all your groups? You know, we follow them all, but Sour has a lot of them. And so I just was hitting him up. I'm in Chinatown in San Fran trying to get with Kyle Henry. Sorry, Kyle, I'm a butcher. Comicore, I believe that's Sorry, Kyle. But he put this together, and a lot of it has to do with Kyle, our homie, with AB Cat Tech, and helped design this.
Nice.
What was huge, like you said it best, Skinny, that's my favorite part, and he killed it on the back wall. I'm like, yes! You tell me that yesterday was ice the cake, baby. It's done.
And you put Big Wayne on there.
Yes.
That was super solid. I love telling the story of Big Wayne and how he would hold court on the car while I painted it.
Yeah.
You know?
I love it.
Like, so you guys really nailed it, and you nailed it for my family. My family came and saw it today. My mom's running the booth. My wife come and got her second COVID shot right here in town.
Cool.
Rowdy ran around. Anybody that was here, my son sold you a $5 sticker.
He's a great salesman.
He did a great job. He learned about
rowdy.
return on investment today. But he really did good. So I do feel like a family vibe in here. It's fun knowing everybody in the room.
Yes.
It's fun.
And a lot of people know you, Sour.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean, brother?
Right. Well, I'm glad I have a role. I'm glad that you found a position for me where I can participate.
Yes.
I'm not a terribly great builder. I can drive the heck out of a car until it falls apart. Like,
that's
whatever.
Right. You're a go-getter.
I'll stomp on the gas till I get stuck. I don't care.
Like I say, just your drive in life, you have inspired so many people in the derby world to paint their car other than black, other than brown, other than dark green, army green.
Right.
Bling it up, baby. Color.
Well, God, it's so much fun, right? It's fun.
You tell me layers on layers. I watch you. You can write the same thing. Like last night, Frank the Tank.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
Russ. And it just all of a sudden, bam, there it is. Multiple layers of the same thing, but in a different accent.
It was sick watching you paint that last night.
I'm working on my fonts. I'm trying to do different hand styles. So when you get your car, hopefully I came up with a new cursive that's unique. But that's fun about the derby car. I can keep practicing my cursive. Yeah. And, I'll get you up a Rosa that doesn't look like the other Rosas.
I love it. Awesome. It's perfect.
Awesome.
But also, I was going to say, I have a buddy in my hometown, Ottawa, Kansas, Sour. He looks up to you. Sour, he buys Montana paint. Sour, he's trying to do what you're doing. But he says Sour ever gets back to Kansas, Skinny, I want him to come to my shop. He's in an old brick building. I shared it. Remember,
I saw that. That was cool.
He wants you to come in and tag it up. He bought a plasma table, and before he was going to use it, he was going to have you paint it all and then have it cleared. So
cool.
Your drawing is always on the plasma table, in the water. Under.
That's cool.
Travis Moyer built Wellsville, Kansas, by the way.
I'm happy to
help.
In
Ottawa. Yes, but he's told me about it. Yes, sir.
I'm supposed to be going to Blizzard Bash, says Steve Sayopa.
Cool.
You're going.
Toast promotion.
You're going.
Cool.
I'm feeling it.
Awesome.
My house is open.
Yes.
Let's do it, homie.
Well, I know they're about to go over to the other room.
Okay.
So we're going to bounce out of here. Sour, we love you. Appreciate all of it.
Thank you, guys.
Love you, Love you, bro.
Yes, we're going to have a great season.
Oh, yeah.
Track Shot Live. I got a cooler to give away. Let's figure it out.
All right, cool. I'm going to stay on with Skinny for just a minute, and then they're going to bounce over. Yes, all these different cool coloring books Sour's got made.
Yeah, Sour, we forgot. There you go, folks. You can see him here. He has multiple. Just not Track Shot. Look at this, everybody. Please get your kids involved with these coloring books because they get to color derby cars.
Track Strong. Absolutely.
Love it.
This one has 2 extra pages in it.
Love it, Sour.
Love it, bro.
And the paint line, y'all. Frankie Guy is canning this for you.
He has the canner.
There you go, y'all.
Family, keeping it.
Hit up Sour, but it is Frankie Guy's helping him out. Our man, Frankie Guy, Hardcore Promotions. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sour, the man, Pittsburgh's most wanted fine artist right there. My man, Sour. Tomorrow we are hanging Sour. You're right, buddy. Awesome.
So, real quick, because they're going to kick over. That was a great job, by the way.
I love Sour.
I love getting him
without getting all choked up with him either. That's perfect, homeboy. Both of us had tears in our eyes. I don't care what you say, Decker.
No, I did.
We both did.
He doesn't get.
No.
He doesn't get what. I can't say it in words, but you're capturing how I feel in a painting that I never forget.
Amen.
And that's
hats off to you, brother. Amen.
And that's it's like and just saying that in my opinion doesn't give back the heart that he has given to us. So
Amen.
He's over here like, no, you guys, how? That's us.
That's you.
That's you.
That's the way we give it back.
And
baby.
I'm excited that when we go places, we're gonna see him in it.
Yes.
And he's having fun and painting it. I can't wait till he comes to mini meltdown with it, And everyone's like, they're sour, because everyone's like, we're sour. We deal with it all day.
Amen.
We're sour.
So what way can we help you now, Sour? We're gonna give you your carved location. You are turn 39, row 2. That's where you find Sour.
5 minutes. Okay, we'll talk for 5. What we should do is like have them set up chairs, and it's like people just got to get in line. Just go sit and wait for your appointment in those chairs.
Like at your meltdown show, everybody lined up on the front stretch, and Sour's just knocking the lines out on these cars.
It was awesome.
And tons of paint. But I'm telling you, the best skinny I've seen in New York. I love New York.
That was great.
On the Eldorado, baby. That was sick. And he killed it there.
We're going to get you guys in this year.
Oh, we're coming around. I don't know. We may have to drag our own cars this time. Because I'm not even going to say this. I'm not even going to Cody you right
whatever
now. No. I was going to dig on you, Daddy Decker.
Dig on me.
No, ones with battery cables in them at least.
F you. Come on. Are you kidding me right now? Unbelievable.
Yep, right here. Yeah, no, it can be. No. Decker, I'll never stop digging on you. People write into us because they love how we dig on each other.
Yeah, well, I know that. I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
The thing let me just go back on that, right?
Okay.
I had you over at my house, and you were there, and you could have helped me on the car.
That's right.
You could have drove it, tried it. I mean, you didn't know it was for you.
That's right, Dak. To my defense.
Okay, so you were willing to let somebody else go out with a back cable. Okay, but I'm not listening to your crap.
I love you,
now,
Decker.
One real quick thing. I'm going to say this right now. If you ever come to my house and Decker's building a new car, because some people will say, like, I'm not building you the best car. I'm not building you. I can't have you win. I can't have somebody I gave a car to win.
Why do you let Tiggs get a third place with a beater?
That truck was scary, dude.
It was. And you know what's cool? Even Bubba said it. That how Tiggs is on our wall over here, folks. You can't see it, but all our coloring books photos are actually on our side curtains here. Kyle did a great job there.
Yeah.
But Tiggs is in a truck.
Yeah.
How do you barely ever seen Tiggs did run trucks. Everybody didn't know that. But Tiggs in a truck's just like Takes maybe in a Chevy wagon, 98 plus, all day.
We put him in an ugly old.
But an old Dodge truck with the old frame giving out on her. But that was awesome, bro.
She ran good. And not to be a jerk, but I didn't really want you guys to win. I just wanted to put you in, just like you were doing, dude. When you pulled out and you were hitting the car, and it was fun.
Yeah, it was excellent.
And I had a lot of drivers that run the classes. Were like, it was cool to run with skin because they ran with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
and
that's humbling, but that's cool, brother. But it's not as good as Minnesota Dynamite, right, everybody?
That pisses me off still to this day. I still don't understand that. I still don't get that.
Hook, line, and sinker, baby. We got him sucked right into that one.
Let me get Steve in here. Steve, come in here real quick.
There you go. Come on, we got the legend coming in here right now. Look at this. I can't believe he's not in a white T-shirt, though, you guys.
He's turned the lights up for that tan.
Hey, your white T-shirt, buddy. Throw on your.
Throw on. He's on.
Yeah, we want to hear what you got to say to us, Mr. Steve Siopa. How are you, brother?
I'm good, my man. How you been?
Doing well, brother.
Good.
Thank you.
I don't
for
know if
coming
there's
on.
any derbiers that don't know who you are.
Oh yeah.
I don't think so, sir.
I met one guy. He said he didn't know him.
Hater.
You made him up.
Yeah. I don't even know where to start with
How
you.
you doing today?
I could go so many directions.
Good.
I'm good.
ICP doing good?
Yes. Yeah, ICP's a good.
I love it.
It's a little venture. It's fun.
Yeah.
Something different.
I'm poking at you today, just making sure we're coming out there this year because I love your area. And I'm going to make it work.
It's gonna happen.
If people want to see us down in this area at this show, you gotta attack this guy right here.
It's gonna happen.
I want to make it happen. Yes.
I want to come there.
I love your
make it
area.
happen.
I love your area. You have so many fantastic drivers, and just the atmosphere down at your show down that way. Just all that whole area down in here. This area.
Yeah, I mean, it's been breeding derby drivers, the Western PA for years.
It really has. And now you guys are doing all this stuff with the youth. There's all these kids running now, and they're building multiple cars and stuff.
I love it.
I do too.
Yes. I mean, it shows there's going to be a future.
Exactly.
For a while, it was kind of
grim,
dormant, and all the kids were in little cars. I mean, you got to thank Casey because he's the one that put this program together for the kids in the big cars, because we just had all compact drivers.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against compact drivers, but people want to see the big cars.
We're trying to keep the big, as heart of V8 guys, we're trying to keep the V8s going,
Right.
Absolutely.
And it probably would have died off if it wasn't for the stuff Casey's doing.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree. We got to get the kids involved.
Yep.
Yeah, because that generation, if they're stuck on their video games, we're in trouble.
Oh,
excuse me.
I hate them as it is.
It'll keep them out of trouble.
I agree.
Absolutely.
That's what I tell everybody that brings their kid over that's just getting into derbies. I said, you just got your kid a free ticket to not being in trouble.
Exactly. And just watching kids like Firster's kid, right, Carrick?
Yeah.
This kid just he took off with it.
Yeah.
He loves it. Every night they're posting pictures. This kid's in the garage by himself, torching and grinding.
Yep.
Like, hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
That's all he wants to do is derby. I mean, it's good, though. It's going to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, really, what else as a parent, what do you want your kid to be doing other than something like that?
My God,
something like that.
I mean, I got girls, so they were never in the derbies.
Yep.
I got gypped. No, I didn't get gypped. I wouldn't trade them for anything.
That's right.
I was kind of like, I grew up with all guys in my family and a lot of guys, and actually having a girl made me a way better person.
Yeah.
It totally changes you as how you look at life.
It does.
And it's changed me as a guy for sure.
That's for sure.
Like I said, I wouldn't change it for anything.
No. So where are you going to run this year? Are we going to see you go 16-on-1 at all anywhere? And just, because that was probably one of the best nights. And I watched you run. I've had a lot of fan nights of you. I've watched you just really kick some ass a lot of times. But
that was crazy.
Blizzard Bash, man. Oh my gosh. I was cheering for you like you can't believe. Yeah.
That was nuts.
What was the best run you've ever had? Or the most memorable? Because you got some, I know.
Yeah,
that's hard to top.
I mean, that's one of them for sure. That was a fun night. That was crazy.
At the time, it probably wasn't.
No, it was like, what the is going,
Oh, you were a man alone on an island.
I was. I looked over and Jimmy's flipped on his side. I was laughing when he was Jimmy come out.
That Jimmy?
He had that helmet. It was kind of like a spaceman's helmet.
I know which one you're
dying. He gets out. He's all pissed. Jimmy.
Oh yeah, he
was all pissed off.
If he had a cigarette, he'd be chewing on it.
I'm sitting in the car. I was laughing, and then I stopped laughing after I saw what was going to unfold.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Reality set in.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever watched a derby, especially at that caliber, that all the drivers attack one driver. I've never seen one where I really said, okay, obviously he's at the bottom of the pecking order tonight. I've never seen that.
And going in, I said, Jimmy, we got any? Because we were new to Blizzard Bash. I mean, that was I think it was our second year, maybe second or third. We got any buddies in this heat? He's like, I don't know. He's like, we'll have to see when the derby starts. I'm like, well, that ain't good.
Well, you found out.
We found out early. Yeah.
But
yeah, that's the year Casey was on our team that year. Yep. So it was Casey, me, Jimmy, and my car got loaded that year.
I remember. So let's just go into that, because as a driver, I almost dream I was in that situation, because that would be just epic. But you're in this situation, right? Well, the word go, man. I mean, they were on you guys quick.
It was fast.
But now you're 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in, now you're 15, and they're still doing this. Yeah. How the heck did you not lose your mind? You never did.
The best place was in the middle of them. So I would weasel out, and then I'm thinking, I'm going right back in, because then they couldn't get the long shots.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like I said, was the rope-a-dope. The old rope-a-dope, Muhammad Ali back in the day.
Yeah, I remember them working you in the middle.
Yeah, stay in the middle, and I'm watching their cars get hot, and I'm watching front ends go up. I'm like, this is kind of working out.
To even have that mentality to think about that.
Yeah, because I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the cars. I'm like, this is, and the best place was to be in the middle of them.
But taking haymakers left and right.
Yeah,
you were taking shots, man.
I was.
I
actually watched it for the first time, the full length of it, a couple weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
And I was pissed.
Yeah,
watching it. because it brought it right back to it. I was like, yeah, you get pissed off.
Yeah.
It was wild.
What you could have, should have done, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's, I guess, I mean, you're at let's be honest, you're at the national level where it's very competitive.
It's tough.
It depends on where you go, because if people come up this way, that they might feel that way, you know. But you were in their neck of the woods, you know. You were, and you're at the bottom of the pecking, which I've never seen you guys like that. I've never seen anyone go after you like that.
Oh, it was crazy.
But damn, you can drive.
That was fun.
Damn, you can drive. You know.
That's why we still got our spot today.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Blizzard Bash this year.
That's so much fun to watch and stuff.
How about with the Imperials added to the mix? That's going to be.
Yeah, you are. We're licking them chops, baby.
I love it.
Oh.
And they're thick chops.
I can't wait.
Which Imperial are you guys bringing to Dead Man's?
We're bringing two.
Oh, two.
Mark's running subframer, and I'm going to bring a full frame.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait to
Sub's
see
my
him.
car. That's my favorite car.
I've never seen them in birds.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, Todd used to send me this old picture of you guys changing a motor on a white box car.
Yeah, he just posted it the other day.
I love
that. With that tripod.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Gotta love it. Tripod on the old chain fall.
Swing set.
Great
It was like
picture.
a swing set set of poles. And yeah, it was just asking to get smashed.
Cheap, thin poles.
Yep,
Down on the curb of the hood.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
That's the old days.
Yeah, no, that's where we all come from, right? We'll never forget it.
You got to start somewhere.
That's right.
You got to start.
Sorry, I was yelling. All right, so what else we got going on? What else you guys got going on?
I'm running a Bash.
Awesome.
Turn back the clock.
What kind of car?
I'm running a Leaf sedan. GM sedan.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was actually ready for last year, so we're just going to take the dust off and send it. And then I'm doing a couple of the hardcore shows, Dead Man obviously, and then we're doing our show, the Iron City Nationals in September.
Nice.
September 18th?
17th and 18th, 2 days.
2 night show. Okay.
Yeah.
Friday and a Saturday.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
September 17th and 18th. All right, I'll make sure you get that. Cool. So what kind of classes are you having at now? You're having birds?
We are having an Imperial class, so we'll see how, what response we get. But youth class, we're having a stock compact. We're having a big Wayne heavyweight class.
Awesome. Love it. God
so
bless Wayne.
it's like kicker cars, turn back the clock, kicker cars,
V8,
full cradles, protectors, all that. Imperials are allowed in that class also. So yeah, it's called the Big Wayne heavyweight class.
Love that.
That's going to be good.
Love that.
And then the big money class is the super stock.
Okay.
So that's no protectors. We'll just lower cradle.
I like I like the super stock class.
Yes.
That's more my style. Yes. I like that.
And it's still a builder's class. I mean, there's some, I'm a driver at heart, so I'd put gray areas in there for people to read into. And, and some people caught them, some people didn't. But, the people who are coming back, they definitely
got them out.
Yes. We got a lot of New York guys signed up.
Oh, yeah.
Tons. I mean, there's a ton of New York guys signed up. I was surprised. Every time I open email, it's a New York guy.
I think for the New York area, because I talked to a lot of guys that will ask me about your guys' shows, your area. Got to run down there. To kick off, just go national. From way up east, right? You kind of have to roll through you guys first. Let's go practice down here, because if I can even just compete down here, okay, maybe I can move. If I get run over, maybe I need to go back home.
Right.
And we've had both. We've had guys go down and come back like, holy cow, I'm not even close.
Right.
And then we've had guys go and then say, hey, I'm going to go run Blizzard Bash or Bash for Cash. And I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Toby showed up last year. We had a great car, and we had Santel and him. I mean, it's a good derby last year.
Toby, yeah.
Yeah, first one out of retirement for a while.
I messaged Toby like a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, Toby, what would it take to get you on Track Shot Live? Now, I could have sworn he would have been like, absolutely not. And he goes, what's Ben say? And I go, Ben says he wants you on. And he's like, all right, I'll be there. And
I love it.
And I'm like, I'm holding you to this, Toby.
Right.
I'm holding you. I would love Toby on here, because he is hilarious.
Oh, my God, he's funny.
His sarcasm, I mean, I can't even know how to take it sometimes. It's so funny.
Yep.
So I can't wait to have Toby on here and stuff,
Oh, that's going to be great.
But you guys have such a great group of drivers, and like every show you have down there, every heat, it's just like ooh, ooh,
Look at it. Look at the creep. Creep at 9 o'clock. No.
Not good.
Good stuff.
Yeah. That's funny. Well, so where else are you going to run?
So we got.
After your show, are you running anything October, November?
I'm going to do the Dead Man show and hardcore show in down at the Fayette Fairgrounds. One on the waiting list for the Dead Man show for October, so if I get in, I get in.
That was fun. That was a fun The pace was.
Are you guys going to be there for
Yes.
the next
both of them.
couple weeks? Nice.
Yes, we're going to be at both of their shows this year. So
it's going to be good.
Sir.
Hi, Josh.
What's up? I haven't seen you in such a long time.
No.
I miss you guys. I always love seeing you.
Love seeing you.
I feel bad because I message you once or twice, and then we all get busy with our lives. But you know, I think about you guys all the time.
I know. We're extremely busy right now.
Yeah,
Both
I
of
understand.
us. You know?
I understand. I understand that feeling. I understand. So where are you going to be running, old man? Because you're getting old now. I don't know.
I'm on the downswing, you know. I'm 56. I'm
56?
Yeah. I'll be 57 in August, man.
How old, Steve?
40.
40? 16 years younger than you? There's no way.
No, I'm not 40.
6. He's 50.
50? Okay.
No, he'll be
really...
51 next week. April 19th. Yeah. April 19th is his birthday.
Oh, my God, sir, you're getting old, too.
And then Mark's May 1st, 12 days later, he'll be 51. They'll both be 51.
Now, Mark, to me, he looks the youngest of all you guys.
Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, he got good skincare. He uses Noxzema.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Oil Valet.
Oil Valet.
I love Mark. I love Mark. Yeah, so we were talking about your show. We were talking about just about anything. But what do you got going on? What do you want to talk about?
We're looking forward to the Nationals, September 17th and 18th. We're looking to go. I'm looking to run a couple local shows, New Alec, maybe Stoneboro, a couple cars to finish off. But going to go down and watch these guys at Dead Man.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
That class, I can't wait for that.
The Imperial class.
Ben and I almost entered it. I'm going to be honest. Ben and I thought about entering it, and TJ's like, well, I think the Siopas are going to come. And Ben looks right at me, and he's just like, no. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go get whooped by Siopa. No, I'm not.
It's going to be fun.
No, sir, I'll wait.
I mean, it's stock Imperial, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like
it's like a super stock.
Super stock Imperial.
Yeah.
You know,
you guys don't even know what stock means up there. No, you don't. You don't. I've seen your car. I remember running in Florida one time. I don't know, it was years and years ago. And
that's
I looked
Florida.
at your, I looked at your like, oh, this is pretty stock. I looked at your leaf spring pack. It's like, this car didn't come with leaves. And then I'm looking at this leaf spring pack.
Oh, yeah.
That's stock,
Florida's
Josh.
different.
Yes.
Yeah, Florida's different.
It is.
Actually, I had some great runs down there. I enjoyed the heck out of Florida.
Yeah.
I really did.
Florida's fun.
It is.
It is. If you could only find a nice track with, good dirt, it would be.
Isn't that though? Like every place in the country has like their pros and their cons.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even Vegas was like, okay, that track was, it was what it was, and
right.
I don't know. Like everyone's different on that, but I always in my county fair, all the tracks are different, and some of them had like this corner's bad, you don't go to it.
Right.
This one has a ridge here, you don't run in the ridge.
Right.
That was just part of the sport. If you get hung in there, it's like we told you the ridge was there.
Right.
So. And some people were saying the track should never affect the Derby. That's not true. The track is what it is that day, and then you have to adapt. It's part of actually saying you're a great driver.
But Florida's a little different.
I know.
It is. I mean, it's sand. I mean, you can't expect a guy to haul 2,000 miles to sink in the sand.
Yeah.
I get that.
You know?
I get that.
The only other alternative is asphalt.
Which Coke is doing, which is great.
Yeah.
Concrete, you know?
I ran with JC down at that one speedway in
DeSoto.
Oh my God, I loved it. That was
on
so
asphalt?
fun. Oh my God, I loved hitting people on that asphalt.
Yep, it was
sideways. You could just see their body take it all. It was like I'm rocking people.
We ran on
now.
asphalt.
So fun.
At the beginning, it was like getting shot out of a cannon.
Yes.
So once the tires got hot, it was like being on ice.
Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed down there.
Yeah, it was fun.
I enjoyed that. So, you guys gonna go maybe Utah at all this year?
Love to. I want to go to Vegas Halloween.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I do. I mean,
what a weekend.
Fremont Street at Halloween time. How fun would that be?
It would be memorable for sure.
Yeah. And a Derby.
Exactly.
You know, forget about all the other stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
You Derby, and then you have fun.
And I told a lot of people that ask about that, one of the things I remember is the funnest is as you walk down at the end of the night, the Derby's done, everyone's going to go drinking. All you saw was Derby shirts.
That's
like
the best.
Bar, Derby shirts. So you just got into piles where you, there's one of ours. There's one of ours. And you did, I loved that. I really had a lot of fun with that, you know. I loved Vegas.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I missed the first one, but I will definitely be at the next one.
The first one
Even
was
if
fantastic.
I'm just watching, I don't care, but, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, the first one. The first one, though, it's because it was all of our first time. Yeah. Well, everyone got too drunk the first one that they had. Like, you know, it's like I told Johnny, like, you almost have to start putting times on your texts, because when you wake up in the morning and you see that they never went to bed, it's like, okay, we got to put some bedtimes on everybody.
Right, yeah.
You know? But that's the problem with Vegas. I told them, like, you can't, you know, these guys are gonna want to be out. You know, you can't tell them to sit in their hotel room.
No,
you know. But man, I love Vegas.
Yeah,
that's
that was my first time ever there.
Oh, really?
Never been to Vegas except
that was first time for you?
I've been there one time before, but I didn't go. I wasn't there for the Derby.
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, that's it.
I remember.
I did Blizzard Bash that year, so.
Yeah, it was like the week before.
I couldn't do both.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
It was a lot of fun.
I kept trying to catch up with Mark, because Mark was at the first one, right?
Yeah. No. But he didn't run. Yeah.
Well, at night I kept trying to find him. Where are you?
Yeah.
He was elusive. Mark was elusive that time. Yeah, I had a good time there.
So hopefully the team show goes there again someday. You know, like that was.
Johnny said that they're pitching earlier today. They said it's going to be in the spring.
Oh, really?
They're rotating it now because they're going to rotate that now. The fall is the easier singles, and then they're going to switch it to the springtime at the teams.
Yeah, right around March Madness would be great. You know, with the basketball tournament, that would be great.
I think he was saying the last week of March.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think he was saying.
That would work out great.
Yeah. And it's nice out there then. It wasn't like too hot yet.
Right.
Because we could not do it in the summer out there.
No.
You'd die.
No, right.
But I think that'll work too, because it was hot. It was hot the second show when it was like, it was hot. Like, that's a lot of work when you're running.
Right?
Yeah.
The second one, the team show.
It was hot. Yeah. And those guys were like building and waking up in the morning, and it's like, oh boy, this is a little hot in that sun to be doing that over and over. But I guess it's better than Kansas is the opposite of freezing cold.
Yeah.
And I don't like the cold. I think I'd rather deal with that.
Yeah, especially that the barn. Oh. But you see a lot of people were getting tents outside. You know,
the air quality in the barn is.
You started that. Right?
No, Team America did, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
They started
that. Actually, we sponsored them.
Correct,
and that's when they bought their tent when we sponsored them that first year.
I remember
but that's the way to go, because
that was awesome.
Throw a couple heaters in there and you got fresh air.
Yep.
Yeah. Every year, sinus infection from the dust.
I think it set me back 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well, when everyone's welding and stuff, you mean? When it was like you can't walk through with the smoke and all that.
Just the smoke, the dust from the dirt in there. I mean, it's just.
Kicked your butt.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Okay, hey, I'm going to bounce. I love you guys. They're going to go to a seminar that's playing right now.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys coming on, and I really can't wait to be on at your guys' show. Please.
No problem, brother. I can't wait to see
you. You know I love you guys, and I don't get to see you enough. And
yes.
Let me get there.
It will be there.
I'll make it happen.
It'll be there, brother. You know that.
Talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Josh.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'm going to have to get the hall monitor in the back row for my friends. Keep them quiet so I can hear myself over all these people. Casey, before you walk out, I want to thank you for the opportunity and the space to do this. I'll tell you what means a lot to me I could count about 10 people here, is some of the greatest accomplishments that I've ever accomplished in my life have been with a small group of people. And whether there was 400 people in here now or before, and there's 4 now, I'll go to war, I'll go to battle, whatever it is. I'll jump cliffs, climb cliffs with a small group of people any day. And that's what I think about our sport of Demolition Derby. I didn't have this plan to kind of start off like this and talk about this, but I'm just feeding off the audience. And there's a lot of talk around the sport that we're in. There's a lot of people that's proud to be in the sport. There's a lot of people that thinks and wishes that we got more credit than we do get, and I can tell you we damn well deserve it. And apologize for the language on the live TV, but as sure as where I'm standing, we put our dues in, and we work harder, and we try to work smarter than anybody I've ever worked with in my life right here in this sport. So I've been trying to think about I've thought of a million things to talk about. I could talk about the Unified Point Series for hours. Casey gave me 30 minutes. I'm going to try to take less than that because we're a little behind schedule. But if I'd done one thing last year that I wish I had done better, is when we talk about a unified point series champion, and I've seen everybody here probably at least once look at the rings out there, look at the trophy. What I witnessed last year and what our current champion went through, or anybody that was on his tail, I've personally never went through that in my life, and I don't know that anybody in here has, or the sport has ever seen it. We were challenged. It was something new, and it wasn't something that had a lot of thought behind it, but as an announcer, I have a newfound respect for each and every one of you, for every class that you're in. My passion in this sport has always been around the biggest, rowdiest car that I could possibly try to build or get in. But as an announcer, I've got a newfound appreciation for the youth class or the mini car class. Whatever class means a lot to you. I don't love Demolition Derby any more than you do, and I had to learn that. That's not something that I had inside me, and I had to learn that through announcing. So the Unified Point Series, what that does, it measures everybody on the same level, and that's something that we've never had to process in this sport. And I've said that over and over and over, and that's not because I know how to process it, that's because I'm trying to process it with everybody else. If there's one question that I've had to answer time and time again throughout last year, and number one, last year was a complete crap show. The sport was a crap show, but we were blessed to get the Derby like we did, and we were blessed with a great year. So, in looking back at that, it was about the chase. And anybody that I've ever talked to or listened to in my life, I get flat fired up if there's a goal or there's a finish line, victory lane, end zone. If you tell me that I've got to get through that door, whether I got to do it by myself or with all these people, it's a mission, and I personally get off on it. And that's the one thing that I did not see in the beginning that we witnessed. And if we rewind back to when I said those people went through things that I've never watched what those guys went through in the sport of Demolition Derby. We talk about the last man standing, or we talk about mano a mano or head to head. We've always done that against each other. Me and Toast going against each other, or me and Alex, whatever it is, going against each other. But to have to go against Casey Smith, if I'm running a mini car class and he's running the pro car class, I don't just get to beat him. I don't just get to be a bigger man than him that night, head to head, bumper to bumper, whatever it is. I got to beat him in my own game, in my comfort zone. And anybody that's ever challenged me that says, well, Devin's class is easier. It's easier for him to score points than it is for me in my class. That's bull crap. Number one, I have no idea how hard it is to run his class, and you wouldn't catch me in that class. I'll probably get my butt kicked. That's 100% fact. Derbying is derbying, and it took me being an announcer to learn that and have respect for anybody outside the class that I cared about, because I'll be the first to own this is a selfish sport. Starting with me, I only cared about what was important to me or what was interesting to me. But last year when we started to measure every derby class at every show I was at, and everybody was going towards the same goal, 1, 2, or 3. That's the only way you scored points. Didn't matter if you had the best paint job. Didn't matter if you passed tech the first time. It's could you get to the bottom? And that's what drives me. That's I flat get off on that ability to get to the bottom. And then that's when you find out who's the best man or woman that night. I say man or woman because there's some women in this sport and they deserve the credit that maybe they don't get. But that's what defines the Unified Point Series. Youth driver, woman driver, man driver, it don't matter. The only thing that matters is you're able to get it done. And what I watched them drivers do last year, heck, I don't know if I could do it. I like to think I could derby anybody in here, anybody out there, anybody on any track I've ever been on, I believe I could derby them. I've never went through what I watched them go through. When we went to Dunbar, Pennsylvania, probably 70-80% through, John Shipley, our current champion, had led and led and led. And he got on a hot streak. I don't care what class you're running, Demolition Derby, crap happens. And when he got on that hot streak, and pressure, and week after week, and show after show, and his name's in the spotlight, there's a heck of a lot more wrong in this sport that could go wrong than right. Now, it's going to take some luck, and everybody gets on a hot streak. You get enough people talking about you, you're going to have somebody coming to get some. And so to watch what he did, we watched Don Santel, the complete opposite end of the sport. Two polar opposites. We watched them win, second, win. Week after week, show after show. They were both having the season of their life. I don't care who you are or what class you run. When you run like that, when you get on that hot streak, you flat out feel, my arm hair is going to bounce to the roof. You feel invincible. Whether that's true or not, that's how you feel. That's how I feel. You feel like it's going to take an act of God to stop me. Somebody better do something about it, because I'm going to be there at the bottom, and good luck dealing with it. That's how, I guarantee you, that's how they felt on that hot streak. But to watch them up to Dunbar, Pennsylvania, Don Santel, first heat of the night, he wins. Now, he had 10 cars in his heat. Looked like it was going to be a cakewalk. He had to junk his car against Mike Klinger. I mean, one of Pennsylvania's best. But he won. Like, watching him do that, I just felt like throwing the paperwork, like, I've never witnessed anything like this. So here's John Shipley. That's the first time and only time he lost the lead. He lost it for 2 hours. He's got 40 cars. Now, mind you, he ran what I call like a consi, but it was a last chance qualifier. These guys could have been running in the championship. They chose the last chance qualifier. They didn't give a crap about the money. They was there for the 10 points. They was there because they're on each other's tail. And when he chose that last chance qualifier, I promise you, as sure as where I'm standing, he thought, this is the easiest way for me to get points. He was there with 3 people. There was like 46 cars in that heat. And I don't know if you've seen how they drive many cars in Pennsylvania, but you wouldn't catch me out there. I promise you that. I'm not joking. Heck with that. I promise you, he planned on getting second place at that point. I promise you, I don't care if he would tell you that or admit that. He just watched Don Santel, who had been on his ass, catch him, and he passed him. I guarantee you he thought, is this it? He went out there and he won that 46-car heat. I have no idea how anybody, him or anybody, dealt with that kind of pressure. The whole sport watching. It was live on Derby Nation. At that point, I mean, he had told me from day one, Mark, I want that ring. And when he said that, I believed him. He's the only person that told me that. I showed it to him at the Iron City Nationals in the parking lot at the hotel. I thought he was going to pass out. I knew what it meant to him. It meant everything to him. I don't care if it meant something like that to those 2 people or 2,000 people. To go on that journey with them and to watch them work as hard as they worked. And number one, that's the other thing that people talk about. They talk about, I'd love to do that, I just don't have time for it. I can guarantee you, there's people that think they don't have time for it today that are going to score points this year. Maybe not the first time, but maybe the second time. That's when they really start moving up towards the top 10 or inside it, and it changes. You taste that gold, you find that gold, and now you're a gold digger. I can promise you there's people that could really care less about it right now. And if they don't, that's fine, because there's not an entry fee. This is for my pleasure. I don't make $1 off this, and I don't share that because I want any type of praise or any status by it. Like, I'm going to be there announcing, this makes my job fun. This makes the sport better. And guess what? There's a lot of people behind it, and they're going to get paid well. Last year we had 27.9. This year we already got over 35 coming in. If you look at that flyer out there, it says 35,000 subject to change. Now, if everybody dropped the bucket, if the bus factor hit today, and then maybe that looks different. We're pushing 20 now in the account. And we've already got over 35 that is expected to come in. That's a $7,000 to $8,000 increase, and we're going to pound that right in those drivers' laps for working their ass off. And I'll tell you right now, I'm getting fired up. I'll tell you right now, any man or woman that puts that much dedication into this sport, I don't care. Not only do I not care to make $1, I don't care what it costs me. I'm in. I'm in. If we ever get to witness what we witnessed last year, again, in this sport, it felt like an act of God. If we're ever blessed, if I'm ever blessed enough to witness something like that again, and that's exactly why I didn't change almost a darn thing. Last year was a crap year. But we didn't almost change a darn thing, because if it was that good in a crap year, who knows? Who knows? Are you a Demolition Derby driver, son? Are you? You've derbied? Power Wheels? Are you going to derby one day? Let me tell you right now. I told 16 kids in that room last year at the first annual banquet, I told 16 kids in there just like you, this could be you, because it's for every class. Now, it's about like faith. We all think we have faith till we're in trouble. Or maybe that's when we have more, but that's when we really test ourselves. I don't know if I believed it when I told them that. And this is where I'm telling you this, because I was as sure in there that day telling those 16 kids that they had a chance to be a Unified Point Series champion. I don't know if I believed myself saying that. I meant it. I don't know if I believe myself, and this is why I'm going to tell you why. Rick Furster, who placed 10th place in the Unified Point Series, in the first, let's say 5 shows, he was tied for first. You know what I thought? Oh crap. Can I even give a 16-year-old kid $10,000? Is that even legal? Like, I'm thinking, like, do I need a lawyer here? I called Casey Smith. Casey, did I screw up? You know, because a youth class, Alex Vasco can't come down and junk you, so you're safe. You win every youth derby, and you're the Unified Point Series champion. He can't do anything about it. But at that point that Rick Furster was tied for first, I told these 16 kids it was possible. I thought I meant it. Did I? Because I really didn't expect it to happen, but I'm telling you, I was taken. Oh boy. What's a 16-year-old kid going to do with $10,000? He's going to buy derby parts. I want to end with this. Last year, our tagline was raise the average. That was the back of our shirts. This year, it's walk the walk. When I watched what we just watched, or if I look out there in the sport, what Track Shot and Track Strong and Toast Promotions and all our friends in Canada, I could just keep going around the room, and I could go out there where all the people's at, smash it, fatties in the house. If I think about what all these people are doing for the sport, they're raising the average. You, me, him, everything we do in Demolition Derby, it either makes it a better sport or it makes it a worse sport. So I just want to leave that with everybody. Last year we raised the average. This year we're going to walk the walk, because there's a whole lot of people that talk about it, and talking ain't crap. Talking ain't just cheap, it's free. It don't cost a dime to talk crap for nothing. So this year we're walking the walk. Anybody have any questions? All right. Peace out.
So, hey, you guys, we got Jeff Shulman, Jeffy's Fab Farm, sitting here with me. I love interviewing Jeff. Jeff's one of my brothers, man.
That's it.
No doubt about it. So I always try to jump on this interview. But but I was in there and I watched Mark Elliott's Unified Point Series. You guys, if you don't know anything about this Unified Point Series that Mark did, that started, it is an amazing group of people that believe and support and sponsor. And Mark runs around and does this for free.
Thousands of hours.
Oh my God!
Him and his wife.
Yeah. He's
got a crew now. He's got a secretary. It's just gone beyond what he thought he was going to get into.
Yeah.
It's a full-time job on top of his full-time job.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I mean, you guys follow the Unified Points Series. I mean, what happened last year? How the points went back and forth and everything like that. John Shipley.
John Shipley.
It was
Don
the
Santel.
winner. Yeah, he was the winner. John won it. Old Shipwreck himself.
Yeah.
He won that thing in the compact class, and he destroyed himself last year to do that. Don Santel was runner-up.
V8 man.
V8 man,
yep.
running all kinds of classes. I mean, he ran multiple different V8 classes to make it happen.
Jeremy Riley was third. Jeremy Riley is another compact guy.
Yep. And then there's a youth guy that was not too
in
far.
the top 10.
Yeah,
I think
top
fifth.
10. Yeah.
Fifth or sixth.
Yeah. Johnny, jump on in here. Sit down. Let's
Come
do this
on
thing, Skinny was going to sit down and do this with us with Jeff, but he's...
I just did the loops, and he's...
MIA?
Yeah. So we're just talking a little bit about Unified Point Series, but now, like we said, we got Jeffy from Jeffy's Fab Farm here. Jeff, tell us a little bit about Jeffy's Fab Farm. What do you got shaking, brother?
Well, usually me when I walk. Jeffy's Fab Farm is, believe it or not, Tixie, you and I go back about 10 years.
Oh, God,
with Metal Mayhem visits. Jeffy's Fab Farm, its inception was 2006, and 2021 we're celebrating actually 15 years.
Wow.
And I never put any thought to it, Johnny. Literally a month ago, I'm sitting in my office writing down the date, and I went 2021. And I knew it was in June, and I knew it was a buddy, back home where it was like, hey, I need one of those. And I sold to a buddy, and I remember it was a $60 part. My buddy needed it. I was like, I drilled, tapped the holes, whatever. It was a basic lower cradle for a small block, and it was a $60 part. And I remember like, wow, I'm actually selling stuff. This is cool. And it was June of 2006. I remember was the first part for cash of somebody that was outside the normal group, and friends spray painting the name on it, and you should get T-shirts and you should get stickers, and it was literally in my office a month ago. I was writing down the date, and I was like, oh cool, June will be like 15 years.
Did you ever think?
I didn't think. Did I ever think?
You know what's even crazier is you got an affiliate in Canada too.
Oh yeah, I mean Devin and Christy, taking over the reins of Fab Farm Canada. I mean, it started out as Jeffy's Fab Farm, and then I moved down and started Fab Farm USA and putting everything into it, and Robin backing me with being able to do it full time and put everything into it. And I think it's infectious when you talk to somebody that's that into what they're doing, and then being able to venture outside of Canada into the States, grow the States, literally coast to coast, thanks to people I know.
We got Derby Garage going over in Utah, taking your stuff.
It's just absolutely mind-boggling. All over North America, coast to coast, Florida, California, northern Canada. I mean, it's just absolutely dumbfounding the blanket of parts that have gone. It's just
every state.
Almost every day there's a pinch me moment. Every day. I mean, I sold a camera header to Alaska. I mean, I've got all lower 48. 49. I don't have Hawaii, but maybe someday. Every state, every province in Canada, and just absolutely phenomenal. But touching on that is the network of people. I got Minnesota here, I got Utah, I got the West Coast here, right? But 9 promoters in this building.
Isn't that crazy?
Doing this for an event, no money.
Yeah.
There is no money. There's no reason to be here other than to network and build the sport and have a common goal in mind.
Martini's going wild over there.
10 years ago, this would have never happened.
No.
We were talking about that earlier. You know, everybody was like protective.
Oh, yeah.
This is my parts. This is my show.
It's poker, right? Showing my
don't
cards.
And now it's just, I've seen over the last 3 years, maybe, with maybe 4, but 3 years definitely, promoters talking back and forth to each other, and it's the ones that wanted to. You know, I work with Frankie and Josh and Tixie, and we sharing ideas, and I think that's filtered out to some of the other shows, and especially the little guys. The little guys appreciate the help, and the big guys, we're a little standoffish on some things, but we still offer and train and teach.
The common goal to support the Derby community as a whole has completely, with parts vendors, with promoters, with even selling cars and giving up your goods to help somebody along. There is no, I make this part, I'll never share this information, I'll never refer somebody to somebody else. I'm telling people, you know, I had 3 people today. I need a watch kit. I said, go see Toast.
Yeah.
Toast builds killer stuff. He's here. He's making it happen. There isn't that stronghold to put a chokehold on the market. The market is so vast. It is so humongous nowadays that there's more than enough business to go around. Whether it's drivers at your show, you know, customers in your parts catalog or whatever. I think we're just still tiptoeing on what is absolutely possible with this sport.
Well, I think when we did the what was the XDDA or the thing that we tried to do this before, and everybody, and I remember specifically the big guys there says, I don't want the little guys to know what we're doing. And I'm like, no, that's wrong.
Right.
This is you need those guys because Billy can't afford a near at rear end, but he can afford your rear end.
Absolutely.
And it just makes sense. Like the driveline, Gumby, one thing he did with Derby Garage is he kind of had a price thing. He had the top of the line, the middle of the line, the lower line. And you need it for all those guys out there.
Absolutely. And I will make a specific part that is a hot ticket item for the Northeast because it's a Camry part. I'm not going to go to Utah
where we have 0 mini cars.
And go carrying a box is the best deal, you know, the best way to get onto the track, and they're going to go, so, you know, but in the Northeast, I can't keep this stuff in stock. I mean, it's one of those things.
So how's the economy treating you? Are you having a hard time getting steel and product?
I'm not having a hard time getting steel. I'm not having a hard time coughing up the money to pay for it. I mean, just a certain 4x8 sheet of plate that I get all the time, 1/4 inch, has doubled since January. So I've taken a bit of a hit. I've had to do slight increases, but I'm still trying to offer the customers the best bang for their buck. Luckily, as of right now, pipe hasn't gone up. Certain things like steering knuckles, steering wheels, certain manufacturers shut down for months because of COVID, and when they started back up, they're at 40% capacity. So at my warehouse, we get drips and drabs. I can get 1 JMW Bauhaus. I can get 5 steering knuckles worth before I'd order 20. So I just tell people, you got to bear with me because there's certain things I can't.
And I ask that because I'm working on my house and I know what lumber's doing, and you know Dixie's in that business, and it's just I just wondered if it filtered down to your business.
Plywood's gone up 300%, but the only thing that has saved me is, luckily, in the last 5 years, I invested in equipment so I could do more stuff in-house. Being able to do stuff in-house means I don't have to outsource it, which means I'm not paying extra
for the middleman.
Labor. There's less middleman, so I can continue to keep costs down and still provide the same quality and everything to the customers. Sorry.
We got to make sure that Michelle can read.
It doesn't affect it affects my bottom line, but not to the degree it would have 4 or 5 years ago.
Gotcha.
So keeping manufacturing in-house has been key.
So I want to touch on something like you were talking about availability of product and stuff like that. You guys, one of the coolest things with Jeff, and actually this actually sucks because I'm kind of on the end of it right here. So Jeff puts you in an order, and it don't matter how you call in, where you are. It's like you get number 1, you get number 2, you get number 3. We needed a couple tanks for some raffle cars and stuff like that. Jeff got our tank taken care of for the raffle car and everything like that. And I'm like, hey Jeff, can I grab a couple more? Hunter wants the Derby, and he's like, got ticks. He goes, it's like I got like 15, 20 people in front of you. I'm sorry, I got so it's like, and that is a really neat thing that you have done with Jeffy's Fab Farm. Is it doesn't matter. I mean, and Jeff and I got history. I get no preference comparison to the next guy. He keeps it honest to the number. You call in, you pay for your product, you get your product as soon as we can do it. Unfortunately, there's some dirty things that are going on in industry these days that have tied certain people's hands behind their back, and I got to give you props for that. I thought I had a little more credit than that, but I guess I don't. So
somebody's got to put you in your place.
Oh my God,
Jeez.
You did a damn good job. So
if I let you do everything, your head wouldn't fit through the door.
Oh, jeez. I know the ball caps are already tight.
And it was literally that came down to this show with certain guys wanted pre-orders, and I'm not saying pre-order is not an order, but it's not a paid order. We do what we can to get stuff to the show to help guys on shipping, but that isn't a paid order. So if a guy had to get his Camry header out and he ordered online, and that's a paid order, we literally did paid orders until 9 o'clock on Thursday morning, and then I said, okay guys, we're going to put in 12 hours from 9 o'clock Thursday morning to 9 o'clock at night, which turned into actually 1 in the morning, and I got to give my guys credit for just going hard to get stuff done. We gave the show, this venue, 12 hours of production so that my paid online or phoned in customers got as much product as they could before we left the shop.
Gotcha.
And that is something that I had to learn and make myself aware of a few years ago, because the last thing you want to do is see product at a venue and be like, well, I ordered that Tuesday, how come I still haven't got it? And it's like, well, all of a sudden I just put a pre-order customer, I put a venue customer in front of one that ordered online, and it's just...
It's a fine line.
You just got to play devil's advocate sometimes. So what I did was I decided, okay, before Bash for Cash or whatever, we're going to put out so many orders, and then we're going to give the shop 2 or 3 days to build stock for the event, to take care of pre-orders the best that we can. But shutting down the shop to do event orders and not get the online orders out was something that I had to learn. That it was bad.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's one of those things where, like you say, the devil's advocate, and it sucks to be in that position. In one way, it's great to be in it the other way because you're busy. But I mean, it's a really neat thing where it don't matter who you are, or what your name is. It's by the number of order and what it is.
And I know it's not just you, because Gumby's trying to fill the Derby trailer again, and everybody's weeks out.
Weeks. And it's such a I always call it, every day I call it a blessing and a curse. I never thought I'd be this busy. I never thought I'd have this much on the go. But I never thought I would have this lack of sleep. You get kind of used to it after a while, but man, there's just so much going on. I can't thank my customers and my clientele enough for just, pushing me to just keep it going. It's unbelievable.
Hey, so I know you're snagging up some new equipment and stuff like that for the shop. What's the direction and some new parts that you're looking at you're doing?
Well, what's going to happen now is I hired another full-time welder. I had a part-time guy named Sean, and I managed to snag him full-time. So he's doing really good in the welding department as far as headers. So what that's going to do is, as soon as I get a free moment, it's going to be, if 20 people have messaged me for car X and I don't make parts for car X, what's going to happen now is it's going to free me up to bring in car X. We're going to develop a shifter for car X, a header for car X, and whatever's common that you need in the Derby world. These kits per car is the way things have gone, because if you're asked for 20 of something, a header for a certain car, it's now changed where my vision would have been, get the car in, make a header, make a jig for that car, and kick it out the door. But now that the car's popular, the shifter goes with it. the transmission cooler lines
whole
go with
project
it.
now.
It's a whole project. So now the car comes in, and you're doing what like the running board guys would do. A new model car comes out, and they need to make the floor mats and the running boards and the bumper covers for that car. So now if we're getting requests for the header, you start looking at the whole rest of the car.
Yep.
So that's what's going to change in the future for us, where it wasn't just spend a half a day on it, jig it up, tool up for a header. It's this thing comes with plastic bumpers. Okay, car comes with plastic bumpers.
We need brackets. We need
brackets now that bolt onto this car, so you can bolt on a Vic bumper or what have you. And that's what's going to change everything in my business, because it's not just I need to sell this guy a header. These guys are going to be asking for XYZ.
Right.
I need to be the guy that provide it, because I'm already providing XYZ for these 3 other cars. They're going to come to me for it. So that's what's changed. It's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about supplying the wheel for the demand of the cars that are out there.
Exactly.
So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the way it works, because there's things that we can make that are universal, wheel centers, battery boxes, stuff like that. And the stuff that's specific, like a header or a shifter, we have done a really good job to take the same mechanics of that one shifter and be able to apply it through 8 different vehicles. So you've got your base that a customer already has, and for $25 more they can run it in this car. For $25 more they can run it in that car. So now that's opened up their spectrum, because when crunch time comes and you can't find a Camry, you're going to find Garrett a Corolla.
Yep.
You're going to have to, right? So it's one of those things. That's what's changed in the demographic of what I have going on. The engine stuff is always busy. We're always doing the engines, Matt and I. The LS stuff is just pump for me. It sounds conceited, but I don't have to push it, because I can't keep up with the demand now, so I'm pushing engine guys off. And a guy called me the other day, I said, I want an engine by June. I said, I just can't do it. There's no way. It just physically can't be done. So I want to get to the stage where we've got engines. What do you have? Guy calls me, I've got one, I can finish it in a week or so, build stock for that. What I've had to invest in the shop lately is the manpower. If I'm doing 6 times what I used to, and there's still just me, I can't, I can't stay on top of things, and the wait times get longer and longer. So my next biggest investment is manpower, and so that was starting with Sean.
And you know what? The funny thing is you and I have had this conversation numerous times, is that, you have been a one-man band. You have been quality control. You have been all of that all the way through. And Jeff has said, he goes, that's one of the biggest things, is letting go of some of that stuff. And
relinquishing the control is tough. Harvey that works at the shop, he's my shipper, receiver, packer guy. He gets a flashlight, and it doesn't matter how busy we are. Every port gets checked for a pinhole with a flashlight. Everyone gets checked. Every header gets wiped down. Every little piece of slag gets knocked off. And if I take the time to do that, there's more product that doesn't get done. So to have Harvey just care that much in the shop every day, make sure there's extra packaging and stuff so it doesn't rattle and bang. And we literally have, this is no BS, we literally get emails because the packaging is so nice. That is something I never thought I had to worry about in a million years, but I'll get the email and I'll screenshot it. I'll send it right to Harvey. You're doing a great job, man. People are happy that stuff is showing up undamaged. The quality control is there. For somebody 3 years ago to say that I would need somebody like that, I would have told them they were crazy. I got it. I can do this. I can package it. I'll take care of it. Nobody's going to be able to look at a header the way I do. Nope. It's just such a blessing to have the right.
So are you having in today's world, are you having a hard time finding the help?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Harvey just fell into my lap. His brother works with my wife, Robin, so that's how that came about. Sean was a completely green friend of a friend that came to the shop. He's into Jeeping and off-roading. He had his welding ticket and 0 experience. And I said, I can't do anything with you. But if you want to come to the shop and hang out, maybe learn something, if you do something viable, I'll pay you. And he showed up night after night after night. And I got this kid, 23 years old, with a welding ticket, eager, green as can be, can't do anything. but he shows up and he's got the dedication. I'm
Which
like,
is rare.
How can I turn this kid away? He says, all right, grab his hand, let's go in the shop. I'm going to teach you how to build a Camry header, and you're not going to do anything but this until it's perfected. And he nailed it. And then we moved to W bodies, and then we moved to small block Chevys. And I hired him, and he said, my goal is I want to build headers from start to finish. I want to know every process. I want everything to be done. And I taught him how to bend a Camry the other day, and he did a few, and he's got it nailed. And Harvey pipes up and says, well, my goal for this year is I want to be able to run the plasma table by myself. And I turned around and went, holy shit, these guys are eager, they want to work. I'm so blessed to have this. The next fit may not be, we may go through 2 or 3 more guys before we get another Harvey or another Sean. But I was just like, wow, I'm so happy. They went till midnight on Thursday to help me in the shop.
That's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
Rare, amazing, and hopefully they get a nice little bonuses coming.
Yes.
Got that, guys? You listening?
Yeah, exactly. You watch this. You see how much cash he's got in his pocket.
Oh, jeez.
You guys made him a shit pile of money.
Yes. Yeah, and cash is even bigger in Minnesota because you say it cash.
Cash.
Cash. It's got an extra syllable in Minnesota.
Oh man, I get giddy when you talk about cash.
But it's just like I said, it's yeah. I don't know what's next as far as help in the shop, but I've learned the phone has to stay in the office. Unfortunately, I can't be on that and fulfill the needs. You can't. So, but I literally try to let everybody know as much time ahead of time. Like when we left the shop on Thursday, I said, I'm going to be away from my phone. I have to put that post up. Because there's that guy on Facebook saying, I can't get a hold of you. And at least people know, hey, he said he's going to be away from his phone for a few hours. You just got to bear with me. There's only so much of me to go around, which is an amazing problem to have. Absolutely amazing problem to have. So
I like it. I'll call Jeff, and I might be a little long-winded that time, and Jeff won't answer. He'll send me a text because he knows that he can text me and get rid of me in 20 seconds rather than a 20-minute phone call. I was like, what's up, brother, man? Miss you, man. How's things going?
I was only texting you when you were sick. You couldn't talk anyway.
Oh yeah, no, I had about three sentences in me, and I was done. So yeah.
But we've had some long-winded conversations.
Oh God, yeah. We figured out the world's problems 10 times over, and it's like, what the hell's taking this world so long to get to where we think you all should be?
Yeah, we're wrong, anyways. But
no, that's really cool though. I mean, it's like you guys, if you go online and you take a look at Jeffy's stuff, he's got an amazing collection of multiple parts. You get over here towards the East Coast or any other show that he's at, make sure you come over and shake his hand and introduce yourself to this guy. It's going to be a short-lived little conversation, but he likes the people to come over and say that they're following him and seeing what's going on. I mean, it's really cool. Plus, the other thing too is. Robin and Matt and Jeff, they've got one of the old classic nostalgic funny cars, and they run all over the East Coast. Actually, you guys run all over the place.
Yeah, we're running some of the Midwest this year too. But
yeah, so watch that also because it's on their Facebook and everything like that. Matt is Jeff's brother-in-law, and he's a big motor guy and the big drag racing guy, and their whole family was drag race forever. Correct?
Forever, yeah. My father-in-law started a speed shop, brick and mortar speed shop, 1969.
Yeah, I knew it was something crazy. I figured I'd let you say because I would botch the hell out of that. But I mean, so it's really cool. So I mean, motorsports goes all the way back in these families, deep, and they're really fun to follow on Facebook and everything like that because they're always doing cool stuff.
The biggest thing is we service what we sell.
Yeah.
We service what we sell. We don't just sell you a switch panel. We tell you how to hook it up. You're calling us on a Friday night with a problem or whatever it may be. We service what we sell. And the old school speed shop that's going to sit down and chew the fat with you and tell you how to hook things up. I mean, I think a lot of that's lost with the internet nowadays. Before these not the blogs, but all the different groups, forums.
Forums.
Before the forums, it's you go into the local speed shop and you pull up a bar stool and you shoot the breeze with the problem with your car. I do that on the phone. Matt does that for a living every day. Robin turns wrenches. Robin's been doing motorsports her entire life. She's driven a sprint car. She's done drag racing. I mean, she had a 10-second Nova in high school. You know, she's been 6 seconds in a funny car. So when people are like, wow, you're really into us, it's like, no. It's like, if I'm not here at Smith Metalworks today, I am, you know, in a month, I'm out with these guys, or I'm going to go to Minnesota, or we're at a dirt track in Florida, or we're at the drag strip in, you know, Muncie, Indiana, or whatever. Every moment, 7 days a week is motorsports for us, which is absolute. People think we're nuts. We are, I guess, but, you know, if it's a blown alcohol Hemi, electronic fuel injection, if it's a 68 Corvette, if it's a, you know, a supercharger on a boat, we're immersed in this 24/7, and yeah, I can't thank Robin enough for believing in me and letting me take my vision of what the business should be and how far I think I could push it, and she's just like, run with it. I think you can do it. So she's a badass for that.
After your first $60 part.
Yeah. Do you think? Have you ever asked Rob? Did you ever think you're going to marry an immigrant?
I mean,
a legal immigrant.
Yeah, legal immigrant. After like 2 years of the long distance thing, it was like, well, we got to do something here. Like, this is either worth it or it's not. But to be married, we were married. I don't know if you know this. We were married for a year and a half before we even lived together.
No, we did not.
And I was down here. We were married. I had all my paperwork filed. Everything had gone through. I had a business. I had a licensed, established business in the United States before I even lived here and before I had my green card. And I would go back and forth like every weekend, 1,000 miles round trip, doing business on both sides of the border, just running like crazy. So
he's from the north border. He's not from the south.
Not the south,
right?
Yeah.
So
I didn't walk across. I had to take my snowmobile.
No, you got to understand, Jeff and I go back a long ways, and I heckle him. I says, man, you're the best immigrant I know, you know, and it's fun. But I mean, if you truly heard the whole story of this man and what it took to become down here and the sacrifices that Robin put up with, I mean, that is true love. There is nothing else that they cannot overcome in life.
This isn't a you know, I started out with this and I built the business. I literally took like $100 and turned it into $150. Turned that $150 into $200. Turned that, you know, and I did all that. And when I moved to the States and I moved in with Robin, she's like, this is literally how the conversation went. I've got the bills. You put everything into the business. For 2.5 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. That is like, oh, I'm getting all choked up talking about it. For have somebody to have your back like that is beyond anything, and it wouldn't have happened because I didn't have the capital. You know, I just had to keep flipping the capital over. So, you know, there's always the grudge. That's why I got the T-shirt sticker. Can I get a free T-shirt or a sticker? You get the T-shirt sticker. There's always that grudge of, hey, can I have this and have that? And I'm not complaining whatsoever. But, you know, when people go, oh, must be nice, there's no must be nice. You know, it's thousands and thousands and thousands of hours and literally every nickel I got and eating ramen noodles to be able to sit here and say, we are a viable company. And that to say that or have brand recognition. The fact that I have brand recognition is the coolest thing ever. You know, the fact that you care that I have a brand is amazing. You know what I mean? That is the stuff that, I mean, that it's unbelievable. And she's behind it every step of the way.
And she's good looking. And she's good
looking. It doesn't hurt that she's easy on the eyes.
So it's a good thing you swiped right and not left.
Yeah. I literally met her through racing. Everybody thinks it was an internet thing, but she was up in Canada visiting a family that she became close with, and I used to work for this family. And she's you know, we're all hanging out. We all go for dinner one night, and there's this beautiful blonde talking about Hemis and drag racing and everything, and I'm like, wow. And I'm like, you're from Virginia. There's no rust in Virginia. You got any Crown Vics? And literally, she started sending me like ads. And when we started dating, she found me a 95 Lincoln Town car. They wanted $1,200 for it, no reverse. She went there, picked it up, drove it home, no reverse. So, you can drive it, but you can get yourself into a pickle. And she said, I got it for $350. I'm pretty sure it's the first time I said I loved her. I don't know. It might be something else. But so I drive down to Virginia, and I've got this rust-free Lincoln and this beautiful girl, and I'm just like, holy cow, and it just...
He took her to dinner and forgot to bring his car back to Canada.
Yeah, it was just crazy. So that was, date night is leave work at 5 o'clock on a Friday night, pull into Virginia at 2 in the morning with a car trailer, have a date, dinner, whatever, Saturday, load up a derby car, haul it back to Canada to sell it to pay for my weekend, and do that for 6.5 years. I guess you didn't know any of that.
I did not know any of that.
Yeah, so then I bought a 2-car trailer, and I'm hauling them back 3 at a time, and... Oh, yeah, people at the border knew my name, and oh, man, it was just, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles.
That's great stories.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Nah, it's really neat when you sit there and you think about that stuff. And I want to say another thing here. Not to talk all the time, Johnny. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But, how cool is it, like when we sent you a Christmas picture, we're at Christmas, and here's my little son. He's got a Jeffy Fab Farm hat on, and Dad's wearing, one of Jeff's shirts also. We took a little picture, and next thing it kind of looks like, oh, God, we're redneck as hell. Look at this Christmas picture, and we're just totally supporting Jeffy's Fab Farm. We send it to him, and it's like how cool is that when you see pictures of that with your logo, your brand?
I don't...
Surreal?
Oh, I could get choked up just even talking about it. I'll get a picture from... I got a picture from a friend back home, and he's sending a picture from Ottawa. Ottawa's the capital of Canada, Ottawa, Ontario. And it's this badass, blacked out, I call them highway vultures. They're the tow trucks that sit on the side of the highway at rush hour, and there's this badass murdered out tow truck. And on the back window it says Jeffy's Fab Farm. And he takes a picture from Ottawa and sends it to me. He says, any idea who this person is? And I'm like, I got no clue, but that's cool as shit. It's just cool as shit. Or I got a buddy walks out of a convenience store one night, and he's got Fab Farm sticker across the bandit window, and the kid walking out of the convenience store is wearing a hoodie. And they both kind of walk by each other and nod, and he tells me the story, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. Or, one guy strikes a conversation. I got an email from a customer. He struck a conversation up with another guy in Home Depot because they were both wearing the same shirt. And it's just, that stuff is just I literally, if nobody knows, I grew up 38 years. I lived in the same house. I bought my parents' house. We lived on a farm. There was a farm. There was a farm. Some people wonder, there was a farm. And I literally grew up, 2 stop signs, population 500 people, Jerseyville, Ontario, Canada. You blink, you miss it. Nobody should know who I am. Not one person should know who I am. And that is, you just hold that near and dear, and you just kind of soak it in when you need to, and you put your head down and go to work, and it's just, I don't know, it's just absolutely. When I got in a car when I was 18, and I, at 20 getting my ass beat, and I had a buddy that went to, they'd go down south and they get rust-free wagons and they bring them back to Canada and just murder everybody. Well, after getting my ass kicked for a couple years and never leaving Jerseyville, I said, I'm going to North Carolina to get a car because that's what I heard what you did. And in 1999, I went to North Carolina, never leaving town, small town kid, go to a yard, buy a car, pay $1,000 for it 20-something years ago to bring it back to Canada to run it and win it. That drive and that passion went right into the business, which is what, that was the stem of the business, I guess, the passion for the sport. and I don't know. I don't know if I'm rambling on or not. But that's
You say I'm not talking. I'm just loving the story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
It's just mind-boggling that the passion turned into a part-time job and a full-time job, and now to have employees and to come to stuff like this, to go to Vegas with you. I mean, oh man, I'm getting emotional talking about
and he literally is welled up. I mean, this is,
Going to Vegas, talking to Johnny and going to Vegas was like a bucket list. We were all there, but it's just, I mean, to be here, to be able to go out there, go to Florida, to have, just the network of friends that we do, and be able to pick up the phone, to know that if I'm stuck at the airport, I can call you. You know what I mean? That part of the Derby community is just absolutely unbelievable. I know it's in other sports, but I'm telling you, man, I think we got something different.
I say that all the time. It's like we're driving cross country. I could have a family member driving cross country and break down, and I know whatever state I'm in, I can make a phone call.
And the coolest part about all of us, we're all handy.
Yeah.
We're all handy.
Well, I'm going to give you one more friend. I'm going to squeeze out with Josh.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, brother.
You know what? That is, you guys, you understand that we sit here and we talk about all these people that we meet in this sport and everything like that. I mean, we met before Track Shot Live. We met before any of this big national social platform.
Absolutely.
And that was because we were just chasing our love, and that's what it was. Decker, what up, man?
I'm sorry, I was doing something else. I got caught in a couple conversations, so I'm late. I just wanted to jump on with you, my boy Jeff.
You gotta watch back. You got the whole history of me and Robin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay.
It was crazy.
All right.
I busted him down. I called him an immigrant.
I'm his favorite immigrant.
Oh, that's funny. Well, it was earlier today. I was making fun of Christy and Devin, for being Canadian and stuff, and that I was going to get all the U.S. people on first, and then I get the Canadians on. And she's like, "Well, what time's Jeff on?" And I'm like, "Well, Jeff's not Canadian anymore." And she's like, "Yes, he is Canadian." I'm like, "No, he's not. He's American now, so he's on early."
October or November, I'm supposed to be going for my citizenship. So
WS?
All that, yeah.
Awesome,
all that,
dude.
So I'll be a dual.
Man, awesome.
I'll be like a spy. I'll pull up to the border and be like, which passport do I want?
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding.
My mom, she come from Argentina. Her family was Italian, but she come from Argentina when she was 18. And I remember when she took her United States test, like, our family celebrated and stuff. It was actually, she was so pumped about it.
It's actually really hard. They're mind-boggling questions.
Yes, they are.
Matt and Robin can't answer the questions.
You have
I'm like, but you're a citizen.
Yeah, there are tough questions on there.
There is.
Good for you, brother. That's cool.
Yeah, B-Dual's big. It's going to be big. So, yeah.
Real quick before you bounce, because I think Toast is really close, but Mini Meltdown.
Mini Meltdown 2021, 2-day event.
Oh, yeah. Sold out with everything but economy compacts. So a couple hundred cars.
So we're going back, 4 years? When was the initial conversation? 4 years to have a standalone event was an amazing conversation. And I said, I'm in. And what did I say that day for it? I said, I'm in for one, but we're going to have 10, 11.
Yes, you
12.
have said that, yes.
We said right from the get-go. Now we're talking a 2-day event. We're talking sold-out classes.
Every class sold out, and then people get like, well, there's 50 guys that want to run it. And like TJ was saying, we open up classes, and they're selling in minutes. And it's like you could almost keep going and going, and it's like...
But we need to get some sleep. We need to... 13 hours or 14 hours when we do heats up there is unbelievable.
It is. And San Filippo...
Sixty, you've been there. You got a trophy from there.
My God. Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you guys what out there. We talk about destination derbies. Get your family and get your asses out there. It is the most beautiful piece of country I have ever seen in my life.
It is beautiful.
And
Minnesota's pretty nice.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I take Minnesota for granted, but man, when I got in those hills in New York, chasing those trailer lights, following derby cars, my God, I got the goosebumps now, like Frankie Guy did earlier. You guys, destination derby, 110%. It is worth it. Don't miss it. Yes, every class is sold out. When you see that track full of all those cars, you don't even have to be a derby lover to love that picture.
I appreciate that.
Wide
it's true.
open. Wide open.
Sick.
Our attitude, we've been all over there, in every area you go, their attitude of what derbying should be is different. And I love our attitude because it truly is about smoking stuff. Everyone's looking for the big shot, for the lane, no one cares about saving a car. No one cares about feature time. I mean, such a small percentage of guys drive for money.
Yes.
Such a small percentage.
Small percentage.
And I love because in our classes we still see the fresh newbies all the way with the veterans, where you still get a good mix of different things that happen on the track where it's not all veterans.
Yes. Absolutely. Or guys won't run a certain class because there is veterans in there. The new,
anybody could win any of our classes.
The Northeast guys were like, I'm going to chip that guy's tooth by the end of the night.
Yes.
I'm taking him out.
Yes.
And I've never seen stuff like that before. It's friggin' awesome.
I love it. One time the first time Gumby came, the first heat, I could see his eyes huge, and I said, you just watch, man. Guys will wait in the spot until the lane opens up, and then they take off. They don't care about the car right here. No. I want way over there. And they'll sit and wait and gone. And I just love that about our area.
I made the comment out there last year. I told you, I go, these guys are absolutely nuts. You could move the blocks all the way to that wood line, and they're going to ask you, can you cut down 10 more trees to give us more? And they will use every bit of it. And it's like, and I was out there in that truck getting just licked by that goddamn minivan.
You were.
And it's like, that boy just had it in him. And that guy found the lanes, and he was just destroying things.
Your heat had lanes. Your heat specifically, lanes opened up, and people were running the lanes, playing defense in them, running offense in them. It was fun to watch. Your heat was fun to watch.
The first rental I had there was PT Cruiser that Gully gave me.
Yep.
He's like, you throw a tire on it, you can go out. I was like, sweet, get some seat time. This is awesome. Throw a tire on it, run out there. I made like 2 or 3 hits and do my chest move. And I look, and in my head, I'm going, that guy ain't gonna full track me like that. Oh man, dude, was I totally wrong? I got rocked. It was all over. I was like, wow.
Yes.
I was not expecting that. And
Cody that builds in my garage, he built a Dippy that ran last year, and in one shot, one dude coming down the track ruins your clean car. He had a fresh Dippy, junk. One shot, good night, see you, build a new one, And
it was so awesome to pick on old Cody Youngwood over that one. We just busted his chops, and it's like here we go.
He's got 3 shockers for this year. He ain't going down like that, he said. We bought all good iron this year, but no, Mini Meltdown's going to be great, and San Filippo, I know you're going to be there also.
Absolutely, 110%.
So people that are going to be at our shows, Jeff has been our main sponsor forever, and I love you for that, and we've been a great team, and really, I mean, you fit so great in our area because, like, Camrys, like you said the other day to me, you could almost live on you're so busy with Camrys.
I could focus on Camry parts only. I think we are somewhere between 16 and 20 Camry headers a week.
Jesus.
The Camry in a box, when we didn't even get to announce the Camry in a box. It grabbed so much traction with just a whisper.
Yeah.
That was so unexpected. The first week, we were behind 24 boxes.
No shit.
And I was part of that.
Yeah, as soon as you put it on,
started.
That was a good idea. It was a great idea.
No, it's freaking. But let's go back to Mini Meltdown and San Filippo, those standalone events. Nothing against any fair that's out there. Don't take any offense to any of this. To start a standalone event in New York was such a huge gamble.
Yes, it was.
It was a huge gamble.
Mm-hmm.
But we decided, we're like, look, okay, Spinning Wheels is here, Fab Farm is here, we're going to go here, and we believe it's just going to jump forward. And it did.
I don't know a dude in that area that doesn't own a Jeffy's Fab Farm part. Really think about that. I bet if we right now, like, send me a message private, do you not have a Jeffy Fab part? Everybody has a Jeffy Fab part. I have hundreds in my garage. I don't know anybody that doesn't have your stuff.
You do now.
You do. Yeah, you do.
You do now.
Your kid has it. Your kid has it.
Yeah.
Skinny's joking with us. No, it's true, Jeff, and it's helped my area. Our area didn't have any vendors, man. I remember when the first time we got a vendor, just to have you.
Yeah.
To say to people, we're having a vendor. Holy cow, was it a big deal.
San Filippo 2?
Yep.
San Filippo 2.
Yep.
Josh goes, you got to come down, bring some parts. I went with Andy Anderson and Donnie Lane. We drove straight there, filled the back of the pickup truck with a cap on. I opened the tailgate, and it was like, you ever see piranhas in a tank? I had no idea. It was like one person stuck their head up like those gophers or whatever. It was like, parts? I was like,
we were starving. Our area was starving for them. We have to ship them in. If you think about it, everyone was Midwest. We're watching all these things being developed. You got to ship them in. The pricing, we were an afterthought a lot of the times. Then you're there with the stuff, and it's like, yeah, but if I'm ever going to buy it, it's right here. You know?
But the funny thing is I was right above it in Canada, and then I skipped over it. And you know,
drop down below us.
Living down there, and then you're like, no, dude, you got to come up and you got to visit us. And I had absolutely no idea, and just to be so welcomed.
Oh yeah, man.
Like I don't have to have the parts, but it's always like, you know, if somebody's there, it's you know, stop by my trailer, stop by for a drink, you know, meet my girlfriend, here's my kid.
People love coming to talk to you at your trailer.
Man,
I know they do.
It's so awesome.
Will you adopt my kid?
Will you adopt?
Oh man.
No, but if you bring him by, I'll put him to work.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes, you will.
That wouldn't be my kid.
I'll
My kid would be, you know, can I tell you what to do from here, Jeff? You're doing that wrong. You're doing it all wrong.
2-day mini meltdown. I mean, when the announcement came down, I was totally in the dark, and when it came down, I literally had chills. 2-day mini meltdown was something cool.
And we're really probably going to go 2 days San Filippo.
Really?
We have to.
Just with what you got going on.
365 cars. We did 27 heats the last time. We really need to break it up. And truly,
14 hours of heats.
Nonstop.
It was 14 hours.
I remember.
Of heat.
I had to talk through it. That's why I can't wait. Now we got track shot. I'm going to break us up. Like it's like you go down and talk to the people on the track. You go down and talk. Mark Elliott's going to do some announcing for us there. But the 2-day atmosphere for Mini Meltdown I thought was really great because we all got to end at a good time, eat dinner, go back to the hotel, shower, relax. Wake up early, come right back full. I mean, we were full of energy both days. There was no lag in that. It was good.
Yeah, to be able to walk away from the trailer or the microphone and it still be daylight.
It was crazy.
Oh,
our group stand. You remember we stood in a group there, and I was like, "What do we do now?"
Listen to Duncan tell stories.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, it's really great though. You guys, Mini Meltdown 2021. Start looking at the date. Start looking at hotels. Start looking at flights. We always talk about these destination derbies and everything like that. I mean, you just heard Jeff how excited he was about it, how excited he is to be part of it. You heard Decker. I mean, nobody's even said this yet. Mini Meltdown is a Spinning Wheels Promotions show.
Yes.
So, you know, you go on Spinning Wheels and you will see everything about it. Take a look at it. Figure it out. I'm going to be lucky enough to be there again. Decker invited me on out. He said that he'd like me to come out and help and be part of it. So
nice.
Oh, you're coming.
I appreciate that invite and everything.
You got a new car. Okay, stop. I still can't open the tailgate of my car, you SOB. Both you SOBs. And when you come to my house, you're going to open that tailgate. Okay?
Oh, on the wagon?
That's on
the wagon?
Never been open since this jerky's flying through the field with it, just slamming. Bam, bam. We can hear it 2 miles. He's your friend. He's your friend. You were laughing the whole time. You thought it was funny.
Oh, here comes Ken.
Wait, why is this me? He drove your car out slamming the tailgate.
You were laughing.
It was funny, wasn't
You're
it?
an enabler.
No, it was not funny.
You're an enabler.
I haven't opened that in 6 months, and I have new drivers for you guys to drive, and I just thought about it. Absolutely not. You're driving that piece of junk again.
I had no idea it was even doing it. I'm trying.
Boom.
The thing is slamming back there, and Skinny's like, the tailgate is. I'm like, what? I turn around and look, and I'm like, what a piece of shit.
No, it's not funny. I love that car. You jerks. You better open up that tailgate. I'm telling you right now. I'm live in it.
I was smart. When I left New York, I knew Decker was bummed out about the car, about the wagon. So when they come up to Minnesota in October, thank God Ben brought his truck, because I was thinking they were going to take one of my wagons or something. So, but hey.
Stop. We are going to get to take one of your cars because you owe me, you SOBs, and I'm doing some burnouts with that thing. Okay? Plan it. Change the oil in that, girl. Trust me. You better change the oil.
We're getting the hook. We got to.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Toast.
Okay.
Toast is
Jeff, love you. Thanks for coming on, dude.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll see you a bunch of times.
All right. You ready? I wanted to do this demonstration because I've had a lot of calls about how to put the brackets on, where to put them, why do you put them there. So I figured this would be the best way to do it, to bring a frame where you can actually see what's going on in person. And if you got any questions, I'm going to try to answer them first and try to answer them on the car while we're talking about them. So if anybody's got a question on the Watts brackets on how to install them, I'll take your questions now.
Is there a certain length on that bracket you made from the mount to the rear end on the red bracket on this side? The trailer?
This right here?
Yeah.
I normally shorten them 4 inches from a stock 80s.
Okay. I'm new to this, and I'm actually doing this weekend, so I was trying to make it.
Yeah. The biggest thing is where you want your rear end to sit. I make everything where it pulls it forward, so it keeps the sheet metal out of the back of the tires longer.
Okay, so like a slight angle backwards then. Okay.
See, another thing that I was going to tell everybody, when they put these in, I normally set these up where the pinion angle is up. I look at everything, so when you start out fresh, it's going to look weird, but when the car is completely junk, everything will be the way it's supposed to be from factory. Because the drive shaft, the U-joints are actually made to run on an angle, so that's not going to hurt on this. And it keeps everything up off the ground, so if you run over a bumper or anything like that, you're not going to worry about it grabbing your drivetrain and ripping your drive shaft out or something.
And you said on the trailing arms, they're just the stock length?
The lowers, I shorten them 4 inches also.
Okay, 4 inches.
And I normally try to put the lower pretty much in line with the factory outside lower. So it's kind of a reference there. Which on this one I set it up about 1.5 inches, 2 inches back to make it look like it's factory. And then with my arms, the way I normally put them, it pulls it up 1.5 inches, which angles everything up. And that's another thing, when you're setting up the rear end, when you put your brackets on, you want to have your frame sitting at right height. Because as you move the rear or the frame up and down, the pinion angle goes up and down. So if you set all your brackets on with everything sitting up with no shocks on it with springs in it, and you suck it down to right height, everything's going to be off. Because I don't know if I can do it in here on this one, but just if you watch the rear end, see how it goes up and down. So that kind of helps keep everything out of your way. So I plan on, once the car is completely bent, bellied out, and the belly's dragging on the ground, my drive shaft isn't touching the ground. It's up in the tunnel where it's supposed to be. And then, kind of like on the control arms, you can make them longer and put it back from where it is factory. But I try to suck everything as far as forward as possible and keep it where it's universal, where no matter what tire you run, it'll still work. But if you want a specific design just for your car, the tires you run and everything, call me and I'll give you instructions on how to measure everything, and then we'll build a set just for your application.
I know we bought the regular kit with the bolt ends and the arms, and then we just had to make the arms.
Right. Anybody else got any questions?
So you have, so I've seen some Wattsling kits, they go to the first hole, like one there.
Right here.
Down. Is there a mechanical advantage or anything with saving the humps or anything by doing them?
The biggest thing, kind of like this bracket here, my brackets are roughly 6 inches long. So if you take that bolt where it's in the bracket and you put that bolt there, your weld's starting here and coming all the way back to here. Them cars normally want to suck in right here. So that's why guys do that. Well, the only bad thing about that is a lot of places you run won't let you put it there because that's a bend point. And that's a factory hole and you can't close it up. So that's why I tried to stay in the factory position, just to keep it where it's, no matter where you run it, it should be legal. The control arms, I went with the 1.5 by 2.5 because it's roughly the same size as the factory. It's not bigger, it's not taking up more space. That way you should, I mean, in all reality, if it wasn't as thick as they are, you could almost run them in stock class because there's some control arms they make now that are actually tube with just the bushings on it.
Right.
Just because the time it takes to form and stamp stuff rather than drill a hole is a lot quicker.
Now, could you run it like it is on the left side there without the bracket?
You probably could, but I mean, even if you take a piece of 14 gauge, 1/8 inch, and just bend it and weld it, that'll work. The only reason I made these like this is so if you had to, I actually make these where they're bolt on. So I drill 2 holes here, and then you just bolt them on from car to car and not have to worry about it. Because there's not a lot of stress on that bracket itself. It's all on the bolt. And with the bushing, there's not a lot of stress on it at all. Because you got a bushing here and then a bushing in the back. Any other questions?
Does the coil spring matter? What's the con?
Depends on if you're running different control arms. Because the spring pressure, if you're chaining your rear end down, that spring pressure transfers into your control arms.
So it varies from building.
Right. Okay. It's just about everything. I mean, every set of rules in every class, everything could possibly be different. Just because like a stock car, a rear end like this with just a little simple brace on it would be plenty for a stock show. Because it takes, I mean, if you're running stocker rims, you let the rims bend, keeps all the stress off your rear end. Because even on my mod cars that I run now, I don't run full centers normally, I run the small centers. Any other questions?
Are you still making the conversions for Cadillacs?
Yes. Those are pretty much call to order because I have to custom hand make them because there's so many bends in them and I haven't had time to actually go through and have them programmed. So, if there's anybody else got any questions?
What's the warranty on it?
The warranty on the brackets, I give a 1-year warranty on the welds and the construction and material. If there's any defects, if it rips or cracks, I'll replace any bracket for free. The control arms, as long as you don't modify them, weld anything to them or change them, I'll warranty the control arms for a lifetime of you having them. So if you break your control arm, I want to see it so I can make my product better and fix that problem that you had, because if you had it, somebody else is going to have it. That's pretty much where I've designed all my parts, because if I've had a problem with it, I take it and I fix what I have a problem with it and run it. And then I might have a problem with it, or sometimes it works out good, but most of the time you always have a problem with something because you don't look at the little things. The bushings are lifetime warranty as well through energy suspension, as long as they're not melted or cut or anything like that. So basically you buy these control arms, you only got to buy them once if you don't add anything to them. And these control arms, I've had guys use them in 80s cars. It pulls the rear end way forward. I think there's a guy here that was telling me that. But these control arms specifically for the Watts kit, I've only used them on the Watts control arms, or the Watts brackets. So when you order a Watts kit, it'll only fit 03 and up to I think 12. I think is when they quit making them. And then the 80s control arms.
98 up.
98 up, correct. And then the 80s control arms, there's a lot of guys that would rather have the 80s than old iron. So a lot of them guys just buy the 80s control arms because I shorten the lower to change the pinion angle like I was talking before to where it picks it up. So you can bolt a factory GM or in an 80s car and it picks your pinion up. So you don't have to worry about rotating the brackets on the rear end to get your pinion angle where you're supposed to, because a lot of places that require a stock rear end, you can't weld on the rear end. So, and then the old iron is a little bit shorter on top than an 80s, longer on the lower, just because their brackets are set up different. And that was another thing I wanted to touch on while we're talking about old iron and stuff like that. My brackets are designed for an 8/8 rear end. So if you take an 8/8 out of a square body, you can run these brackets, and I've found some stock control arms that are short enough out of other vehicles that you can run stock control arms if you're allowed to run these brackets and run a stock rear end. So my brackets are actually set up wide enough where it'll fit just about any bushing the control arm that's out there. And if they're too wide, you can just shorten the actual center pin with a grinder. also the adjustment on the uppers was the one big thing that I've had a lot of calls on. Guys get these brackets in the mail, you unwrap them. What I normally do is I take the control arm, bolt it in the bracket like this. Don't tighten it, just finger tighten it. And I send these with the nuts on them so it keeps the threads from getting all messed up. So you'll take it, you'll take this bracket and you'll put this, there's 2 3/4 holes in the package tray on the front. You just take this, put it up in there. Just tighten this so it's finger tight. And you'll come back here. And that's another thing. I put these Allen head studs on the front. So you can take an Allen wrench, if you don't over tighten it first. These are 1/8" bolts, or nuts, so. And then you can take that, see how it just kind of wiggles like this? You take your bolt, it never works as easy as you want it to the first time. You're hooked up to a machine. And normally when you do these, I try to put these on the rear end. That's probably the easiest way, so you don't have to fight the bolt, because basically when you tighten this up, it pulls the control arm forward. So I just showed you a lot of the problem everybody has on trying to get them hooked up, because these are very, very easy to install. Let paint go. There it is. So hook everything to the rear end. There, get it out of here. There we go. And I actually tell people when they put these in to bolt them to your rear end. Do the uppers first.
Right there.
And then you can take these. Once you got the uppers in, frame. Nice. Anyhow, when you put these in, you'll take your, if you got a T-handle Allen wrench, stick it in the back of that, and see how that adjusts up? Pull it tight with your hand until it fits really up in the flat part of the package tray. You put your nut on it, tighten that up. Once you get that done, you'll have the lowers in the bottom already with the brackets on them. You really don't have to put the brackets on them. But you pull the lower up, stick the bolt in the control arm, and then take your rubber mallet, where you get that about where you want it with your brackets flush on the bottom of the frame, and just smack the bolt, and it'll leave an imprint on the frame. These don't have to be dead nuts, guys, because you get hit a couple times, the frame's gonna bend, stuff's gonna move. So if you're within reason, it's not gonna matter. I take a tape measure and pull from the axle tube to a factory bracket or seam. So that gives you a definite measurement so you know you're straight on the bottom. And then put your bracket up there, stick your bolt in it, tighten it to the frame, weld it on, and then take your bracket or your control arm out of the rear end, put it in the frame bracket, and then pull it up and put it in the rear end. Other than that, they're pretty much bolt and go. Once you put these in here and tighten your nut up, take a Sharpie or a drill bit, or even take your torch and smack a hole in it. Blow your holes here, tighten all of them up, and you're pretty much ready to go. I like to set these up at a ride height, roughly, give or take 11 3/4 to 12 inches from this right here. And that's pretty much where these were designed to sit. So like after the heat race, when everything's flipped up and tight, you want to suck it down to get your ride height back where you want it. That's where these come into factor. When your car is flipped and ready to go, that's when these start to play in. When you first put them in with shocks in them and springs, they're standing way up. You take your chains, pull it down to get your ride heights because that keeps your shocks from overextending. That's the biggest part about running chains. You can use them for other things, I'm sure people do, but the biggest thing to run a chain is to keep your shocks from overextending, because when they do, then your spring falls out.
Where do you measure that, 11 to 12 inches?
These flat spots right here on the package tray, that's normally where I set ride height. I give myself about 14 inches of the back rails. I set my jack stands there. Normally you got the front suspension completely done. That's another thing I wanted to talk on. When you put these in, you want the tires you're going to run, the springs you're going to run, and everything. So when you set it up, everything's the way it is when you run it. Because if you set it up with bigger tires on it and stuff like that, when you put all your tires on it and set it down, everything's not set up for the way you wanted it. So when you do your watts brackets, you want to make sure your front's completely done. Sit these in there, bolt them up, and then you just take the lowers, pull them forward or backwards to set your pinion angle. I think factory's roughly 7 degrees if you buy an angle finder at Harbor Freight or whatever. Just stick it on your pinion. As long as you're at least 7 degrees up, you're plenty. I go a little bit more just because if my stuff's laying flat on the ground, I don't want my drive shaft to be rubbing. Other than that, you can use like this one. This is actually a rear end of like a 97 I put drums on. You can actually use a sway bar and everything. So everything's pretty much, you can use factory if you want to, you can use aftermarket, but the brackets are set up to use aftermarket or any regular control arm.
So if we're talking rear ends, there's a good place to chain one on 98 plus like that.
I like to go right here at these little cuts in the frame, being they're already open. Instead of causing another hole, I just open these up. Because I figured if you're pulling down and back, your humps normally want to go down and forward. So you're fighting all that.
Did you hear that, kids?
And that's another thing. If you're running stock control arms and you're chaining your car down, all that pressure is on your control arms. And if you have a great big heavy rear end and that rear end's planted on the ground and you get hit, your frame goes and it's got to drag with your control arms to pull that rear end. So that's another thing. If you're running a stalker show and you got to run stalker arms, you might want to look into building a stalker 8-8 or something like that, because Nerat sells hub ends. They sell 35 spline spools for these. They're about the cheapest rear end you could build for what you're running in a Ford. And then you get a housing in every car you buy. So if you bend one, you cut the tubes off, clean them up, put them back together. I don't think there's anything that I haven't touched on. Oh, also the bolt placements. When you put your bolts in your brackets, these bolts on the inside go in this way. These bolts out here go out this way, because your shock, when that starts moving, your shock will actually start rubbing them bolts. So if you put the head towards the back and the nut towards the front, that gives your shock clearance for the bracket.
What's the benefit of a shock? Is there a reason to run a shock on a rear end?
Wheel hop. You got them big heavy tires that aren't balanced. That thing's jumping up and down like this. That vibration goes all the way through your car. So every nut and bolt in your car is getting that same vibration.
What if I had a filling I wanted to fall along? Should I take the shocks off?
You're gonna feel it. Also, reusing the brackets. These brackets on the top will bend. They're only 1/4 inch. I made them 1/4 inch so they will flex and bend with the car. You keep all that bracket straight, then you're putting all the stress on your bolts and your control arms and your rear end. So everything needs to move. Put a piece of all thread in the holes on the brackets. Put put a nut on the inside of both sides and just tighten that nut up and it'll spread it open if you squeeze it too tight or if it gets bent. The back plate, they're going to bend out or in. Just set them up there, tighten them up by hand, get them freed up, put your bolts in there and tighten them up. They'll pull back to the frame and tighten up. The lowers, take your control arm bolt out. If you can't get it out, cut around the bracket, take it off, put it on the bench, take your bolt out, and then cut the frame off the bracket, and them are reusable as well.
Since he's new to this toast and he's getting ready to do this in about a week, so he's right here. He's listened to everything you've said. He's right there. Now he's got his coils. Now he's got his shock. What next from this point?
So basically, once you get your brackets in, you got everything bolt and tightened. Put your shocks in or your springs in. Then you put your shocks in. If you're allowed to run chains, you want to put your chains in and tighten them up. I don't know if you can chain your car down on the trailer, but you want to take some of the stress off your shocks. So when that car's bouncing up and down on the track, you're not pulling on those seals and that stem of that shock, it's on the chain. Other than that, on a stock car, you don't need any more tension than that, unless you want your ride height, and then you can change shocks and get different heights on shocks where they're overextended all the way, but they're shorter. So instead of it being, if you can't run chains, that's another way to control your ride height. Because they make shocks for about everything, and if you're allowed to change shocks, you might as well go to the parts store and say, care if I go back through your boxes and pull them out, push them together, and see what you got.
So he's ready to put his coils in. He jacks the back bumper up all the way, rear end's hanging, and he looks at that coil like, how the piss is that supposed to go in there? Then what?
So when you do your spring, one of them will go in real easy. About always. You might have to push down the rear end. But once you get it in there, you go to this side, won't fit. So you want to jack this side up, all the way up, or if you ain't got a body on, take a ratchet strap, suck this side as tight as you can get it. Jack this side of the frame up, and that spring will almost fall in there. You might have to put a bar on it and kind of plop it in there, but that's the easiest way to get your springs in. And then you just, if you have to put your shocks on, you got no help, you put it on your car trailer and strap it down to pull it down with your shocks. Or you can put a ratchet strap around the whole package tray and ratchet trap it down. I like to weld nuts right here on my rear end and then drop my oil threads through here to get my ride height. And then I can set everything up, and once I'm done, I just pull them oil threads back out.
So you put the springs in with the shocks on or off?
Off. Put them on the top so you don't got to mess with the spring where you're bolting them up. But kind of like these, I brought some springs with me, but we had to use a pry bar to get them out, so that's kind of why I took them out before I got here. So, but other than that, you just jack this side up and let the rear end hang, push it down, pop your spring in, and then this side, jack it up, and if you have to, strap this side down, because it will fight you to get this side in, definitely if you're using bigger springs.
Big show wins you got with your brackets like that, just under your belt?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, I know my brackets have won every national show out there. Vegas, there was in the Cadillacs that won. They won Blizzard Bash, Mayhem, Spring Explosion, Bash for Cash. I mean, I couldn't tell you actually, because I've sold brackets from California to New York to Canada, Mexico.
That'd be a cool trophy all to see.
Right. But other than that, in a nutshell, it's pretty much bolt on. If you got any questions or want something custom for you, if you're a little bit more on the competitive side and rather your stuff be a certain way, I try to tell people go buy some 1x1 wood, drill a hole in it, put it up there where you want your rear end, mark it, drill a hole in it, and measure center to center. Send me the measurements and I can build your control arms. If you want them for like a Cadillac that's got bushing, we can do bushing. I mean, we've made dirt track cars, I've made motor mounts for front wheel drives. I mean, the options are endless. If you can think it, I can probably build it. But that was another thing on these studs here. Don't use an impact on them. They're not meant to hold anything. They're hardened studs and they're welded on, so if you put a whole lot of torque, they probably will break off. But those aren't designed to hold anything structurally. Those are just for lining your rear end up to make it easy. The hole's 3/4, so we use a 3/4 stud to make that work. So just kind of like I was saying, use your Allen head to get your bracket lined up where it sits flat on the package tray. Crank that down with the wrench, and you shouldn't have to touch it again, because even if it comes loose, it's not going to matter.
And so we got a show coming up where you're allowed to bolt 2 bolts through the package tray from your gas tank protector. Would it be okay? I mean, obviously it's manipulating your product and everything like that. Is there any benefit to going through the Watts-Link kit?
Yeah, you can actually, the 4 bolts on the bracket, I'll take it back off and it's not bolted on, I'll show you guys. So these have got 4 bolts on them. Leave this bolt out when you're building your car, because all these bolts, like I was mentioning earlier, in the inside, you run that way, and that was for a purpose. Because if you run a mod car, you're allowed to push your gas tank protector all the way back against the frame. Well, that's where these middle bolts come in handy. Like Bash for Cash and places like that, you're allowed 2 bolts to bolt your gas tank mount. So you leave these ones out and run them all the way through your mount, put it in there, and then tighten them up with this. And then this is basically making your cage, holding your rear end where it's at. And I will warranty these arms if you bend one, I promise. Because if you guys bend it, I want to know about it, that way I can fix my design. Other than that, when you bolt these up, I send longer bolts. If you look their way out here, tighten these up till they run out of threads. That way the shank of the bolt is actually in the metal of the bracket instead of the threads. Some guys ask if they should shim this out. You can if you want to. I tighten them up until it squeezes, until it's tight, because it's still got a little bit of room. Because you want everything to move and flex, because you're getting hit at 20 miles an hour in the wheel. If the rear end don't flex, that's going all on your wheel and axle bearing, studs, and all that stuff. Any questions?
How do you determine which shop to run?
That's just personal preference, really.
Ask Toby Highland.
Yeah, I couldn't give you no part numbers. I normally go to a local part store that know me, and they let me go back there and pull out till I figure out what I want, and as long as I don't make a mess. And that's normally one thing. If you go to any part store that you're local to, you go all the time, 9 times out of 10, they'll let you go back there and go through the shelf as long as you don't make a mess. That's kind of like tire shops. If you look for stuffers, 9 times out of 10, they'll let you go through a trailer as long as they don't have to pick up your mess. So, it don't hurt to ask. That's like anything. Rules, parts, ask. If you got a question, ask. Don't be ashamed of anything. I don't know everything, and I've been doing it as long as I can remember. I'm learning something every day, so. Any questions?
If you run a stock show with a slip-in drive shaft, when your pinion angle up, do you run the yoke tight in the frame, or you leave the space?
I normally use about 2 fingers. 3's kind of pushing it. But that's another thing when you're making your drive shaft, you want your car sitting at right height and on the ground with the weight of the vehicle on it. Because when you lift it up, the rear end comes forward. When it goes down, the rear end goes back. Because I've had guys build drive shafts on the lift before, sit it down, go to a derby, make one hit, and drive shaft fall out. But other than that, the key points, bolt everything to your rear end, pull the bracket up, smack it with a hammer, free up your top ones, mark them up. If you want a key measurement, normally there's a pinch weld on the inside of the rails. Normally that's visible on both sides. You might want it farther forward, you might want it farther backwards, but that's kind of a good starting point. Other than that, I think pretty much covered all the control arms parts. I think that's it.
All right. And we're live. Thank you, Bill. All right, so I don't even need to introduce you guys. I don't know if anyone doesn't know who you guys are, but our Canadian friends. Oh my God, I told Jeff the joke when he was on about letting the Americans first. He's becoming an American citizen.
He's not American. He's
becoming an American citizen.
We had him first.
He's becoming an American, but we had him first. We grew him in the land of the, in Canada. So.
Well, so you guys, okay. Impact Motorsports, right?
Yep.
And I'm just going to go, I wanted the history of it so everyone at home, because there's derbying going on in Canada if you didn't know it. Impact Motorsports has been around a long time, right? So tell us a little bit of history, because you guys really just jumped in and then right? You've been just running hard now.
Yeah, we jumped in with both feet.
Yeah, I see it. I saw it. But go ahead, give us a little history on how did you even say, what day in your life made you say, I want to become a promoter now? Because I remember the day for me, and sometimes I wish it was a day, I was like, why did I do that?
Well, when the COVID really started and all the derbies got canceled, it really hit me pretty hard, because I have a lot of passion for the sport, and I'm used to running 20 cars a year, and when they started canceling everything, it broke my heart because I can't run anything. I'm like, if it's hurting me as bad as this, everybody else must be dying, right?
Yes.
So we gave it a shot and threw one show on and
killed it.
Well,
and here we are.
Well, what happened was when we were doing it as Mad Dog Motorsports, our local track is sitting empty, and it was just sitting there, and they had the permits to be able to run because everything else was closed. So Dave Bittner at Humberstone called Devin and I and said, hey, I want to meet with you guys. I got a proposition for you. And we're like, okay. So we show up, and he's like, we want to run a derby, and we want you guys to take it. You guys take it and run with it. We'll just supply everything. And we were like, we can do this. We can kind of get things going. We had 4 weeks to get it up and running, to prepare.
Plenty of time. 4 weeks to write rules, plan,
the longest 4 weeks of your life, right?
4 weeks to write rules, to figure out what classes, to pre-sell registration, to get guest lists, because we had to do guest lists for public health.
Yeah, jump all through the loopholes.
So we had to do all of that, and we ended up pulling it off. We had,
I think it was like 160 cars or something.
Yeah, for our first show.
I was watching it.
It was
right? I was
crazy.
watching it. The live was cool. Where were you guys? Where was the guy? Like over a plank or something?
Okay, so that was at Wreckfest in October.
Okay, it wasn't the same one.
Yeah,
okay.
that was in Wreckfest.
That was a great show you guys had then.
So Wreckfest was our second show, and it was a 2-day show.
Oh, okay. I do remember your first one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So our first one was at Humberstone. The second one was at Merrittville, and that was the 2-day show. And it was in total there was almost 400 and change.
There was 210 cars on the one night, and then we had, I think, 60 figure-8 cars on the Sunday, and we did 2 shows, so there's 120 cars.
Woof.
Yeah, it was a long 2 days. It was very tiring. But to get back to the Impact question, because that was all done by Mad Dog, but Impact was owned by Greg and Yvette. They had a few different shows and stuff like that up there where we had a few American feeds from, some other feeds.
Derby Tees.
It was on Derby Tees, but they had Impact since 2007. So in 2007, they created Impact. They held some of the best derby in all of Ontario. We loved the rules. We loved running for them.
It was top quality show. Inspection was fair right down the middle. So we really enjoyed supporting them.
They did, yeah. So they had a lot of standalone shows like WOW, Weekend of Wreckage. They had Fall Brawl, that sort of stuff. And we loved running those shows. And that was where I got my very first win in the couples class with Devin beside me.
That's fun.
So it was it's very, we love it. We loved Impact. And then when we ran the show at Humberstone, and then a couple weeks later, we were sitting there getting our heat lists and doing our draws for the Wreckfest, and then Yvette and Greg called us up and were like, hey, we've got a proposition for you. We'd like to sell, and we'd like you guys to buy it. And we're like,
you don't turn that down.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think that was a moment that we decided to become a promoter.
Yeah, okay. Well, sometimes they fall in your lap where it's like, well, today's my day to ask or get off the pot, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
you don't miss that opportunity.
I'm with you.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like you have an amazing company. You have a legacy that all of a sudden is being dropped in your lap, and you're just like, holy crap, this is like real. Like, this is what Devin wanted to do, and he wanted to run, maybe 2 shows a year and that sort of things. And now, we're taking calls and dealing with people and dealing with contracts and signing different fairs and doing our standalone shows at Humberstone. And it's just, Terry Vince took over Humberstone. So we sat down with Terry, and Terry's like, yep, we definitely want you in there. Let's do 4 shows. And we're just like, holy crap,
why not?
Yes.
It's just ballooned and ballooned.
I know that feeling. I know that. We did Bethel, and they came back to us and wanted like 6 shows. And it's like, no. No.
There's got to be a line.
Yeah, no. But what happened, I think, last year is the new places like racetracks and stuff that opened up and had them saw the money.
Exactly.
Yeah. But the backside was, that's not a true number.
Yeah.
Because
you're
we can't go to the other
COVID.
place. Yeah. So I think a lot of them, some of them doubled down this year. Some of them went like, okay, I think we're just going to go back to what we were. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But
Oh, well, I think it's really interesting for us. It's a little bit unique because we're the only ones running speedway shows.
Awesome.
So with us having the relationship with Humberstone and having those, and you know how our derby season is in Ontario, it's all like the end of August, September, October.
It's
all at the end, all fall. So we've tried to move some of those up, and we have our first show June 5th, and it sold out in 3 minutes.
Yeah, no time at all.
They can't wait, right?
They can't
the drivers
wait.
Can't. Please let me in a car.
Right?
They need something, right?
Yeah. You guys are going to start doing them in May and stuff. You'll see.
Well,
You're going to be in May
we
now.
can't do them May, and the reason we can't is because that's the only chance we get to come and run down in the States.
Okay.
I'm not done driving yet. I can't.
I understand. I know that feeling. You say this now.
So we're running.
You say this.
We're running Bash in May, and then we're also running Mini Meltdown.
Awesome.
Devin signed up for the 2-man Extreme.
Awesome. Great class. Always fun.
He's a great bringing time. A caddy.
Yeah. Awesome.
If the border's open, his dad's supposed to be co-piloting with him, but if the border is not open, it'll be your first couple that'll be running.
Loving it.
In Extreme.
That'll be fun.
I am not giving up those pedals either.
No.
Chrissy's going to have to learn to hold on.
I like the steering wheel. I like doing the steering wheel. Ben and I run a couple times. I was always steering wheel. I liked it.
Really,
with Gully, not so much. Gully was crazy the time I ran with Gully. I might never run with him again.
Yeah, but look at
Jesus.
Josh, seriously, do you not think I should get the pedals?
No.
No, I do not. I do not.
Come on, I would make a good show.
I would. We would like to hear you screaming across that track. That's when we know he's doing a good job.
We want to hear you over the motor.
Have you had a couple?
We had a couple. That's a great question. I know that I remember seeing couples at Blizzard Bash, but have we personally at Mini Meltdown I don't think we have.
Have you had a couple in the 2-man Extreme?
I don't think so. I don't remember any. And someone's going to say, "You're Decker, we did the..." Yeah, Blizzard Bash, I remember there was a bunch of them. Capital Carnage, there was one.
Well.
Yep.
It'll be
My lady
interesting.
would never do it.
It's, when we ran the couples class where I had control, I steered, I got the pedals, all that stuff, I had a blast, and he was just sitting
waved
there.
at my friends.
But this is so different because he's got control, and I just get to steer us, and that's like...
I lose control too, though.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea where we're going. I just know how fast we're getting there.
Ben and I pulled into Blizzard Bash Tech, and I remember coming up to the ramp, and like everyone's saying, Toby's there and Fatty's there and Tim, and you pull up, and I'm like slamming my foot on the floor, and then Ben hits the brakes, and it's like, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all, and I did it. But as soon as they say go, I was just focused on the steering. I mean, it was, God, I love that class, But running with my son, when I'm like, were you guys saying earlier, where you're not doing anything, I just point and click, It's like this one, because what else are you going to do? Just smile and enjoy it.
That's what I did. Like, I'm like, there's a wheel shot there.
Yep.
She's already got her mindset. She's already on it. So I'm just like, she make that shot. I'm like, yeah, that was awesome.
Exactly.
Do it again.
Exactly.
But I'm a little, I don't get nervous when I get into derby car. I never get that. I get a very calm kind of
There's
feeling.
something wrong with her.
Yeah, definitely.
However, I'm very nervous about the thought of getting in the car with him controlling the pedals. It's making me a little, and this is the first time that, in all honesty, that I would be in the big boy ring. I've only ever ran.
Hammer on it.
Oh yeah,
hammer on it.
Don't encourage him.
Hammer on it.
I can take it. It'll be fine.
I've only ever ran women's class, and I've only ever ran couples class. So
and only
for
ran
me,
W bodies.
And I've only ran W bodies. I've never ran a rear wheel drive, so it's gonna be.
It's gonna be wild.
it's going to be crazy. But, if hopefully his dad can go, because that would mean the most to have him and his dad beside each other.
I would love to do that.
Sure, sure. Definitely.
If for some reason we're still closed and the border's still closed, then it'll be Devin and I, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we're still married by the end of the night.
I was running for 7 years before I finally convinced my dad to get back into a car, because he ran my whole childhood and got me into it. And then I finally got that first shot to run in the same heat with him, and to run in the same car, that would probably be the best thing ever, right?
Hell yeah. I would love to do something. My dad won't even come watch my derbies and stuff, I would kill for that. So.
My dad's heart is broken every time he can't make one.
He's
at every single show.
Very cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I remember when Ben and I ran together, originally we had a plan. We're going to say this. At Blizzard Bash especially, man, they said one, you couldn't hear nothing.
No.
It was just
yeah.
I didn't even look at him. I stopped looking. I was just holding on. We were either going that way or that way.
San Felipe was the same thing. We were behind schedule, so we had no time to even practice. Our practice was driving up to Tech.
Yeah.
So when the green flag dropped, we're like, okay, we need to get on the same page here. Me and Colton were like, he thought I was doing one thing, and I thought he was doing another.
Totally.
It took 3 minutes or so until we finally got on the same page.
Yep.
So hopefully me and Christy will do a couple laps in the yard or something,
Yes.
at least get on the same page.
Yes. That's fun. Ben and I never did it either. Our practice was going through Tech.
Same with us. Our only practice was driving it on the trailer. We painted it in the garage, didn't even leave the garage.
Yep. That's
put it on the trailer, that was it.
Yeah, we're going to run the caddy with a Fab Farm LS that Devin's building. So
awesome.
It'll be interesting.
It'll be a screamer.
Each other.
Yeah. I remember the last one you guys had. That was... So what is the car again?
It's a 77 caddy. It's a metric, so it's not as good, but I love them, so.
I like that. Them 77, 78s, right? I mean, I got one in my yard. I'm giving it to a youth, though.
Good.
Yeah, just send it nose out.
Yeah, I have a bubble Chevy too, but I love those cars. I like them way better than the caddies.
Really?
I love those cars. That's what we ran last year, and I thought the front was awesome.
The fronts are great on them.
Oh yeah,
but the backs are so unpredictable. You got to cut out so much. You really got to get that girl rolling.
Mine was hard at San Filippo.
Oh really?
The bumper came. I hit you when you were in the Imperial.
Okay, see, my memory is not so good, but yeah.
I caught you blindsided. You didn't see it coming.
I'm okay with that. When I was in that Imperial, I was focused on one vehicle, which was this minivan, and this guy drove so damn good. And when I started, I said, I'm gonna junk this mini. I'm gonna drive right through his back seat. This guy was actually owning me because I could never get a shot on him, and that minivan never changed what it looked like. I'm drilling it. Can this thing move at all?
No, they don't.
Hard.
They don't move. They hurt.
I gotta say, he was actually, it was a good battle between a boxcar Imperial and a Dodge Caravan. What the heck? I'm embarrassed a little bit, but it was fun.
I love the Cup because you get to run against all those different things. I had the Roadmaster, and I'm going against a Corolla.
Totally.
You think you're going to destroy? No. They're tough.
That class is actually, at the end of the night, it's kind of fun to watch that because it's just what the heck is happening out here? Yeah. So much junk, you know?
And nobody cares at all on that. It's the best part.
Yeah, it is. It is fun. We've taken some of the best things that we love about your shows, some of the best things we love about Bash, some of the best things that we love about all of our shows that we've ever been to, and we've kind of merged that into our style up north now. And we've kind of surprised a few people last year with some of the different things that we started doing, like the green flag go instead of the rolling back and the gentleman's tap kind of stuff.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Yeah.
Get rid of that. We've talked about that before, right?
Green flag, go.
Green flag, go. And then getting rid of, we got rid of the wheelbase, and we upped the wheelbase to compacts here.
Compacts North America wide almost.
A couple people weren't thrilled with it, but it is what it is. We got more V8 turnout because of that. So
full frame guys were thrilled to get rid of the W bodies.
Of course.
Yeah.
And it made for when we had those two V8 heats, it was a classic derby.
Yeah.
Yes.
V8 power, everybody on the same. It was awesome.
I agree with that. And really, even bringing down those Luminas and stuff, it doesn't mean they win every time.
No, it doesn't.
Other cars win.
No, it
so
does.
and we dealt with that years ago where I was starting to see Luminas junking cars in V8s, and it's we got to get these guys out.
Yeah.
Send them back down.
And all the Camry guys were worried about the W bodies coming down until the first shot they had to run with them. And the Camrys were junking W bodies, okay, that's not so bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Any car can be competitive. There was a mix in the top three at the end.
Yep.
And that's what you want.
That's what you want.
You don't need one car dominating the entire time.
And it's just nice to have 50 V8s
Yeah.
true V8s in our
So much horsepower.
yeah, it was nice.
It's, like some people say, like, hey, you just got to get over that. You got to go towards the which I get, but really the nostalgic of Demolition Derby is in V8s.
Yes.
So when we lose that, it's like we're actually losing a lot of our history there. I want to stretch that as long as we can. And if I got to pay $3,000 for rollers, I'm going to end up doing it.
Or you got to, as a promoter, pay $4,000 to win at your fair show.
County fair, yeah.
Right?
We
Like,
haven't announced
how
the Mad
amazing
Dog
is that?
yet, which I won't say the number, but the number is almost as high.
Wow.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
And when we announce that,
It's gonna just
the
go
cars
wild.
that have been, the amount of cars that have been moving have been crazy.
Can you believe that on the Northeast page? All you see is like V8s.
All day I get
over.
messages.
Isn't it great?
All day, Decker, what do you got? What do you got? What do you? And when I say nothing, guys get like, I seen your yard, and it's like,
I see
they're
your live
mine.
videos.
They're mine.
I've put in the work. I've gone and scouted. I've done it. You need to do it too.
And I've had some people kind of complain to me that it's like, Decker, the other day I sold a Vic wagon for $1,200. That's ridiculous in my mind. Somebody paid it.
Exactly.
Decker, you're killing the market on cars right now. And it's like, well, it's not true, because as soon as I put them on, they sell.
Exactly.
I mean, so instantly. So is
So
my
you're
market
under.
price?
You're under.
I'm fair at least.
Definitely on par.
Because
yeah.
you know how much Camrys are going for up in Ontario?
At least $700-800 sometimes. Like, it's wild.
A Camry, a 4-cylinder Camry.
I sold my meltdown car.
1,000 of them on my road.
The meltdown car I built for 2020 that I didn't get to run, I sold that for $1,500.
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought,
Right.
It is what it is.
That
But
is
it's for the people that don't have the time to build. It's almost turnkey. Throw your battery in, you're tanking it, you're good to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then we're also bringing back youth
Great.
to Ontario, because we know how much it's important to them.
Yeah, we
I
got a
think
huge turnout coming for that too.
Yeah, huge turnout for our youth class that's coming up on June.
What's the kind of rules for that?
We have a stock compact rules for the youth.
Perfect.
So that way, because we're running stock compacts as a main class for the show for the adults. So if the youth go out there and there's some car left, Dad can bring it back in, right?
And I think, now everyone's different here because other promoters do different things, but Spinning Wheels always thought with our youth classes, we always left them bone stock, which we are. But the reason is because we want the kid to do the work.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I want the kid to blow the holes with the torches and 9-wire and strip the trunk. And that's really the point. Yeah. And when we started, that's what we did. We took the glass out, we blew some holes, and we smashed that thing.
That's what I did all the time for my dad.
Yeah. And I think if you go too far and you say, all right, put a lower cradle in it and weld it, a lot of kids aren't going to go that far. There are some, which is great to watch, but I think you burn out a number,
But a lot of the kids for their first run, they should get in that bone stock feel,
Totally.
right? Hey, anybody can do it. Look how easy. I just did it.
Yes.
And honestly, as soon as you start welding and stuff, cars don't bend as much. They get a little more violent. The youth should go out there with nice, soft, squishy cars. Get the experience with it. Don't
It's just
scare
about
them.
hitting and stuff. I totally agree
it's about
with what
fun.
you're
I don't
saying.
want them to go out there with super competition with the craziest cages, craziest bumpers. You don't need that. Just go out there to go have fun and learn.
I had another promoter say to me, okay, we're watching, and now I'm old school, right? So when people started saying concussions in football were negative, it's like, they've been doing that for all them years, But actually now as the years kind of progress, you're learning that it is screwing with people's brains. And do we ever want to put a kid in that situation? No.
Never.
So I don't want a kid in too hard of a car. And when them heat start, I get a little nervous.
So do I.
They don't know what's going to hurt.
And I actually walk around and say, I don't want everyone flooring it. And we actually had one derby we did where right off the bat, this kid backs up and nails this girl in the driver door right in front of me.
Yeah.
And I went right over to him and I said, what are you doing? I said, it's Derby and Decker. This is a little 13-year-old yelling this at me. Yes, there's some truth to that, but that little girl has to go to school tomorrow, and you're against other kids, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Chill out a little bit. This is my attitude. I don't know. I don't have to be,
We don't encourage mad dogs for the youth class either.
Exactly.
We don't want you going out for that. We don't want anybody getting hurt. We want everybody to go out there and have fun and learn
Exactly.
stuff.
Thank you. You guys
Make
are
some
saying
memories.
Yeah, I feel the same way about that.
And we don't give them any restrictions on driver's door protection.
We have Gumby chatting with us.
How in the Sam Hills did you get into the USA?
We applied for asylum.
Yeah.
Granted, we've got Gumby giving us asylum.
We're allowed to
grant.
stay.
We're allowed to stay.
Gumby approved.
Gumby approved.
I just see Canucks illegally in the
You want to come on?
The
we're ready whenever you are.
The really cool thing about here, for anyone who couldn't be here today, is the really cool thing is you have all these promoters, tons of promoters under the same roof, and everyone is talking and having a good time, and it's been a great learning experience today, because my gosh, some of these
seminars are great.
I can't wait to go back and watch them because I missed them all.
Same with me.
Yeah.
And if you're missing any, okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're actually going to clean it up because we had some sound issues today. We had a battery die on a camera, just dumb stuff that happens. But we're going to clean it all up. Then we're going to break all the seminars up and put them on YouTube, so you can just sit and watch Toast only if you want.
Yeah.
You can watch and just get everyone. So like, it would be cool to catch everyone up in the Derby. Like, if you didn't watch this and you didn't educate yourself, this one's on you.
I learned
Everybody's
a
gonna
lot
learn
of really
something.
cool stuff. And you know what was even cooler is to have like broken parts of, well, not broken, but broken down pieces that display certain things like
the toast setup.
Like the toast setup with seeing the Watts link and all that. Like, I actually got to go in and Devin was actually showing me how that, like, we sell those
Pretty
Watts
cool.
link kits all the time, but
Yeah,
I'm like,
but you're just, I know, you're busy, you're shoveling them.
I'm
I
like,
totally
I
get
don't
it.
know
She
where they
understands
go.
how they work,
Yeah.
what you do, how they're mounted.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I learned a lot today, which is cool because it helps us with the Fab Farm Canada stuff. It helps us, you know, when teching and all that. Not that I'm ever going to tech.
Stay right out of it.
I'm staying
Stay
out of that because you
There's
don't
enough
need,
for you to do.
you'll be like,
Stay out
pass,
of that. Yeah.
pass,
I don't
you're
do it
through.
either.
Yeah. Here's your stick. Have fun.
That's the worst part of the job right there. Is
It's
tech.
the most stressful part.
Yes, I don't want nothing to do with it.
And so
I'll be the smile guys.
Yeah.
I'll be the guy that's like laughing and smiling, shaking your hand because I do not. I feel bad for Gully.
You're the morale booster for
I
the
am.
day.
You know what?
I'm taking over Decker's job for Impact. I get to just like announce and
Decker's
have fun.
job. You know, it's funny because a lot of years ago I learned from Gumby and Johnny. They've been doing 20 years together, and they know each other's dynamic. And I've seen times where somebody's yelling about a tech thing, and Johnny calls Gumby over and says, "Can you go talk to Christy for a second? I watch this guy." I've been with him times where, "Hey, come on, what's
great calm?"
So 2 years later, I'm at a Derby. It was actually the first mini meltdown. I remember Dallas coming. Dallas was one of the first guys to go through tech. He's losing his mind, and he's got to buy ball joints. I put bolts in this Decker, and that's just what I do. I went over. I chilled out. I go, "How much are ball joints?" $19. I pulled the 20. I pulled the 20s out. I go, "There's an AutoZone 15 minutes. I'm paying your. Just
go buy them."
And Dallas and I have had a great relationship ever since. But that was the rule. And I helped get over the issue that you had. And now it's all. And now Dallas is like, we love Dallas and stuff. And that could have gone the opposite way. There's a lot of. We know promoters that would have just like, screw that guy. Go home. Shut your mouth. That's not the right. Let me see how I can help.
For $40 to put on and to increase the quality of your show, why not?
Dallas has been to 40 of our shows now.
Right,
You know
exactly.
exactly, and that I feel, and I learned that from Gumby.
Yeah.
Like, they're mad, but everyone comes off the mad. And a lot of times when you talk through a problem, you build respect.
Yeah.
And you build good relationships where it's like, all right, I love you guys, thank you. I was just mad. You hear that a lot, like, I was just mad, and okay.
You're making me cut.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of that. Like, people get heated in the tech line, they go back, they fix it, they come back, they get their flag. 10 minutes later, they come back. I just want to apologize. I got a little heated.
All the time.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I've been there. I do the same thing.
Ben really taught me that you can't take stuff personal.
Nope.
Even when people are screaming in your face, it's this guy's got 6 months in the garage, he's got 20 grand in it.
Yep.
You get that. I get that because he's been telling himself for 10 weeks why this is going to pass, and then you're like, no.
Yeah.
And he's just like, ah.
That was the biggest thing. That was the biggest piece of advice that Greg and Yvette gave us when we took over Impact was
thick skin.
You need a thick skin, and you can't take things personal.
Yes.
Like, you're reading stuff online, and it's so quick to jump on, and people are so quick to say things, and you can't take it personal. And you got to just,
thick skin.
You got to have that thick skin and
Accept the fact that you're never going to make everybody happy.
No.
It's not happening.
And I really learned like a lot of those because I read some and I get red. I'm Italian, right? So I'm fired. And let him go.
Yeah.
Just let him go. Because a lot of times you're like, everyone's reading this, but then people will message you and say like, Jimmy's an idiot, man. He's saying the dumbest stuff. It's like, thank God you said that. I thought people were believing him. But that's part of our job, I think.
That's it.
And social media stuff, because back in the day, you could only bitch at the Derby.
Exactly.
And then
Or
tell
bitch
your
at
friends.
neighbor.
Exactly. But now it's like, you could tell everyone was at that show that. Hey,
worldwide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was a joke. Meanwhile, it's how many trailers are beside me? This is like I complain to all these guys.
And now we have Track Shot scheduled to come up to our
We're
show
planning
in
on
August.
it, yes. And I'd really like to get with you guys for the next year.
Yeah.
Or maybe because you guys aren't far from us.
No.
Not at all.
Ben, a whole bunch of us could drive right there, fly Bill, and we'll fly Bill into Buffalo, drive it up.
Yeah, exactly.
I
From
mean,
Buffalo, we're only like 15 minutes, so.
That'll work.
And the track is only about 20-25 minutes from Buffalo.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's not far.
Yeah, so we'll definitely have to set
We'll
up
keep
something.
And it sucks about the border.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff going on. COVID just altogether sucks right now.
Yeah,
You know.
it does. And I know that a lot of Canadians were upset they couldn't come down today, and a lot of Canadians are upset they're not running, Meltdown. A lot of Canadians are upset they're not running Bash, and it's really unfortunate because, just because of our government.
We
keeping the border
understand your
closed.
frustration.
Yeah.
But
we feel for the Derby family big time.
We just got to keep going. It's,
I know.
I just don't know what we're going to do.
All you can do is try your best to be positive and just hope for the best.
Keep sane.
That's right.
Because there was actually a point, I think it was last year, where I was ready to give up.
Yep.
So were we.
Tixie called me, fired up.
Yep.
I want to get working. We need to get motivated. We can put shows on at the end of the year. And I'm like, dude, the year's done.
Yeah.
This is me in July. The year's done, dude. We're not putting we ain't going to track shot. Ain't going anywhere. That son of a bitch turned the corner for me.
Right.
And then 3 hours later, Skinny calls me out of the blue. It's like, these guys got to be teaming up on me right now. Skinny gets me motivated. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, we got all these shows on the schedule, and we're flying here and booking flights. It's like, if those two right there had not motivated me and got me out of my
funk,
I was in one. I was in one. I was very frustrated with not being. I was frustrated at work. I was frustrated with my life. My poor kids are stuck at home. The school thing. It's like, it was really burning me out.
Big time.
It does. And that's what we were feeling last year, and then all of a sudden we were able to run 2 large shows.
Yeah, when we got that call from Dave, it was like, all right, things are turning around.
Yeah.
And, in our October show, it was all coming down, and it was building back up, second wave, and everything's
They're threatening lockdowns the day before the show. I'm like, don't do this.
We were just thinking to ourselves, oh my God, we're 24 hours out from the show. Are they going to cancel everything? Like, it just is that nightmare, right? Like how you guys felt with Sanfleet running last year for Meltdown. I mean, it's like that same thing where it's like you're just sitting there going, oh my God, is it going to get canceled? Is it going to get canceled? What do we have to do to make it happen? And the stuff behind the scenes that people don't have a clue about.
Well, everyone's like, why aren't you posting nothing? Why aren't you like, you don't even understand. Every day it's different.
Yeah,
every day it's different.
Every hour
God.
from public health.
You read this article, it says you're clear in 2 weeks. This one says you're shutting down.
Exactly.
Someone shoot me.
Yeah, and it's tough, right?
Yes.
And then you have pull off an amazing show like you had, or like we had. We had over 4,000 people on our show. And
the best part about all of that,
COVID.
and not a
and no COVID.
The drivers will cooperate and do whatever it takes to get the show on.
Smash.
Yeah. Like we didn't want to enforce the masks or any of the other stuff like that.
Yeah.
But when it came down to it, the drivers never gave us a lick of problem at all. They put it on.
Same as ours.
We didn't want it. I didn't want it.
No.
But they did it. They didn't complain. We got the show on. Everybody had a good time.
And for the guys that were so adamant about not wearing it,
They
just
still
skip.
did.
No, I had guys I just said skip it.
Yeah.
Skip it. It's okay. Like if you don't come, I'd rather you not and say how much it sucked. Just wait till the next one when we get over. But we have to have this one to get to the one with the no mask. We had to do it.
Steps.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's the thing is that people don't understand the work that goes into bringing a show normally under normal circumstances on top of bringing a show that you're sitting in COVID situation, right? Aw, hi, Andrick. How are you?
Yeah, we love Andrick.
We love
She loves
her.
you guys. Well,
We are going to get to Utah. We have a couple situations going on in Utah that
we will be there.
So we will be there. Devin has a car sitting in Utah for him
Right now.
In Utah?
Yes.
Yep. Sitting there built, ready to go.
Devin was supposed to run Vegas
Yeah,
last
I was
year.
registered for compacts.
He was registered to run compacts, and Danny Ogden and
Love Danny.
Jaden Abrams, he built a car.
Oh,
and
cool.
he got Devin a car, and Danny was bringing it down. And then next
Everything
thing we
was
know,
all set.
everything blew up, right? And we had everything set, ready
what
to
a
go.
night that would have been.
Oh, I know.
I love running
That's
out
the
there,
bucket list
dude.
right there,
Oh.
right?
He was dying. He was like, just like killing himself that we weren't going to run Vegas. So then all of a sudden we're like, okay, well, things have shut down. The car's sitting in Utah. We'll run one of the Utah shows, and we were going to run Heber. And we were making arrangements to get flights to go to Heber and run Heber, and then all of a sudden that all got shut down. And we were like, oh, like what are we supposed to do now?
It just seemed like it never ended.
Yeah. So then all of a sudden we were like, we still have Jaden sending us messages going, hey, your car's still sitting here. It's ready to go.
Yeah, right. You
And
can run when
I
it's
got more
open.
time. I can put more work into it. I'm like, I'm loving this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
He's like, Devin's a big guy like I am, so I'll I'll build it to fit me, and it should fit Devin, and you guys just fly in, we'll pick you up. You know, it's just
Like that was amazing to have all that.
Oh yeah.
To have that
Thank you,
Derby
guys.
family that can turn around. And I'm so upset they weren't here today. They missed their flight.
Yeah.
They're in Vegas.
Danny's fault, probably.
It could be worse, but they are stuck in Vegas,
I
right?
know.
Like, how bad could that be?
I know.
So, but it was nice to have that, and it was nice to have that offer of them to do that for you, right?
Totally.
Like,
That's Derby life.
how amazing is that? And then, with Bash, we got Nick King supposed to be getting Devin a street stock car.
Nick's
so.
busy, I see. Well, cool. Hey, I appreciate you guys coming on. We gotta pull. We're gonna give a youth car away in Minnesota to a kid right now.
That is
so that's what's
awesome.
getting pulled next. So
That is awesome.
Some lucky kid's gonna go to Minnesota on Friday and run a car on Saturday.
That is amazing.
Full coverage.
That's
You just show up.
I saw that. I saw
That's cool.
Tixie going on about that. That's
he's
like
the best.
killing it,
He is. So.
And we're so glad that Tixie's feeling better. So glad.
Almost died, this poor guy.
we adore them. We adore the Tixes.
Cool.
So
well, thank you. Hey, love you guys.
Appreciate it.
We'll stay in touch, and
We'll
then
definitely see you
let's
soon.
keep growing together.
Yeah,
You know, maybe next year we'll get in
100%.
Canada a bunch. So I'd love to.
We'd love to have you there. You're welcome anytime. You
Sounds
know
good.
that. So,
Sounds good.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you guys later.
Thank you.
All you guys, yeah. Yep.
No, Decker, you're staying. I am. Yeah, you are.
Why?
Because.
I'm gonna let Ben go in.
Oh, Ben. Oh, yeah, get in here then. Yeah, Ben hasn't done anything. We like Ben better anyways.
You've been slacking, Ben.
Look at the middle, Ben. Let Ben run it.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah, Ben will run it.
Ben is totally in charge of this.
All right,
here.
we're back together here.
Yes, we
I love
are.
this.
Oh,
I've been missing y'all.
I had to get on here, otherwise I was going to get fired.
Yeah. All right. So, hey, you guys, we talked about the Track Strong earlier, the raffle car giveaway, and we are totally amped.
Oh,
we did get a hold of the people. They are totally good. They're from out this way.
From PA, actually.
And we are going to be flying them in next week to run the raffle car.
Somebody's going to be stoked.
Yeah, so I mean, so unfortunately, they kind of know. They were excited when they talked to me and everything, and they're absolutely ecstatic. But Skin, throw down, brother.
All right, y'all. Excuse my voice. It's hoarse. Been going at it all day here. Everybody been outside talking to people in and out, but I just want to say this was huge. Mark, Mike and Ben and Track Shot and Track Strong and Skinny Salvage and AB Cat Tech. Everybody's got behind this. This is huge.
Yeah.
This youngster is going to be coming to Minnesota next weekend.
Young girl.
Young girl. We got a young lady coming. All right. Well, her mother?
Yes.
Crystal McCullum sent this in. I'm going to read it to y'all.
Right.
Bear with me, y'all. Hello. I'm here to nominate my daughter, Chelsea, who is 16 and has always wanted to run in the Demolition Derby, but never has had a chance. My family has been in racing in Demolition Derby since I was a young girl. We've raced tracks all over and ran in derbies as well. 2 years ago, my father had a car in which he was going to get together for my daughter to run in the Demo Derby. But unfortunately, he passed away before it could happen, and the car was sold. My condolences. Which also left her brokenhearted. I promised her and one day I would get her a car for her to run. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But just never had a chance to happen yet. This would be a dream come true, and true and to her, and mean the world to me and my father. Thank you for your time. Well, Crystal, your young daughter is coming to Minnesota next week. Your dream is coming true. We have a car for you, and you will drive this car.
Yes.
100%.
100%. And yes, we are so excited to have you guys to be with us and enjoy this. And I mean, from Track Strong, Track Shot Live, I mean, all of us, we are absolutely stoked to be able to do this. And you know what? This is the first of many to come.
Yes.
This is the introductory to Track Strong here.
Hold up, Michael. We're going to have an issue here.
Yeah, technical difficulties. We got to fix now.
Hold up.
Hey, even NASCAR has this shit.
Wait, Bill says hold up.
Yep.
We got a technical difficulty.
Yep.
We're good. All right.
Good.
Was everything covered?
Have you guys picked it yet?
Demolition?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, have you said it on here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just get like 2 minutes and then we're going to skip over to here?
Oh, yes. But
we're going to come back to
okay, we're moving on to Casey here after this. But again, Crystal McCollum, we appreciate you writing in. Your daughter is going to have the time of her life next week.
Yes.
And it's 100% paid trip. All you have to do is, we'll supply the pen. You just got to supply a signature.
Yeah.
And
Your daughter's running her car.
And stick with it because we're going to come back to this because we had a little issues and we're doing another.
Okay, we're going to Casey now.
All right, we're going to talk to everybody a little bit about a very big commitment that Smith Metalworks and the Smith family made to the future Youth Demolition Derby and Demolition Derby in general. So hopefully my voice hangs in here. This is a short presentation. We constructed a track about a year plus or so, which you can see in the background there. And this is on a piece of property behind our residence. We have about, I think it's 7 or 8 acres we decided to develop into a youth derby camp. All over this country, you know, if you compete in sports, whether it be football, wrestling, band, rodeo, about anything, you can go to a youth camp to help develop your skills, get more exposed to the sport that you want to participate in. But nothing's available for Demolition Derby. The only thing that we have available for young people in Demolition Derby is waiting for you to get into a youth class, which has been great. So what we want to do is, this camp overview gives you basically a real quick screenshot of what we're doing. Number one, we have a track, we got lodging, we got education, we got values, okay? This is a faith-based program we put together, which more or less our mission statement is helping kids make the right choices on and off the track, okay? What this is going to do is it's going to give you some of the ideals. As you start growing as a young adult or young person, you're always going to be in a position where you got to make a decision, whether it's in life, on the track, or some other situation. And we're going to try to equip you the best we can with a head start for all that. And plus, you get about 10 hours of seat time in a derby car, which would be the equivalent of most kids having to run about 20 demolition derbies. So we're going to fast forward the program to help you guys get a serious advantage for Youth Demolition Derby. So there's 3 parts to this camp. The first part is we give you on the registration form, which we have here, and we also, this will be available online to register. And you can also contact us. We can email you the information. But the young man or young woman who wants to participate in this, you can pick a pre-vocational preview of your area of choice, whether it be CNC machining, drafting, engineering, welding, and fabrication, all right? Which gives you a glimpse of a preview where we bring you here for the first half of the first day to the shop in the area that you chose. We give you a little bit of classroom curriculum, and then we give you the opportunity to actually participate with some hands-on stuff in that field. That way when you go home, you got an idea what this stuff's all about when you got to get out of bed someday and go to work. All right? So after that, we take you back, and the remainder of that day, we teach you one of a 3-part curriculum that we put together on driving. The first part is safety and awareness, because none of you young people have had enough experience in a car, or any at all, to really understand what that means on the track, whether it's learning how to stop when you're supposed to stop, knowing when there's a red flag, knowing if you actually see trouble on the track before the officials, etc. So it starts with a walk around, getting aware with your car, making sure that there's some basic things you look at on your vehicle before you go compete, and also how to operate on the track during the competition time. And it's a little bit of a head start to help keep you a little safer and keep your fellow drivers a little safer. Number 2, on day 2, we'll teach you control of the car that you'll be in. We have 6 house cars that we'll have at the camp. 2 compacts, 4 full size. This will be one of the house cars right here. Okay? We have another full size Ford that's got an LS Jeffy's Fab Farm power unit. So these are going to be no slouch cars. The two compacts out here were built by very competitive winning compact drivers. Steven Sickles built a Honda, and I believe Jeffy's Fab Farm had one of his top customers build a Camry. So not only do we teach you how to drive, when you look at our folder, which before you leave, if you can get a copy of our little pamphlet, we try to teach you how to win. And here's the good part. Every kid that's participated with us on a private level before we had this camp available has went home with a trophy. Fact. That's a good thing, right? So with that, you get a pre-vocational preview on some really cool CNC machines, maybe some welding equipment. You get to learn the most important thing that we want to introduce to everybody is this is a faith-based program. So what you're going to learn about, and we're not here to tell you how to live at home or whatever you're exposed to, but while you're here, we're going to expose you to basically some of our religious beliefs. There'll be a morning devotional time right after breakfast. I was against feeding you guys every day, but my wife thought it was a good idea. But we're going to give you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's included in the camp for the 3 days. Morning devotional time before you start your day off after breakfast. Once we get done with the curriculum at night, dinner, going to go through it again, okay? So on the next part, our registration form, all right? It's really basic. And what it does is basic student information, male, female. It's the only two choices you got in my world. Okay? We will most likely schedule classes according to registrants. So this is what we call a registration application. Okay? What I mean by that, we do 6 kids per camp per session. All right? I'd like to do it for a full-time job, but I only have so much time. And I don't think that many kids want to spend that much time with me anyway. Ask my son. But what we're going to do is we're going to collect the information. We're going to try to group the kids according to, number one, skill level. We got kids that never been exposed to a demolition derby car. They're going to start. Or, previous kids that have competed, maybe previous kids that have won. Or if we feel that, we don't need you because you've won too much already, Scotty Jr., maybe we'll just send your application back. But the good part is you'll be paired in a group that's going to help you learn best, from our opinion, okay? Parents will drop you off. We're responsible for you for 3 days. There's some information in here that the parents and guardians will have to fill out. There's also a section on here for medical information that we need to know. There's also another backside of this that, if you have any special dietary needs or any medication, obviously we have to go through that. And just so everybody knows, according to the state of Pennsylvania, every adult that works with the youth, we have to go through certain things such as criminal background checks, etc. Just about like anybody else. So anybody like myself, my wife, or anybody assisting with the school will have had that done, and that is readily available at anybody's request, okay? So moving on to that, the other thing is you'll be asked to sign a basic waiver because anybody who ever competes in a demolition derby, the one thing you have to do is get that wristband and sign that line, okay? One thing to make the parents feel more comfortable, during any on-track operation with these kids in cars, there will be somebody in the car with them, okay? Just like you're going to be in most youth shows. And we also have a safety crew to oversee things. This is not a full contact curriculum, okay? You're going to be in the cars basically learning what we teach you, all right? No matter how bad you hate the kid in the camp with you, you're not allowed to hit them unless I tell you. But our goal is to teach you how to operate these cars, how to control these cars, and how to do it in an accurate and safe manner, okay? So once you fill that out and all the fine print, we get you signed up. Okay, we'll give you a basic camp list that'll say this is what you should bring to camp, what you should not bring to camp. All right, and I will tell you this: you're not going to sleep in those 3 days. If you want to sleep in, not the place to be. Days are too valuable. You're there to learn. Your parents' hard-earned money.
You can't sleep in because
You can't sleep in them?
Yeah, I can't because I don't want to.
Okay. So more or less, this gives you basically some basic things you'll need to bring to camp. Our cabins, we have 3 of them. They're a prefab rustic cabin. They're finished off with shiplap inside, vinyl flooring. We're either going to have bunk beds in them or double beds. The cabins are in place. We have an external shower house that is divided into 2 stalls. So you have 1 shower, 1 bathroom. The other side's 1 shower, 1 bathroom. Okay. We are going to prefer, if we get female students, we're going to try to group them together in 1 class. Okay. So, and my wife will be responsible for that entire program. I'm kidding. But anyway, what you might want to leave at home, it tells you basically like any laptops or games. This weekend is not about anything but learning what we can teach you. Okay.
Mommy always brings her tablet.
Always brings her tablet, huh? So, okay. What we mean by that is when we wear you out, you're going to be so tired, you're just going to want to go to bed and wake up and do it again. So, but this will give you a quick rundown. If you want more information about it, you can contact us via messenger. You can call our phone number, or we will have this information on the website very soon. And what we'll do is, once you fill out the registration application and get it to us, we're going to schedule the camp. And like I said, we have limited camps, so it is going to be limited availability. So I'm going to suggest, if you want to get a head start, get your application in, because there's a real good opportunity. If you wait, we're not going to have any availability into the fall. We've been getting a lot of inquiries and a lot of people wanting to get this signed up. Like I said, unfortunately, I can't do it every week. That might change down the road, but for right now, that's what we can do to start. All right. Anybody have any questions about anything I covered so far? Nothing? Okay. So it's for what we're going to offer. We're packaging this 3-day camp for $695. Which, if you shop any kind of football camps or anything like that, we were actually quite surprised at what we've seen, some of the costs of stuff out there. I mean, it's been a long time since we had kids in, the middle school, elementary, and participating in sports, but to see some of the price tags we've seen on 3-day, week-long courses, whether it be rodeo or football or some stuff with some pretty amazing numbers. So our goal is to keep this as affordable to cover our ability to provide this. So, all right. So that's it in a nutshell. And if you got any questions, so like I said, just get a hold of us. It'll be a fun time. And we also do schedule private sessions. So if there's some reason the kid's uncomfortable with being in a crowd, you call us. And we also had some people reach out to us that were outside of the age of what we consider children, okay? Young adults that were like, hey, we've never ran in a derby car and we're thinking about doing it, but they're either a little timid or, they just don't know what to do. So, or if you have somebody that just needs a little extra training, bring them over. I mean, we got the facility. We'll spend the time. We can custom tailor a course to it and get them trained up. Because at the end of the day, I think this is something everybody ought to try. So, other than that, we appreciate your time. We're definitely loving having everybody under the roof, so spread the word, get us some applications, and we'll start scheduling some classes.
Casey Smith just did an amazing introductory of the youth demo derby camp. You guys are going to be putting some information up about that here on Track Shot Live. We talked about it a little bit earlier and everything like that. But you know what? You can get all the information if you go to Smith Metalworks. I can't remember exactly how that webpage is set up. It's been a while since I looked at it, but there's like an information click.
Right. I think if you get right on their website, there's a link right on it. It's a spot right on it, and it gives you all the information. From what I heard, it is super. It's just good. It's a great thing. It's a 3-day camp from what I understand, and it's very, very affordable.
Yes.
For what they're doing.
Yes. And you look at the cars that they got that are going to be out there. These cars are badass. I mean, these things are put together and like you wouldn't believe. So, what the Smith family has put together out here. The other thing that I like is they brought a little bit of faith into it too.
Yes.
That is a really neat thing. You don't have to be. I mean, it's not like a Bible camp or anything like that. It is. I mean, it is all about Demolition Derby.
Yes. Yep.
So they take your kids for 3 days. They put them up. They feed them. They've got a derby track set up there. They got courses. They got all kinds of stuff set up.
They got camps. Brand new cabins for them.
Yes. And then we got Skinny. Late to his own funeral.
Sorry, buddy. I was tearing down the AB Cat Tech booth.
All right.
So we wanted to come back and we wanted to kind of finalize this thing. We had to cut her short on the Track Strong car giveaway. We're totally stoked. Once again, it is. Sure enough, my phone shut down, so I lost my Crystal Bloom McCullough. Her daughter Chelsea is going to be the one that is winning that car. That family, we are flying out. Sounds like mom, daughter, and I will be contacting you tomorrow to get all the information and book the flights and everything like that. But you know what? Everybody out there in Track Shot Live world, you guys, this is something amazing that got put together on a Skinny Tick's dream. Yep. And you know what? It is coming true next Saturday. This is something that two great friends sat down and we started talking with colleagues all across the country, and the people that allied together that said that they want to be part of it is just amazing. So whenever you have a dream, whenever you have something of the sort that needs to be, you want to try to do it. Don't give up with it. Just do it and have fun. And that's what we did, and it is real. Next Saturday, it can't get any realer than this. I'm just like
you guys are making dreams come true, which is it's huge, and it's I don't have words for it, because it's such a great thing, like you said, Tixie, and just to be a part of Track Shot, to be a part of it.
Yes, sir. We're all part of it, though, Ben. All of us. Because we all got the same drive.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I can't. The reaction on this girl's face, you'd love to be there, and you never know with technology. The mom FaceTime live it, and we'll share it to trackshot.com, and trackshotlive.com, and the facial expression is going to be just priceless.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, we're totally stoked. That's what it is. Here's another thing. I mean, this is how real Track Strong is.
The coloring
Look
books,
at that.
Dude.
We have the Jason Sauer coloring book. We got our amazing sponsors that have been with us, AB Cat Tech, U-Polar Parts. You guys, there is just pictures after pictures in here for coloring. It's just fun. It's cool. Next Saturday, Granite City, free.
Yep.
Free. Yeah. You kids, come on, check us out. Let's get these things. You can have, the totally awesome, famous Skinny sign it, and Ben, he's got to practice his signature and remember how to spell his name. But
I may bring my stamp.
I thought Dimple start with D.
Yep.
Oh my God. You know what? But. In closings on the Track Strong, we're so excited. Thanks for allowing us to have a little bit of time on here and giving that car away.
Yeah.
And we cannot wait till next weekend at Granite City to make it real. We're up there next Saturday, Derby, and Track Shot is going to be there live. And amazingly, everybody's going to be together again once again. Well, no, we're losing Utah.
We're Gumby and Johnny.
Yep, Gumby and Johnny won't be there, but. As far as what we had here today, SMW. Derby Expo. Technically the second one. Last year was supposed to be an open house, but we're going to consider that the Expo.
Right.
The Smith family, thank you so much for stepping up and doing something amazing that nobody else across the country has ever done. You guys did something amazing. Not only did you open up your house to us last night, take care of us, feed us, and make us feel as welcome could be. But today, you opened your house up to the entire public, whoever wanted to be here, and it was totally awesome. You guys went over the top, above what you ever had to do.
Yes.
And we thank you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. And just check them out. I mean, Smith Metal Works, they're in business. They have a legit business to where they've Chevron trucks and rollbacks and beds. And cool amongst facility. That, their derby parts that they put out and tested, proven, just like we talked earlier with Toast. You know, he has tested and proven parts. These guys, you know, have tested and proved their parts and that they put out. And like you said, Tix, you can't, you know, I hate to repeat you, but super great people. They do anything for anybody that's why they're doing this youth camp, and they're very, very involved with the youth, and a firm believer behind what you guys as Track Strong are behind, and Track Shot is behind you guys, and everybody's behind everybody, and it's creating a freight train, and you know as well as I do, once a freight train starts rolling, you ain't gonna stop it.
That's right, buddy.
So it's gonna if you're not on the train, stay at the station.
That's right.
We're gonna keep rolling.
We're all coupled together, folks, and we're gonna work as a locomotive with 100 cars or better on it. We are getting together, baby. Choo choo. Ride the train or get off the train.
And we got some awesome stuff. I mean, people. You got Jason Sauer with the kids' helmets. You know, the koozies, the drinks, and the drink containers, and. He's just going to be, I think he's being in Minnesota too, right? He's going to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be tagging stuff. He's going to be emptying the paint cans out. He's got some new Track Shot paint, you know, Track Shot colors. These specially had mixed up, and several of them are on his the helmets in the cups here, and it's just I'm excited.
Me too.
We're getting out of this. We're getting out of this rut that we've been in for, you know, over a year, and we're breaking through, and we're headed out like a rocket. So
yeah, we are. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah,
for sure. And like you said, folks, stay tuned to us again. Our YouTube page. Subscribe to that page, like that page, share that page. I don't care how you got to do it. Just do it for Skin, do it for Ben, do it for Tix, do it for Decker. You know, but Track Shot YouTube page.
Let's
get after it. We're getting it. It's huge.
TrackShotLive.com. You'll find a link on that, and click on that and subscribe. Like.
I'm gonna let you in a second, but folks, I got one announcement to make. It's kind of cool. A lot of people have been asking me, but I don't know if I can say it. But I will see all y'all Memorial Day weekend. Bash for Cash. AB Cat Tech Skinny Salvage is there buying all your cores. So you save your cores. Skinny will see you there. AB Cat Tech will be there. Tim Clark announced it. We had a great talk today. I am there, and I am in that house. So again, Bash for Cash, Skinny, and AB Cat Tech is there. Huge announcement that I just feel so good about going there to be able to give all you Derby drivers a fair, honest price for all your cores. But Skin's there. I love y'all. 2021's about to crack off huge. Decker's getting in my spot. Much love all. Peace, everybody. Skin's out.
All right,
Skin. Love 'em. That was awesome.
Bust
you guys, like you said, like Skin said, you have to remember, go on TrackShotLive.com and hit the link. Go down to the YouTube and subscribe. Love us, like us, follow us. I mean, there's so many awesome things that are coming on, and then that YouTube page is always running. You can always watch our cool stuff, and it's just where it's at, man.
Yeah. So the reason I'm jumping on before we close is we had some small technical difficulties. We had a battery die today. We had a memory card fill today. We had a sound in the first thing. Now we're actually going to clean all of it up tonight. So we're going to clean it all up. The next time you watch this on YouTube tomorrow or the next day, it'll all be there like you never had an issue. Now, I just want to, because we take pride in everything that we do, and we just not an issue front to back. We tried so many new products. We had a lot of new technology here today. We knew the internet here was not 1,000%, but that wasn't even an issue. This wall was so insulated, which Casey warned us. He said, you're not going to get anything through it. It's like a double insulated wall. Okay, he was right.
Yep.
So, Bill kind of kicked butt today because he come and he figured out a wire and he figured out an antenna, and then we got it fixed. So I think we got everything cleaned up for next week. I'm super excited about next week. Next week, we're actually smashing cars.
Yeah. But you know what? Hang on a second. We put all this new technology in, and this is live. Mistakes are what you guys like anyways.
Sure.
Yeah, so, Decker's freaking out for the,
I have been.
I mean, he is like, he's over there doing Quaaludes, because
I wish.
No, he's basically, I mean, I think everything as a whole, I think everything cracked off. It went great. And, it don't matter if you got a $2 million production company, you're going to have bloopers, you're going to have mistakes. And you know what?
It's okay.
I'll be legit. I'll be legit. If you wanna basically pick the shit apart like that, then you know what? You're a peckerhead.
That's
you heard that live. Ben Hyatt comes out the way it is.
That is the point blank truth. But anyway, you know what? We got AB Cat Tech online. We got AB Cat Tech. We got Bull Shirts.
Yes.
Which.
Bullshit.
I'm gonna come out and say they're gonna be the official apparel and merchandise of Track Shot Live.
100%.
And these guys, I'm telling you, when stuff breaks out, you guys are gonna be like, yep, they got some cool stuff. And, it's really gonna be good. I'm just trying to hit.
No, we're going to push them next week. We're at Bullshit. We're going to open up our apparel. Skinny, get out of here, man. We're doing work. They're going to open up the apparel page. We have a page. It's actually set up already. I'm excited about it. There's a bunch of stuff on there. And next week when we get to the Tixie show, we have so much to unload at your show. I actually need to write, I guess, another itinerary because I don't want to miss everything. A lot of cool things happening.
It's going to be information overload. I mean, the show is going to be awesome. Yep. It's not going to be a huge, long 10-hour show or anything like that. We got Toast Promotions, which is God, I'm getting wrapped all up. Obviously, Skinny and I is a huge part of Toast Promotions. We have been forever from day one, and so we have some great things to kick off the season with, and we are so stoked. Because I'm biased. I mean, I'm so stoked to be in Minnesota. It's like, that's my woods.
Totally.
But no, I mean, you guys, there's so many kick-butt announcements that are coming out next week, and we have been working so hard. We took the down year when we were a little bit slower, and we started putting all of our dreams on a list, and as a group, we just went forward with it. So we didn't, no rest for the wicked. I mean, it was that's what it was.
I told the story a little earlier today about when I was in a real funk come like July, and you called me like, you got on me. You really got on me.
I beat him. I beat him down.
Beat him up.
And then Skinny called me like 3 hours later, maybe it was the next day, and I'm thinking, these SOVs are working me right now. And 2 days later, we had 5 shows booked. We're booking flights. You guys really got me off my butt.
You know what? And that's what it took. It's like, just conversations with each other, and we just knew that we were losing it.
Yes.
We were losing it a little bit. You lost it in one direction. We lost it in another direction.
And I lost it in a totally different direction.
Yeah, I mean, Ben went psycho. I mean, so...
I needed therapy.
There wasn't a pill that fixed that. It was, it's okay, Ben. So, but no, seriously, I mean, that's what we did this season. And it was crazy. And it was just a group of us that went after it. And, that is the fun thing about it. That how we kind of, we're states away. But it's like we sense it in a phone call. We sense it in the voice. We sense it in the text message.
Yes.
And it's so next thing you know, here we are. It's like we're busting each other down. It's like, no, we can't. We can't lose this. We can't lose our forward drive. We are doing this, and we have. And look at the schedule that Track Shot is going to be on.
Everywhere.
I mean, it just shows it. I mean, we're across the country. So, I got to throw one more quick thing out talking about Toast Promotions. Hey, you guys, don't forget High Banks Beatdown. Registration opened at noon today.
Noon today, cool.
Get going on that stuff. So it's going to be awesome. So no, we've got some cool things going on this year. Next week in Granite City, we are going to be announcing things like you wouldn't believe. Decker had an amazing itinerary today. We got off schedule on the very first stop today, but you know what? We were catching up. We were
catching up.
We were almost back to normal.
It burnt me out. That list burnt me out. I don't ever want to write a list like that again.
Hey, you did a good job though, boss.
Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate it.
Well, one other thing I want to talk about was the whole YouTube thing, and I just want so everyone understands as we go forward. Really, our game plan is to start pushing everyone to our YouTube page, because that's really what we need to do as a company to get ourselves out there more. So as today you saw on Facebook, we just did a quick little video that was a teaser. So you would click on it, and you saw on the bottom that you could go to YouTube. Please subscribe to our YouTube page. Let's keep pushing our YouTube page. If you're listening right now, hit the bell. That bell, every time we come on, it will immediately bring it right up. So we're at 22 shows this year. You might miss what night. We have one that's on a Wednesday night at a fair in, I think, Washington State or Oregon or something. We're going to be all over the place. Hit that bell, subscribe to it, so your stuff just pops up, and you're always watching Track Shot Live. I think that'll be the most exciting part is getting bigger numbers on our YouTube page. We're going to bring new content to you. It's not always going to be just this, what you're seeing right now. We got some ideas, and I'm excited about that. We're going to have some new commercials coming out. Just so many good things are coming, so I hope you enjoyed today, just catching back up with us a little bit.
Yeah, and you'll see our goofball things that we do. We can be serious, but that's not truly who we are.
Right.
When we're laughing and joking and having fun and picking on each other, that is our fun. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's where it takes, where this is truly a job and we take it serious. That's where we can have fun. Pork chop, it's just once again.
I love pork chop.
Pork chop
is it. I'll tell you what, he's half a man of what he was.
Yeah,
that man looks amazing.
He does
absolutely amazing. Congratulations on that, for the health and everything. So, but yeah, like I say, you guys, when you see us do those little fun little clips and stuff like that, we're doing them for us, but we just want to share it with you guys.
We really, my thing with these is every time I say, hey, let's just do these, because we have so much fun together. Whatever we're doing, we're always busting nuts, and it's funny, and all of us are cool about it, even though for some reason I get it the worst, I feel, which, I'll have my revenge. I'll have my revenge when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Gumby, you want to come and say a last word, or we're going to close it up?
They'll see us here in a couple weeks.
That's true.
Yeah,
we're going to be busy.
There it is.
Anything else you guys you want? Just let's
see you next week.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed this, please share it to your friends and stuff. The amount of knowledge that came through today on them seminars. If you don't educate yourself on that stuff, that's on you, man. But trust me, your competitors watched it.
Oh yeah.
Your competitors watched it. So if you didn't go back and watch Toast, if you didn't listen to Brent Johnson, if you didn't listen to Coke talk about carburetors, you're gonna get beat by them.
And in the Brent Johnson's was killer.
Was it?
Yeah.
I missed it. I wasn't able to get there. We had to take care of some other things. But, the one thing that I did hear is Bill is going to cut down all this stuff and put all the seminars right together with each other.
Yeah.
So you can actually kind of condense and watch this stuff. So, once again, you go to our YouTube page and you like us and you subscribe with us, you'll be able to click on and oh, hey, I forgot exactly what Jason said about that.
Exactly.
4412. You can go back and look at it.
Yeah. Forever.
So that is a beautiful
free.
thing.
Yes.
Oh, did I hear free again? God, I love that word free. I just get giddy when I hear the word free. And everything we do is free to a certain point.
Well, hey, we're going to come free to you next week.
Yep.
Friday night, we're all getting to you, so we'll be hanging out, doing some lives ourselves. We'll shoot some commercials. I got a gut feeling I got some ideas. I know you have some ideas. And then we're going to bring getting back to smashing cars in 2021.
You guys, I've got a couple wild things up my sleeve that are going to happen. And you guys are going to see some stuff. We got Sauer coming in and tag stuff up to bring color to this derby world again.
Love it.
And
awesome.
it's crazy, sick, awesome stuff. Once again, closing this thing out, Smith family, thank you so much once again for everything that you guys do for the Demolition Derby world. The youth especially, your guys' camp. Make sure you guys out there get online, take a look at Smith Metal Works, get on there, take a look at the derby camp for the youth. That is amazing.
Online to fill
Applications are online to fill out. This thing is going to fill up. Don't drag your feet. There's only limited spaces for all that stuff. So, but for the Smith family, thank you so much for everything that you have done. The open door policy, the welcoming, the everything was just amazing. It was over the top like you guys always are. And thanks for having us here. Thanks for allowing us to do what we did today to bring it to you guys at home all across the world.
That's how you close it up.
Absolutely.
Anything else, Ben? Because this guy killed it. Beat that one. Beat that one. Go. Try.
I'm not even gonna try. I'm like, I threw my zinger out there. So
you had some good
zinger for today.
Yeah.
And
hey,
copied it.
We'll capture. We're gonna reshare this. I need you to share this out there so everyone watches it. We'll catch up with you guys next Saturday night.
Yep.
Peace. Love y'all.
TrackShotLive.com. All right, what's going on, everybody? Decker here with TrackShot Live. I got the whole group with us, which is very rare. I think it might have been the first time ever, actually, that we've all been together. So I'm going to abuse these guys a little bit. So you guys don't know this, but over the last few weeks, TrackShot has been we're killing it in so many different directions. Tonight, we're just going to show you one direction. So to play around with these guys, because we all like picking on each other, for the last few months, I've been working on making everybody into a caricature. Okay, we made them into a yes, sir. It is a.
Can you spell that?
Stop. We weren't picking on me. We were picking on each other. Okay. Thank you.
We got limits.
The rules are changing. It's like
these guys do not know what these look like. I took pictures of them, sent them to an artist to have them made into something. Now you guys are gonna get to see them on the screen. I'm gonna send it to this group, and we're gonna do guy by guy real quick, and we're just gonna see what does everyone think of each individual one. So now they have their phones in front of them because we're all part of a chat together, and sometimes when we're being mean or nice, we try to communicate in this chat. So right now what I'm going to do is we're going to send the first one up, and you're going to see it on the screen. So if you're thinking the same as we're thinking, laugh at home, and if you feel something different about these, send us a message. Let us know what you guys think about these. So the first one I'm going to send right now is coming across, and it's going to be our buddy Tixie. And it's coming across right here. Now I know, bear with me, we're just running with this.
We're technically...
Okay, everyone heard this ding. Okay, and at home you're seeing it on the screen right now. Now this is Tixie, right? A good one to kick off with. A good one to kick off with.
Have a hospital?
Yeah. They say TV adds 20 pounds, but caricatures takes 25 away.
I'm not laughing with you. Now we got your peace sign in there. Right?
Always.
And the goatee. That pretty much covers you, right?
That's it.
Teeth sure are white.
Yeah, they're my pretty white teeth. Let me tell y'all.
All right.
That's great.
Okay.
That's classic.
So I'm going to go to another one here, everybody. Follow along with me. We're going to go to
Ben,
Sour. Now, Sour is busy inside. I'm going to send Sour to our group. None of us has seen this, but we're going to go with each other and say, how does this thing look? Messenger. Bam. Sour coming across. Now, Sour is sweet. You're seeing it at home right now.
Hell yeah. Is he snorting the paint?
No, he's Gumby.
He's snorting the paint.
Gumby.
Why is he always so happy? He's snorting the paint.
He's doing a whip it.
Oh my God, you guys are horrible.
Let everybody know.
Just because he's got the tattoos up his neck, he's not a prison man.
That is not
He is a family man. That is not.
He really looks like he's snorting it.
Okay.
Did he just steal that paint can?
I thought that was a good one. I thought that was a good one.
That is good.
All right, so another guy that's not with us here tonight, Sour's inside, but another guy that couldn't make it was Farrell. Now, Farrell's helped us. He lives in Utah. He's been helping us on the West Coast a bunch. Here comes Farrell. Now, you're seeing this at home. This covers him like almost identical. Farrell's watching that. Farrell, we're doing it right now. And, yeah, it's good. That one's money,
I know
right?
his teeth don't look that good. I know that for a fact.
Oh, yeah. That's
Okay.
Farrell.
Now, the next one I'm going to send is actually somebody that didn't want us to even make one of him. And that is our producer, Bill. Yeah, I'm going to send Bill over to us next. You guys are going to see on the screen. And you're going to say, I don't even know what Bill looks like. No one does besides us.
Yeah, Bill is the one that makes all this happen. He's the one that makes us look good.
That's Bill all the way.
That is how he
What's those old TV shows with John Travolta and everything? It looks like he belongs.
I think he just got on Dave's van. He just got on Dave's
Vintage man.
Oh,
that
man.
60s look.
Oh, exactly.
Flower shirt.
Yep.
Something on there.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next one.
That's classic, dude.
Okay, so next one coming across right now is going to be a Johnny. Yes, we got you, Johnny. Now, this one is money of Johnny.
Hey, at least he's still got the big head.
I got the wrinkles going.
I was gonna say the crow's feet are even. They're tighter. Yep, that's Johnny all the way.
How did that hair did? Look at that hair did.
How did you get his bunions and shoes? Wow, that's impressive.
I'm not going to say a word because I'll be in trouble all summer long.
You gotta live with them. That's Johnny.
Man, I think, Johnny, you're looking great.
Okay, so I'm pulling the next one here is going to be Skinny. Everyone at home, here comes Skinnies, which this one makes me laugh every time I pop this one up. And you're going to see why as soon as it comes up. He is ripped in this one. This is, in my opinion, this is how you think you look, Skin, I think. This is...
That's what Skinny looked like 20 years ago that landed bubbles and she's thinking mistake.
That is fitting.
I told him to give you a Macho Man feel, so I feel like
Macho Man.
they nailed
That's
that.
Macho Man Savage. You're right.
They nailed that. All right.
Awesome. Skinny's sleeping with that picture tonight.
All right.
sure.
So the next one coming in here is Ben. Okay, now Ben. This one is money of Ben's, I think.
He's got a pork sandwich in his hand, right?
This gets. I put a drill in his hand with his inspector hat.
Look at the face.
They didn't have to add 30 years to him, or is that inspection doing that to you?
Yeah. Hey, can he see through those glasses? Because in Vegas he couldn't see.
I know, I couldn't.
Those are the unfiltered glasses.
Those are unfiltered glasses.
It's the tint.
Okay. Now we're gonna go. I'm gonna send you Gumby's next. Gumby's is coming across
My
next.
jaw hurts. I got like permagrin right
I told you these are gonna be money. I told you these are gonna be money, right? Okay, here comes
Has Gumby got long legs?
Gumby. I hit his legs. I hit his legs because he's too big. Hold on, my sending is coming. Here it comes.
Oh, great.
Here it comes.
Man, look at those cheekbones.
Now, Gumby, I did take care of you, Gumby. You're writing a fat check.
If I got the check, people are going to like it.
You got a fat check, so I took care of you.
Everybody likes the man with the blank check.
Exactly. Decker,
Yes.
you need to go talk to his doctor. You can fix the neck how you got it in the picture.
He's got the crow's feet too. That's the Utah thing.
It's the Utah thing. It's the sand out there.
All right, so we're gonna go real quick. We're gonna screw through this one. This is myself. I made it as simple as
Bigger thumbs.
bigger thumbs. I can take bigger.
The big head.
Yeah, Bobby.
You know, I like the New York teeth, though, like y'all said. You know, everybody else has got the perfect pearly whites, and then Josh in the New York side. What the hell happened to that kid?
Texie. I'm right here. All right, let's move on. The last one, which is the most important. Okay, hold on, because I saved the best for last. I saved the best for last. So coming to you now is going to be Bobby the Brain.
I hope there's a bow tie.
No, it's Bobby the Blue Dragon.
Blue Dragon, right.
Dragon
Now,
Bobby.
you're going to see this at home. If you know Bobby Brockway, you're going to say, that is Bobby Brockway.
No,
this is Bobby Brockway. This is Bobby Brockway.
Oh my God! Look at the eyes on you.
That's my duck lip.
You know what picture this is? You know what picture this is?
What is that?
Look out, ladies. He is single, and he hopes you are also.
Look at it. Looks like I got white lines.
Your eyes are perfect, Bobby.
And I got all your prison tats. I got everything.
Now the tattoos.
Shorts and the sandals.
Yeah,
I missed that. I did miss that.
Now Bobby has been in prison, so his tattoos truly are from prison, not like sours. So he does know what eggshells in Indiana Penitentiary taste like.
Well, this looks like you got catfished again.
Oh man, that's why I wanted to do this. That was my.
That's it.
Oh my God. I love you guys. I love you
I was
guys.
thinking at that point, when Johnny speaks, you listen at a point, you know?
We should have everybody that sees these put some memes on them.
Oh, I would love that. That's great. Okay. Oh, I got one last one. I'm sorry, I started putting it away. I got one more. No. The one last one
Is the group.
is the group. Hold on.
Absolutely perfect.
Coming to you slowly because my hands are not working fast.
Neither does your brain.
All right, here we go. Now,
last round of organization.
I'm sorry, I screwed it up. So everybody at home, check out these cool shirts. This is going to be awesome. You're going to be able to buy these. We have something special coming out next week.
Oh my goodness.
Next week.
Oh, Sour's tagging the car.
Yeah.
17th.
Yeah, that's right.
The 17th next week. So everyone at home, we're going to be at Tixie's Show in Minnesota. We are going to be launching a brand new apparel line. We have a bunch of great stuff coming. This is part of it. You're going to be able to get yourself one of these. When you bring it to a derby, we'll sign our names on any of them. Get them for your kids. Get your kids to sign. We're going to have all great stuff on there. And this is just a little teaser of great things that we have to come. So again, this is big stuff coming out of Track Shot Live with our new apparel sponsor that we got that's hooking us up. And we're going to talk a bunch about it tomorrow and over the next few weeks at all our derbies. So, hey, keep sticking with us. From everybody at Track Shot Live, we appreciate it.
Enjoy the weekend watching us.
Yeah. I'll have no sleeves on mine. Thank you.
Take a look at it.
Yep, sleeveless skin.